Hiss. Su Mingqiu jolted upright from the bed, his gaze sweeping across the completely unfamiliar room before him, his mind utterly blank. No, that was wrong. He clearly remembered that on his very first day as a full-time employee after work, he had been crossing the street when a large truck ran the red light. The impact sent him flying high and fast. How had he gone from that to lying on this soft bed the moment he opened his eyes? His mind was a chaotic mess when suddenly a joke he had heard far too many times surfaced unbidden. I was supposed to be in an early class, so where on earth did I end up? He thought, bewildered. Is this even still in my country? He clenched his teeth and muttered a quiet curse at the heavens. He had been an orphan scraping his way through university on state subsidies. At last he had endured long enough to earn a full-time position from his internship. Just when he was about to enjoy the first days of earning his own living, his life had ended like that. It took a long time for him to sort through the two sets of memories and weave them together. Only then did he finally understand what had happened. He had crossed over into another world, a high martial realm where everyone could awaken supernatural abilities. Coincidentally, the original owner of this body also bore the name Su Mingqiu. He too was an orphan with no attachments, currently in his final year of high school. In just a few days, all senior students would participate in a unified ability awakening ceremony. This world was anything but peaceful. Ferocious alien beasts ravaged the land, and beyond the sky, countless other races watched greedily. Here the iron law was simple: the weak were prey to the strong. Su Mingqiu rubbed his chin, a faint unease stirring in his heart. He had no idea what kind of ability he would awaken. Hopefully it wouldn't be some utterly useless trash-tier power. His situation, a transmigrator with deceased parents, fit perfectly into the standard template of a protagonist. A system. Yes, there had to be a system. It was time for it to appear. The moment he voiced the thought in his heart, a crisp electronic chime detonated in his mind. Ding. The Universal Super Invincible System has been activated. Detected strong desire from the host. Would you like to open the novice gift pack? The instant he heard this, Su Mingqiu almost bounced off the bed in excitement. It had come, just as he knew it would. Open it. He shouted inwardly without a moment's hesitation. As soon as the thought formed, that emotionless mechanical voice sounded again. Please choose your novice abilities: class Fire-type ability Burning Wrath, or SS class Ice-type ability Ice Age. Upon hearing this, Su Mingqiu did not hesitate for even a single second. Fire. It sounded exhausting. How could that compare to the comfort of ice? I choose the second one, he blurted out. After all, who could possibly refuse ice-cold cola? The instant his choice was made, a surge of power, icy cold yet brimming with strength, burst forth, coursing through his entire body from limbs to bones. The body that had once belonged to a somewhat frail youth was instantly filled to the brim with this energy. His entire body felt brimming with inexhaustible strength. He had the sense that even if he were to perform 20 repetitions in one go right now, he would not even be out of breath. Instinctively, Su Mingqiu parted his lips and exhaled a stream of white breath laced with biting cold. The breath struck the air and instantly formed a thin layer of white frost along the edge of the bed. Snapping back to himself, Su Mingqiu finally remembered to examine this new body of his. Wearing a pair of slippers, he stepped onto the floor and took a few strides to the corner of the room, stopping in front of a wooden-framed dressing mirror. The youth, reflected in the glass, stood tall and lean. Even better, the icy power that had just surged through him had nourished his entire body. The sallow pallor that had once clung to the original owner's face was completely gone. His skin now held a healthy, cool fairness, making him look clear-cut and spirited. Compared to the exhausted face he had worn in his previous life after 4 years of night shifts and overtime, this was immeasurably more handsome. Wow, with looks like this, I could have made a living just on my face, before he murmured, rubbing his chin as a laugh escaped him. Then he still hadn't properly tested his SS class Ice Age ability. In this world, even class abilities were already as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. In Haiming province, there hadn't been an class awakener in nearly 3 years. Just awakening such an class power was enough to earn direct special admission into the nation's top martial universities, bypassing the college entrance exam entirely and leaping straight to the top. Yet even that class was 2 whole tiers below his own ability. Merging the original owner's memories from childhood to now, he realized he had never once heard of anyone awakening an SS class ability. As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly smacked his forehead, remembering the half-box of supplies the original owner had hidden under the bed. It was the perfect thing to use for a trial run. He crouched down and pulled out a can of room-temperature cola. The moment it touched his hand, he began channeling his freshly gained ability. In an instant, a surge of bone-deep chill erupted from his palm, flooding outward. The temperature of the little room dropped by several degrees. All in the blink of an eye, a thick layer of white frost encased the aluminum can in his hand. The once room-temperature cola had been frozen solid into a hard block of ice. Su Mingqiu scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Looks like I got carried away and used too much force. He pulled out another can, this time taking a more cautious approach. Closing his eyes, he carefully guided the ice-type energy within him, channeling it bit by bit into the cola. This time his control was precise and steady. In just a moment, a fine layer of droplets formed on the aluminum surface. The temperature had dropped to the perfect chilled level with not a trace of frozen soda inside. With a sharp click, Mingqiu popped the tab. A hiss burst from the opening as chilled bubbles surged up. Tilting his head back, he took a long swallow. The icy sweetness slid down his throat, making him narrow his eyes in bliss. As expected, cola tastes best chilled, he murmured to himself. Setting the can casually on the corner of the desk, Mingqiu decided it was time to properly test the strength of his new body. He didn't bother with any flashy tests. Dropping straight to the floor, he assumed a standard push-up position. In the past, the original owner would be gasping for breath after 10 arms trembling. This time, however, his waist and core were as steady as if rooted to the ground. His arms lifted and lowered his body with ease like a simple warm-up. 1, 2, 3. He knocked out 20 in a single breath. He didn't even need to catch his breath afterward, or in fact, he felt that this level of exercise didn't even count as a warm-up. While this body enhanced by ability is far stronger than the frail shell I worked into ruin with overtime in my last life, he thought. Propping himself up, he lifted his head and couldn't help clicking his tongue in amazement. After finishing his test, his entire body felt loose and comfortable. He stood, grabbed a change of clothes, and slipped into the cramped little bathroom beside the room. Twisting the shower knob, he let the lukewarm water cascade down from above. Lifting his gaze to the mirror fogged with a thin layer of mist, he saw that the youth reflected there was no longer the exhausted intern from his previous life, who stayed up late and pinched every coin. Now that he had crossed into this high martial world, now that fate had given him a chance to live again, and even granted him an SS class ability. Wiping the water from his face, Mingqiu's eyes gradually brightened, carrying the unrestrained zeal unique to youth. In this lifetime, he was destined to astound the world. In the blink of an eye, a week had slipped by. During these 7 days, Mingqiu had scarcely rested, spending every single day pondering and honing his strange ability. His control over the so-called Ice Age ability grew more and more adept. When boredom struck, he could even conjure delicate frost patterns blossoming across the wall. And using this power seemed to place almost no burden on him at all. One entire afternoon, he kept experimenting, unleashing his ability again and again. Even after countless uses, he did not feel the slightest hint of exhaustion, unable to detect any real drain on his energy. It was practically like one of those games with skills that cost no mana at all, an endlessly usable ability. Realizing this, he could not help but feel delighted. It seemed this system truly lived up to its outrageous reputation. As expected of something created by the so-called Universe Invincible System, its products were truly extraordinary. Even his ability had been turned into a version with seemingly infinite endurance. Indeed, anything produced by the system seemed to be a masterpiece. Yet what puzzled him was that ever since the Universe Invincible System had granted him the rookie gift pack, it had fallen completely silent, as though it had vanished without a trace. Since then, it had not made a single sound. There was not even a hint of a notification. Out on the sports field of Beijing, High School, the sharp crack of fists and feet colliding rang out one after another. Many students in their school uniforms were paired up, practicing basic punches and kicks. This was a martial sparring class reserved for third-year students, meant to help them build a solid physical foundation before their abilities awakened. Physical education teacher Li Gang had just finished sparring with one student. He withdrew his fists, wiped the sweat from his brow, then lifted his gaze and called out, "Next, Mingqiu." Mingqiu responded and stepped forward, assuming a basic boxing stance. Had this been a week earlier, right after he first arrived in this world, sparring with teacher Li would have meant being completely overwhelmed. He had almost no chance to retaliate back, then relying solely on his ability-strengthened body to endure the blows. But after a week of supplementing his basic combat skills under Li Gang's guidance, his progress had become startlingly rapid. The moment their fists met, Li Gang immediately sensed something was different. This kid's punches were far steadier than before, and his evasive movements had grown markedly more agile. Even when he deliberately pressed the pace while holding back his strength, the boy managed to keep up steadily and occasionally even blocked his probing strikes with precision. After a few minutes, they both drew back their fists. Li Gang regarded him, eyes filled with barely concealed astonishment. Not bad at all, Mingqiu, he thought. He truly had not expected that this boy, whose martial arts grades had always hovered near the bottom of the class, could improve so dramatically in just 1 week. Mingqiu smiled, wiped the sweat from his brow, and said modestly, "It's nothing. It's only because you're such a good teacher, Mr. Li." With that, he walked to the edge of the field and dropped down to sit on the ground. Li Gang said nothing more, turning instead to call the next student's name and continue sparring with the others. Absent-mindedly rolling a small stone between his fingers, Mingqiu sat there and thought tomorrow was the day of ability awakening. Once the awakening was over, he would have to choose which martial arts university to attend. He He wondered whether by then those top martial academies would be competing to recruit him. In his mind, he went over the list of the nation's top martial academies. There were only 5 at the very pinnacle. The first was Dijin Martial Arts University stationed in the heart of the capital region. Another was Modu Martial Arts University, anchoring the economic hub along the coast. Then there was Jinheim Martial Arts University, guarding the northern gateway, and Haiming Martial Arts University, standing near the frontier beast defense line. The last was Zhongyuan Martial Arts University, holding the Central Plains. Each of these 5 academies was a top institution that countless third-year students dreamed of entering even if they had to fight tooth and nail for a place. In the past, the original owner of this body would never have dared even to imagine he might have the qualifications to knock on the gates of any of these 5 schools. Time slipped by, and soon the day of ability awakening arrived. On the sports field of Beiqing-no, 2 high school the third-year students stood in long lines. On each face there was a mixture of unease and expectation. Every gaze was fixed on the waist-high blue-gray stone stele standing at the center of the field. All one had to do was place a hand upon it, and it would measure each person's ability type. Soon the first boy, fists clenched and face gone pale with nerves, took one careful step after another toward the stele. He drew a deep breath and hands trembling pressed his palm again. The next instant the stele flared with a faint, almost imperceptible green light. When the luminous mist faded, a small phantom of a blue blade of grass appeared on its surface. Beside it a line of pale characters appeared. Drank plant element. Laughter burst out around him, unrestrained and blatant. Someone shouted, "Drank little grass. Planning to go home and feed chickens with that." Another voice jeered. "What good is an ability like that?" The laughter swelled. The boy's face flushed bright red as he bowed his head, wishing he could sink through the ground. Silence. Homeroom teacher Mr. Wong frowned and barked a single word, finally forcing the chaotic laughter to die down. He turned to the boy who looked on the verge of tears and said gently, "It's all right. A drank ability isn't the end of the world. Even if your ability isn't strong, you can still rely on your academic scores to get into university. There's always another path." The boy kept his head down and quickly backed away. Right after him, another boy almost broke into a run as he charged up to the stele, slamming his hand onto it the moment he arrived, and even holding his breath. This time the stele burst into a dazzling, orange-red light, far brighter than the pale green from before. A tiny phantom of a flickering flame appeared, and the line of characters beside it shifted. Crank fire element. At the sight of those words, the boy nearly jumped in place from sheer excitement. He kept whispering to himself, "Crank. Fire element crank. I can finally get into a martial arts university." The surrounding classmates looked at him with open envy. After all, a crank ability was enough to meet the minimum threshold of an ordinary martial university. Compared to the earlier drank, it was in another league altogether. At least he would not be forced onto the narrow path of competing purely with academic scores. The tests continued in an orderly fashion. Students went up one after another to be tested, some earning steady cranks, others occasionally producing a brank. Every time a brank appeared, a small wave of admiration rippled through the crowd. After all, brank was already considered a rather decent talent. Yet as the line went on, not even the shadow of an rank appeared. More than a few teachers watching from the sidelines felt a flicker of disappointment. They had all been hoping their school might produce at least one rank. They even dared to hope for an rank prodigy, someone who would be directly recruited by a top university. But so far they had not even brushed the edge of an rank. The line grew shorter and shorter, and soon it was finally Su Mingqiu's turn at the very front. With a calm expression, Su Mingqiu walked forward, not showing a trace of the tension or unease that had gripped the earlier students. After all, he already knew what his ability was. He stretched out his hand and gently pressed it against the blue-gray awakening stele. Almost the instant his fingertips touched the stone, a piercing cold erupted from that point, surging outward in all directions. The sports field, which had been scorching under the sun just moments before, saw its temperature plummet. Tiny ice particles began to drift through the air around them. The students in the front rows were the first to react. One of them rubbed his arms and nudged his neighbor, whispering in confusion, "Hey, do you feel a bit cold?" "I do." "Why did it suddenly get so chilly?" Before the voice faded, the chill in the air grew heavier. The small ice particles that had just danced around transformed into large snowflakes in an instant. They floated down from the sky in a flurry. It was the middle of summer. Snow was actually falling. The coldness enveloping Su Mingqiu intensified. The concrete ground beneath his feet was rapidly covered with a layer of white frost spreading over half a meter of icy surface in the blink of an eye. He was actually trying to hold back his power. Otherwise, with this one move, everyone within the vicinity would probably be frozen solid. Principal Zhang Weigua, who had been frowning in confusion over the temperature drop, widened his eyes in shock at the sight of the snowstorm and the freezing. "It's Inscrade ice type ability. Our school has produced Inscrade." With this announcement, the entire playground erupted. The crowd that had been whispering to each other fell silent for a moment, then burst into exclamations. "Scrade! That's Scrade. The province of Haiming hadn't seen in Scrade in nearly 3 years. Everyone looked at Su Mingqiu, as if he were a monster disbelief etched. What's Scrade? This broken awakening stone tablet can only measure up to Scrade at most. My own SS Scrade can't even be detected. As he pondered this, Principal Zhang had already rushed over in a few strides, grasping his hand and pulling him towards the office building while rubbing his hands together. With an overly enthusiastic demeanor, he said, Su, let's go to the office and discuss this in detail. By the way, Su, do you have a girlfriend? I have a daughter who is in her first year at our school. I must tell you, I never oppose kids falling in love early. Su Mingqiu was taken aback by this sudden father-in-law pitch, scratching his head awkwardly. Principal, I'm not planning to date yet. Zhang Weiguo didn't feel embarrassed at all, laughing a couple of times to lighten the mood, and quickly changed the subject, leading him briskly to the office. The two of them walked away, leaving the crowd on the playground still in shock. Teachers from other classes squeezed next to Teacher Wang, enviously patting his arm. Old Wang, you've got an Scrade genius in your class. This is great. This kid will definitely be fought over by the top 5 martial arts universities. Teacher Wang stood there still in a daze, looking in the direction where Su Mingqiu had disappeared. His mind was still spinning. The previously average student who had ranked last in martial arts class, Su Mingqiu. He actually awakened in Scrade ability. Upon entering the office, Zhang Weiguo quickly poured a cup of hot water for Su Mingqiu. That bone-chilling cold had made him shiver several times. Su, don't worry. The news of your awakening and Scrade ability will spread faster than the wind. The admissions officers from the top 5 martial arts universities have already received the news and are on their way here right now. They'll be here soon. Su Mingqiu accepted the cup of water and sat down, looking up to ask him, Principal, which university do you think I should choose? He only knew the names of those top universities and genuinely wanted to hear the principal's opinion. Zhang Weiguo waved his hand, not directly recommending any school, instead smilingly advised, I won't give you random suggestions. Each of the 5 has its strengths. Don't rush your decision. Once they arrive, they will definitely vie for your favor with conditions. High-level combat techniques, exclusive mentors, and training resources. Choose based on who offers the best conditions and resources that will benefit your ice-type ability. Just as he finished speaking, a loud laugh echoed from outside the door. Then with a loud crash, the office door was pushed open forcefully. A burly man in black athletic wear strode in. His booming voice made the entire office vibrate. Old Zhang, I heard your school has produced an Scrade ability user. Did I make it in time? As soon as he finished speaking, he spotted Su Mingqiu sitting on the sofa, his eyes lighting up instantly. He walked over briskly, overflowing with enthusiasm. Oh, is this Su Mingqiu? Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. I am Lin Feng, an admissions officer from Haiming Martial Arts University. On behalf of Haiming Martial Arts University, I formally invite you to join us. We have all kinds of training resources at Haiming Martial Arts University. Before he could finish, several people rushed in from outside. One man in a suit pointed at him angrily and shouted, Lin Feng, you ran faster than a rabbit. We just got downstairs and you already rushed up here. Ignoring the glaring Lin Feng, Chun Mo turned to Su Mingqiu with a gentle smile, introducing himself. Su, I am Chun Mo, an admissions officer from Emperor Capital Martial Arts University. I represent Emperor Capital Martial Arts University to invite you to join us. The resources Lin Feng can offer we can provide as well. Plus, we have the top ice-type ability mentor in the country. I will specifically arrange for him to be your personal instructor. Just as he finished speaking, the teachers from Jinheim Martial Arts University and Central Plains Martial Arts University hurriedly squeezed in. Su, come to Jinheim Martial Arts University. We offer you the highest level of special scholarships along with a personal training room. Come to Central Plains Martial Arts University. We have ample logistical resources, or whatever ice-type training materials you need we can prioritize for you. The conditions offered by the two were similar to those of the previous few. It was all about piling up resources and benefits, afraid of losing the chance to recruit him. At this moment, a female teacher in a light-colored dress who had been silent stepped forward with a smile. She was strikingly beautiful and vibrant. She winked at Su Mingqiu and said in a soft voice, Oh, you all only know how to talk about resources and mentors. How boring. She took 2 steps forward, smiling. Su, I am Su Wanqing, an admissions officer from Magic City Martial Arts University. What they can offer we Magic City Martial Arts University can provide as well, and the girls at our school are much prettier than those from there. Saying this, she covered her mouth and chuckled, leaning closer to whisper, Moreover, if you come over, I can fulfill a little request of yours. With those words, Lin Feng panicked instantly. He watched as Su Mingqiu rested his chin on his hand, appearing deep in thought, and his heart skipped a beat. He wasn't afraid that Chun Mo and the others would offer better resources than him, as everyone was offering similar conditions, not much difference. But he was worried about Su Wanqing's approach. This woman was not only beautiful, but also knew how to say such charming words. Su Mingqiu was only 18, right at the age of puberty. How could he resist this? What if this kid really fell for her beauty and chose Magic City Martial Arts University? then his trip would have been in vain. Mingqiu did not notice the glances of the few people beside him filled with hidden currents. He rested his chin on his hand, mentally reviewing the conditions proposed by several individuals one by one. As for the words spoken by Su Wanqing, he didn't take them to heart at all. What women? They only serve to slow down my freezing speed. This SS-level Ice Age of mine is not meant for playing with cola at home. What I desire is the thrill of battle, the excitement of freezing and exploding exotic beasts. That's what truly exhilarates me. With that thought, he already had an inkling in his heart. He was somewhat inclined to choose the Black Ming Martial University. After all, Black Ming Martial University was adjacent to the exotic beast defense line at the border. Once there, he would have plenty of exotic beasts to practice against, and then he could unleash his full power. That would be truly satisfying. Just as he was thinking this, Lin Feng beside him could no longer hold back. He gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and loudly declared to Su Mingqiu's student Su, "I will add another condition. As long as you come to our Black Ming Martial University, I will directly give you an exotic beast crystal core." As soon as the words left his mouth, the office fell silent for half a second. Chen Mo and the others stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. An exotic beast crystal core. That is something only a 6th-tier exotic beast might drop. Moreover, the probability is terrifyingly low, even though Black Ming Martial University is close to the border and deals with exotic beasts daily. This thing is incredibly rare. The entire Black Ming Martial University might not even produce a few in a year. How could Lin Feng directly use it as a recruitment condition? Chen Mo and the others looked at him, unable to help, but asked Lin Feng, "Are you sure? You're just going to give away this crystal core like that?" Lin Feng stepped forward, casually wrapping an arm around Su Mingqiu's shoulder and lifted his chin at the others. "I'm claiming this kid. Don't compete with me." As soon as he finished speaking, the phones of Chen Mo and the others suddenly buzzed simultaneously. They quickly took them out to swipe the screen, and upon reading the messages, their expressions changed instantly. All right, Lin Feng, we'll let you have this, student Su." Chen Mo hastily put away his phone and waved to him. "I just received news that another SSS lightning ability user has appeared in Nanqing. We need to hurry over." As soon as he finished speaking, they didn't even take the time to say goodbye to Su Mingqiu, turning and rushing out in a flurry. Watching them dash away in a hurry, Lin Feng silently extended his middle finger towards the door, muttering under his breath, "Still trying to steal my purse." Su Mingqiu, hearing the news, just now felt somewhat puzzled. Wasn't it said that no SSS users had emerged in the entire Black Ming province for nearly 3 years? Is this what was referred to in the novels of his previous life as the Golden Age? However, he didn't think too much about it. No matter what SSS, what does it have to do with him? With his SS-level Ice Age, never mind in SSS, even if a bunch of SSS users came, he could easily freeze them with a flick of his hand. Having dealt with all the people trying to snatch him, Lin Feng was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. He pulled Su Mingqiu over and said with a grin, "Let's go. Mingqiu, I'll take you to learn more about our Black Ming Martial University, and by the way, I'll get that exotic beast crystal core for you." Su Mingqiu waved to Principal Zhang, who was still in a daze on the sofa, and greeted Principal, "I'm heading out with Teacher Lin now." After saying that, he followed Lin Feng out. Watching the two depart, Zhang Wei was sat on the sofa, still exhilarated with his face flushed. "Beiqing no. 2 High School. Finally, my Beiqing no. 2 High School has produced an SSS ability user. Now I can finally hold my head high in front of those old buddies." He quickly pulled out his phone, found the contacts of those old principals who were his friends, and started calling them one by one, eager to show off. He was the first to call Old Li, and as soon as the call connected, he couldn't wait to say, "Old Li, have you heard? Our school has produced an SSS Ice Ability user." However, before he could finish his sentence, the other side abruptly hung up with a click. He was taken aback, called Old Wang again, and the result was the same. Just after saying a few words, the other side hung up. After several attempts all ended up like this, he barely opened his mouth before being hurriedly cut off. Zhang Wei was scratched his head, feeling confused. What is going on? In this day and age, is even showing off to old friends not allowed? Su Mingqiu followed Lin Feng out of the office building and passed by the playground just in time to see a crowd gathered there. He vaguely heard someone shout, "A level." It's actually an 11 speed user. He only gave a cursory glance, not stopping his steps, and followed Lin Feng towards the school gate. Upon reaching outside the school, Su Mingqiu looked at the bustling street and scratched his head. "Teacher Lin, is there no special transportation from our Black Ming Martial University? We can't just take a train to get there, can we?" Hearing his words, Lin Feng burst out laughing, patting his shoulder. "You kids still want to take a train? People from our Black Ming Martial University don't need that slow thing." Just as Su Mingqiu was confused, he heard a whistling sound above him. He looked up sharply to see a huge black shadow rapidly approaching in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. It was a blue giant eagle several meters long, its wings spread wide, blocking out the sun. It was the mode of transportation specifically used by Black Ming Martial University to pick up new students. Lin Feng grabbed Su Mingqiu's arm, gently pushed off the ground, and leaped onto it. They landed steadily on the broad back of the giant eagle. The giant eagle emitted a clear cry, flapping its wings vigorously, carrying the two of them farther and farther towards the border. Flying high in the sky, the wind howled. Lin Feng leaned closer, deliberately raising his voice to ensure the wind did not drown out their conversation. Once we arrive at the school, you can take some time to familiarize yourself with the environment. It's still early. After the college entrance examination ends, the new students will gradually arrive. Mingqiu nodded, then spoke up. Teacher Lin, I want to participate in the college entrance examination. Lin Feng was taken aback. Huh? You've already been guaranteed admission. Why do you still want to take the college entrance examination? Isn't that unnecessary? Mingqiu smiled. I want to become the top scorer in the national college entrance examination. Lin Feng was stunned for a second, then burst out laughing heavily, patting his shoulder. Good kid. Ambitious. All right, once we reach the school, I'll teach you the battle techniques of our Black Ming Martial University, ensuring you will be the most dazzling one when the time comes. As Mingqiu landed, the ice steps that had formed behind him were gradually dissipating. Lin Feng looked at him descending the icy staircase and couldn't help but scoff. You brat, is there anyone as pretentious as you? Just awakened your abilities and you're showing off like this. Aren't you afraid of exhausting your powers? Mingqiu raised an eyebrow. Not at all, I'm quite enduring. What, Lin Laosher, are you feeling insecure? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's face darkened instantly, and he jokingly scolded him, get lost. I'm in great shape. He wasn't really arguing with Mingqiu, it's just that newly awakened nature-type abilities had a terrifyingly high consumption. Newbies who just awakened would be exhausted after using their abilities twice. Unlike Mingqiu, who casually created ice steps, as if it were nothing. While speaking, Lin Feng pointed at the bold golden letters at the school gate. He raised his chin proudly, Haiming Martial Arts University. So what do you think? Pretty impressive, right? Mingqiu nodded and followed him into the campus, while Lin Feng acted like a seasoned tour guide. As they walked, Lin Feng introduced various locations. This is the cafeteria. Let me tell you, there's a spicy hot pot on the first floor that's unbeatable. You must try it. Continuing on, Lin Feng explained every part of the school to Mingqiu. Eventually, they arrived at the building of the nature department. Lin Feng turned to him and said, let's go, I'll take you to test your current strength and see how powerful your ice abilities are. Mingqiu followed him and learned quite a bit about this frontier, Haiming Martial Arts University. Soon they entered the testing room. Inside the room was a 0.5% high silver gray machine, its screen glowing faintly blue. It was the standard testing device used to measure. Lin Feng pointed at the machine and instructed him, come on, for now, don't use your ice abilities, you just use your body and hit the machine with all your strength. Mingqiu nodded, stepped up to the testing device, and shook his wrist to warm up. Suddenly he shouted, Mars Power Punch. With that, he clenched his fist and struck the target of the testing machine with a loud bang. In the next moment, a clear line of text appeared on the screen, Level 1 Stage 5. Lin Feng had been laughing and teasing. You brat, how old are you to shout such a childish move? But as he looked up at the screen, his eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively cursed, what the hell? You're so abnormal. Just in basic physical quality, you reach Level 1 Stage 5. If you use your abilities, won't you directly hit Level 8 or 9? Lin Feng regained his composure and said, all right, now fully activate your abilities again and hit it. I want to see just how powerful you can get. Mingqiu nodded. The next moment, a chilling aura exploded from his body. The temperature in the entire room plummeted and a thick layer of white frost quickly formed on the wall. Then behind him, a massive ice dragon over 2 or 3 meters long suddenly materialized. The scales of the ice dragon were clearly visible, radiating a bone-chilling cold. Lin Feng stared at the ice dragon, his eyes instantly widening in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping. Are you kidding me? Can a newly awakened ability user really create this? What kind of good person can release such an impressive manifestation right after awakening? Having lived for so many years, he had never seen a newly awakened person capable of unleashing such a massive ability manifestation. After all, newly awakened users usually had a pitifully short energy bar. Unlike Mingqiu, who could directly manifest an ice dragon. The ice dragon behind Mingqiu suddenly moved. With a howling, bone-chilling wind, it charged fiercely at the testing machine. With a loud crash, the entire 0.5% high silver gray machine was instantly wrapped in a thick layer of ice. Even the blue light on the screen was completely extinguished. Not a single number had the chance to appear, and the entire machine was rendered utterly useless. Mingqiu exhaled a puff of cold mist. Looking at the frozen testing machine, he scratched his head a bit awkwardly and turned to Lin Feng, who was still in a daze, and asked softly, Lin Laosher, I don't have to pay for this, do I? Lin Feng jolted back to reality and waved his hands repeatedly, saying, no. Hey, what are you talking about? He pointed at the frozen solid machine, and then at Mingqiu, struggling to formulate a sentence. You brat are just too abnormal. Mingqiu raised an eyebrow and smiled. Well, then I'll take that as a compliment, Lin Laosher. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at him, but inside he was overjoyed. This testing machine was originally designed for level 1 ability novices. Even a peak level 1 ability user hitting it with all their might would only leave a dent. Who would have thought Mingqiu would completely freeze the entire machine? He had truly struck gold. The beast crystal core he had earlier, which he felt a bit pained to part with now, seemed like a steal. This kid's potential, let alone one crystal core, even 10 would be worth it. Lin Feng patted his shoulder and said, "By the way, didn't you say you wanted to take the college entrance exam?" Those ordinary students taking the college entrance exam after awakening their abilities will be arranged to take special combat training classes at school. The school will also provide them with basic cultivation resources just to make sure they don't fall behind before the exam. While speaking, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small booklet with a faint cold glow on its icy blue cover, handing it to Mingqiu. The cover of the small booklet felt chilling to the touch, clearly not an ordinary item. "But you're different, you're directly granted admission, yet you still want to join in on this excitement, so I can't let you miss out." Lin Feng patted his chest confidently. "This is SSS-Rank ice combat technique. Although I know you could probably fight without it, you still need to have what others have. We can't let our Heiming Martial Arts University's genius be lacking in anything. You have to have what others have. We can't let our Heiming Martial Arts University's genius fall behind others." Mingqiu took the small booklet, and as his fingertips brushed against the cover, a faint chill surged up his fingers. He glanced down and saw 3 words written on the cover: Cold River Snow. Just as he was about to lift his hand to flip it open, the system that had been silent for nearly half a month finally chimed in. That familiar electronic voice suddenly exploded in his mind without warning. "Ding. Detected SSS-Rank ice combat technique, Cold River Snow. Would you like to start cultivating it immediately?" Mingqiu was taken aback for a moment. So this broken system finally showed its face again. After sending out the newbie gift pack, it had gone completely silent, and he thought it had fled after dishing out its benefits. Mingqiu did not hesitate, silently reciting in his heart, "Cultivate." Ding. Cultivation complete. Cold River Snow has reached the highest proficiency. At the back of Cold River Snow, 3 large uppercase letters Max were glaringly marked. What the hell? Mingqiu couldn't help but curse inwardly. As expected of the universe's super invincible system, it's impressive. This SSS-Rank combat skill, he reached full proficiency in an instant. While he was shocked, Lin Feng beside him was still unaware of anything unusual. He was still busy explaining to Mingqiu. After all, Cold River Snow is SSS-Rank combat skill. The difficulty of cultivation is quite high. When I cultivated skills of the same rank back, then it took me nearly a month to touch the threshold of entry. It's normal if you can't master it on your first try. Don't be discouraged. The more he spoke, the more enthusiastic he became. The power of this skill is immense. Once you just begin, you can freeze everything around you. It's incredibly cool. Just as he was speaking, Lin Feng suddenly shivered and instinctively rubbed his arms. "Hey, why is it suddenly so cold?" Before he could finish his sentence, a chilling aura erupted throughout the room. The walls, floor, and even the ceiling were covered in thick ice at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, the entire testing room had transformed into a complete ice house, with tiny ice particles drifting in the air. Lin Feng looked at this scene, his eyes nearly popping out, and after a long pause he stammered, "WH. What is this? Is this the entry level?" He felt his brain couldn't process what was happening. What kind of little freak is this? No, this is more like a little monster. It took him a whole month to barely touch the threshold. Yet in front of this kid, his little talent couldn't even compare to a single hair of theirs. Only Mingqiu knew in his heart that he had intentionally held back his power. Otherwise, if he unleashed the full Cold River Snow, Lin Feng would probably be scared to death on the spot. Fearing a sudden silence after 3 or 4 seconds, Lin Feng stammered, "Not bad, very good. It seems you've already reached intro level, so I don't need to say much more about the rest." He forcibly suppressed the shock from earlier, pretending nothing had happened, and said to Mingqiu, "Come on, I'll take you to your dormitory now." As the two walked to the door, they looked at the wooden door that was frozen solid. Even the handle was frozen tight, and they both stopped in their tracks. The two stood silently in front of the icy door. Mingqiu awkwardly scratched his head, about to say he would melt it. Lin Feng had already rolled up his sleeves, clenching his fist the size of a sandbag. With a loud bang, he smashed the entire frozen wooden door to smithereens. Lin Feng dusted off the debris from his hands, silently complaining, "Damn, this door is probably going to need reimbursement. He'll have to report it to logistics later." A few minutes later, the two arrived at the dormitory area. Mingqiu stared at the standalone villa with a small courtyard before him, his eyes widening. After holding back for a long time, he finally blurted out, "I hate rich people." Lin Feng laughed a couple of times. "This is a special treatment for you. You are an SSS-Rank ability user, and the school has arranged a separate standalone dormitory for you, which is different from the collective dormitories of ordinary freshmen." The two went inside and took a look around while Lin Feng explained a few rules of the school. For instance, don't freeze things in the dormitory and where the cafeteria meal card is located. After finishing, he left behind a pile of sparkling spirit crystals along with the beast crystal core he had promised earlier, before turning to leave. Su Mingqiu looked at the resources piled on the table and picked up a spirit crystal to weigh it. This thing looked exactly like the spirit stones he had seen in novels from his past life, meant for absorbing and increasing one's cultivation. As for that beast crystal core, Lin Feng had also explained it to him earlier. Using it at a higher level would yield better effects. Using it now would be wasteful. Just as he was pondering when to begin cultivating, the system suddenly chimed again. Ding. Detected that the host possesses cultivation resources, automatically activating 100% absorption efficiency. Su Mingqiu was momentarily stunned before he realized what this meant. Normally, a person would absorb about 60 to 70% of the energy from spirit crystals. The remaining energy would dissipate in the air and be wasted. This is already at the level of top talents. If someone has poor talent, they might not even reach 50% absorption efficiency. Yet this system directly granted him 100%, not a single bit of energy wasted. For this, Su Mingqiu could only silently give a thumbs up to the system in his heart. After all, he had witnessed how it could instantly max out in strength combat. Now with a 100% absorption efficiency, he was no longer surprised. After all, this so-called Universe Super Invincible System could pull off any outrageous operation. After familiarizing himself with the layout of the room, Su Mingqiu found a sofa and sat down, preparing to start cultivating. He picked up a sparkling spirit crystal, and a powerful suction force suddenly surged from his palm, as if he had turned on a cheat mode. It was just like the suction power of a spring breeze spirit. As expected of the 100% absorption efficiency, it truly lived up to its reputation. In the blink of an eye, the spirit crystal in his hand was completely absorbed, turning into a pile of fine white ash. Su Mingqiu felt the warm energy that had accumulated in his body. He couldn't help but squint his eyes, thinking to himself, this feeling is absolutely delightful. Continuously absorbing one crystal after another, in no time, all the spirit crystals on the table were finished. Early the next morning, after washing up, Su Mingqiu stood in front of the bathroom mirror, admiring himself for a while. Wow, so handsome and talented, how can there be such a perfect man like me? He was certainly not just being vain. After his cultivation yesterday, he had already absorbed all this. Now he was already at the first stage, 6th level. If it weren't for this 100% absorption efficiency, others would have probably only reached the 3rd or 4th level after absorbing all these spirit crystals. How could anyone reach the 6th level like him? After tidying up, Su Mingqiu was determined to find Lin Feng today. After all, there is still half a month before the college entrance exam. He can't just stay cooped up in the dormitory meditating every day. Just relying on absorbing spirit crystals isn't enough. Real combat is needed to hone true skills. As soon as the call was dialed, a familiar ringtone echoed from the receiver. The lights are just coming on and the night is still young. People rush by in a hurry. My love for you is endless. Just as the lyric was halfway sung, the call was abruptly answered. Lin Feng's booming voice burst forth. Little monster, what is it? Before Su Mingqiu could speak, a delicate woman's voice faintly reached from the other end of the line. Brother Feng, how's the strength? Are we going to the 2nd floor like last time? Su Mingqiu. Quickly speaking into the phone, he said, Teacher Lin, I won't delay your good fortune. They'll find you later. After saying that, he raised his hand to hang up. However, Lin Feng hurriedly shouted, Don't hang up. Wait a moment. Immediately after Lin Feng's urgent voice came through, There's an emergency today. Another day, another day. Within 2 seconds, the ambiguous background noise from the receiver disappeared. Lin Feng's voice returned, now tinged with a hint of embarrassment as he coughed. Ahem, so little monster, what do you need? Suppressing a laugh, Su Mingqiu replied, I'm preparing to go hunt some exotic beasts for practice. Lin Feng paused for a moment before saying, All right, wait in your dorm, and I'll come to find you right now. Before long, Lin Feng arrived panting at Su Mingqiu's dormitory. His hair was a bit disheveled, and his clothes were wrinkled, clearly having rushed over in a hurry. Su Mingqiu looked at him, raised an eyebrow, and teased, Teacher Lin, looking quite dashing, huh? Lin Feng chuckled, awkwardly scratching his head, and explained, I've been under too much stress lately, just trying to relax. As he spoke and was about to sit down, he suddenly sensed Su Mingqiu's aura and frowned. Wait, you're already at the first stage 6. Did you use that exotic beast crystal core? Just yesterday, he had specifically told Su Mingqiu that the higher tier ones were better for use. He was worried the kid might waste such a precious. Su Mingqiu shook his head, saying, No, I just absorbed those essence crystals you gave me. Lin Feng was even more baffled, exclaiming, Impossible. Those essence crystals barely get you to the 3rd or 4th tier. How could they push you to the 6th tier? Su Mingqiu rested his chin on his hand, pretending to think, and seriously replied, Maybe. I'm a genius. Lin Feng. He rolled his eyes and replied irritably, Fine, you're a monster, you call the shots. You said you were going to hunt exotic beasts, and that's good for you. With only half a month until the college entrance examination, going out for practical experience during this time will boost your progress much more than just cultivating in the dorm. Alright, I'll take you to the border defense line now. With that, Lin Feng led Su Mingqiu outside. He drove a large black Jeep specifically used by the Academy for border runs. While driving, Lin Feng earnestly reminded Su Mingqiu in the passenger seat. Once we enter the exotic beast forest, you must stay close to the perimeter and never venture too deep. There are quite a few 3rd and 4th tier exotic beasts inside. With your current strength, encountering a high tier one could be dangerous. He paused, adding seriously. Moreover, the forest is not just home to exotic beasts. There are many other high school students as well. Just like you, they're here to gain experience and prepare for the college entrance exams. You need to be careful. Sometimes people can be scarier than exotic beasts. In their pursuit of resources, they can do anything. Su Mingqiu nodded. I understand, don't worry, Teacher Lin. As long as they are my peers, they shouldn't blame me for overpowering them. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh, nodding in agreement. Of course he understood, as he knew very well Su Mingqiu's abilities. The kid was truly a little monster. His abilities seemed like an endless energy source. Now that he had reached the first stage 6th tier, those ordinary 3rd year students were nothing compared to him. The Jeep bounced along for nearly 2 hours until a vast forest shrouded in shadows finally came into view before the two. At the edge of the forest, a faint smell of blood could be detected. This was the border's exotic beast forest. Lin Feng turned off the engine and said to Su Mingqiu, "We're here." After saying that, he went around to the trunk, opened it, and took out a set of black battle gear, tossing it directly to Su Mingqiu. I won't give you the high tier battle gear. You're here for practical experience, and wearing something too good won't help. This set matches your current level. Su Mingqiu caught it and quickly changed into the battle gear. As soon as he put it on, it automatically shrank to fit his form. Even at the joints, it fit perfectly, not hindering any movement. Go on, little monster." Lin Feng waved his hand. "I want to accompany you. I'll come to pick you up the day before the exam." "I got it," Su Mingqiu replied, turning and walking towards the forest. As soon as Su Mingqiu stepped into the forest, the surrounding light dimmed instantly, the towering trees blocking out the sun. He had barely taken 2 steps when a small black snake suddenly lunged out from a nearby branch, flicking its tongue and aiming directly for his neck. The snake's venomous fangs were almost touching his skin. The next second, a chilling aura surged forth, and the little snake didn't even have time to let out a sound. It instantly turned into an ice sculpture, crashing to the ground with a thud and shattering into pieces. Su Mingqiu glanced down at the shattered ice, unable to resist raising an eyebrow. While this exotic beast forest is indeed dangerous, I was ambushed by an exotic beast as soon as I entered. He glanced at the broken ice snake, making a rough judgment. The little snake's strength seemed to be about the 2nd tier, 1st stage. It appeared that the exotic beasts near the exit were all at a similar level. This level of strength was simply not enough for him to practice. It seemed he had to venture further in to find some stronger exotic. Having barely taken 2 steps, he suddenly heard a roar from deep within the forest that shook the surrounding leaves. Su Mingqiu's eyes lit up. Finally, there was some noteworthy movement. He hurriedly followed the sound, pushing aside the obstructing bushes. Not long after, he saw an open area ahead where a brown-haired monkey was fiercely battling a striped tiger locked in a fierce struggle. Leaning against a nearby tree trunk, Su Mingqiu shouted at the 2 combatants, "Hey, you two, stop fighting. Isn't there anything that can be discussed calmly?" The 2 fighting beasts heard his voice. Indeed, they stopped. The next moment, both of them turned their heads simultaneously and charged towards Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu exclaimed, "What the heck? Are they really teaming up against me?" The iron-armed monkey ran the fastest, extending its fist the size of a cooking pot, heading straight for Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu did not dodge, either stretching out his fist to strike back. However, his fist instantly enveloped in a thick layer of ice, transforming into an ice fist. With a loud bang, the 2 fists collided. In that instant, a piercing cold surged forth. The monkey's entire arm was instantly frozen into an ice block. The monkey cried out in pain and abruptly retreated. Meanwhile, the colorful tiger had already dashed to Su Mingqiu's back, its gaping maw nearly biting into his neck. "Seriously, dude, you have to sneak attack when it's 2 against 1. Su Mingqiu complained without even turning around. One arm reached back and the cold air exploded. The tiger that pounced was caught off guard and was directly frozen into a statue of ice, maintaining its pouncing posture frozen in place. "I initially wanted to play with you too, but I didn't expect you to be so unsporting." Su Mingqiu shook his head. "Since that's the case, don't blame me." The iron-armed monkey, witnessing this scene, let out a howl at Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu thought it was going to avenge its brother. But the next moment, the monkey turned tail and ran faster than a rabbit. Su Mingqiu, what the heck is this? What they call surface brothers? Just finished fighting and immediately selling out its teammate, running faster than anyone. He remarked, not letting up, extending a finger. A needle-thin wave of cold air shot out, accurately hitting the fleeing monkey. The next moment, the monkey was also transformed into an ice statue, its panicked expression during the escape completely frozen at that moment. Su Mingqiu looked at the 2 ice statues, stroked his chin, and said, "Hey, should I consider starting a side business? Selling ice sculptures should earn quite a bit, right? These ice sculptures I made are so lifelike, even the expressions are clear, definitely genuine materials." Just as he finished his complaint, a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. A boy's voice came over. Strange, the tiger's roar and the monkey's call just now clearly came from this direction. Why did it suddenly go silent? Soon 4 boys dressed in matching blue and white school uniforms emerged from the bushes. Judging by their clothes, they seemed to be students from the same high. As soon as they emerged, they saw Mingqiu standing in the clearing. And beside him were 2 lifelike ice statues, instantly leaving them dumbfounded. The leading boy, reacting the fastest, hurriedly approached and politely asked Mingqiu, "Big brother, did you kill these 2 beasts? Why are you being so polite to him, Yang?" One of the boys with yellow hair sneered, about to speak. But before he could finish, he was sharply interrupted by the leading boy. "Shut up." The yellow-haired boy, surprisingly obedient, instantly closed his mouth, afraid to speak. The leader was well aware he wasn't as oblivious as the yellow-haired boy. Look at the battle armor he's wearing. It's clear he's not an ordinary person. Offending him would definitely bring no good. Moreover, he had noticed those 2 beasts, the iron-armed monkey and the colorful tiger, from a distance. They were far beyond what they could handle. They had only killed a few small monsters on the outskirts and were feeling a bit overconfident. If they truly encountered these 2, they would probably meet. Mingqiu looked at them, nodded, and said solemnly, "I am an ice sculpture artist." He silently complained this group of people, the highest level, was only first tier 3 segments, yet dared to provoke these 2 beasts. Fortunately, he encountered these 2 beasts first. Otherwise, this group would likely have been eaten by the monkey and the tiger. This group of kids, just awakening their abilities, had already become so arrogant. Thinking this, he waved at the few of them. "You should leave. These beasts are not something you can handle." The leading boy quickly nodded respectfully, saying, "Understood, big brother." Just as the few of them were about to turn and leave, suddenly from behind a nearby tree, a red giant python, thick as a bowl, slithered over slowly while flicking its forked tongue. The snake's scales were as red as blood, shimmering with a cold light in the shade of the trees, looking eerie. The leading boy turned pale upon seeing this scene, and he turned to run towards Mingqiu. The remaining 3 boys quickly followed him, rolling and scrambling. They now only had one thought, that the 2 powerful beasts had been slain by this big brother. Although this giant python looked much more formidable than those 2. But now they could only place all their hopes on Mingqiu. He ran to Mingqiu's side, knelt down with a thud, and shouted, "Please allow your little brother to bow to you. Save us." The other 3 boys, seeing their leader kneel, also followed suit, kneeling down and not daring to lift their heads. Mingqiu looked at the line of kneeling people, instantly feeling amused and helpless. Is it really necessary? It's just a first tier 9 segment little snake. Why so scared? He waved his hand. All right, you all get up. All right, now it's my turn to show off." The few people quickly got up and huddled behind Mingqiu. They secretly tugged at the leader's shirt, lowering their voices to ask Yang, "Can this big brother deal with that giant python?" Yang Wei nodded, also lowering his voice to say to them, "Don't talk, just trust big brother." Mingqiu ignored their whispers and walked straight towards the red python. The red python, seeing Mingqiu dare to approach it, instantly became furious, raising its head and spraying a mouthful of dark green venom. Mingqiu was taken aback for a moment, then immediately complained, "What the heck? A spit attack? You a first tier 9 segment beast, why play so dirty?" Despite the complaints, he raised his hand, and a surge of cold air erupted. The venom that flew towards him was instantly frozen into tiny ice pellets, falling with a thud to the ground. Yang Wei, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in astonishment, secretly thinking this big brother, at least in a class, moreover he should be at a similar level as the red giant python. Otherwise it would not be possible to freeze the venom so easily. The giant python, seeing its venom easily frozen, was also enraged, whipping its tail and quickly slithering towards Mingqiu. Mingqiu raised an eyebrow, observing its fierce appearance. "Why is little spicy stick so agitated? Did I just freeze your drool?" Saying this, he conjured a sword of ice, radiating a chilling aura in his hand. The blade shimmered with a cold light beneath the tree, appearing exceptionally sharp. The giant python swung its tail towards him. Mingqiu raised his hand and swiftly severed its tail with a clean stroke. The wound was instantly enveloped by the cold air, halting even the flow of blood. "Look how good I am to you, even helping you stop the bleeding." Mingqiu raised an eyebrow at the giant python, wearing a face that expressed, "I'm doing this for your own good." The giant python seemed to genuinely understand his words and became even more ferocious. Its entire body stood upright as it opened its massive jaws and lunged at him. The speed was more than twice as fast as before, clearly intending to swallow him whole. Mingqiu lightly sidestepped, easily evading its attack. The giant python could not stop its momentum and crashed into a nearby tree, causing leaves to rain down and leaving it still crashing into trees. "Are you trying to commit suicide? No need to be so polite." Mingqiu raised his hand and directed a blast of cold air at its lower body. In an instant, half of its body was frozen to the ground. The giant python struggled, its upper body thrashing about, jaws agape, as it attempted to bite him. Mingqiu remained unhurried, slowly raising his hand. Gradually, he transferred the cold energy onto its body from the base of its tail to its waist, then to its neck, freezing its body little by little. In less than 2 seconds, the giant python was completely immobilized, frozen in a lifelike ice sculpture, with its mouth open and eyes wide in rage. Mingqiu clapped his hands and stroked his chin as he gazed at the ice sculpture. Now that's better, I've got another ice sculpture for my side gigs. Yang Wei and the others behind him were dumbfounded at this scene. The giant python that had just been ferociously threatening to eat people was turned into an ice sculpture by this big brother. This big brother is terrifying. Yang Wei, watching from behind, immediately made up his mind. This is definitely a super strong ally. I'm sticking with this ally. He hurriedly ran over and bowed to Mingqiu, flattering him. Leg brother. My name is Yang Wei. Thank you for saving my life, leg brother. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 young men behind him hurried over to bow as well. Thank you for saving my life, leg brother. One of the previously arrogant ones with yellow hair also rushed forward. Leg brother. I was looking down on you before, but you have a large heart, please don't take it to heart. Mingqiu paused when he heard Yang Wei's name. What the hell? Yang Wei. This name is too overwhelming. Yang Wei thought Mingqiu's reaction was a compliment to his name. He puffed out his chest and proudly said, of course. My parents said they hoped I would be great in the future, so they gave me this name. It must be impressive. Mingqiu. All right then, if you say it's impressive, it's impressive. He waved his hand. Okay, you all hurry back. This place is too dangerous for you. Yang Wei nodded eagerly, and then leaned closer. Leg brother. Can we exchange contact information? I'll treat you to a meal someday, to properly thank you. Sure. Mingqiu nodded. Then Yang Wei led the others away, looking as if they had found treasure, and they hurriedly left. They were afraid of encountering more dangers, and also worried about delaying leg brother's matters. In the evening, the forest was filled with the sounds of chirping insects. Mingqiu found a clean cave, built a fire, and was grilling. The meat he was grilling was of course from that giant spicy stick, the meat of the red giant python. He took a bite, and the juices exploded in his mouth, the tender meat melting away. However, what a pity I didn't bring any seasoning. Mingqiu smacked his lips, feeling a bit regretful. If this meat had some cumin and chili, wouldn't it be divine? While gnawing on the grilled meat, he pondered that the exotic beasts here posed no real threat to him. It seemed he needed to go deeper tomorrow. Early the next morning, Mingqiu packed up and ventured deeper into the forest. Along the way, he encountered several clueless exotic beasts charging at him. In the end, they were all frozen into ice sculptures by him, and then casually smashed into pieces. He now felt that turning these exotic beasts into his ice sculpture art pieces was almost too generous for them. To speed up his journey, he also conjured a pair of wings made of ice. This was a new method of traveling he had come up with the night before. Flying with wings was much faster than walking. As he soared in the air, he saw an open space ahead. A large cyan wolf was lying in its territory, sleeping. The wolf was even larger than the previous red python, indicating that its strength had significantly increased. Mingqiu slowly landed in the wolf's territory, and the ice wings behind him gradually dissipated into fine ice particles. The cyan wolf slowly opened its eyes and stared at Mingqiu. It let out a low growl at him, seemingly preparing to attack. However, it did not rush at him like the previous exotic beasts. Instead, it faced off against Mingqiu, seemingly testing his strength. After a short while, the wolf suddenly moved its body, swaying as it instantaneously transformed into 3 identical cyan wolves. They all charged towards Mingqiu. Mingqiu raised an eyebrow, understanding in his heart. Oh, so it's a second-tier exotic beast. Second-tier exotic beasts awaken a talent ability, and it seemed that this duplication was the cyan wolf's talent. The 3 wolves lunged at him from 3 different directions, exposing their sharp fangs and glimmering claws, wanting to tear apart this intruder. Surrounding and ambushing. This is interesting, much stronger than the previous first-tier exotic beasts that only knew how to charge recklessly. However, it was still. The cold air slowly emanated from his body, and the pair of ice wings reformed behind him. Just as they solidified, one of the wolf's clones lunged at him, and he instantly dodged its attack. In the moment of dodging the attack, he quickly conjured a sharp ice blade in his hand and swung it down decisively. The wolf didn't even have time to react, and was instantly cleaved in half. The severed wound was instantly enveloped in cold air, and no blood flowed out. The 2 halves of the body were directly frozen into blocks of ice, falling to the ground. Just as he finished dealing with that one, the remaining 2 wolves had already pounced in front of him, their massive jaws almost touching his face. Mingqiu was completely unfazed, with both hands aimed at them. 2 streams of cold air erupted violently, and the 2 wolves didn't even have a chance to react. In an instant, they were frozen into 2 ice sculptures, standing still in place. Mingqiu looked at the 2 ice sculptures with a hint of regret. I originally wanted to play with this fellow a bit longer, but I didn't expect it to be so. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. No, it must be that I am too much of a genius. He silently praised himself. All the combat power of my realm comes from my own hard work and cultivation, not from any external source. With that, he stepped forward, channeling cold energy into an ice fist, and raised his hand to smash the 2 ice sculptures. Ever since he shattered those ice sculptures of the alien beasts, he seemed to have developed a penchant for it. He felt incredibly relieved when he smashed these ice sculptures. Thus, Mingqiu hunted alien beasts in this area for several days. Almost all the alien beasts in this vicinity had been killed by him. If someone had been following him all along, they would definitely nickname him the Corpse Smasher. After a few days, he also exhibited noticeable changes, emanating a faint aura of killing intent. He was no longer the relaxed figure he was when he first arrived. Moreover, his realm had risen to the 8th stage of the first level. Just then, not far from Mingqiu, 3 people were in a stand. Beside them lay a massive toad which was oddly missing 3 legs, evidently the alien beast they had just defeated together. Zhaohe, we didn't provoke you, did we? We teamed up to defeat this 3-legged toad, and now you want to kill us. The girl named Jiang Shuang frowned, and spoke to Zhaohe, her voice laced with coldness. Ha ha ha. Zhaohe laughed heartily. Jiang Shuang, even if I kill you 2 here, no one would know. When I return to school, I'll just say you 2 were killed by this alien beast. Who would suspect? You brought this upon yourself for humiliating me in front of everyone at school. I've already broken through to the 3rd level. Killing you will be a piece of cake, and all the rewards for this task will belong to me. Jiang Shuang did not expect him to be so petty. She felt wronged. After all, Zhaohe only confessed his feelings to her, and she had merely rejected him. She had made it clear that she was focused solely on her cultivation and had no interest in such matters. Unexpectedly, he still held a grudge against her to this day. Zhaohe, you ugly monster. It's no surprise you were rejected by Shuang. The girl beside Jiang Shuang, Xia Yue, couldn't help but scold him. Shut up, Xia Yue. Zhaohe was hit where it hurt, and flames erupted from his body as he launched an attack toward a massive wave of flames surged toward Jiang Shuang and Xia Yue. Jiang Shuang immediately activated her powers and released an ice wall to block in front of them. Xia Yue hurriedly activated her water abilities, releasing a torrent of water to extinguish the flames. However, the typical scene of water extinguishing fire did not occur. The water she released evaporated the moment it touched the flames, leaving no bubbles. Meanwhile, the ice wall was sizzling under the heat, visibly melting, and could not hold for long. Ha ha ha. Stop struggling, you 2. Zhaohe laughed gleefully, his face full of pride. Zhaohe, you despicable scoundrel. Your little size is pathetic too. Xia Yue in a panic scolded him furiously. Heck, keep cursing, it's just perfect for you to vent before you die. Zhaohe was indifferent, as if he knew these 2 were doomed. Soon the flames dissipated, and Jiang Shuang and Xia Yue were scorched black. Their clothes were torn in several places, leaving them in a disheveled state as they collapsed to the ground. Zhaohe approached them step by step, a sinister grin on his face. Just then a voice suddenly interrupted. It seems I've interrupted your little show. Mingqiu stepped out from behind a tree, glancing at the scene and waving his hand. It's fine. I won't disturb you any longer, you 2 carry on. Saying this, he actually turned to leave. However, when Xia Yue saw him, she looked at him like a savior. Brother, save me, and I will dedicate myself to you. Hearing this, Jiang Shuang's face, which had been charred black, instantly flushed red. Zhaohe, seeing Mingqiu's sudden appearance, became furious. Kid, you witnessed all this and still want to leave. With that, he swung a fist at Mingqiu. A fiery fist engulfed in high temperature launched towards Mingqiu. As Mingqiu watched the incoming fire fist, he suddenly reacted and couldn't help but scoff. No way, why does this scene feel so familiar? Isn't this the most cliched hero saving beauty plot from those online novels? In the wild, the villain wants to kill the beauty, and then the protagonist comes to the rescue, showing off and slapping faces, ultimately saving the beauty and winning her heart. However, I never expected that in this plot the protagonist would actually be me. Scoffing aside, Mingqiu's cold energy surged forth. He extended his palm forward, and the fireball that was flying toward him was instantly frozen. That fire fist quickly transformed into a block of ice, dropping to the ground with a thud. Zhaohe, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in disbelief. What? Although he hadn't used his full power earlier, that was still an attack from a 3rd-level fire ability user. How could it be blocked by a 1st-level ability user? Xia Yue and Jiang Shuang, seeing this scene, instantly understood that this was a super powerhouse. Jiang Shuang was even more shocked. She and Mingqiu shared the same ice abilities. She clearly knew that directly freezing a 3rd-level flame was something she could never achieve. Moreover, she noticed that Mingqiu had not even reached the 2nd level. He was still at the 1st level. What kind of monster is this? Meanwhile, Xia Yue raised her scorched hand, excitedly shouting, "Go for it! Brother, go for it!" As she shouted, she influenced Jiang Shuang beside her, who also softly cheered, "Go for it!" Zhaohe, hearing both Xia Yue and Jiang Shuang cheering for Mingqiu, instantly became furious and scolded them. Have you both been burnt to the point of confusion? How can you rely on a 1st-level kid to save you? He stubbornly insisted to them and yelled at Mingqiu, That was just me not using my full strength. I was careless. That's why he was able to freeze my flames. After saying this, Zhao He's flames surged violently, clearly preparing to get serious. He suddenly took a fighting stance and shouted at Su Mingqiu, "Fire Fist." Instantly, a gigantic fire fist several times larger than the previous one appeared before him and charged towards Su Mingqiu. This was his most practiced fire combat technique. Su Mingqiu gazed at the enormous fire fist, secretly acknowledging, "Not bad, you're the first one to force me to use Hanjiang Shui." Suddenly a surge of icy energy erupted from Su Mingqiu's body, transforming his eyes into a chilling blue. A terrifying coldness exploded outward from him. Immediately a massive torrent of ice surged forth, freezing the giant fire fist in an instant and continuing to rush towards Zhao He. The moment it made contact, Zhao He was encased in a gigantic block of ice, unable to react at all. Su Mingqiu exhaled a cloud of frosty breath. The white breath settled on the ground, instantly forming a thin layer of white frost. He ignored the two girls beside him who were still dazed and walked toward Zhao He's ice sculpture. Jiang Shuiying and Xia Yue exchanged glances, both feeling a bit confused. Isn't he already frozen? What's he going over there for? Before they could make sense of it, the answer presented itself. Su Mingqiu raised his hand and effortlessly conjured an ice hammer that gleamed coldly. He began to smash the ice sculpture with loud thuds. Xia Yue quickly tugged at Jiang Shuiying's sleeve, speaking in a hushed tone as if afraid the person in front might hear. "Shuiying, he won't freeze us into ice blocks and then smash us too, right?" Jiang Shuiying looked at Su Mingqiu, who was mercilessly smashing the ice, feeling a bit apprehensive. That guy just instantly took down a third tier. Zhao He's strength is too frightening. She swallowed hard, whispering uncertainly to reassure herself. He shouldn't, right? After all, he just saved us. Before long, the large ice block encasing Zhao He shattered into pieces. At this moment, Xia Yue and Jiang Shuiying cautiously approached, standing beside him. Still somewhat overwhelmed by the previous shock, she stammered, "Thank you for saving us." Su Mingqiu turned around, looking at the two of them with a hint of confusion. "Why haven't you two left yet?" Xia Yue's eyes darted, and she suddenly leaned in feigning shyness as she winked at him. "Oh, did you forget? The debt of saving a life should be repaid with the offering of oneself." "Not a chance." Su Mingqiu took half a step back, looking utterly bewildered. "Who are you? Do I know you? I just happened to save you, that's all." "Big sister." Xia Yue exploded, hands on her hips, as she glared at him. "I'm only in my second year of university." "Second year? Is that considered old?" Jiang Shuiying, who had been tense, couldn't help but stifle a laugh at their banter. Second year. Then you're still older than me." Su Mingqiu scratched his head, looking innocent. "I'm only in my third year of high school." "What?" Xia Yue's eyes widened in disbelief, pointing at him, struggling to find her voice. "Yuri, only in high school. Are high school seniors this impressive now? Could it be that I really am getting old? Am I falling behind the times? How did the world suddenly become so absurd?" After a moment, Jiang Shuiying took a step forward, speaking gently. Her face slightly flushed with embarrassment. You saved both of us, and now we're in this forest, so there's nothing we can offer you as immediate gratitude. Can we add you as a contact? Once we're out of the forest, we'd like to treat you to a proper meal and show our appreciation." "Sure." Su Mingqiu nodded, but only left his phone number since there was no signal in the forest. "You two should hurry and leave." He gestured towards the three-legged toad not far away, which had already fallen silent. That was the target of their mission in the forest. "Since your mission is complete, hurry back and report in, and be sure to take a good bath." Xia Yue was momentarily stunned, looking up at him in surprise. "Huh? What about you? Aren't you?" "Me?" Su Mingqiu scratched his head. "I still have to stay here for a few more days to train a bit more." Upon hearing this, Xia Yue rolled her eyes dramatically and retorted, "Come on, big brother, this isn't training. You're clearly here for some slaughter in the forest. You don't have some kind of bloodlust fetish, do you?" The two couldn't help but observe the unaffected beasts with a moment of silence. Su Mingqiu was caught off guard by her words, pondering for a moment as he stroked his chin. Could it be that I really have some strange inclinations? No. He shook his head vigorously, dismissing the odd thought. "This isn't bloodlust. I'm ridding the world of evil. These feral beasts were meant to be eliminated to protect the borders. How could that be called a fetish? All right, you two should hurry and go. If you delay, you won't make it out of the forest before." He waved his hand, eager to send off the two who were dragging their feet. Xia Yue and Jiang Shuiying didn't dawdle any longer and approached the corpse of the three-legged toad, pressing a button on their wristbands. The wristband instantly glowed with a soft white light. In the next moment, the half-man-tall toad carcass was swiftly drawn into the space of the wristband. This was specially provided by the school for students practicing in the forest, used to carry the bodies of beasts who otherwise such a large corpse would be impossible to carry. Once they had packed up their things, the two waved goodbye to Su Mingqiu. Xia Yue even shouted, "We're leaving now. Don't forget to contact us." Jiang Shuiying also smiled gently and waved thank you. Bye. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Mingqiu looked at the ground scattered with ice shards he had just smashed, clapping his hands. After days of hunting in the forest, his realm had surged to the 9th stage of the first tier. He was just one step away from breaking through to the 2nd tier. With the college entrance examination approaching, it was time to head back. As this thought crossed his mind, he activated his ice abilities, and a pair of translucent ice wings materialized behind him. He gently flapped his wings, lifting himself gracefully into the air, quickly flying towards the entrance of the forest. At that moment, at the entrance of the beast forest, Lin Feng sat languidly on the hood of a large jeep. He had been waiting for Su Mingqiu for several hours with nothing to do but pass the time on his phone. At that moment, he was engrossed in his phone when suddenly a sweet voice drifted from the speaker. Thanks to the top supporter brother Lin Feng for the big rocket. Love you, brother Lin. While hearing this, Lin Feng scratched the back of his head, a bit embarrassed as he rubbed his nose, completely oblivious to the figure with ice wings soaring towards him from above. As soon as the words fell, the female host on the screen continued to coo sweetly at him. Brother Feng, give me another rocket. 2 rockets will get you my personal contact information. The moment these words were spoken, the barrage in the live stream exploded, filling the screen densely. Damn, I hate rich people. Has my goddess really succumbed to money? Wait for me, goddess. They'll take out my grandfather's welfare to give to you. Holy crap, you're such a filial son. I bow down to this sycophant. I am defeated, and I admit my inferiority. Lin Feng looked at the barrage full of mockery. His face darkened. He smirked and muttered quietly while holding his phone. Damn it, I only gave you a rocket because I thought you were somewhat cute, and you want to fleece me. Besides, what's the use of having your contact information? I bet even if I added you, you'd just be a silent alt account, the kind that blocks me after scamming me. After mumbling, he directly exited the live stream and tucked his phone back into his pocket. Stretching lazily and easing his stiff back, he looked up towards the depths of the forest and couldn't help but mumble, "This kid, why hasn't he come out yet? Could it be that he's gone crazy killing inside and lost track of time?" However, he wasn't really worried. After all, he had seen Su Mingqiu's strength. With his glass ice ability, what kind of beast in the periphery could possibly deal with him? Not to mention the periphery, even if he went deeper, this kid could probably walk sideways. Just as he finished speaking, he saw a figure with ice wings in the sky swiftly flying toward him. Lin Feng immediately jumped down from the hood of the car, his eyes wide open as he instinctively cursed. What the hell? How many days has it been, and you've grown wings? He looked at the pair of icy wings shimmering under the sun, envious to the point of feeling sour, and couldn't help but mumble, "Damn it, why didn't I awaken a nature-based ability back then? This is just too cool." Su Mingqiu landed in front of him, and the ice wings behind him instantly shattered into tiny ice shards that melted on the ground. He smiled at Lin Feng, saying, "Teacher Lin, sorry to keep you waiting." No, Lin Feng hurriedly waved his hand. "You arrived just in time. Oh, I only just got here a few minutes ago." While saying this, he began to scrutinize Su Mingqiu and quickly noticed something was off. The killing intent on this kid had significantly intensified, clearly indicating he had slain a considerable number of beasts inside his realm. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Good gracious, it's only been a few days since they last met, and this kid has actually advanced to the first stage, 9th tier. Not bad, very good. He patted Su Mingqiu on the shoulder, grinning widely. It seems that your gains from the beast forest are even greater than I expected. Let's go get in the car, we're heading back to school. Lin Feng pulled him into the SUV, started the engine, and roared toward the direction of the school. On the way, he finally remembered to discuss serious matters with Su Mingqiu. By the way, since you've been in the forest for these few days, we have confirmed the location for this year's college entrance exam in the northern region. It's set at our Haiming Martial Arts University. Su Mingqiu was taken aback for a moment. Lin Feng explained while gripping the steering wheel. It was just a few days ago, not far from our Haiming Martial Arts University, a small spatial rift suddenly appeared, and the beasts that overflowed from it are all at the first stage. Perfect for you new third-year students training assessment, so we decided to set this year's exam location right there. Spatial rifts like this are randomly generated across the country, and no one can predict their locations in advance. The level of the beasts inside depends on the level of the rift itself. Higher ones can overflow terrifying beasts of the 5th or 6th stage, while lower ones only have first-stage beasts, just right for novice training. I didn't expect that this year's exam site would actually be set inside a spatial rift. Su Mingqiu couldn't help but mumble, his eyes lighting up instead. The SUV traveled slowly along the border road, and before long they were approaching Haiming Martial Arts University. Su Mingqiu turned his head to look out the window and immediately spotted the spatial rift hovering not far away. It looked like a shattered piece of mirror floating in midair, radiating a faint purple-black glow. The edges were still slightly warped, emanating an eerie spatial distortion. Surrounding it were several patrolling officers in camouflage uniforms. They were monitoring with instruments nearby to prevent any beasts from escaping and harming pedestrians. The car stopped at the entrance of Haiming Martial Arts University. Lin Feng turned off the engine, pointed at the rift not far away, and smiled at him. "See that thing?" Su Mingqiu nodded. "Yes, this is the first time I've seen it in person. I have quite a bit of information about spatial rifts from my past life's memories, but I've never seen one with my own eyes. Okay, then you can head back to the dormitory first. Lin Feng pushed the car, door open, waved at him, sounding a bit rushed. You've been in the beast forest for so many days, to go back, take a good shower and relax. I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you. Su Mingqiu nodded, not asking further, and replied, Alright, you take care, Teacher Lin. Watching Su Mingqiu's figure walk into the school gate and disappear, Lin Feng finally sighed in relief, glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention to him. He quickly took out his phone and dialed a number rapidly. Once connected, he lowered his voice and said to the other end, Hello, little sister. I'm on my way to you now. Don't let anyone else take that technician number 78 I mentioned last time. Make sure it's reserved for me. As Su Mingqiu walked back to the dormitory, he pondered Lin Feng's hurried demeanor, murmuring to himself. Teacher Lin seemed to be in a hurry. There must be some urgent task at school. After all, Haiming Martial Arts University is close to the border and might have to deal with beasts or spatial rifts at any moment. He was quite impressed. Teacher Lin looked rough, but was unexpectedly dedicated to his work, rushing to complete tasks after picking him up. Little did Su Mingqiu know that what he imagined as some urgent border task was actually Lin Feng's urgent matter, going to a massage parlor to relax. Before long, Su Mingqiu arrived at the door of his own villa. Just as he took out his keys to open the door, his phone suddenly dinged 3 times, displaying 3 friend request notifications. He opened it and instantly realized that it was because he didn't have signal while in the forest. Now that he was out, the requests finally came through. One was from Yang Wei, whom he had encountered earlier, and the other 2 were from Xia Yue and Jiang Shuang, whom he had saved that day. Upon entering the room, Su Mingqiu first took a sip from a bottle of ice water, then opened his phone and accepted all 3 friend requests. Su Mingqiu chuckled, sent his name, and politely declined the dinner invitation. My name is Su Mingqiu, but let's skip the meal. Oh, the messages from Xia Yue and Jiang Shuang were similar to Yang Wei's, all inviting him to dinner to express their gratitude. Xia Yue even attached a pitiful sticker. Su Mingqiu chuckled, sent his name, and politely declined the dinner invitation. My name is Su Mingqiu, but let's skip the meal. Oh, I need to prepare for the college entrance examination and don't have time right now. As soon as he sent the message, Yang Wei's reply came instantly filled with exclamation marks. What, bro? You're actually taking the college entrance exam with your skills. Isn't this just pure bullying? We're all from the Northern District. Please take care of us during the exam. On the other side, Xia Yue and Jiang Shuang exchanged bewildered glances after reading the message. It turned out he wasn't joking when he said he was a senior in high school. Back in the forest, they thought Su Mingqiu was just teasing them. Given that he casually defeated a 3rd stage Zhao He, who would have guessed he was a high school student who hadn't even taken the exam yet. The 2 couldn't help but marvel at the message. With Su Mingqiu's strength, let alone an ordinary martial arts university, wouldn't he easily get into a top-tier martial arts university? After all, he had effortlessly taken down a 3rd stage ability user. Alright, I'm going to take a shower, so I won't chat anymore. After sending this message, Su Mingqiu casually tossed his phone onto the sofa and stretched. Having stayed in the forest for so many days, he had long wanted to enjoy a hot shower and relax. He turned and headed to the bathroom on the 2nd floor. Early the next morning, as soon as the sun rose, Su Mingqiu got up early. Today was the day of the college entrance examination, and all the high school seniors from the Northern District gathered at Haiming Martial Arts University. The school gate was packed with students in various school uniforms, bustling with excitement. Just as he finished getting ready, Lin Feng burst in, energetically clapping him on the shoulder and shouting loudly, Little monster, perform well in the exam today. Show them just how impressive our gifted students are who have been recommended to Haiming Martial Arts University. Su Mingqiu nodded, suddenly recalling something from earlier. He looked up and asked, Teacher Lin, I heard there was also an SSS-Rank ability user from Nanqing, right? Didn't he come to take the exam? Oh, you mean that kid? Lin Feng scratched his head and smiled. He was recruited by the Beijing Martial Arts University, but he is coming to take this exam as well. By the way, make sure to teach him a good lesson. Alright, let's go. He'll take you to see the scene. It's going to be spectacular today. As they walked toward the school gate, Su Mingqiu gazed at the throngs of people and couldn't help but exclaim, wow, there are so many people. Of course, all the high school seniors from the Northern District are gathered here, Lin Feng said with a smile. Su Mingqiu nodded, unable to help but feel that it truly was a sight to behold. It was just like when he took the exam in his past life. There were just as many people all crowded together. It was filled with students anxious yet hopeful about their future. As they walked into the crowd, Lin Feng patted his shoulder. Alright, you can explore on your own for a bit. I'm going to find my high school principal to catch up. They'll look for you again when the exam starts. After saying this, he squeezed through the crowd. As Su Mingqiu stood still, a timid boy wearing an unfamiliar school uniform ran over. Senior, is Haiming Martial Arts University really that great? He had just seen Su Mingqiu walking out with a teacher from Haiming, so he instinctively regarded him as a senior from Haiming Martial Arts University. Su Mingqiu was taken aback by being called senior. After a moment of daze, he replied, Student, I'm also a senior in high school. Upon hearing this, the boy's pupils widened in shock and his mind raced. What? A shocking revelation. Could he be the illegitimate child of that Haiming teacher? Is he getting into university early? Otherwise, why would he be so close to the teacher? He quickly apologized. Sorry, I didn't know. I thought you were a student from Haiming Martial Arts University. Oh, that's not entirely wrong. Mingqiu shifted the conversation and smiled. I am indeed a student at Haiming Martial Arts University. It's quite good, and the resource. The boy's conviction only grew stronger. Oh, so he is indeed the illegitimate child. How else could he be a student at Haiming Martial Arts University in high school and walk with a teacher? Absolutely. He quickly thanked Mingqiu and turned to run away, muttering to himself that this revelation was too explosive. Mingqiu stood there watching the boy's retreating figure, feeling utterly baffled. What was up with that guy? Why was he running so fast? Just as Mingqiu was puzzled, a sudden rush of wind howled from the sky. He looked up to see a gigantic pitch-black eagle soaring toward him, its wings casting a shadow over the ground as it gradually landed in an open space. The surrounding students erupted in chatter. Wow, is that a Xiantai eagle? Which wealthy family's young master is here to take the exam? Indeed, the Xiantai eagle has a fierce temperament and isn't easily tamed. Only a young master from a wealthy family could ride such a beast. At that moment, Lin Feng squeezed through the crowd, pointing toward the giant eagle and telling Mingqiu, "Did you see that? That's the SSS-Rank lightning ability user who was recruited by Beijing Martial Arts University." As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Mo walked over with the SSS-Rank youth named Jiang Ren, waving cheerfully. "Old Lin, long time no see." "What long time no see? It's only been half a month." Lin Feng rolled his eyes and teased. "What? Missing me after just a few days? I must remind you I'm not into that." Chun Mo's face darkened immediately, and he replied gruffly, "You haven't changed a bit." While the two were bickering, Jiang Ren approached. He was handsome, but had a slightly cold expression, extending his hand towards Mingqiu with a subdued voice. "Jiang Ren." Mingqiu also extended his hand, shook it, and introduced himself with a smile. Mingqiu. After shaking hands, they both withdrew their hands. Jiang Ren looked at him with a hint of arrogance in his eyes and said, "You are an SSS-Rank Ice Ability user, while I possess an SSS-Rank Lightning Ability. I want to know between SSS-Rank Ice and Lightning abilities which one is stronger." Coincidentally, this college entrance examination is an opportunity for us to compare and see who is truly. Mingqiu's face instantly showed a strange expression after hearing this. "Child, are you really comparing SSS-Ranks with me?" He silently complained in his heart. "I am an SS-Rank ability user. The Awakening Stone only measured me as S, not because I am truly only S. It is simply because that thing can only measure up to S." However, he merely nodded and smiled in response. "Alright, let's compare when the time comes and see who is the strongest SSS-Rank in the northern region." As soon as this was said, Chun Mo beside them sighed. "Old Lin, being young is great. Back in our day, weren't we just like this, brimming with youthful vigor? Now we are old and no longer capable." "What youthful vigor?" Lin Feng instantly laughed out loud, undermining him. "Have you forgotten how you cried back home to find your mother after I defeated you back then?" "What a—" Chun Mo immediately became anxious, his face flushed. "Why do you always undermine me?" As they talked, they rolled up their sleeves. If it weren't for Mingqiu and Jiang Ren quickly standing in between to stop them, the two would have started fighting right then and there. At that moment, the staff responsible for the college entrance examination arrived. They began distributing the examination instruments to all the candidates, and the two finally stopped. "Alright, I won't mess with you anymore." Lin Feng waved his hand, then took out a pair of smart glasses from his storage ring and handed them to Mingqiu. Chun Mo also took out a similar pair of glasses and gave them to Jiang Ren. "Put on these glasses," Lin Feng explained to Mingqiu. "They can detect the positions of nearby candidates and beasts and will live stream the examination, allowing people nationwide to see your examination situation." In no time, everyone put on their glasses, and with a command from the examiner, the college entrance examination officially began. All the candidates surged towards the nearby spatial rift, and Jiang Ren followed the crowd, quickly walking towards the rift. Only Mingqiu released a wave of chilling energy. Ice wings formed behind him as he flew directly towards the spatial rift, causing the surrounding candidates to quickly give. "Wow, who is this divine being so ostentatious? Isn't he afraid of exhausting his abilities?" The surrounding candidates erupted in discussion. Jiang Ren stood dazed, filled with confusion. On the other side, Chun Mo pulled Lin Feng and asked Old Lin, "Although I can see that Mingqiu has reached the first rank 9th phase, but shouldn't he conserve his abilities? Why are you so anxious?" "I'm not anxious, why are you?" Lin Feng wore a mysterious expression and waved his hand. "Just look behind you and you'll understand." Meanwhile, the live streaming room outside exploded with comments flooding the screen. "Wow, who is this person's subordinate? So fierce. So brave. Is he not afraid of exhausting his abilities? I wonder how he will kill beasts once his abilities are depleted." Young people knowing they are live streaming, it's normal to show off. "I bet my 10 years of being single. This kid will be impotent soon. Wow bro, that's ruthless, betting 10 years of being single. Before the comments could finish, Mingqiu had already plunged into the spatial rift. The world inside the rift was not much different from the outside. There were mountains, waters, and forests, but once inside, everyone was teleported to different locations. After entering, everyone quickly opened their glasses to find nearby beasts to kill. Mingqiu also opened his glasses and immediately saw the score leaderboard. There was already a candidate named Li Si who had scored 1 point. Wow, someone has already killed a beast so quickly. Mingqiu murmured. I need to step up my game too. After saying this, he activated his abilities and began a frenzy of slaughter. In no time his points started skyrocketing. 10, 20, 30. And they continued to rise rapidly, soon reaching the top of the leaderboard. Wow. This person is too brutal, a corpse smasher. Even after freezing them into ice sculptures, he still wants to What do you know up there? This is called precaution. What if the beast plays dead? Haha, the guy who bet 10 years of being single earlier. You're going to be single for 10 years. Chun Mo looked at the skyrocketing points, his eyes widening as he pulled Lin Feng to ask, Old Lin, is this kid really that resilient? Is he a bottomless pit? Look at that long blue bar. That's right. Lin Feng instantly became elated, patting his chest and boasting. This is all thanks to my excellent teaching. You know that. Oh, come on. Chun Mo rolled his eyes. What does that have to do with you? Don't boast about yourself. On the other side, Jiang Ren had just killed his third beast, looked up at the leaderboard, and was instantly stunned, unable to help but question his life. Is my Rank ability fake? How can he kill faster than me? Mingqiu, on the other hand, did not care about these things, feeling that the rift was simply his paradise. All were first-rank beasts, perfect for him to score points. Of course, the examination also had its risks. Candidates had previously been killed by beasts. However, everyone had signed a death waiver before coming, and this risk had been clearly stated beforehand. After killing for most of the day, Mingqiu finally stopped and leaned against a tree to rest. After running back and forth for so long, he was utterly exhausted. Although his abilities did not have a blue bar and did not consume energy no matter how he used them, his physical strength was limited. After running for most of the day, his legs were sore. Even as he rested against the tree with his eyes closed, several first-rank beasts that lacked awareness approached him, stealthily drawn by the scent of a living person intending to ambush him. However, as soon as these beasts came within 10 meters of him, they were instantly frozen into ice sculptures by the bone-chilling aura emanating from him. They did not even have a chance to react. Thus, an extremely dramatic scene unfolded. Mingqiu rested peacefully against the tree, surrounded by a neat circle of frozen beast sculptures. It resembled a small ice sculpture exhibition. After a while, the remaining beasts understood that this guy was a harbinger of death. They dared not approach him at all and turned to flee in fear. In the live streaming room outside, the audience witnessed this scene and instantly exploded with comments flooding in faster than ever. Wow, God is amazing. He can clear out beasts just by sitting still. Hubby, you're so handsome. Hey, upstairs, pay attention. When did God become your hubby? He is clearly my father. Cough cough, you young people really know how to have fun. Everyone upstairs, shut your mouths. God is actually a distant relative of mine. For those wanting to be friends, it's $50 each. Chun Mo stared at Mingqiu on the screen, his face filled with shock as he couldn't help but comment. Old Lin, is this kid cheating? Is this the king of ultra-long standby? I'll just average, only ranked 3rd in the world. Lin Feng crossed his legs with a smug expression. Mingqiu had just taken a break and was ready to get up and continue racking up points. Suddenly, the smart glasses emitted a piercing alarm, and the screen lit up with glaring red light, popping up an urgent warning. Warning. Detected a 2nd-tier 5-stage exotic beast, ironclad rock bear, moving 800 meters from your location, with the life signals of 5 nearby candidates rapidly. In the lower right corner of the glasses, the real-time score leaderboard was crazily jumping and refreshing. His name had long been firmly nailed to the top position with a steady score of 500 points. In second place, Jiang Ren had barely broken 100 points, creating a staggering 5-fold gap. 2nd-tier 5-stage. It had clearly been announced earlier that the highest exotic beasts appearing in this college entrance examination spatial rift would only be 1st-tier 9-stage creatures. How could a 2nd-tier existence suddenly appear? But it didn't matter. To him, this was hardly a concern. Back in the exotic beast forest training half a month ago, he could already easily annihilate 3rd-tier fire element users. A mere 2nd-tier 5-stage rock bear was nothing to worry about. Chun Mo stared at the suddenly popped up exotic beast alert on the screen, his brow instantly knitted together, and he turned to grab Lin Feng beside him. Old Lin, why did a 2nd-tier exotic beast suddenly appear in this spatial rift? Wasn't the highest only 1st tier? Should we pause this assessment? Lin Feng, however, showed no signs of panic. He glanced at the location marker on the screen. The ironclad rock bear was only 800 meters from Mingqiu and Mingqiu's light that was already moving toward it. He patted Chun Mo on the shoulder, his tone very steady. Pause. That kid has already moved past it. He was well aware that in the internal testing room, half a month ago this kid was able to unleash second-tier strength. With the passage of half a month, that little monster was only going to be stronger. Chun Imo looked at his confident demeanor, opened his mouth, and ultimately swallowed the words that were about to come out. Having battled with Lin Feng for so many years, he knew that if this rough man wasn't confident, he would never be this calm, so he chose not to say anything more. Meanwhile, the live stream's barrage had already exploded. The comments that were originally focused on the score gap were instantly swept away by this sudden turn of events. The screen was filled with dense barges, and the image of the exotic beast was almost obscured. What the hell? A second-tier ironclad rock bear. This thing is notoriously tough among second-tier creatures with skin thicker than expected. Normal abilities can't break through its defenses. Did the life signals of those 5 candidates just disappear? That's too ruthless. Wait, Su God is moving toward it. He wouldn't be trying to solo this rock bear, would he? Don't be reckless, Su God. You just scored 500 points. Don't fall here. Forget about those in front. Didn't you see Su Mingqiu barely breathing while hunting monsters early? Su God clearly wasn't even using his full strength. I bet 50 cents that this rock bear won't last 30 seconds. Su God can freeze it effortlessly. You're getting clever, aren't you? Last time you bet on staying single, this time you're betting 50 cents. Meanwhile, Jiang Run, who was closer to the exotic beast, charged forward first. At this moment, he was already in a fierce battle with the enraged ironclad rock bear, with thunderous lightning crackling around him, causing debris. At this time, Jiang Ren was surrounded by hissing blue lightning snakes. Each time he swung his hand, lightning struck hard against the 3-mid turtle ironclad rock bear. But those frenzied arcs of lightning landed on the rock bear's thick rock-armored skin, only causing a few sparks to fly, not even leaving a shallow white mark. Damn it! Jiang Ren gritted his teeth, almost shattering them, as the lightning beneath his feet flickered fiercely, narrowly dodging the giant paw of the rock bear. That paw was bigger than a grinding disc, crashing down to the ground with a dull thud, creating a half-meter deep pit. He was an S-class lightning user, unmatched in explosiveness among peers. When had he ever experienced such humiliation? But he happened to encounter the ironclad rock bear, a creature known for its defense. The proud explosiveness of the lightning system had no effect against its absurdly thick rock armor. He glanced at the scoreboard with his peripheral vision. Su Mingqiu's name was still firmly nailed at the top. Meanwhile, his own score had remained stagnant for nearly 10 minutes. He had originally thought that if he could take down this ferocious beast, he might be able to catch up to Su Mingqiu's score. But now he realized he had overestimated himself. There was no other way. Jiang Ren gritted his teeth and finally decided to use his trump card. He took a deep breath and began to gather the remaining lightning energy in his body frantically. He prepared to unleash the S-class lightning combat skill that the Imperial Capital University had provided him. In an instant, the lightning around him surged several times, blinding to the eyes. A phantom of a thunder qilin formed entirely of raging lightning slowly emerged behind him. Its antlers were distinct, roaring with an ear-splitting thunder. In the next second, the thunder qilin lunged forward, fiercely crashing down onto the ironclad rock bear with an earth-shattering force. The sky was filled with blinding lightning, making it impossible for anyone to see. What the hell? This lightning is too bright. I can't see anything. Is this combat skill really that powerful? My goodness, I didn't expect 2 gods to be hidden in just one examination room. Jiang Ren's class combat skill is too cool. Wait, the lightning has dispersed. This bear can take a hit. After taking that blow, it is only singed and bleeding a little. It's over, it's over. Jiang God is in trouble. If even this class combat skill can't bring it down, he must be out of energy. What are you rushing for? Didn't you see Su God is already rushing over? With Su God here, what is there to be afraid of? Lin Feng, watching Jiang Ren's class combat skill, couldn't help but pat Chen Mo's arm and praise him. Old Mo, you kid is not bad. But Chen Mo ignored him completely, his brow tightly knitted, his eyes fixed on the live stream screen. He could see clearly that after Jiang Ren executed this move, his powers had been completely exhausted. Yet the rock bear had only suffered some superficial injuries, not at all deeply harmed. Jiang Ren bent over, supporting himself on his knees, gasping heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. This is bad, his powers were completely depleted. How frustrating. He hadn't yet killed all these harmful exotic beasts. Ever since he was young, this thought had been like a thorn in his heart. Years ago, his parents had died at the claws of an exotic beast. From that moment on, he vowed to eliminate all harmful exotic beasts and never allow anyone else to experience his pain. The enraged iron-armored rock bear approached with heavy, deliberate steps. It slowly raised its massive claw, targeting the exhausted Jiang Ren. Is this the end? Jiang Ren thought as he watched the giant claw draw nearer, unable to move a muscle. Just then, a bone-chilling cold suddenly swept in from behind him. This was not just any ordinary cold. It was an extreme chill that seemed capable of freezing the air and light itself, even halting the flow of supernatural powers, instantly enveloping the entire area. The scattered arcs of lightning still lingering around Jiang Ren's body froze in an instant. Even the little remaining supernatural power within him felt as if it had been completely immobilized. Jiang Ren turned abruptly to see Su Mingqiu walking towards him calmly. The young man had his hands in his pockets, exuding no exaggerated aura of cold. Yet wherever he walked, a thick layer of white ice formed on the ground. Even the withered trees on either side were rapidly coated with layers of crystalline frost. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Ren blurted out instinctively. "Yo, isn't that Jiang Ren?" Su Mingqiu teased. "Haven't seen you for a moment, and you look so worn out." As soon as he finished speaking, the giant claw of the rock bear came crashing down. Su Mingqiu casually extended his palm and uttered a ice. There was no earth-shattering sound, no violent energy fluctuations. Just a faint, delicate sound as if the ice surface were cracking. In the next moment, the three-meter iron-armored rock bear, along with its claw that was mid-swing, was completely frozen into a pristine ice sculpture from its skin to its bone. Even the fury in its pupils was frozen in that very moment. As this scene unfolded, the live broadcast room exploded with excitement. Almost simultaneously, Su Mingqiu's name on the score leaderboard jumped from 500 to 1,000 points. The second-tier 5th-stage iron-armored rock bear had granted him a perfect score of 500. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. "Wow, Su God. Su God is amazing. I want to say for Su God we're all peers. I didn't intend to crush you." Cough, stop trolling over there. Chun Imo stared at the ice sculpture on the screen, struggling for a moment before finally exclaiming, "Wow, old Lin, you really struck gold." Lin Feng burst into laughter, patting his chest with pride. "Hey, what can I say? That's just my talent for spotting gems. You can't envy it." Jiang Ren stood frozen in place, completely stunned. The three-meter iron-armored rock bear that had just pushed him into a corner, rendering his Shrank combat skills ineffective, was now an ice sculpture right before his eyes. He couldn't even see how Su Mingqiu had made his move. He only heard the other party lightly utter a word, "Ice," and then it was over. The second-tier 5th-stage beast that he had desperately fought against using even his most powerful strength skills had been effortlessly eliminated. Su Mingqiu retracted his hand, placed it back in his pocket, and turned to glance at him. "You?" Jiang Ren opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but his throat felt as dry as if he had swallowed sand, unable to squeeze out a single word. "What do you mean, you?" Su Mingqiu yawned, his tone teasing. "Am I handsome or not?" Jiang Ren stood there dazed, staring at the scoreboard on his smart glasses. Su Mingqiu's score had jumped from 500 to 1,000. Now the top position was thoroughly secured. He instinctively clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms, yet he felt no pain. It wasn't that he was unwilling, he simply realized that the gap between people could be this vast. "You don't need to compete with me," Su Mingqiu waved his hand. "In the overpowered one, it's normal for you not to measure up to me. Just recover your supernatural power here. They'll keep an eye on you, and no beasts will disturb you." Jiang Ren remained silent for a moment before nodding. With this small interlude over the entire college entrance examination was still fiercely ongoing. In fact, there were a few decent ranked supernatural beings among the candidates this time. In previous years, these individuals would have undoubtedly shown in the entrance examination, becoming the focus of the northern region. But this year was different, with Su Mingqiu and Jiang Ren, two strength geniuses, overshadowing them. Their brilliance was completely eclipsed. After a few minutes, Su Mingqiu saw Jiang Ren's breath gradually stabilize, and then asked, "So is your supernatural power almost restored?" Jiang Ren looked up, casting a complex glance at him, and solemnly nodded, saying, "I lost. You are stronger than me." Earlier he had boldly declared he would compete with Su Mingqiu to see who was stronger, ice or lightning, but now he had completely conceded. You're talking about this?" Su Mingqiu scratched his head. "Honestly, I don't really care about winning or losing." As he spoke, he extended his hand towards Jiang Ren, smiling. "We're not enemies." Jiang Ren was taken aback for a moment, but then reached out, lightly shaking hands with him. "Wow, Su God and Jiang God am shipping this duo. That eye contact just now was so sweet. Stop shipping nonsense over there. Su God is clearly a straight man, not into guys." Chun Imo sighed, while watching the two boys shake hands on the screen, feeling nostalgic. "Old Lin, seeing these two kids reminds me of our youth." Lin Feng nodded, unusually not arguing back, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. "All right, I'm off. You should get ready to score some points too." Su Mingqiu waved his hand, about to turn and continue racking up points. Just then the ground beneath their feet suddenly trembled without warning. It was not the slight tremor from the earlier bear's footsteps. This was a violent shaking that emanated from the deepest depths of the earth, accompanied by a low rumbling roar. Surrounding debris began to fall in a cascade. Su Mingqiu abruptly stopped, his brow furrowing instantly. He quickly turned his head towards the direction from which the iron-armored rock bear had emerged. The space there was visibly twisting and distorting. A pitch-black rift in space was rapidly tearing apart in both directions at an astonishing speed. 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters, 7 meters, 10 meters. In just a few seconds it had expanded to over 10 meters wide like a gaping abyss ready to devour. At this moment the smart glasses suddenly emitted an even more shrill alarm. Warning! Warning! The space rift is rapidly expanding. Detected a large number of beast signals. Quantity: unable to quantify. The smart glasses of all examinees began to flash wildly with red light, and a piercing alarm blared in everyone's earphones. The number of alien beasts started to surge at a frenzied pace. 127, 389, 721, 1543. The numbers continued to rise without any sign of stopping. Mingqiu stared at the rapidly climbing number on the lens, his brow instantly knotting into a tight frown. It wasn't fear. It was trouble. A tremendous trouble. At this moment the spatial rift had completely torn open into a 20-meter-long pitch-black maw, as if a wound had been brutally cut open with a knife. And what poured out from that wound was not air nor light, but beasts. Various kinds, countless alien beasts. What the hell? What's going on? Why are so many alien beasts suddenly appearing? The alien beasts inside are about to pour out completely. What do you mean it has expanded? Aren't Su Shun and the others doomed? How can we block so many alien beasts? In the observation area, Chun Mo turned pale, grabbing Lin Feng and urgently saying, "Old Lin, how could these two kids encounter something with a 1 in a million probability?" Lin Feng's expression also darkened as he replied, "How would I know? During the expansion of the spatial rift we can't get in at all. We can only wait until it stabilizes before sending people in. For now, they can only rely on themselves." Zhang Ren had also walked over to Su Mingqiu, watching the endless stream of alien beasts pouring out from the rift. "What should we do? What else can we do? It's impossible to run. If we let these things out, all the examinees inside will die. We can only fight." He glanced at the alien beasts that had just emerged. Unfortunately for now, they were not too strong. The newly appeared alien beasts were all at the early first stage level, manageable for the time being. Meanwhile, Yang Wei, who was far away dealing with alien beasts, saw the red light flashing wildly on his glasses and immediately thought, "This is bad. Oh, we've encountered a special incident during the examination." But in the next second, he realized it was fine. Thankfully, there was still Leg Brother. He hurriedly used his glasses to locate Su Mingqiu's position and turned to run in that direction. Only by being beside Leg Brother is it absolutely safe. The examinees present were not fools. In such a sudden and special situation, going off alone was undoubtedly a death. Only by banding together do they have a chance of survival. Therefore, everyone tacitly hurried towards Su Mingqiu's position, wanting to band together with this powerful figure. Su Mingqiu was relatively relaxed for the time being. With a casual wave of his hand, the encroaching alien beasts turned into ice sculptures. However, the higher the level of beasts that emerged later, the more challenging it would become. He turned to Zhang Ren and asked, "Can you still hold on?" Zhang Ren looked at the densely packed ice sculptures beside him, his mouth twitching. "I haven't exerted much effort. You've done all the work. What could I possibly not handle?" Just then more students arrived, one after another. "Leg Brother. I'm here, Leg Brother." Yang Wei was the first to rush over, panting heavily, shouting from afar. Su Mingqiu glanced back at him and smiled, "It's you. Since you're all here, don't just stand around. Help us clear out the ones that got through." "Understood, Su Shun," a chorus of students replied. The spatial rift continued to pour out alien beasts without pause. But those alien beasts had just poked their heads out from the rift, and before they could even see clearly, they were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Su Mingqiu stood in front of the rift like a living defense tower. As long as the alien beasts dared to show their heads, they would be taken down instantly, without even a chance to react. However, this relentless attack provoked the beasts deeper. Before long, a massive blue scorpion emerged from the rift, its level clearly at the second stage of the third tier. The moment the blue scorpion appeared, it lunged fiercely at Su Mingqiu. Its tail, glimmering with poisonous blue light, moved at an astonishing speed. Su Mingqiu quickly conjured an ice wall to block this attack. The ice wall shook upon impact, leaving a deep imprint. Su Mingqiu was entangled by this third-tier scorpion, while the remaining small alien beasts would have to rely on others to— It's over, Su Shun is blocked by this scorpion. I bet 5 cents that this scorpion can't possibly stop Su Shun. What the heck, do you not believe in Su Shun's strength? Everyone raised their flashlights to lend their light to Su Shun. Seeing this, Zhang Ren immediately rushed forward, confronting a second-tier alien beast that had just emerged from the rift. The surrounding lightning erupted once more. The remaining examinees also grouped together, several of them surrounding a single alien beast, working together to clear out the smaller alien beasts that had surged forward. The blue scorpion suddenly opened its mouth, spewing out not the expected venom, but a wave of icy blue cold air. What the heck, this scorpion actually has ice-type abilities. Trying to show off in front of the god of war, huh? He also unleashed a thicker wave of white cold air, directly countering the scorpion's icy breath. The two icy waves collided, resembling the beam clashes found in Ultraman. The two light pillars pushed against each other locked in a stalemate. Su Mingqiu clearly had the upper hand. The white cold air was gradually pushing back the blue cold air. Seeing the stalemate, the scorpion suddenly whipped its tail towards Su Mingqiu, aiming to stab him with its poisonous stinger. Still trying sneak attacks. Su Mingqiu scoffed, extending his other hand as cold air surged forth. The scorpion's tail, which had been whipped around, was instantly frozen. Seeing this, the scorpion quickly retreated to avoid the cold air. However, it might be because this scorpion itself was an ice-type alien beast. The layer of ice that had just formed on its tail began to melt at a visibly rapid pace. Interesting. Several ice spears immediately formed behind Su Mingqiu, and he raised his hand to shoot them towards the scorpion. But the scorpion reacted swiftly, raising its two massive pincers. With a few crisp sounds, it crushed the incoming ice spears. Taking advantage of the scorpion's distraction and blocking the ice spears, Su Mingqiu swiftly dashed in front of the scorpion, raising the ice blade he had conjured and striking fiercely at its pincers. However, the scorpion reacted extremely quickly, instantly recognizing his move and tightly grasping the ice blade with its pincers. Yet even so, the hard pincers had already been cut, and it seemed on the verge of being severed. At that moment, the scorpion's other pincer suddenly lunged at Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu quickly sidestepped, retreating to avoid the strike. The spatial rift no longer spewed forth any strange beasts. Su Mingqiu glanced back and saw Zhang Run had once again unleashed that glass lightning combat skill. The second-tier strange beast had already been dealt with. Although some of the remaining candidates had sustained injuries, everyone was collaborating in battle, and the situation had stabilized completely. Su Mingqiu exhaled a puff of white air, looking at the scorpion before him, and finally became serious. "It seems you are the boss of this rift." As his voice fell, his eyes instantly turned a pure ice blue. Cold river snow. In that moment, a terrifying chill surged towards the scorpion. Seeing this, the scorpion hurriedly opened its mouth to exhale cold air in an attempt to resist, but it was futile. After holding on for only a moment, a crisp sound of shattering ice, the third-tier second-stage ice scorpion was thoroughly frozen into an ice sculpture. The residual cold air continued to spread outwards, freezing all the remaining strange beasts as well. I survived. A candidate collapsed to the ground, and once realizing what had happened, erupted into cheers. Su God is amazing. Everyone present cheered the joy of surviving, dispersing all their fatigue. Zhang Ren looked at this scene and couldn't help but smile. I knew Su God could do it. Fortunately, we had Su God in this round, otherwise with this wave of strange beasts, all the candidates would likely have perished. In the observation area, Chun Mo and Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. The tension they had held for so long finally relaxed. This kid really gave us a tremendous surprise, Lin Feng said with a smile. At that moment, everyone's scoreboards had finally refreshed. Su Mingqiu's score had reached a terrifying 100 points, overwhelmingly surpassing all other candidates. Zhang Ren in second place had only 3000 points. The third and fourth places had even lower scores, only around 1000 points, a truly outrageous gap. The spatial rift finally stabilized and rescue personnel had rushed in. They began to clear the scene and attend to the injured. This unexpected upheaval during the college entrance examination had finally come to an end. Su Mingqiu and Zhang Ren walked outside, with Zhang Ren bearing a few minor injuries from the earlier battle. In contrast, Su Mingqiu emerged completely unscathed, having single-handedly dealt with the entire wave of strange beasts. Meanwhile, Yang Wei was lying on a stretcher, shouting from afar, "Leg brother. Once I'm out and my injuries are healed, I'll treat you to a meal. Don't forget." Su Mingqiu waved at him and called out, "No problem, contact me by phone." As soon as they exited, Lin Feng rushed over, wrapping an arm around Su Mingqiu's shoulder and laughing heartily. "You little monster. You truly gave me a huge surprise. You're famous now. Your videos are all over the internet, and the live segment from earlier is going viral. You scored 100 points in this college entrance examination. Not only will you be the top scorer in the northern region, but you'll also be the national top scorer for sure. Scores from other regions have already come out, and the highest is only a little over 3000 points. Compared to you, they are far behind." Chun Mo also approached, nodding at Su Mingqiu and remarking, "Truly heroes emerge from youth." Afterward, he turned to Zhang Ren, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, "You did well too, you didn't embarrass me." The video of Su Mingqiu's battle during the college entrance examination had gone completely viral online, especially the scene where he used his combat technique with his ice blue eyes captured in high-definition close-up. It swept across all social media platforms. College entrance examinee single-handedly kills a third-tier strange beast. College entrance examination spatial rift expands. Examinee clears it without injury single-handedly. The first student in history to break 100 points. A series of topics directly exploded onto the trending searches, accompanied by screenshots of his ice blue eyes. In just a few minutes he rose to the top of the trending searches with everyone discussing this newly emerged genius boy. Meanwhile Xia Yue and Zhang Shuang were originally doing their tasks. While their teammates were resting they were scrolling through their phones. Suddenly they gasped. What? Over 10000. That college examinee could actually single-handedly kill a third-tier strange beast. Have I been training for so many years only to become... Upon hearing this Xia Yue and Zhang Shuang hurried over grabbing their teammate's phone to take a look. Sure enough the news cover featured Mingqiu. They were shocked that he could achieve a score of 100 in the college entrance examination. In their memories no one had ever achieved such a high score before. Murong Yin, the first of the new students from one of the four great families, looked at the news on his phone, raised an eyebrow, and a smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting, clearing the wave of strange beasts without injury. A flicker of deep red flame ignited at his fingertips, the flame radiating a terrifying heat. I look forward to seeing whether my fire burns brighter or your ice is stronger. As a genius of the Murong family, he was the only class ability user in the family. He was also known as the strongest fire user in a century, having long overshadowed all the other geniuses from rival families. He initially thought that no one in this new batch could compete with him, but unexpectedly this guy emerged. The top scorers from other regions also saw the news about Mingqiu. They all developed an interest in this suddenly emerged boy. However, no one dared to underestimate him. After all, single-handedly killing a third-tier strange beast and clearing a wave of strange beasts without injury was no joke. They themselves had no confidence in being able to achieve such feats. As class ability users they had all intended to secure the national top score. They never expected that someone like Cheng Yaojin would suddenly appear, stealing all their thunder. Meanwhile Mingqiu had just finished his shower. As he opened his phone he was inundated with news about himself. The cover of the news featured a close-up of his ice blue eyes when he used his combat technique. Unable to help himself, Mingqiu smirked and touched his face. This close-up is nice, whoever took this cover deserves a bonus. He casually scrolled through the comments section where the comments were all sorts of things. I originally thought ice abilities were only for girls, though I didn't expect Su God to completely break my perception. This ice ability is too cool. I also want to awaken ice abilities and show off like Su God. Su God lasts so long. To the one above I advise you to clarify that you mean ability. Su God is my husband. No one can steal him. I want to have babies with Su God. A plethora of mixed comments made Mingqiu feel a bit embarrassed. His ears turned slightly red, and he quickly put his phone down on the table. These comments are absolutely insane, frightening indeed, Mingqiu quietly muttered. Just then his phone suddenly chimed with notifications. Looking at it, he saw it was a call from Yang Wei. As soon as he picked up, Yang Wei's loud voice came through the line. Leg bro, come out. I'll treat you to a meal. I'll send you the location. After hanging up he quickly changed into clean clothes and stepped out. He hailed a taxi and headed towards the location Yang Wei sent. The driver was listening to the car radio and coincidentally, it was broadcasting news about Mingqiu's achievements. The driver glanced at Mingqiu in the rearview mirror and started chatting with him. Young man, do you know this person? You look like a recent high school graduate. I know him. Isn't he the one who single-handedly dealt with the entire wave of alien beasts? Plus he's way more handsome than me. The driver sighed, reminiscing, I have a son in the second year of high school. I wish he could be as outstanding as that. As he spoke he opened up and began boasting to Mingqiu. Back in my day when I awakened, I had level power abilities. In my youth I could punch through a wall half a meter thick. He sighed regretfully, but alas, I sustained a hidden injury during a battle with alien beasts, and now that I'm older I can only make a living as a driver. Soon they arrived at the destination. Mingqiu paid the fare, got out of the car, and couldn't help but sigh in relief. Finally here. This driver talks too much, he's been chatting for almost half an hour. Entering the restaurant, a girl at the front desk greeted him with a smile. Hello handsome. Here to meet a friend. Yes, room number 401. Mingqiu nodded. The receptionist smiled and nodded back, leading him upstairs. Arriving at the private room door, she said cheerfully, handsome, this is it. Enjoy your meal. Mingqiu nodded at her and pushed the door open to enter. Inside the room was only Yang Wei, who was injured and leaning on a crutch. Seeing Mingqiu walk in, he immediately tried to stand up with his crutch, almost losing his balance. Leg bro, you're here. Sit. Yang Wei was overly enthusiastic, pointing at the dishes on the table. Leg bro, I wasn't sure what you like to eat, so I ordered all the signature dishes from this restaurant. Alright, just sit down. Don't move your injury around. Mingqiu hurried over to help him, jokingly complaining. Didn't expect you to be this loaded, huh? Yang Wei scratched his head, smiling a bit embarrassed. While my father has a bit of power, the family is doing okay. As soon as Mingqiu sat down, Yang Wei raised his glass and said, Leg bro, I toast to you, thanking you for saving my life. I won't say anything more. With that he downed the entire glass in one go. Leg bro, you're just too amazing. Honestly, in my life, I've never admired anyone like this. Yang Wei looked at him with admiration. You have great talent and strength. If I were a girl, I'd definitely fall for you. Upon hearing this, Su Mingqiu's expression darkened, and he retorted, get lost, I'm not into that. Yang Wei chuckled, awkwardly scratching his head. I just said it casually. Leg bro, try these dishes, they're all the restaurant's specialties, and absolutely delicious. These are all made from alien beast meat, very nourishing. Yang Wei enthusiastically served him some food. Su Mingqiu nodded, picked up his chopsticks, took a piece and tasted it. It was indeed tender and delicious, living up to its reputation. At that moment his phone rang a few times. He picked it up to see messages from Xia Yue and Zhang Shuaing. The two congratulated him on being the top scorer in the nation. They also mentioned wanting to treat him to a meal to thank him for saving them in the forest. Su Mingqiu replied with an okay emoji. While serving himself food, Su Mingqiu casually asked, by the way, do you have a preferred university? Leg bro, which school are you going to? Yang Wei didn't answer immediately, but instead asked back. I'm going to the local Haiming Martial Arts University. Well, I'm not sure if my grades are good enough to get into a top university. Yang Wei scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. But if I can get in, I'll definitely be at the same university as you, leg bro. Then I can stick with you. You have A-level abilities, getting into Haiming shouldn't be a problem. Su Mingqiu reassured him. Besides, since there was an accident during the exam, the school will slightly lower the admission requirements for us surviving candidates. You scored over 1,000, so you're definitely good enough. That's great. Leg bro, we'll see each other in college. You have to look out for me then. Yang Wei's eyes lit up. Don't worry, Su Mingqiu nodded. By the time they finished eating and stepped out of the restaurant, it was already dark. Su Mingqiu called a cab for Yang Wei to send him off first. I'm off, leg bro. Head back early. Yang Wei shouted while leaning on the car window. Yeah, take care of your leg, don't move around too much. Su Mingqiu waved at him. After the car left, Su Mingqiu stood by the roadside, lit a cigarette, and exhaled a faint cloud of smoke. He had smoked in his past life back on Earth where the pressure was too great, leading him to pick up the habit. Just then he noticed a couple arguing on the roadside. The girl suddenly pointed at Su Mingqiu and shouted at her partner, look at him. If you were even half as handsome as he is, I wouldn't break up with you. Her partner was taken aback and pointed at the cigarette in Su Mingqiu's hand, rebutting, but he smokes. Didn't you say you hate men who smoke? The girl retorted confidently, but he's handsome. Su Mingqiu. He stood there almost dropping his cigarette, realizing that even smoking was bringing him unwanted attention. The guy was still pleading desperately, but the girl mercilessly shrugged off his hand and turned to walk away. Su Mingqiu, holding the cigarette, wore a helpless expression. Seriously, how did this end up involving me? Nevertheless, seeing the heartbroken guy, he walked over to offer some consolation. Bro, don't be sad, this is actually a good thing. Just think, if you wait until you're married and give her the bride price, then she divorces you, that would be a real loss. The guy was stunned for a moment. After realizing it, he grabbed Su Mingqiu's hand excitedly and said, thank you, bro. You're absolutely right. I deserve better. With that, he hailed a taxi and left excitedly. Su Mingqiu. The 3-day holiday passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Wei chose the same university as him, and they ended up in the same class. At that moment, Yang Wei was waiting for Su Mingqiu downstairs at his dormitory. After 3 days of diligent cultivation, Su Mingqiu had successfully advanced to the 2nd rank, his strength growing by another notch. After packing his things, Su Mingqiu went downstairs. As soon as he came down, he saw Yang Wei waving at him from a short distance away. Over here. Su Mingqiu walked over, a bit surprised to see him, standing there full of energy. Your leg is healed. He had been on crutches before. In just 3 days it was completely better. Well, it's thanks to a bit of money power. My dad used the best healing medicine, and I was fine in 3 days. Brother Leg, don't you think we're destined? We actually ended up in the same class. Yang Wei leaned in excited. And I heard our class is the school's genius class. Su Mingqiu walked ahead, waving his hand calmly. Alright, let's go. Let's check it out first. In the classroom, only Su Mingqiu and Yang Wei were missing. Everyone else was whispering softly, their gazes fixed on the man sitting in the front row with his eyes closed. Is he Murong Yan? The one from the 4 great families, the Murong family? Yeah, that's him. Known as the strongest fire-type esper in a century. He's been overshadowing the geniuses from the other 3 families. I heard he wants to challenge God Su. What? He's challenging God Su? A student joked quietly. The skies clear, the rain stopped, and Murong Yan thinks he's got a shot again. And that girl next to him, I heard she's no ordinary one, either, supposedly in SSS-Rank ability too. How come there are so many SSS-Ranks this year? Haven't you read the novels? This is the legendary golden age, where geniuses come in droves. Just then the classroom door opened, and Su Mingqiu and Yang Wei walked in. Instantly, all whispers ceased. The entire classroom fell silent, and every gaze landed on Su Mingqiu. At that moment, Murong Yan, who had been sitting in front with his eyes closed, suddenly snapped them open. He stood up and walked straight up to Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu looked at him with confusion. Before he could ask what was wrong, the other spoke first. My name is Murong Yan. Murong Yan stared at him, his eyes burning with intense fighting spirit. You broke the college entrance exam record. I have a fire-type ability, and you're ice-type. I want to fight you. Whoa. Murong Yan really is challenging God Su. Su Mingqiu was taken aback, then said with mild annoyance, "Hey, if you're fire type and want a challenge, go find a water type. Why come after me an ice type? And why should I fight you? What's in it for me? Name your price. Anything you want." Morong Yin thumped his chest. A beast crystal. Morong Yan's face immediately showed reluctance. A beast crystal? That was too precious. He had no authority over it. Can you pick something else? Seeing Morong Yan's expression, Su Mingqiu knew the crystal was off the table. Morong Yin thought for a moment. How about this? I have an ice yuan fruit here. It boosts ice-type ability cultivation. He'll bet this okay. Su Mingqiu heard this and nodded. Alright, that works. Just then a middle-aged man in an instructor's uniform walked in, exuding a sharp aura. As soon as he entered, the classroom's atmosphere shifted instantly. You two settle your business later. Now get to your seats. He walked to the blackboard, picked up chalk, and wrote 2 large characters. Li Chuang. That's my name. You can call me Instructor Li. He turned around, looked at everyone, and said in a deep voice, "For the next month, you'll be in charge of your military training." Then he pointed at Su Mingqiu and Morong Yin. "Perfect, let's settle you two first. You both go to the school's arena." The two nodded and were about to leave when a student raised a hand, excitedly asking, "Instructor, can we watch?" Instructor Li nodded. "You may." Instantly the whole class buzzed with excitement, and they all followed out. Even the SSS-Rank ability girl was no exception. She followed out of curiosity. Once everyone had left, Li Chuang took out a file from his hand. On it were clearly the files of Su Mingqiu, Morong Yin, and that girl. He sighed and muttered softly, "Too many geniuses this year. Hard to teach." He put away the file and turned to leave as well. He also wanted to see what the duel between these two lads would be like. On the vast specially made alloy arena, Su Mingqiu and Morong Yin had already taken their positions. Su Mingqiu casually kept his hands in his pockets, glancing at Morong Yin across from him. "You make the first move, or else you might not get a chance later." Arrogant. Morong Yin's temper flared instantly at these words. As an once-in-a-century fire-type genius from the Morong family, when had he ever suffered such disrespect? Before the words had even faded, his fire ability surged wildly. Crimson flames erupted from his palm, carrying a scorching heat wave. In the blink of an eye, they shot to Su Mingqiu's side and exploded with a roar. In the instant the flames burst, the searing hot air obscured the view, covering most of the arena. "Damn, I can't see anything." The crowd erupted in chaos, everyone pressing forward to catch a glimpse. "Holy crap, that kid Morong Yin has already broken through to the 2nd rank. What's the use of breaking through to the 2nd rank? Someone nearby snorted with unwavering certainty. "Can he beat God Su?" Well, that's true. After all, God Su can casually thrash 3rd-rank beasts. Morong Yin's just broken 2nd rank seems a bit inadequate. Morong Yin stared fixedly at Su Mingqiu's direction, his pupils contracting slightly as he waited to see the result of his attack. Su Mingqiu's figure slowly became clear from the blur. His hands were still in his pockets. Not only was he unharmed, but he hadn't even moved a step from where he stood. Morong Yan's pupils shrank sharply. Impossible. He had actually been mentally prepared, knowing this move might not hurt Su Mingqiu. After all, the other was someone who could solo 3rd-rank beast, the top scorer of the college entrance exam, with over 10,000 points, a fearsome figure. But he never expected this move wouldn't even make Su Mingqiu take a step back. No one saw what happened in that instant. Only Li Chuang, standing at the back of the crowd, paused slightly as he held his arms. He had seen it. Just as the flames surged toward him, Su Mingqiu didn't even raise his hand. A thin, almost transparent layer of ice silently floated before him. It firmly held back the searing flames. By the time the fire completely dissipated, the layer of ice had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Su Mingqiu withdrew his hand from his pocket, pulled out a cigarette case, and casually placed a cigarette at the corner of his mouth. "Could you do me a favor and light this for me?" Without waiting for Morong Yin to respond, he leisurely added, "I let you attack me 3 times, so you can't later say I bullied you, because I was—" That last attack counted as the first. Morong Yin looked at the nonchalant expression on Su Mingqiu's face, and a surge of anger ignited within him as he felt belittled. "Fine. Don't go back on your word. They'll light it for you." The crimson flames in his palm surged higher. At this point, he no longer dared to hope for even a scratch on Su Mingqiu. He was left with a single obsession. Could he force Su Mingqiu to take a step back? No. Even half a step would suffice. "Leg brother is amazing." In the crowd, Yang Wei's loud voice instantly overshadowed all the scattered discussions. This guy jumped higher than anyone else, raised his arms to shout, and hurriedly fished out a crumpled notebook. Gripping his pen, he quickly scribbled down Su Mingqiu's earlier words verbatim into his hidden leg brother's bragging quotations. Damn, is Su God really this good at showing off? When can I have a turn like that? A nearby freshman's eyes widened in envy. "Cut it out." Someone beside him immediately rebutted. "Su God has the capital to show off, but what do you have? If you went up, you probably wouldn't even have time to boast before Morong Yin took you down in an instant." This kid is indeed quite the show-off. Old Lin was right. This kid genuinely possessed high talent and strength a true rarity in a century. But his personality was indeed out of shape, always trying to show off a little. Flame Dragon. Murong Yin growled, his fire-based abilities surged wildly, and a crimson fire dragon suddenly emerged behind him. The dragon's scales were clearly visible, and it opened its mouth to spew scorching heat waves, instantly raising the temperature of the entire arena by several degrees. Mingqiu, I'm coming to light your cigarette. He gritted his teeth and growled, and as his words fell, the fire dragon whipped its tail and charged fiercely at Mingqiu. Just as the fire dragon reached Mingqiu, its movements suddenly slowed down. It was as if it had sunk into a thick quagmire, unable to even struggle. Immediately after, white frost visibly crawled over the entire body of the fire dragon. The previously ferocious fire dragon was gradually frozen into a glistening ice dragon. Eventually, the entire dragon body was frozen solid, leaving only the very tip of its dragon whisker still glowing with faint sparks. Mingqiu stepped forward, leaned in with his cigarette to ignite it with those sparks. He then raised his hand, took a puff, and exhaled a faint smoke ring. Meanwhile, that remaining dragon whisker was completely frozen into a small piece of ice shard. Mingqiu held the cigarette, and with a thought, a dragon larger than the previous fire dragon appeared quietly behind him. The dragon body shimmered with a cold, icy blue glow. Then with a flick of its head, the ice dragon charged at the frozen fire dragon. With a crisp crack, the fire dragon shattered into countless ice shards which fell to the ground like rain. What the hell? The crowd erupted in shock. Someone gasped in surprise, shivering from the cold. Is God really in SSS Ice Ability? How could he freeze in SSS Fire Ability so easily? Could it be? Someone beside whispered, their voice trembling. Is God actually SS class? Have you read too many novels, bro? Someone immediately criticized him. The Awakening Stone tablet can only measure up to SSS abilities. Where would an SS class ability come from? What are you talking about? Yang Wei squeezed over, looking as if it were obvious, patting the shoulder of the person next to him. Isn't it perfectly normal? Because Leg Brother is a genius. Murong Yin stared at Mingqiu's feet, his eyes suddenly shining with excitement. He moved. Although it wasn't because he was forced back by his own attack, but because Mingqiu stepped forward. What did it matter? As long as he moved. He finally forced Mingqiu to move. You still have one move left. Mingqiu held the cigarette. Bring out your best move, don't hold back. You said that. Murong Yin shouted with reddened eyes, as if ignited by his last ounce of fighting spirit. He instantly summoned all his abilities, and crimson flames swirled wildly around him. The temperature of the entire arena skyrocketed again, even the air began to warp from the heat. He slowly raised his right hand. Emperor of Flames. As he shouted, a dazzling red fireball formed on his right hand, blindingly bright, like a shrunken sun, which he hurled fiercely at Mingqiu. Ice Age. In the next moment, terrifying cold surged explosively from Mingqiu. The heat waves that had distorted the air just moments ago were instantly cleared away. That fireball, resembling a small sun, didn't even have a chance to explode. In the blink of an eye, it was frozen into an ice ball which crashed to the ground with a thud. But the biting cold didn't stop. Grit surged across the ground toward Murong Yin, quickly forming a thick ice wall around him, trapping him inside. Murong Yin was taken aback, instinctively reaching out to touch the ice wall beside him. As soon as he made contact, he quickly withdrew his hand, gasping in surprise. Hiss! At this moment, all of his abilities were already depleted, and he didn't even have the strength to summon a single flame. As expected, this was within my expectations. Isn't that obvious? God trouncing Murong Yin is a foregone conclusion. Our genius class leader is definitely Su. Then who is the second? I wonder who is stronger between that SSS girl in class and Murong Yin. The discussions in the crowd rose and fell, and everyone was already accustomed to this outcome. Mingqiu, holding the cigarette, walked over to the ice wall, knocked on the frozen crystalline surface, and said to Murong Yin inside, "All right, you lost, hurry up and give me the ice element. Hey, you need to take down this damn ice wall first." Murong Yin shouted, his voice strained through the ice. Murong Yin shook his slightly numb legs and slowly stood up, a genuine admiration on his face as he spoke calmly. "I lost. The gap between us is too great, and I can't defeat you." After saying this, he raised his hand to swipe his space ring and took out a cold blue ice elemental fruit, glowing with a faint light. He threw it towards Mingqiu. Mingqiu extended his hand to catch it steadily and casually placed it into his own space ring. This ring was specially given to him by Lin Feng before the start of school. He finished the cigarette in his mouth and casually tossed the butt on the ground. He stepped lightly on it, and a thin layer of white frost instantly formed on it. Not a single spark remained, completely extinguished. "All right, everyone, back to the classroom now." Li Chuang, standing at the back, finally spoke, his sharp voice immediately suppressing the chaotic murmurs in the crowd. The crowd, which had just been gathered around the arena, began to walk towards the teaching building in small groups. Once everyone was seated back in their places, Li Chuang stood on the podium. He knocked on the desk to quiet the whispers below. My self-introduction is done, now it's your turn. Everyone will introduce themselves one by one starting from the leftmost person in the first row. As soon as he finished speaking, a stout boy from the first row stood up and shyly said, "Hello everyone, my name is Wang Peng, and I am an A-grade strength-type ability user." Then everyone took turns standing up to introduce themselves. There were those with A-grade speed abilities, A-grade metal abilities, and soon it was the turn of the previously quiet girl. When she stood up, many people instinctively looked up. After all, she was the mysterious grade girl everyone had been discussing. She smiled at everyone, her voice soft. "Hello everyone, my name is Wen Xingyao, and I am its grade healing ability user. If anyone gets injured in the future, you can come to me." Wow, a healer. Yang Wei immediately leaned over to Su Mingqiu, his eyes sparkling as he whispered excitedly, "This isn't grade healer. When we go out to complete missions, won't we be invincible?" After Wen Xingyao sat down, it was Murong Yan's turn. He stood up and said blandly, "Murong Yan's grade fire ability." Soon it was Su Mingqiu's turn. He stood up and didn't say much. After all, everyone in the class already knew him, so he simply said, "Su Mingqiu's grade ice type." After finishing, he sat back down. Next was Yang Wei. The guy stood up straight and a bit taller, his voice louder than the others. "Hello everyone, my name is Yang Wei." Someone in the crowd couldn't hold back and began to whisper to their friends, "Yang Wei, that name is too thunderous." Yang Wei didn't catch the sarcasm and proudly explained, "My dad said he hopes I can be great in the future, so he named me this. What do you think? Not bad, right?" He scratched his head and continued warmly, "We will be classmates and friends from now on. My father often says that more friends mean more paths. So I specially prepared some small gifts for everyone." He raised his hand to swipe his space ring and took out 20 dazzling golden watches. They were neatly arranged on the table. Su Mingqiu watched this scene with his mouth twitching, silently complaining, "This guy is really extravagant. Wow, Wei Ge, I have to say your name is really good. Your father is quite talented." The surrounding classmates shouted louder than anyone else. Yang Wei immediately laughed heartily, his eyes squinting with joy. After laughing, he hugged the pile of golden watches and ran to distribute them to his classmates, even giving one to the instructor. He handed one to everyone and only returned to his seat after distributing them all. Not long after everyone's self-introduction was completed, the people below were still secretly enjoying the golden watches they had just received. Li Chuang knocked on the podium, pulling everyone's wandering attention back, and said in a deep voice, "All right, the self-introductions are done. Now listen to my arrangements. Now when we go out, the boys go to the left room and the girls go to the right room. Change into your military training uniforms. Oh, our military training officially starts now." Not long after everyone had changed into the uniform camouflage military training outfits and lined up neatly on the playground, Li Chuang stood at the front of the line and glanced over the well-organized students. He pointed to the bus parked at the far end of the playground, which bore the black emblem of Mingqiu University. "Everyone get on the bus. We are now departing for the military training location. For the next month, we will be living over there." One by one, everyone boarded the bus and found their seats. Li Chuang went straight to the front and sat next to the driver. Yang Wei plopped down next to Su Mingqiu and curiously asked in a low voice, "Leg brother, where do you think we are going for military training?" Su Mingqiu leaned back in his seat, stretched lazily, and shook his head. "I don't know, but judging by the setup, I think we will be in for a rough time this next month." The bus sped along the winding mountain road. The boys on the bus, fresh from their enrollment, chatted excitedly together, creating a lively atmosphere. After about 3 hours, the bus gradually slowed down and finally came to a stop. Seeing this, Li Chuang stood up and shouted to the noisy crowd, "Stop chatting, time to get off the bus." Everyone followed Li Chuang and got off the bus. As they steadied themselves, they saw an outdoor training camp situated at the foot of the mountain. Inside the fenced area were numerous training equipment specially designed for ability users. Next to the training camp were rolling green hills and a vast expanse of lush primitive forest. At the entrance of the training camp stood several young men around Li Chuang's age, all dressed in matching instructor uniforms. They were leaning against the door, smoking and chatting. Upon seeing Li Chuang bringing the new students over, they raised their hands to greet him. The chief instructor, a square-faced man, smiled as he welcomed Li Chuang. He patted Li Chuang on the shoulder, his voice booming, "You're here, Li Chuang. This year's new students look quite spirited, good job." Saying this, he casually tossed his cigarette butt on the ground and lightly stepped on it to extinguish the ember. After greeting Li Chuang, he raised his loud voice, "Listen up, you little rascals. I am your chief instructor for this military training, Wu Yu. Stop gawking at the scenery, and let's head inside the camp to familiarize yourselves with the environment." The crowd followed Wu Yu into the training camp one after another. As soon as they entered, Wu Yu raised his hand and pointed to the building across from them. "That building is where you boys will be." After saying that, he pointed to the adjacent building and added, "This one is for the girls. Make sure you remember, don't go to the wrong place." Just after finishing his words, an instructor rushed over and saluted Wu Yu. "Chief instructor, I brought the items you requested." Take them and distribute them to the students. Wu Yu nodded, his tone decisive. The instructor complied, holding a large box, and began to hand out items to the new students one by one. Each person received a seemingly ordinary matte black bracelet. As he distributed them, Wu Yu began to explain. This is a supernatural ability suppression bracelet that can temporarily suppress the extraordinary powers within you. During the upcoming military training, you will not be able to use your abilities. Once everyone had received a bracelet, Wu Yu raised his chin and said to them solemnly, "Put on the bracelets and try to see if you can still channel your extraordinary abilities." After everyone donned the bracelets, they each attempted to channel their powers. Yang Wei was the first to put on his bracelet, and when he tried to activate his ability, he was instantly astonished. What the heck? This is amazing. I really can't use it. It's just like becoming an ordinary person. Not just him, even Murong Yin and Wen Xingyao, both SSS-Rank ability users, couldn't activate a trace of their powers after trying for a long time. Others were even less fortunate. They had all become ordinary people without any abilities. Wu Yu observed the situation and smiled with satisfaction. Of course, this is a supernatural ability suppression bracelet. If you could still use your powers. Before he could finish, he saw Su Mingqiu raise his hand, and a small ice ball appeared. What a... Wu Yu's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the ice ball, and Su Mingqiu's hand stunned for half a second. When he regained his senses, he immediately shouted, "He truly is the top student in the college entrance examination. Come, get him another one." The instructor quickly brought another bracelet over. Su Mingqiu put on both, wearing one on each wrist. "Now can you still use it?" Wu Yu leaned in closely watching him. Su Mingqiu tried again, and another ice ball emerged floating on either side. Su Mingqiu frowned. "I can condense it, but it feels like my ability has weakened a lot." He repeated this several times. After adding one suppression bracelet after another, until Su Mingqiu's hands and feet were covered with bracelets, he finally managed to suppress his ability completely. "Oh man, leg brother." Yang Wei approached, looking at the 4 bracelets tightly fitted on Su Mingqiu's hands and feet, unable to help but laugh. "You just need 2 chains now, and you could go to jail like a serious criminal." Su Mingqiu's expression darkened instantly, and he scolded, "Get lost." The others around also looked dumbfounded, glancing down at their solitary bracelet. They then looked up at the tightly fitted 4 bracelets on Su Mingqiu's hands and feet, silently marveling. Indeed, the gap between people is this vast. Wu Yu cleared his throat and shouted with his booming voice to the crowd. All right, stop gathering around to watch. Now everyone follow me to the cafeteria for a meal. This will be your first meal in the training camp, and the most comfortable one you'll have in the next month." The crowd followed Wu Yu toward the cafeteria. Before they even entered, they could smell the delicious aroma of the food wafting out. Having fussed about all morning, they were already hungry, and their eyes lit up. "Go in and eat, you have 10 minutes. Finish up and immediately gather on the playground." Wu Yu shouted at them. Inside the cafeteria, the food was plentiful with a variety of dishes. The lady serving the food was very steady, not shaking at all, and filled each person's plate to the brim. "Leg brother, look at this food, it's really good," Yang Wei said, sitting down next to Su Mingqiu with his plate, happily taking a few bites. Murong Yin and Wen Xingyao also came over with their plates, and the 4 of them formed a table together. Murong Yin, while picking up meat from his plate, curiously asked Yang Wei, "Hey Yang Wei, why do you always call Su Mingqiu leg brother? What a strange name. I wouldn't call just anyone that." Yang Wei immediately patted his chest, pride showing on his face. "Leg brother is handsome, strong, and most importantly, he saved my life." "Oh really? Then call me a couple of times to hear it." Murong Yin raised his chin, teasing him on purpose. "What should I call you?" Yang Wei rolled his eyes and retorted, "You've just been beaten by leg brother, practice for a few more years." Wen Xingyao, listening to their banter, couldn't help but cover her mouth and stifle a laugh. Murong Yin, being mocked, turned serious, put down his chopsticks, and rolled up his sleeves. "Come on, let's practice. If I can't beat Su Mingqiu, can I still beat you?" Yang Wei immediately shrank back, hiding behind Su Mingqiu. "Leg brother, save me." Su Mingqiu advised them. All right, let's eat. We only have 10 minutes to eat. If we go over time, we probably won't have any good consequences." As soon as the 10 minutes were up, everyone gathered on the playground punctually, without a single latecomer. Wu Yu stood at the front of the line, looking at the neatly arranged group. "Oh, well done, you guys are quite punctual. I was thinking if you were late, it would be a good opportunity for a little punishment. Do you see that red flag at the top of the mountain?" Wu Yu pointed to the top of the nearby green mountain, where a small red flag was planted, visible from a distance. "Now everyone pick up the backpacks at your feet." The crowd looked down at the large backpacks stuffed to the brim by their feet, and quickly reached down to grab. As soon as they lifted them, some couldn't help but mutter quietly, "What the heck? Why is it so heavy?" "This is a weighted task," Wu Yu said expressionlessly. "Now your mission is to climb to the top of the mountain to retrieve that red flag before tomorrow, and then come back here to report." "Oh, I was wondering why we had to ban our abilities. It turns out we need to carry weight up the mountain." Yang Wei muttered softly. "All right, stop dawdling, let's get moving." With Wu Yu's command, everyone set off toward the Green Mountain with their heavy backpack. Watching the group of new students walking away, Li Chuang stepped forward and asked Wu Yue, "Chief Instructor, do you think these kids can complete this task?" A group of people burdened with heavy backpacks finally reached the foot of the mountain and looked up. The mountain was so high that its peak was nearly invisible, shrouded in mist at the halfway point. "Damn, can we even get up there?" Yang Wei shouted in despair. "I feel like even without this damn weight we still might not be able to climb up." "What's wrong?" Mu Rongyan approached him and patted his shoulder. "Are you afraid? If you're scared, just call me Brother Yin, and I'll help you carry the load." Afraid? The word fear doesn't exist in Yang Wei's dictionary. Yang Wei retorted defiantly, gritting his teeth as he took the lead and charged up the mountain with his backpack. At first, everyone kept up with the pace, but after about 2 hours, 4 girls couldn't hold on any longer. Breathing heavily, they squatted by the roadside, unable to continue. "I can't go on. I can't move anymore. I can't go on either." Su Mingqiu looked up at the sky and then checked the time, furrowing his brow. No, they couldn't afford to rest here. Time was running out. He walked over to the girls and picked up 2 backpacks, slinging them onto his own back. His physical fitness had long been enhanced by an SS-level ability. Having also advanced to the 2nd tier, this little weight was nothing to him. He could handle it with ease. Who still has the strength to help carry their backpacks? Su Mingqiu shouted to the boys nearby. Mu Rongyan immediately came over to help with one, panting as he said, "I can only carry one." Wang Peng hurried over to grab the last one, scratching his head. "I'm in a class power type. My physical fitness is decent. I can handle this." "Alright, let's go." Su Mingqiu, carrying 2 backpacks, led the way to the front of the group. The girls looked at them and quickly thanked them. Thank you so much." After walking for another 3 hours, everyone was exhausted and could barely go on. They decided to find a flat area to rest. After resting for a while, they took back their backpacks and, gritting their teeth, carried them again. At this moment, Yang Wei pulled out a bunch of delicious snacks from his spatial ring. Beef jerky, chocolate, fruits. Everything was there, and he distributed them one by one. "Wow, Wei Ge, you're really my brother." The boy next to him, who was nearly collapsing from exhaustion, was instantly energized upon receiving the food. "Oh, it's fine, you all eat. We're all friends, no need to be polite." Yang Wei waved his hand, looking generous. He then held out a box of exquisitely packaged beef jerky to Su Mingqiu. "Leg brother, try this, it's definitely delicious. My dad specially prepared it for me." Su Mingqiu took a bite, and indeed it tasted quite good. Unknowingly, the sky gradually darkened. After resting for almost half an hour, everyone packed up their things and continued their ascent toward the summit. However, just after they started walking, a rustling sound suddenly came from the nearby bushes. Before anyone could react, a pack of 10 blue wolves sprang out from the underbrush. All of them were mid-level 1st-tier mutated beasts, instantly surrounding them. "Damn, the instructor didn't mention there would be mutated beasts here." Someone panicked immediately. "It's over. Our abilities are suppressed now. We can only rely on our physical strength." Everyone quickly set down their burdens and got into position. Suddenly, one of the blue wolves charged at Su Mingqiu. He easily sidestepped and grabbed the wolf by its tail. With a powerful throw, he slammed the wolf into the ground. Taking advantage of the wolf still being down, Su Mingqiu leapt onto its back. Clenching his fist, he rained down punch after punch on the wolf's head, and within moments the wolf lay still. He then looked around and saw that there were still a few wolves that had yet to be dealt with. He immediately rushed over to help, and in no time all the wolves were eliminated. However, a few people had still been scratched by the wolves. Yang Wei had even been bitten and was now venting his frustration by kicking the wolf's corpse. "Everyone just do a simple bandage for now, while our abilities are suppressed. He'll give you proper treatment once we get back," Wen Xingyao said softly. Su Mingqiu watched from the side, silently musing. He had seen it earlier. She had knocked a wolf flying with just one punch. So she's a battle healer, huh? After a simple bandaging, everyone took a breath and continued on with their backpacks. The mountain at night was eerily quiet, with only the faint chirping of insects in the air. As they walked, they gradually learned to work together. Whenever someone struggled, the others would lend a hand, helping each other and alleviating some of the fatigue. As they walked, everyone looked up and saw the red flag at the summit getting closer. Instantly, everyone was energized. They all shouted and charged forward, with Yang Wei leading the cheers. However, none of them noticed that they were being watched the entire way. A seemingly ordinary miniature robotic bird had been quietly following them from behind. At the training camp, several instructors gathered together, watching the footage on the monitors, nodding in approval. "Not bad, not bad." Wu Yu took a puff of his cigarette and smiled, saying, "Mutual assistance. This group of newcomers is much better than the previous classes." Finally, everyone reached the summit, gazing at the red flag planted at the peak, each one filled with excitement. The journey of climbing with burdens and fighting mutated beasts had truly been arduous. "Leg brother, you go grab the red flag." Yang Wei was the first to shout at Su Mingqiu. The others echoed in agreement. Indeed, throughout this journey, Su Mingqiu had helped everyone a lot. "You take the red flag." "Ooh, I have no objections," Mu Rongyan said calmly from the side. When Xingyao nodded in agreement as well, Su Mingqiu stepped forward and grabbed the red flag, raising it high. Alright, everyone stop dawdling, let's head down. Although descending is somewhat easier than climbing up, having walked for an entire day and fought with mutated beasts, everyone was already exhausted, barely able to walk. By the time they managed to return to the training camp, they were all so tired that they were practically crawling, unable to stand. Only Su Mingqiu stood firmly. Mu Rongyan and Wen Xingyao were somewhat better than the others, but they were also quite worn out, panting and wiping sweat continuously. Wu Yu stood at the front of the line with Li Chuang and the other instructors behind him. Wu Yu held a stopwatch in his hand, looking at the exhausted newcomers, and said sternly, "Unfortunately, you all exceeded the time limit by 3 minutes." As soon as these words were heard, everyone instantly slumped down, collapsing onto the ground. Mu Rongyan also plopped down, gasping for breath, saying, "Well, since we've already failed, let it be whatever it is." Su Mingqiu, upon hearing this, was not flustered. He planted the red flag into the ground and said to Wu Yue, "Director Wu, we have completed the mission and even brought back the red, but you went over time. However, we completed our task." Su Mingqiu smiled, took out a cigarette box from his pocket, and shared it with Wu Yue, Li Chuang, and several other instructors. He lit one for himself, exhaling a puff of smoke, and leisurely remarked, "This task itself was an impossible one to complete. The true purpose of the training is actually to teach us to unite." When burdened heavily, some classmates could not hold on, so everyone helped each other out, and it was the same when encountering strange beasts. "We have already achieved this, so I believe we have completed our task." Others nearby, upon hearing Su Mingqiu's words, instantly reacted, feeling it made perfect sense. "Leg brother, you're spot on." Yang Wei was the first to shout out. Wu Yu looked at him with a stern expression. "Oh, but what if you guessed wrong?" Su Mingqiu took a puff of his cigarette and waved his hand, saying, "What can we do then? Accept the punishment, I suppose." As soon as the words left his mouth, Wu Yu clapped his hands and laughed, applauding Su Mingqiu. "Well done, kid. You guessed correctly. My true aim is to teach you how to unite. This is the first lesson you must learn during military training. You all did well, so your task has been completed successfully." Li Chuang and the other instructors followed suit and applauded. "Alright, everyone has been tired all day, go back and rest for now. Alright, take off your wristbands. Today's task is done and no longer needed." Wu Yu shouted to them. As soon as this was said, the people who had just been too exhausted to move instantly sprang up from the ground, hurriedly removing their wristbands. "Oh, the feeling of powers returning to my body is just too good." Someone couldn't help but shout as the powers they had suppressed all day finally surged back into their bodies. "Everyone come over, I will treat you." Wen Xingyao spoke, waving to them. Wen Xingyao raised her hand, a faint green light emanating from her palm. Those who had been scratched by the wolf and Yang Wei who had been bitten were instantly healed by her. "Wow, truly level healing. It's incredibly fast." Yang Wei couldn't help but exclaim. The individuals who received treatment thanked Wen Xingyao repeatedly. Wen Xingyao smiled lightly and said softly, "No need to thank me, this is what I should do." Then everyone headed towards their dormitories. After washing up, everyone was so tired that they collapsed directly onto their beds, finally able to catch a breath. A group of them lay on their beds still chatting. "I wonder what tomorrow's training will be like." The intensity of the first day was already so high, I can't imagine what tomorrow will be like. However, as they chatted, the exhausted voices grew quieter, and before long someone couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. "Su Mingqiu, are you even human?" Mu Rongyan looked at Su Mingqiu and couldn't help but ask. Su Mingqiu was not only extraordinarily powerful, but his mind was also incredibly sharp. It was too unbelievable. "What do you mean by that?" "Of course I'm human." Su Mingqiu smiled. "For some matters you just need to calm down and think, and you'll discover the essence of the situation." "Leg brother is right." Yang Wei immediately chimed in from the side. "Xiao Yin, you need to learn more." "Yang Wei, are you itching for a fight?" Mu Rongyan said impatiently. "Come on, let me give you a fire massage." Yang Wei instantly flinched, quickly burrowing under the covers, even covering his head. Pretending to sleep, he didn't dare to respond, and the next second his loud snoring echoed through the room. Mu Rongyan didn't say anything further. Under the covers, Yang Wei secretly covered his mouth, chuckling to himself, feeling pleased, thinking luckily I'm smart and quick to react, or else that guy would. Before long, only the sound of snoring remained in the dormitory. At 6 in the morning, a piercing alarm suddenly rang outside. The people in deep slumber were instantly awakened by the noise. Without saying a word, they immediately got up and dressed, heading outside to assemble. "Damn it, I'm so sleepy. Training starts this early. Isn't that right? I feel like I just closed my eyes and now we have to start training already." Before long, everyone had gathered on the playground. Li Chuang stood at the front of the line, glanced at them, and nodded. Not bad. You're all quite quick. But it looks like you all lack spirit. Then everyone go run laps on the playground. Start running now." Su Mingqiu took the lead, running at the front, while the others followed behind, matching his pace. They ran until 8 o'clock, when Li Chuang blew his whistle and called out, "Stop." Now go eat breakfast. You have 10 minutes to finish and come back to assemble immediately. Everyone immediately rushed towards the cafeteria. Inside there were buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and all sorts of breakfast options. I can't take it anymore, after running all morning I'm starving. I have to eat a lot. Yang Wei grabbed a plate and rushed to load it with food, wanting to take the entire food table back. Mingqiu followed and picked a few of his favorite meat buns and a fried dough stick. After finishing breakfast, everyone gathered back on the playground. Today you will learn basic swordsmanship. Li Chuang held a long sword and addressed them, raising his hand. Come on, Mingqiu stepped forward. Hearing Li Chuang's words, Mingqiu quickly walked up to the weapon rack, casually drew a long sword, and returned to the center with it. Come on, let's spar first. Li Chuang assumed the starting stance. Mingqiu did not hesitate, stepping forward to strike, first launching a direct thrust. The speed was so fast that it created a whistling sound as it sliced through the air. He had never formally learned swordsmanship and relied solely on his reflexes and strength, delivering the most direct attacks. Li Chuang stood still, his wrist gently twisting, and the long sword precisely struck Mingqiu's sword spine, creating a crisp sound as it firmly parried the blow. Following that, he swiftly raised his wrist, and the long sword cut towards Mingqiu's shoulder and neck. Mingqiu reacted quickly, stepping aside and narrowly dodging the strike as the blade grazed his arm. He did not stop there. Using the momentum from his sidestep, he swung his sword towards Li Chuang's waist. However, Li Chuang was an experienced instructor who had practiced swordsmanship for over a decade. With light fragmented steps, he slightly retreated his body and easily dodged the strike. Immediately, he twisted his wrist and thrust the sword towards Mingqiu's chest. This left Mingqiu a bit flustered. He could keep up with Li Chuang's speed, but he had no understanding of how to dismantle sword techniques. Not knowing how to block or counter the moves, he could only rely on his exceptionally quick reflexes to awkwardly retreat. He barely avoided 3 or 4 consecutive strikes. Before he could adjust himself, he felt a chill at his throat as Li Chuang's sword tip was firmly positioned against it. Seeing this, Li Chuang sheathed his sword and said, "All right, you can step back now." The new students around them were already dumbfounded. Ignoring their astonishment, Li Chuang turned to everyone and spoke in a deep voice, "Did you see? This is swordsmanship. It's not just about swinging your sword quickly based on reflexes. Every move and technique is something that predecessors have perfected over hundreds of years." As he spoke, he picked up his long sword and in front of everyone began to demonstrate each move in slow motion. The sword wind carried a slight cracking sound, capturing everyone's undivided attention. First move, the starting sword form a combination of defense and offense. The grip and the center of balance must be firmly remembered. Second move, the thrust, the most basic offensive technique. Quick, precise, and ruthless. Mastering it can break through most defenses. Third move, the horizontal slash and area attack. The long sword swept horizontally, creating a gentle breeze that covered half a zhang in front of him. Fourth move, the cleaving sword, a powerful breakthrough. He brought the sword down heavily, striking the ground beside him and raising a small cloud of dust. Fifth move, the lifting sword, targeting the lower body. With a flick of his wrist, he lifted the long sword from below, the movement clean and decisive. Sixth move, the pointing sword, precise strikes. With a gentle tap of his fingertip, the sword tip accurately struck a nearby stone, leaving a small shallow mark. Seventh move, the returning sword, guarded defense. He turned his wrist, bringing the long sword back to his front, adopting a defensive stance. After demonstrating all the moves, Li Chuang sheathed his sword and called out to them, "All right, did everyone understand? Now each of you go get a sword and start practicing from the first move. For the entire morning you will practice these 7 moves until I am satisfied." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Wei let out a shout and rushed towards the weapon rack. The others quickly reacted, flocking to grab swords. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire training ground became lively, with a group of new students finding empty spaces and beginning to mimic sword moves in the air. Some struggled, unable to even hold their sword stances properly, swaying awkwardly. Yang Wei was even more outrageous, swinging his sword energetically, nearly tripping himself and causing those around him to burst into laughter. With his hands behind his back, Li Chuang moved through the crowd, occasionally patting a new student on the back or adjusting their wrist, providing guidance on their shortcomings. "Shift your weight forward. Don't lean back. If you do, you'll fall. Loosen your grip on the sword. Why are you holding it so tightly, as if it were a treasure? When performing the horizontal slash, your waist should turn too. Don't rely solely on your arms, or you'll lose power." After correcting several small issues, he soon arrived at Mingqiu's side. There he saw Mingqiu standing still, practicing the 7 basic sword techniques one by one. The starting sword, thrust, horizontal slash, cleaving sword, lifting sword, pointing sword, returning sword. All the movements flowed smoothly. Although he was not as skilled as Li Chuang, there was a hint of the awkwardness of a beginner. Nonetheless, each move was executed so perfectly that there was hardly a trace of error. Li Chuang watched from the side for half a minute, nodding to himself, unable to suppress his thoughts. Not bad. No wonder he's the top student with a score over 10,000. His comprehension is truly remarkable. In just a short while he has grasped the fundamentals of swordsmanship. This progress is much faster than I was back in the day. After reflecting on this, he turned his gaze to Murong Yin and Wen Xingyao not far away. Murong Yin was gritting his teeth, practicing each move with extreme seriousness. Although he was a beat slower than Su Mingqiu, he was already able to perform the 7 moves in succession. He occasionally stumbled on the lifting sword technique. Meanwhile, Wen Xingyao stood quietly beside him practicing steadily. Her movements were smooth and precise. Though not as fast, she made fewer mistakes than Murong Yin and was progressing far beyond the ordinary new students around them. Li Chuang looked at the two, nodding again in his heart. After all, they were class Awakens with a comprehension and learning ability that set them apart from ordinary people, far surpassing their class peers. Just as he was about to step forward to point out Murong Yan's small mistakes with the lifting sword, he heard Yang Wei's loud voice behind him. Instructor Li, come over and see if my move is correct. I feel like I've got it. Li Chuang shook his head helplessly and turned to walk towards the boy. This kid was quite enthusiastic, but his posture was all wrong. Yang Wei held up his sword, his arms stiffly straight, standing on tiptoe, and his entire posture was crooked. Instructor, look, isn't my thrust quite standard? Seeing him approach, Yang Wei excitedly waved his sword. He swung his wrist too hard, nearly sending the training sword flying out of his hand. Li Chuang quickly reached out to steady his arm, and said irritably, Stop. What kind of thrust is this? Are you trying to throw the sword at someone? As he spoke, he adjusted Yang Wei's tightly clenched wrist. He then gently nudged the boy's foot, correcting his balance. Don't rush, take your time. Li Chuang patted his shoulder. You can't rush the basics. First master the starting sword form, and stabilize it before moving on to the next move. Otherwise, the more you practice, the more crooked it will become, and by the time you want to change it, it will be too late. Yang Wei quickly nodded, responding with an "oh" as he firmly committed Li Chuang's words to memory. Then he repositioned himself, softly muttering, weight forward, relax the wrist, engage the waist. Li Chuang watched as he finally assumed the correct posture, letting out a sigh of relief. The entire morning of sword training passed in a flash. After finishing lunch and standing in line, they saw a particularly sturdy man walk. I am your instructor this afternoon, Zhao Yi. In the morning you practiced swordsmanship, focusing on the basics of weaponry. In the afternoon, we will practice boxing. Zhao Yi finished speaking without waiting for a response and immediately assumed a stance, addressing everyone. All right, I will demonstrate once. Pay close attention and memorize In front of everyone, he began to demonstrate the basic boxing techniques in slow motion. His movements were fierce and powerful, each punch cutting through the air with a crisp sound, the speed so fast that only shadows remained. After demonstrating all the moves, Zhao Yi relaxed his stance and shouted at them. Did you all understand? Now find your positions and practice. The group finally reacted quickly, finding empty spots and mimicking Zhao Yi's movements. Zhao Yi, with his hands behind his back, moved through the crowd just like Li Chuang in the morning. He pointed out everyone's deficiencies, slapping those who lacked strength in their punches or had improper stances on the back, growling. Put some effort into it. Are you just scratching an itch? Don't sway your center of gravity. If you can't even stand properly, how can you practice boxing? As they practiced, the sun slowly sank in the west. When night fell and the lights on the training ground were turned on, Zhao Yi finally blew his whistle and shouted, "All right, that's it for today, dismissed." As soon as the words were spoken, the group collapsed, too exhausted to speak, and shuffled towards the cafeteria. People are like iron and meals are steel. Missing one meal makes them anxious. Today's training was finally over. For the next half-month, life continued in this regular manner. Every morning at 6 they were awakened by the alarm and ran laps around the training ground. After breakfast, they practiced swordsmanship with Li Chuang for the entire morning. In the afternoon, they practiced boxing with Zhao Yi, sometimes adding physical training in the evening, alternating between weighted runs, push-ups, and sparring. At first they complained daily, especially Yang Wei, who would collapse on his bed every night begging to drop out. But after half a month, they all gradually adapted to this intensity. Not only had their physical endurance improved significantly, but their foundational swordsmanship and boxing also became quite proficient. Su Mingqiu made the fastest progress, having mastered the basic moves entirely. Murong Yin also gritted his teeth to keep up, competing silently, with Su Mingqiu wanting to match his pace. Wen Xingyao remained quiet, training diligently every day and helping everyone with sore muscles in the evenings. Even Yang Wei, who started off awkwardly, gradually perfected his techniques. Although he still slacked off daily, his progress was not insignificant. Even the instructors Li Chuang and Zhao Yi couldn't help but express their admiration privately. This batch of new students was the best they had ever taught. Especially that Su Mingqiu, whose understanding was remarkably high. That morning, everyone gathered on the training ground as usual. Just as they formed their ranks, Chief Instructor Wu Yu walked over with his hands behind his back. He cleared his throat, and in his signature loud voice said, "Half a month has passed, and I, along with instructors Li Chuang and Zhao Yi, have witnessed your growth. The new students below looked curious, watching him unsure of what the chief instructor would say today. Wu Yu glanced over the crowd, nodded in satisfaction, and continued. In the previous half-month you practiced swordsmanship and boxing, solidifying the foundational skills. His next sentence caused an uproar. In the latter half-month we will do something real. Practical training. Practical training. Mu Rongyan clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He was tired of the basic training. Su Mingqiu raised an eyebrow, a bit eager, wanting to try combining swordsmanship with his special abilities. Wu Yu saw the crowd below getting excited and waved his hands for silence. Calm down. In the next half-month you will be heading to a small spatial rift. Spatial rift. Yang Wei instantly panicked, grabbing Su Mingqiu's arm. Leg brother. A spatial rift. There won't be those third-tier beasts that could crush me with one slap, right? I can't handle that. What are you afraid of? That's just a recently appeared small spatial rift, very stable. The highest level beasts inside are only third tier. Leave the third tier to Su Mingqiu. The rest are just right for you to practice. Your mission is to eliminate all the beasts inside. After finishing, Wu Yu waved his hand at them and shouted, "Alright, stop dawdling, everyone get on the bus." The group quickly responded, following the instructors towards the military off-road vehicles parked at the training camp entrance. The road to the spatial rift was unpaved mountain paths, and ordinary buses couldn't manage. Before long, everyone squeezed onto the bus, which roared to life, the engine rumbling as it drove deeper into the mountains. Now each person's aura was much stronger than when they had just enrolled. Originally all at the first-tier 9th stage, they had all successfully reached the second tier. Mu Rongyan and Wen Xingyao had already advanced to the second-tier 2nd stage. Su Mingqiu himself had reached the second-tier 4th stage, and even faintly showed signs of breaking into the 5th stage. Yang Wei cautiously pulled on Su Mingqiu's arm and leaned closer, his voice lowered. No, leg brother, I just thought of something. You say, what's up? Su Mingqiu looked up at him. Do you think that when we go in this time it will be like the college entrance examination and the spatial rift will suddenly expand? You can forget about that. Mu Rongyan lifted his eyelids and retorted impatiently, reaching out to tap his head. Just keep your bad luck to yourself. Can't you hope for something good? I'm just worried. Su Mingqiu couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, it shouldn't happen. Last time was an unexpected incident, it's not that fortunate. We aren't that unlucky. However, Su Mingqiu still silently muttered in his heart. Usually in these situations the protagonists in novels do encounter unexpected events, so we should be careful. When Xingyao beside him nodded in agreement, softly adding, yeah, the instructors must have checked in advance. If there were real dangers, they wouldn't let us in. The vehicle continued to drive deeper, with even the smooth mountain paths gradually covered by wild grass. Eventually the engine's roar slowly faded, and the bus came to a steady stop in a cleared area. As they opened the car doors, everyone's gaze was firmly captured by the sight ahead. This spatial rift was strikingly similar to the one Su Mingqiu encountered during the college entrance. It was just larger than the one he encountered during the entrance examination. Wu Yu pushed open the car door and got out, waving at everyone. Come over here. Once you go inside, make sure to wear these wristbands. He opened the nearby box, revealing a number of light blue wristbands. They looked somewhat like the suppression bracelets from the previous military training, but with a small glowing screen on top. Once you enter, each of you will be teleported to different locations, Wu Yu explained while distributing the wristbands one by one. These wristbands will display your locations, making it easier for you to regroup. Everyone quickly put on the wristbands and pressed the switch, and the screens lit up instantly. Indeed, a simple map appeared with small glowing dots indicating each person's location. Once everyone had their wristbands on and confirmed they were functioning properly, Wu Yu nodded at them and commanded in a deep voice, "Alright, are you all ready? If there are no issues, proceed inside." As they passed through the spatial rift, a wave of dizziness hit them instantly. When everyone regained their senses and steadied themselves, they were stunned by the sight before them. They had entered a world completely made of water. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but the vast blue ocean, with islands scattered on the water's surface, standing there isolated. Many people fell directly into the water upon teleportation, instantly becoming soaked and floundering towards the nearest island. However, when Su Mingqiu was teleported, he landed directly on the water's surface. Contrary to expectations, he did not plunge into the water and become drenched. At the moment he landed, the water beneath his feet instantly solidified into a hard ice surface. He stood firmly on it. Su Mingqiu looked up at a nearby island and began walking towards it. Everywhere he stepped, the water immediately froze into ice beneath his feet. As he advanced, a long ice path formed on the ocean's surface. Su Mingqiu quickly reached the nearest island. As soon as his feet touched the ground of the island, he raised his hand to check the positioning wristband on his wrist. The simple map on the screen was very clear, showing that he was the only glowing dot on this island. However, not far from him, there were 3 glowing dots on another island. Alright, he would have to deal with the exotic beasts on this island before going to find them. Just as he thought this, he heard rustling sounds from the grass beside him, followed by a foul odor wafting over. a swarm of creatures rushed out. It turned out to be a group of oversized cockroach monsters. Each one was about 2 meters long with dark greasy shells forming a terrifying. Mingqiu stared at the first-tier cockroaches, his brows furrowing as he couldn't help but think these monsters are truly disgusting. Without hesitation, he concentrated, and an ice sword instantly formed in his hand. He rushed towards the group of cockroaches. Swinging the ice sword, one strike took down a cockroach. Those dark first-tier monsters couldn't withstand his ice sword. Upon contact, they were frozen and shattered into icy. However, the issue was that there were just too many cockroaches, seemingly endless. After chopping for a while, as soon as one fell, another wave surged forward, creating a terrifying scene. Mingqiu frowned slightly, quickly noticing something was off. This group of cockroaches was all coming from the same direction. Their nest must be over there. Without hesitation, he wielded his ice sword and charged in that direction, cutting down every cockroach that blocked his way. Before long, he arrived at a cave deep in the island. The cave was dark, hidden behind dense grass, making it hard to find without careful observation. At that moment, cockroaches were continuously crawling out from inside. It seemed this was the lair of those disgusting creatures. Mingqiu entered the cave with his ice sword. The stench inside was even stronger, nearly making him gag. As he stepped in, he saw the large creature at the back of the cave. It was a peak second-tier mother cockroach. This creature was many times larger than the cockroaches outside. Its dark belly was swollen. At that moment, it was lying on the ground, continuously producing small cockroaches. It turned out that all those endless small cockroaches outside were born from her. Upon seeing Mingqiu enter, the mother cockroach instantly stopped laying eggs. It shook its antennae, then suddenly stood up and charged at Mingqiu with terrifying speed. Mingqiu remained calm, gripping the ice sword, raised his hand, and slashed at the mother cockroach. A blade of icy energy instantly flew from the sword towards the mother cockroach. Puff! The energy struck the mother cockroach's body, instantly slicing her in half. Cold air was emanating from the wound, frosting the surrounding air. That mother cockroach didn't die. The severed body continued to writhe on the ground, dragging its belly towards Mingqiu, making his skin crawl. Damn, as expected of a cockroach, it has such a strong vitality. Mingqiu couldn't help but comment, finding its resilience absurd. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and shot a ray of cold energy, accurately striking the writhing halves of the body. Instantly, the disgusting halves froze into solid ice blocks, unable to move again. It seemed that the exotic beasts on this island were these cockroaches. With the mother dead, the remaining smaller ones would be much easier to handle. He turned and exited the cave, quickly clearing the remaining small cockroaches outside. After eliminating all the cockroaches on this island, Mingqiu glanced at the positioning on his wristband. He then turned and headed towards the nearest island with people. He no longer walked slowly on the ice path. A pair of ice wings instantly formed behind him, and he flew directly towards that island. Walking was too slow, flying was much faster, allowing him to reunite with his classmates sooner. At that moment, the three were teaming up to attack a group of first-tier exotic beasts which posed no threat to them. Before long, they had completely wiped them out. But just as they sighed in relief, two large creatures crawled out from the grass beside them. It turned out to be two rock turtles. Their shells were gray and matched the stones on the island, making them almost impossible to spot without careful observation. The two rock turtles, one was a second-tier 4-stage, and the other was a second-tier 1-stage. Damn two rock turtles. One of them couldn't help but curse, his face instantly falling. If it were just one, it would be manageable, but there's a 4-stage one. The other furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth. There's no choice, we have to go all out. The three exchanged glances. Without further hesitation, they charged at the two turtles, swords slashing and fists striking using their abilities. All their attacks landed on the shell of the rock turtle. But who could have known, with a series of crisp sounds of clang clang clang, their attacks hit the shell, leaving only a few shallow white marks. It couldn't break through the defense. Damn it, this turtle shell is too hard. One of them couldn't help but shout. We can't even budge it. As soon as the words fell, the large rock turtle suddenly retracted its head, then dug its limbs into the ground, and charged fiercely towards Wang Yu beside it. A teammate nearby quickly shouted, "Watch out, Wang Yu." Wang Yu reacted instantly, hurriedly dodging to the side. But it was still a bit too late. His arm was grazed by the hard shell of the rock turtle, and blood instantly oozed out. Just as the two hard-shelled turtles charged fiercely at the three, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew in, and Mingqiu finally arrived. He landed right in front of the three, firmly blocking the way between them and the rock turtles. God! Seeing him, the three couldn't help but shout, like they had found a savior. "Leave these two to me, you guys take a break first." Mingqiu waved his hand at them, not waiting for their response. With a step, he swiftly passed by the two turtles that were still charging forward. "Excuse me." As he passed by, the two rock turtles still charging ahead became visibly coated in a thick layer of white frost. In an instant, they turned into two hard frozen sculptures, not moving at all, completely encased in ice. The wings behind Mingqiu slowly dissipated into the air. Damn, Su God is so impressive. One of them couldn't help but mutter under his breath. It's too cool. He froze 2 second-tier rock turtles without even lifting a finger. Su Mingqiu paid no mind to this, walking over to them and saying, "All right, the beasts on this side are dealt with. Let's head to the next island to find the others." The three shared an awkward smile, and one of them scratched his head, saying apologetically, "Su God, we don't have wings, we can't fly over." It was only then that Su Mingqiu realized. All right, they didn't have wings and couldn't fly like him, but it wasn't a big deal. "No worries, just follow me." Su Mingqiu walked to the edge of the sea, extending his hand into the water. The azure water in front of him slowly froze into a solid ice surface extending outwards. It extended all the way to the next island, creating a long, flat ice path over the surface of the sea. "All right, just walk on this ice, you'll get there soon." Su Mingqiu pointed at the ice path. "He'll go ahead and check the situation over there." With that, his wings reappeared behind him, and he flew towards the next island. The three exchanged glances, then looked at the endless ice path before them, unable to help but gulp. One of them couldn't help but murmur this. Is this really a person? He just froze the entire sea with a wave of his hand. In midair, Su Mingqiu was flying towards the next island when he glanced down at the positioning bracelet on his wrist. The simple map on the screen was very clear. On the island ahead, there were 5 glowing spots. However, all 5 spots were flashing, glaring. Su Mingqiu instantly realized this was a distress signal from the bracelet. It seemed those 5 were in big trouble. Without hesitation, he accelerated his flight speed. On that island, Morong Yin, when Xingyao Yang Wei and the others had already cleared out the beasts on the island. But who would have guessed, just as they finished clearing the beasts, a few people suddenly jumped out. Leading them was a man with a black snake tattoo on his face, exuding a fierce aura. Looking at them, he laughed uproariously. "Ha, you little brats, today is your end." Morong Yin instantly took on a serious expression, blocking in front of his teammates, staring at the man and gritting his teeth. "Cult of the evil god." "Ha, Morong Yin, you really— Alright, I don't want to listen to your nonsense." As he spoke, he charged at the 5. As they fought, Morong Yin and the others realized something was off. This man was not using his full strength at all. It was as if he was toying with them. Whenever they got injured, he would immediately stop attacking. He was just waiting for Wen Xingyao to heal them, so he could come back to fight when they were ready. "Damn it, if you're gonna fight, fight to the death. Why are you dragging it out like this?" Yang Wei was so infuriated that he shouted at the man. This was too much bullying. Meanwhile, the man's underlings were hiding at the back, whispering, "Do you think this will lure Su Mingqiu over?" "Absolutely, I've heard that Yang Wei is his little brother. That kid will definitely come to save him." "What if the boss can't beat Su Mingqiu?" "How could that be? The boss is a 3rd-tier 5-stage expert. Su Mingqiu can at most deal with a 3rd-tier 2-stage. How could he possibly defeat the boss? Besides, the boss has been blessed by the evil god. His abilities have been enhanced. Even if Su Mingqiu has some skills, he definitely can't beat the boss, so there's no need to worry." As the man was fighting, he suddenly turned around and glared at them, cursing in a rough voice. "Stop whispering back there. Don't drag it out, surround them quickly." Hearing this, the underlings quickly responded, "Yes, boss," and rushed over to surround Morong Yin and the others. After being surrounded, one of the injured teammates anxiously asked Morong Yin, "What should we do, Morong Yin? What can we do?" Morong Yin frowned, staring at the fierce-looking man, gritting his teeth, and said, "I don't know. From the looks of them, they're trying to use us as bait to lure Su Mingqiu over." Baiting Su God? Yang Wei was taken aback. Are they crazy? If Su God comes, hell freeze them all into ice sculptures. Hearing Morong Yan's words, the man burst into laughter, patting his chest with an arrogant, disdainful look. "Kid, you're quite clever. You got it right. That's exactly the plan. Once Su Mingqiu arrives, they'll send you all on your way. Not a single one of you will escape." At that moment, a gust of cold wind blew through. Su Mingqiu descended from the sky and stood firmly before several people, addressing the arrogant man. "I heard you were looking for me. Leg brother, you're here," Yang Wei exclaimed, instantly rising in excitement. The frustration he had just felt vanished, and his eyes sparkled. Morong Yin quickly warned Su Mingqiu, "Su Mingqiu, be careful. He is from the evil god sect, and his target is you. They used us as bait to lure you here." "Ha ha ha." The burly man laughed upon seeing Su Mingqiu, and said, "Su Mingqiu, join our evil god sect. If you join us and receive the blessing of the evil god, you will become much stronger than you ever were at that pathetic university." "Oh," Su Mingqiu replied, "join the evil god sect. Then how about giving me 100 or 80 rank combat techniques first?" The man was momentarily taken aback, stunned, and quickly waved his hand. "You can receive the blessing of the evil god, which is much better than any pathetic combat technique." Su Mingqiu shrugged, looking fully aware. "I think your so-called evil god is just a stray dog by the roadside, right? Hiding in the shadows, too cowardly to show itself after all this time. You must not insult the evil god." The burly man's eyes turned red in anger as he yelled at Su Mingqiu. "The evil god is invincible. Since you refuse to join the evil god sect, then you shall die." The man roared, and instantly his skin began to turn red, streams of molten lava flowing down his body. As it dripped to the ground, it burned little smoking pits into the soil. "Leave him to me, you all handle those little brats nearby," he shouted to his subordinates. "Understood, boss." They responded and charged forward. Seeing this, Murong Yin immediately led the others to intercept them. They blocked the subordinates. Lava ball. The burly man extended an arm, and a steaming ball of lava flew towards Su Mingqiu, carrying a scorching wave of heat. Su Mingqiu raised his hand and condensed an ice sphere, colliding it with the lava ball. With a loud bang, the two spheres collided fiercely. The ice sphere was instantly vaporized by the searing lava. However, the lava ball was cooled down by the ice's chill. The burly man looked at this scene and said to Su Mingqiu, "Su Mingqiu, it seems you truly cannot be kept alive. You're only at the 2nd stage 4th level, and you can fight me who is at the 3rd stage 5th level. If you grow stronger, it would be quite troublesome. What kind of nonsense blessing from the evil god is this? It's nothing special. You." The burly man's face flushed with anger. "Don't be too pleased with yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, the lava on his body surged even more and the temperature around him skyrocketed. Lava explosion. He began to compress his lava frantically. "Kid, let's see if you can withstand this move." Seeing his stance, Su Mingqiu realized he was gathering a powerful attack and would not give him the chance. A chilling wave shot out towards him. The burly man had no choice but to dodge as Su Mingqiu attacked. However, his long-prepared powerful move was instantly interrupted. He pointed at Su Mingqiu, trembling with anger. You don't follow the rules of martial arts. You actually ambushed me." Su Mingqiu looked at him with amusement. "What era is this? Still using moves with a wind-up? Nowadays, moves with no wind-up and no after effect are all the rage. You're outdated." The burly man was stunned. What are no wind-up and no after effect? What on earth is that? He couldn't understand it all. "Let me send you on your way now. Practice your moves more in your next life. Don't use such slow and cumbersome big moves anymore." Su Mingqiu walked towards the burly man. With each step he took, the chill around him grew even stronger. The burly man looked at him, feeling a sudden unease in his heart. This child must not be allowed to live. If he continues to grow, what will become of me? Just as he thought this, Su Mingqiu threw a punch towards his head. The burly man quickly raised his hand to block. But as soon as his hand touched Su Mingqiu's fist, a layer of white frost instantly formed. It gradually began to freeze. However, the burly man reacted quickly and hurriedly activated his lava powers. The frozen spots gradually melted away. The two fought continuously. In the midst of the battle, the burly man shouted at Su Mingqiu, "Kid, just surrender. I'm lava, I restrain you completely." He secretly mused him, "Let's see how long your ice powers can hold out. Once you run out, how will you fight?" However, as time passed, he began to doubt his life. This isn't right. This kid's powers are getting stronger the more we fight. His lava should have been able to restrain the ice. But now he had to expend more power just to counter Su Mingqiu's freezing. It can't go on like this, otherwise I feel like I'll be exhausted by this kid. He quickly pulled back, unwilling to engage Su Mingqiu in close combat. Su Mingqiu looked at him, suddenly pulling away, and was puzzled, frowning. "Why are you running?" He had been enjoying the fight, which was perfect for solidifying the boxing techniques he learned in training camp. After all, he was the perfect human punching bag. Why is he running? The burly man almost spat blood in anger upon hearing this. This kid actually thinks of me as a human punch. Meanwhile, the three teammates rushing over on the icy path left by Su Mingqiu collided with Murong Yin and others who were engaged with several members of the evil god sect. Without a word, the three brandished their weapons and charged into battle. Within moments, the members of the evil god sect were all taken care of. When Xingyao was crouched on the ground, her fingertips glowing with a faint green light as she treated the wounds of those who had just been injured. The others stood aside, watching from a distance at Su Mingqiu confronting the tattooed man. "Let's just wait here. Going up won't help much and will only hinder Su Mingqiu." Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. They all understood that he was a 3rd stage 5th level ability user. Their presence would only complicate matters. But then Yang Wei, unable to hold back, shouted with his loud voice, "Leg brother, go for it. Kill that bastard." His shout echoed loudly. Instantly, the tattooed man who had been glaring at Su Mingqiu turned his fury towards Yang Wei. Yang Wei immediately felt a tightness in his lower regions. As soon as he spoke, the tattooed man completely lost his temper, unleashing all his powers. His skin instantaneously cracked open, and scarlet magma gushed out from the wounds, splattering everywhere. He resembled a walking meteor volcano. He roared, calling out the name of his ultimate move. In the next second, the sky above darkened suddenly, and countless magma meteors began to rain down. Not only was it aimed at Su Mingqiu, but it also hurtled towards Murong Yin and the others nearby. The temperature of the entire island skyrocketed to a terrifying level. "Kid, die for me." The man shouted with bloodshot eyes. This was his killing blow, a strike blessed by the evil god. This attack could crush all these annoying little brats into a pulp. Looking at the magma meteors raining down, Su Mingqiu finally frowned. I was planning to toy with you a bit longer, but I didn't expect you to be so fragile. He paused and looked up at the crazed man. In that case, I shall send you to meet your evil god. Cold river snow. As he spoke, his pupils instantly turned into a crystal clear, icy blue. This was a sign that he was using his full power. In the next second, an even more terrifying chill erupted from him. A bone-chilling cold instantly swept across the entire island. The heat waves that had previously twisted the air and turned the sand red were instantly washed away by this freeze. The magma meteors that were about to crash to the ground halted in midair due to this cold energy. The scarlet magma cooled and solidified at a visible rate, transforming into blocks of ice that radiated a cold light. The blocks crashed to the ground, shattering into a pile of ice shards. The man tried to raise his hand in defense. Just as he was about to channel his powers, a bit of magma that emerged from his palm was instantly frozen into a thin layer of ice. The icy energy rapidly crawled up his arm, too fast for him to even react. In the blink of an eye, it spread from his fingertips to his arm, then to his chest, and finally his entire being was transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture. Maintaining the posture of reaching out, he was frozen in place. Murong Yin and Yang Wei, along with the others beside him, were already dumbfounded. Suddenly, the rigid ice sculpture let out a crisp cracking sound, followed by an explosive shattering. Before anyone could react, a bizarre blood-red light darted out from the shards of ice like lightning. In an instant, it imprinted itself on Su Mingqiu's wrist, leaving behind a strange pattern. Not good. Murong Yan's face changed dramatically as he grabbed Su Mingqiu's wrist, staring intently at the mark. This is the tracking mark of the evil god cult. Anyone blessed by the evil god when killed will leave this mark on the murderer. With this mark, the followers of the evil god cult can locate and hunt you down. There's no way to shake them off. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Su Mingqiu's mind. Ding. Tracking mark detected, processing. Forced removal completed. Almost the moment the voice faded, the strange red mark on Su Mingqiu's wrist vanished without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Not even a hint of a trace was left behind. Murong Yin was still furrowing his brows, contemplating how to help Su Mingqiu deal with the mark. When he looked up, he saw Su Mingqiu's wrist was completely bare with no marks at all. Instantly stunned, he stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Huh? Where's the mark? Murong Yin rubbed his eyes repeatedly, almost thinking he was seeing things. What? How? How did it just disappear? Su Mingqiu raised an eyebrow, pretending to be clueless. Who knows, maybe the evil god was scared of me and didn't dare to leave a mark. That's not scientific. Murong Yin muttered under his breath. But halfway through his sentence, he suddenly realized something. Everyone has their own secrets, especially someone as extraordinary as Su Mingqiu, whose genius defies common sense. He might have some special trump card. If he doesn't want to share, there's no point in prying. Thinking this, he stopped asking further. Yang Wei had already leaned in. I told you Brother Leg is amazing. Even the evil god has to fear him. What's not scientific about that? By the way, what exactly is this evil god cult? He knew that Murong Yin was from one of the 4 great families. He must have been exposed to many secrets that ordinary people don't know. Unlike himself, who had only recently crossed over and had a superficial understanding of the world's mysteries. Upon hearing this, Murong Yin stroked his chin, instinctively lowering his voice. The people of the evil god cult all worship a so-called. No one has ever seen what this evil god looks like. We only know that he is not from our world, but an existence from beyond the heavens. He seems unable to come to our world, as if blocked by something. He can only lower a fragment of his power across worlds. Those so-called blessings of the evil god are just fragments of his power. The previous guy was merely a believer blessed by him. Upon hearing the words from beyond the heavens, Su Mingqiu's heart stirred slightly. After all, he himself had crossed over from another world. He never expected that this world had such an unknown existence from beyond the heavens. Yang Wei's eyes widened instantly, and he shouted, What? From beyond the heavens? That's so mysterious. Wen Xingyao was also somewhat surprised, as she only knew that the evil god cult was the #1 wanted crazy cult, yet she had no idea there were so many unknown details. Murong Yin continued. It is said that the leader of the evil god cult possesses the most power from the evil god, making him absurdly strong. That guy just now was probably just a low-level outer disciple, having acquired only a fragment of the evil god's power. Then why not directly eradicate this evil god cult? Yang Wei asked, scratching his head, voicing his confusion. In his view, such a dangerous cult should be easily wiped out with troops. However, Murong Yin rolled his eyes, looking at him as if he were foolish. Do you think the nation doesn't want to? The key is that they can't find them. These guys are better at hiding than rabbits. The country has organized several encirclements, but each time they ended up empty-handed. They even managed to kill quite a few people, making it impossible to capture them all. Yang Wei scratched his head, suddenly recalling something, and said with a frown, Wait a minute, didn't the instructor investigate this spatial rift before? How could these evil god cult guys manage to sneak in? At that moment when Xingyao, who had been mostly silent, suddenly chimed in softly from the side. I guess the instructor must be doing it on purpose. On purpose? Yang Wei's eyes widened in surprise, looking utterly confused. What do you mean by on purpose? Yes, exactly, it was intentional. Su Mingqiu nodded and continued her train of thought. The instructor should be nearby, keeping an eye on us. The others standing by had long since lost the chance to speak. They could only stand by and watch as Su Mingqiu Murong Yin and Wen Xingyao analyzed the situation. Hearing this, Yang Wei instantly became energized and started looking around. Where is he? Where's the instructor? As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a heavy slap on the back of his head. Wu Yu's familiar loud voice resonated from behind him. Stop looking. I'm right here. Wu Yu nodded at them repeatedly. Not bad, not bad. You guys are much stronger than I expected. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Su Mingqiu. I initially thought I would have to step in to deal with that guy in the end, but unexpectedly you handled it yourself. What a little monster. That guy was such a fool. Did he really think we didn't notice him? If it weren't for us intentionally letting our guard down to give you kids some practice with his little skills, he would never have managed to slip into this spatial. Not a chance. When he saw that evil god mark earlier, he was planning to wait until back at school to help Su Mingqiu deal with that troublesome thing. But in the end, that mark just disappeared on its own. He didn't ask how the mark had vanished. Everyone has their own secrets. Alright, enough chit-chat. Let's clear out all the remaining beasts in this spatial rift. Once we finish this, our practical training will be complete. After speaking, he waved his hand and walked away. Let's go, time to clear the area. Su Mingqiu was the first to step forward, heading towards the next small island. The others quickly followed behind. Time flew by, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 days, the group traveled between various small islands, clearing out In the heat of battle, they sharpened their skills like never before. Each one of them broke through as if they had ridden a rocket. Su Mingqiu had already advanced to the second stage, 5th level. Meanwhile, both Murong Yin and Wen Xingyao had broken through to the 3rd level. As for the others, many took this opportunity to advance to the 2nd level. Only a handful remained at the 1st level, but even they were much stronger than when they first entered. At this point, everyone had gathered together, reaching the final small island within the spatial rift. As soon as they set foot on the island, Su Mingqiu couldn't help but exclaim, true to its reputation as the last island, the beasts here were indeed different. Even the weakest monsters in the outskirts were at the 2nd level, 1st stage. They were significantly stronger than the bosses from some of the earlier islands. Walking at the front, Su Mingqiu spotted a beast lunging at him. With a casual lift of his hand, a wave of cold air surged forth, instantly freezing the beast into a block of ice. He scanned the surrounding group of beasts and quickly spotted a few powerful ones hidden among them. Before they could pounce, Su Mingqiu effortlessly froze all of them into ice sculptures, leaving only the weaker initial and mid-level beasts for the others to practice on. Alright, I'll leave the remaining beasts to you guys. Su Mingqiu waved at the group. I'm going to check the depths of the island. After saying this, he quickened his pace and headed deeper into the island. Be careful, leg bro, Yang Wei shouted after his retreating figure, raising his voice. Murong Yin looked at Su Mingqiu's increasingly distant figure, unable to stop himself from clenching his fists, silently reflecting. Indeed, the gap between him and that guy was wide. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the feelings of disparity within him and turned to deliver a punch to the beast charging at him. A crimson flame erupted instantly, directly burning through the beast's head. The beast, previously brandishing its claws, had no time to react at all. It collapsed straight down. Beast. Hey, pass me the peanuts. Su Mingqiu continued his journey deeper into the island. At this moment, he was practically a walking refrigerator. The cold air around him emitted automatically without him needing to lift a finger. Any beast attempting to approach him was instantly frozen into ice blocks as soon as they got close. Even the grass and trees along the path quickly accumulated a thick layer of white frost upon contact with his released cold air. He created a solid ice path as he walked. Not long after, Su Mingqiu suddenly heard a strange noise. It sounded like chewing. Crunch, crunch. Following the sound, he soon spotted a gigantic black mantis several meters tall in the center of an open area. It was lowering its head, gnawing at the corpse of a beast on the ground. When the enormous black mantis noticed Su Mingqiu, it immediately stopped eating. The next second, the entire mantis vanished from sight, running away. Just as this thought crossed Su Mingqiu's mind, he immediately dismissed it. No way. Almost simultaneously, a thick layer of ice appeared behind him. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as the mantis blade struck mercilessly against the ice. This creature was not fleeing. It was capable of invisibility and intended to sneak around for a surprise attack. However, the attack was blocked by Su Mingqiu. The mantis then realized that a chilling white frost was rapidly spreading along its blade towards its arm. The mantis panicked, quickly retreating. Then it once again turned invisible, disappearing from sight. A mantis that can turn invisible. Interesting. But unfortunately, the gap between us is too vast. This little trick won't work. I'm going to unleash an indiscriminate attack now. Mingqiu's cold air suddenly erupted violently, spreading wildly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the ground beneath him, the nearby trees, and the entire open space around him were all covered in a thick layer of ice. The invisible mantis was not spared either. At that moment, it was less than a meter behind Mingqiu, having stealthily approached and raised its... It had maintained its ambush posture, but before it could even strike, it was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture stuck rigidly in place. Mingqiu glanced at the frozen mantis and couldn't help but shake his head. Just a mere second stage, it posed no threat to him. He then turned to scan his surroundings, freezing the remaining beasts hiding in the grass, too frightened to come out into ice blocks. After clearing away all the lurking threats, he turned and walked towards the outskirts of the small island to find Murong Yin and the others. Finally, all the creatures in the spatial rift have been eradicated. Yes, the military training is finally over. Everyone couldn't help but cheer. Immediately, everyone exited the spatial rift together. Outside, Wu Yu and several other instructors had been waiting for them. Seeing them come out, Wu Yu smiled and nodded, looking quite satisfied. Not bad, you completed the task 5 days ahead of schedule, very good. He waved his hand to the crowd and announced loudly, congratulations, this military training has been successfully concluded. Since you completed the task ahead of time, the remaining 5 days will be your holiday. Go back and rest well. By the way, the points you earned from the military training task of clearing the spatial rift have been credited to your school accounts. These points can be exchanged for various cultivation resources at school. There are many things you can exchange for. I won't go into detail, just log into the school website after you return, and you can check the exchange yourself. Alright, enough chit-chat, let's get in the car now and head back to school. The school's points are indeed valuable, capable of being exchanged for many rare cultivation resources that cannot be bought out. After returning to school, the group bid farewell at the school gate. Mingqiu walked with Murong Yin and Wen Xingyao towards the villa area behind the school. After all, their villa was right next to Mingqiu's. Just after walking a few steps, Yang Wei also hurriedly followed them. Mingqiu was puzzled as to why this guy was not going back to his dormitory, but following them. Before he could ask, Yang Wei's words plunged him into silence. Leg brother, let me tell you, I bought the empty villa next to yours, Yang Wei said proudly as he approached. Mingqiu. Ahem, mainly because there are too many people in the dormitory, it's uncomfortable for me to live there, Yang Wei added, scratching his head as if it was perfectly reasonable. Upon returning to the villa, Mingqiu immediately opened the website. Don't get me wrong, it's not some strange website. It's just the official website of Haiming Martial University. The homepage of the website contains publicly accessible information for everyone. Everything about the school's history, faculty strength, and recruitment overview is available there. Mingqiu didn't look around much. He went straight to the bottom and found the login interface for the internal system. He entered his student ID and password and logged in. Once inside, he saw various categories: cultivation resources, combat skills, and specially made weapons, among others. Everything one could wish for was there, dazzling to the eyes. Mingqiu flipped to the combat skills section and immediately noticed that its level combat skill required 2,000 points to exchange. He quickly checked his points. Goodness, he had exhausted himself, breaking the record for the college entrance exam. Adding this military training task, he had only 1,000 points in total. Moreover, most of those points came from the college entrance exam. Damn, that's so harsh. Mingqiu couldn't help but curse. Mingqiu clicked on the cultivation resources section. Various rare resources dazzled him, but when he saw the prices, he felt like he had eaten. As he continued scrolling, he saw the ice element fruit. Mingqiu had used the ice element fruit that Murong Yin had given him to break through to the second stage. However, this item was only useful for early stage second-tier cultivation. For him now, it had no practical use, so Mingqiu decided not to exchange it. He continued browsing and stopped when he saw the red sun ginseng. This is good, it enhances both physical strength and abilities. Mingqiu's eyes lit up. Not bad, and it's only 300 points. How cheap. I'll buy one to test it out. Muttering to himself, he made the exchange. After buying, he had 700 points left. Mingqiu thought about it and planned to buy a speed-type combat skill. After all, his ice-based ability was not strong in speed. A speed combat skill would perfectly cover that shortcoming. Forget about its level. He didn't even have half the points needed. So Mingqiu opened the level section and browsed through it. At first glance, he saw the wind control technique. Oh, this is good. Not only can it increase speed, but it can also allow flight with the wind. Mingqiu's eyes lit up. This is it. Looking at the price, it was exactly 700 points, neither more nor less, just enough to spend all his remaining points. Without hesitation, Mingqiu made the exchange. After the exchange, his points instantly became 0. Oh, this feels like going back to square one. Mingqiu couldn't help but express his feelings. Just as he was reflecting, there was suddenly a knock at the door. Mingqiu was puzzled about who it could be at this time. He walked over to open the door and found it was the school's courier. Hello, student Su, the cultivation resources you ordered have arrived. Please sign for them. the courier said with a smile as he handed over a small box. So fast. Mingqiu was taken aback. He had just completed the exchange not long ago. Of course our school's delivery by plane is fast. The courier said with a smile. Please give a 5-star review later. Mingqiu nodded, signed, and took the package back to his room. He picked up his phone and casually gave a 5-star review. Opening the package, the first thing he saw was the wind control technique combat skill. Next to it was a delicate small wooden box. When he opened it, it was the red sun ginseng, entirely red. But how does one eat this? Mingqiu scratched his head. Can't I just eat it directly? Should be fine, right? He didn't think too much and directly put the red sun ginseng in his mouth and started chewing. If others saw this, they would definitely jump up and scold him for wasting precious resources. The red sun ginseng must be refined to unleash its full medicinal effects. If eaten raw, it would lose 70% of its efficacy. However, for Mingqiu, this had no impact. Because he had the system's 100 absorption capability, no matter how he consumed it, he could fully absorb the effects. It was just so unreasonable. Mingqiu sat on the sofa absorbing the medicinal effects of the red sun ginseng. Meanwhile, Yin and the others were also browsing the school website. However, their points were pitifully few. Yin and Wen Xingyao, the two of them, had only 300 points. As for the others, they had only 200 points, not even enough to buy the red sun ginseng that Mingqiu purchased. Mingqiu smacked his lips, a look of satisfaction on his face. He had originally thought that this rare medicinal herb for cultivation would be as bitter and hard to swallow as traditional Chinese medicine. To his surprise, it was sweet, and the taste was quite pleasant. Oh, this feels good, he said, stretching lazily after absorbing all the medicinal effects. He felt much lighter overall. Mingqiu's cultivation level had already reached the second stage, 7th tier. Even his physical body had improved significantly. Oh, what a pity my points are gone. Mingqiu muttered to himself as he opened the school's website, preparing to see what tasks were available to earn some points. He remembered that the school had a rule: as long as you went out to do tasks, you didn't have to attend classes. Just right, those foundational cultivation classes were of no use to him. It was just an opportunity to skip them while doing tasks. Mingqiu flipped through the tasks listed above, finding a variety of them, all kinds. Hunt is stage 3 2nd tier, humanoid demon spider, reward 30 points, water the school's backyard, reward 5 points. What kind of nonsense is this? Mingqiu couldn't help but complain the points were just too few. He couldn't care less about such a small amount. Just then he suddenly spotted a task. There are suspected cultists in Dashuan City, recommend higher tier students to investigate, reward 300 points. Oh. Mingqiu's eyes brightened, this one was good. Without further ado, he immediately accepted the task. As soon as he did, the detailed information about the task was sent to his phone. The content was simple: the Huang family in the airspace area of Dashuan City is suspected of colluding with cultists. Please investigate whether this is true. The task recommended higher tier students. This is it. Mingqiu nodded, deciding to take on this task. Before setting off, he planned to fully cultivate his wind control technique. He picked up the combat skill for wind control and flipped through it. The familiar voice of the system rang in his mind. Ding. Detected a level combat skill, wind control. Would you like to directly cultivate it to max level? Yes, Mingqiu replied without hesitation in his mind. Wind control has been cultivated to max level. Mingqiu had a question he wanted to ask the system. He had forgotten before, but now he remembered. System, did you make my infinite mana bar? Yes, host. As the host of the super invincible system of this universe, you must be the most enduring man. Mingqiu. What the hell? He continued to ask a few other questions, but the system fell silent again, pretending to be dead. Mingqiu was already used to it, and didn't pay it any mind. This was just the system's nature. Then Mingqiu decided to test out the newly maxed wind control technique. He walked outside and activated the wind control. In the next second, he shot out like a bolt of lightning, as fast as the wind. Not bad, this speed is quite impressive. Mingqiu's eyes lit up, and then he soared into the air with the wind control technique, flying back and forth in the sky. Wow, this is much faster than the ice wings I had before. He couldn't help but marvel. The 700 points spent were worth it. Since that was the case, Mingqiu planned to fly directly to Dashuan City. After all, he had an infinite mana bar, so he could fly as long as he wanted. Moreover, he suddenly remembered that Xia Yue and Jiang Shuang were also in Dashuan City, right in the air. They had been saying they wanted to treat him to a meal, and this was the perfect opportunity to have that meal. Mingqiu stopped in the sky and sent them a message. As soon as he sent it, they replied immediately, saying that they would decide the location. Mingqiu casually responded with an OK emoji. Meanwhile, Xia Yue and Jiang Shuang were busy doing their makeup in the dormitory. Shuang, why do you think he suddenly came here? Probably to do a task, Xia Yue asked curiously while applying lipstick. Jiang Shuang, while tidying her hair, said softly, hurry up, he should be arriving soon. Mingqiu activated the max level wind control and rushed forward at full speed, and in no time, he arrived at Dashuan City. He found a place with no one around to land. Then he wandered around for a while, even buying a sweet ice cream, eating as he walked. Just after having a couple of bites, his phone rang. Looking at it, it was a location sent by Xia Yue. Su Mingqiu casually hailed a taxi by the roadside and headed over. This driver was not as talkative as the one who took him to eat last. The ride was quiet all the way. In a short while they arrived in front of the restaurant. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Xia Yue and Zhang Shuang waiting for him at the door. Seeing him approach, the two welcomed him. Let's get inside. I'm starving, Su Mingqiu said with a smile. The two led Su Mingqiu into the private room. The people nearby saw them and whispered among themselves. Wow, isn't that Xia Yue and Zhang Shuang? Two stunning beauties. Yeah, how did they end up with a pretty boy? This guy is finished, don't you know? Huang Xiao has been pursuing Xia Yue lately, and he's probably coming soon. This guy is going. Why does this guy look so familiar? Your eyes are just familiar with everyone. Inside the private room, Su Mingqiu was eating heartily. Slow down, no one is competing with you, Xia Yue said, looking at him helplessly. The two had spent a long time carefully doing their makeup today. But this guy didn't even bother to notice them. After all, they were both among the more prominent beauties at school. Sister, I haven't eaten all day, Su Mingqiu mumbled. At this time, Zhang Shuang asked, how did you come here? Su Mingqiu didn't hide anything. I came here to do a task, and this was a good opportunity to have the meal you two wanted to treat me to. They chatted while eating in the private room. At that moment, a young man wearing sunglasses walked in from outside. It was none other than Huang Tianming, the young master of the Huang family. As soon as he entered, one of his lackeys hurried over, whispering flatteringly, Young Master Huang, Miss Xia is in that private room. Upon hearing that Xia Yue and Zhang Shuang had brought a pretty boy to eat, Huang Tianming rushed over in a flurry. After all, he had been pursuing Xia Yue for so long and had never succeeded in inviting her for a meal. Why should this unknown pretty boy get to do it? Huang Tianming ignored the people around him and headed straight for the private room. No one dared to stop him. After all, this was the Huang family in the airspace area. Who would dare provoke? At that moment, a new waitress at the restaurant stepped up to block him, saying, Young Master Huang Yu. Before she could finish her words, Huang Tianming slapped her, sending the female server crashing to the ground. Then the older server hurried over. Apologizing to Huang Tianming with a bow, he said, I'm sorry, Young Master Huang. She's new and doesn't understand the rules. After that, he quickly pulled away the downed female server, fearing that Huang Tianming would vent his anger on her. Huang Tianming completely ignored the servers and walked directly to the door of the private room, kicking it open. Inside, Su Mingqiu heard the commotion, looked up calmly at him, while Xia Yue beside her suddenly stood up, frowning and angrily asking Huang Tianming, what are you doing? Yue, I was worried about your safety, so I hurried over to check on you. Huang Tianming instantly shifted to a gentle demeanor, flattering Xia Yue. Huang Tianming, didn't I tell you not to call me Yue? And he is my friend, so you don't need to concern yourself. Huang Tianming completely disregarded Xia Yue's words and turned to Su Mingqiu, saying fiercely, Kid, where did you come from? How dare you touch my woman? Don't you know the Huang family in the Linkong district? Huang Tianming arrogantly pointed at Su Mingqiu's nose and threatened, now come over and kneel to apologize, and maybe I'll spare your life. Relying on the Huang family's power in the Linkong district, he didn't take Su Mingqiu seriously at all. To him, this kid was just some outsider he had never seen before. He thought a few threats would scare him. Zhang Shuang and Xia Yue immediately stepped in front of Su Mingqiu, angrily saying to Huang Tianming, you are going too far. Before Huang Tianming could respond, Su Mingqiu stood up. You say you are from the Huang family in the Linkong district, right? Hearing this, Huang Tianming thought Su Mingqiu was afraid of him. He instantly burst into arrogant laughter. Ha ha ha, kid, are you scared now? Hurry up and kneel down. Just as Huang Tianming's threats were about to continue, his vision suddenly blurred. He hadn't even seen how Su Mingqiu moved, he just felt a sudden pressure at the back of his neck. A tremendous force held him down, making it impossible for him to lift his head. In the next second, his head was pressed down, and with a loud bang, he was slammed hard against the cold marble floor. His sunglasses flew off. Su Mingqiu looked down at him, pressing his neck. What a coincidence. I hadn't even found trouble with your Huang family, yet you come looking for trouble with me. The lackey who had followed Huang Tianming was about to roll up his sleeves to rush over and save his young master. But just as he took half a step, he met Su Mingqiu's piercing gaze. His legs instantly felt weak. The foot he had just lifted didn't dare to come down, and he didn't even dare to breathe. He forced a smile that looked worse than crying, hurriedly retreating with it. I just remembered. My mom just gave birth to a little brother. I need to hurry back to check on him. Where do you think you're going? Come back here and kneel with your master. Just as Su Mingqiu's words fell, the lackey didn't dare to hesitate for half a second. He immediately knelt on the spot, not daring to move an inch. Huang Tianming, pressed on the ground, had his face against the cold marble. Yet he still stubbornly shouted, his voice muffled against the ground, Kid, do you dare to touch me? Do you know what will happen for offending the Huang family? Our Huang family is. Before he could finish, Su Mingqiu lost interest in his bluster. Grabbing his hair, he lifted his head and slammed it down against the ground. Bang! 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 One after another. Su Mingqiu held his head and slammed it down decisively and cleanly. Offend you? So what if I offend you? HM. At first Huang Tianming was still cursing and refusing to back down. But after a few hits blood started to ooze from his forehead, trickling down his face. Before long, he couldn't hold on anymore, crying for mercy. I was wrong. Big brother. I was wrong. You are my brother. Don't hit me anymore. His tears and snot mixed with blood flowed down, and he could hardly speak. Don't hit me. I can see my great-grandma. She is waving at me over there. Brother, I was wrong. I won't dare again. The commotion in the private room had already attracted the attention of everyone in the restaurant. A crowd of guests and servers squeezed into the hallway, peeking inside through the doorframe, all of them stunned. The new female server who had just been slapped by Huang Tianming was also hiding behind the crowd. Covering her still-burning face, she watched the scene inside, her eyes shining with excitement. Su Mingqiu stopped his assault, shaking off the blood on his hands. It wasn't that he had softened. Mainly Huang Tianming was still of use to him. He had come to investigate the Huang family's collusion with the evil god cult, and this guy was a ready-made witness. Xia Yue and Zhang Shuang then approached. The moment Huang Tianming saw them, it was as if he had seen a savior. Ignoring the pain in his head, he quickly lifted his blood-stained face and pleaded with Xia Yue. Yue, please help me. Talk to this big brother. Tell him to let me go. I won't dare again. However, Xia Yue merely shot him a cold glance, showing no intention of helping. You've caused harm to so many people, and now you reap what you sow. I can't help you. Zhang Shuang beside her also frowned and took a step back. You answer my questions, got it. Huang Tianming didn't dare to utter a word of defiance, quickly nodding like a rattle. He nodded so quickly that it pulled at his forehead wound, causing pain, yet he didn't care to rub it. Got it. Big brother, you ask. Whatever you want to know, I'll answer. I absolutely won't lie. Not a word. Has your Huang family had any unusual movements lately? Huang Tianming didn't dare to delay, quickly furrowing his brows and thinking hard, afraid of missing anything that would anger this fierce person. Yes. I just remembered. My father recently brought someone back secretly. He was afraid Su Mingqiu wouldn't believe him and hurriedly added, I stumbled upon it when I got up in the middle of the night. He deliberately hid that person in the basement of our house. When I curiously asked him about it, he scolded me and insisted I keep my mouth shut. Upon hearing this, Su Mingqiu instantly understood. Without a doubt, the person Huang Tianming's father was secretly hiding in the basement must be from the evil god cult. Su Mingqiu turned to look at the standing Xia Yue and Zhang Shuang, saying to them, you two should leave first. The upcoming matters no longer concern you. I'm going to complete my mission. Xia Yue and Zhang Shuang were not overly sentimental. After hearing this, they nodded in agreement. Take care, we'll leave first. They knew in their hearts that with Su Mingqiu's strength, he did not need their assistance for what was to come. Staying here would only hinder him. It was better to leave early and not cause him any trouble. Su Mingqiu was too lazy to waste words with Huang Tianming. With one hand, he lifted Huang Tianming from the ground, like picking up a chick. What? Do you need me to support you? Huang Tianming shivered in fright, hurriedly waving his hands, his head shaking like a rattle. No, I can walk by myself. How could I trouble you, big brother? That's good. Come with me to the Public Security Bureau. Su Mingqiu released his grip and spoke indifferently. As soon as Huang Tianming heard the words Public Security Bureau, he was instantly stunned. No, big brother, why are we going there? Our Huang family. Before he could finish, he met Su Mingqiu's piercing gaze. Huang Tianming immediately swallowed the rest of his words, quickly changing his tone. Okay. Wherever you say to go, I will go. I will do whatever you say. After saying that, he hurriedly crawled out, fearing that if he moved too slowly, Su Mingqiu would hit him again. Su Mingqiu followed behind at a leisurely pace toward the Public Security Bureau. Once Su Mingqiu and Huang Tianming's figures had completely vanished at the street corner, the kneeling lackey finally dared to raise his head. Like a spring that had been released, he sprang up in an instant. He didn't even bother to rub his numbed knees, crawling and rushing madly towards the Huang family's direction. Su Mingqiu had already taken Huang Tianming directly to the Public Security Bureau in the Lintong district. He didn't waste any words with the guards at the door. He directly presented his student ID from Haiming Martial University, indicating he was there to carry out a school mission and needed the cooperation of the Public Security Bureau. Upon seeing the student ID, the guard immediately dared not stop him. After all, he was a student of Haiming Martial University and the renowned top scorer of the national examination, Su Mingqiu. He quickly jogged inside to report to the director. Within 2 minutes, the head of the Public Security Bureau, Li Jiangwo, hurriedly ran out. Seeing Su Mingqiu, he quickly extended his hand to shake it. After glancing at his student ID and then at Huang Tianming, who was bloodied and battered, he didn't ask any further questions. Student Su, it's a pleasure to meet you, he exclaimed. You can speak freely. Our Public Security Bureau in Lintong District will fully support all your actions. Su Mingqiu did not bother with pleasantries, slowly stating the Huang family in Lintong District is colluding with the evil god cult. Immediately dispatch units to surround the entire Huang family. Not a single person is to be let go. Li Jiangwo's expression darkened instantly upon hearing the words, evil god cult. This was the country's top priority case. Without a second thought, he picked up the phone on the desk and directly called the emergency team. In no time, a large group of fully armed public security officers had gathered outside. Each one was holding a specially designed energy rifle. These were not ordinary firearms. They were specially developed weapons specifically for dealing with those with supernatural abilities. The energy bullets fired could directly penetrate supernatural defenses. Even a third-tier supernatural being would not be able to withstand a hit. Mingqiu looked at the large group of fully armed public security officers and couldn't help but secretly mumble to himself. Sure enough, those in power are not complete fools. With ready personnel to help me capture people, why should I risk going in there alone here? Once everyone was assembled, Li Jiangwo gestured for Mingqiu to proceed. Student Su, the team is ready. Let's set off now. Immediately after, a large team set off in a grand manner towards the Huang family. Meanwhile, the lackey who had run like crazy finally burst into the Huang family's living room, gasping for breath. He recounted everything about Mingqiu beating Huang Tianming to Huang Mingyuan, the head of the Huang family. After hearing this, Huang Mingyuan's expression instantly darkened to the point where ink could drip from it, and he angrily scolded the lackey. Waste! Why did you come back? Didn't I tell you to stop him? Before he could finish, he raised his hand and slapped him. The lackey didn't even make a sound as he was sent flying by the slap. His head slammed hard against the wall of the living room, and he lost consciousness on the spot. Without a flicker of an eye, Huang Mingyuan had killed him, as if merely swatting a fly. He then coldly ordered his subordinates, go. Find out what that kid's identity is. If he has some background, that would be a different matter. If he has no identity, then don't blame me, Huang Mingyuan, for being ruthless. Just as his subordinate was about to turn and leave to investigate, a sharp alarm suddenly rang out from outside. Huang Mingyuan frowned, puzzled. The Public Security Bureau's alarm. What's going on in broad daylight? With confusion in his heart, he stood up and walked to the yard, looking up outside. Instantly, he was dumbfounded. He saw that the entire Huang family courtyard had been surrounded tightly by a large group of public security officers wearing specially designed riot gear. Every one of them was holding energy rifles, their dark muzzles all aimed squarely at the Huang family. He immediately spotted Li Jiangwo, and beside him, covered in blood, was none other than his son, Huang Tianming. Next to Huang Tianming stood a young man. Without a doubt, he was the one who had beaten his son. Huang Mingyuan suppressed the panic in his heart and sternly questioned Li Jiangwo. What do you mean by this? Why have you deployed such a large force to surround my Huang family? Are you going to give me an explanation? An explanation? Li Jiangwo scoffed. Huang Mingyuan, the one who needs to give an explanation now is you. Your Huang family's collusion with the evil god cult, how do you explain that to me? Huang Mingyuan's heart sank, and he panicked in an instant. However, he still forced himself to maintain his composure, shouting at Li Jiangwo, you're talking nonsense. Do you have any evidence? Don't slander me. How could my Huang family, after so many years in Lintong district, collude with the evil god cult? Just then, Mingqiu stepped forward. Whether there's evidence or not, you should ask your precious son. Huang Tianming quickly shook his head at his father, hurriedly trying to shift the blame. Dad, I didn't say anything wrong. I only mentioned that you recently sneaked someone back. The one hiding in the basement. Huang Mingyuan's vision went black upon hearing this, almost causing him to faint on the spot. What a filial son this is. Mingqiu stared at Huang Mingyuan. You say you haven't colluded? Then hand over the person hiding in your basement to me. Huang Mingyuan's eyes flickered for a moment, and he hurriedly shouted at Li Jiangwo, don't listen to him. He must have used force to coerce my son into saying this. He is confessing under duress. Whether it's a confession or not will be clear once we go inside. Mingqiu spoke indifferently, nodding to Li Jiangwo. Li Jiangwo immediately understood, waving his hand to the nearby security team. Go in. Whoever dares to resist, shoot on sight. As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of security personnel rushed into the Huang family's courtyard with their guns drawn. At that moment, Mingqiu said to Li Jiangwo, Director Li, leave Huang Mingyuan to me. You let Huang Tianming lead you to the basement and surround the entire area. We must not let the person from the evil god cult escape. Li Jiangwo furrowed his brows and reminded him, Student Su, you must be careful. Huang Mingyuan is at the 3rd stage, 9th level. He's just a step away from the 4th stage. Fearing for Mingqiu's safety, he quickly instructed the deputy director beside him. You take people to the basement, surround it, and shoot anyone who dares to resist. We must not let that evil god cult member escape. After arranging the matter regarding the basement, he stayed in place, standing next to Mingqiu and closely watching Huang Mingyuan. He was afraid that Mingqiu might accidentally encounter some trouble. Mingqiu stepped forward, staring at Huang Mingyuan. Old man, you colluded with the evil god cult. I now sent. Huang Mingyuan looked into the distance, seeing his precious son leading the security bureau personnel toward the basement. He knew that he could no longer. There was no need to pretend anymore. It was time to lay everything bare. Ha ha ha. He suddenly threw his head back and laughed wildly. Kid, do you think you can judge me? Let me tell you, in this airborne zone no one can judge me. Upon finishing his words, his aura suddenly erupted. He was at the first stage of the 4th level. Student Su, be careful. He's reached the 4th stage. It's fine, Director Lee. Su Mingqiu waved his hand. Just right, I'll use him to practice my skills. Seeing Su Mingqiu's nonchalant demeanor, Li Jianguo decided not to intervene. He thought to himself that he would be there to help if Su Mingqiu truly needed it. If worst comes to worst, he could rush in to save him. It's just the 4th stage. A mass of frost glimmering droplets suddenly appeared behind Huang Mingyuan. In the next second, those droplets shot towards Su Mingqiu like bullets. Oh, water element ability. Isn't that just perfect? A chilling aura erupted around Su Mingqiu. The droplets, before even coming within half a meter of him, were instantly frozen into tiny ice shards. They fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Seeing this, Huang Mingyuan's brows furrowed immediately. Ice element. Kid, are you that top scorer Su Mingqiu from the college entrance examination? You guessed right, Su Mingqiu replied lightly. In the next second, he had already appeared in front of Huang Mingyuan. So fast that Huang Mingyuan didn't even see a shadow. His right fist formed a thick layer of ice armor. With a bone-chilling coldness, he smashed it towards Huang Mingyuan's head. So fast, Huang Mingyuan's pupils constricted as he screamed in his heart. As a 4th stage powerhouse, his reflexes weren't slow, and he immediately dodged to the side. But even though he dodged quickly, the side of his face was still grazed. Just that one hit caused frost to instantly spread across that half of his face. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it slowly froze, leaving Huang Mingyuan's half of his face numb. Li Jianguo, watching this scene, couldn't help but nod in approval. No wonder he was the top scorer with over 10,000 points. At such a young age, he could fight evenly with a 4th stage powerhouse. Truly worthy of his reputation. Su Mingqiu looked at Huang Mingyuan's frozen face and mocked. Old man, your 4th stage is not impressive at all. It's too exaggerated, isn't it? Shut your mouth. Huang Mingyuan was struck at his sore spot, his eyes reddening as he shouted madly. If it weren't for the evil god, how could I possibly break through to the 4th stage? As long as I follow the evil god, I can lead the Huang family to glory. Then he'll send you to the underworld where you can create. Huang Mingyuan completely went mad, and his water element ability erupted completely. In the next second, a torrential rain suddenly fell over the Huang family. Moreover, this rain only covered the entire Huang family courtyard. But just as the rain was about to fall on Su Mingqiu, it was instantly frozen into ice. The droplets crashed down on the ice armor that Su Mingqiu had formed. Huang Mingyuan was still madly gathering his abilities. Just as he had gathered halfway, Su Mingqiu had already appeared in front of him. You? Before Huang Mingyuan could finish his words, Su Mingqiu lifted his hand and threw a punch, smashing it into his chest. In the next second, Huang Mingyuan was sent flying. Watch closely, a big move is not to be used like this. Ice River Snow. In the next second, his ice element ability erupted entirely. A bone-chilling aura instantly enveloped the entire Huang family courtyard. Everything around was instantly frozen. Even Huang Mingyuan, who had just tried to struggle to stand up, didn't have time to react. He was directly turned into an ice statue. The rain in the sky also stopped instantly. After finishing all this, the ice armor on Su Mingqiu slowly dissipated. Then the tracking mark flew over. But as soon as it reached his wrist, it was cleared by the system. Seeing this scene, Li Jianguo quickly stepped forward, repeatedly expressing his admiration to Su Mingqiu. No wonder you were the top scorer with over 10,000 points. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. The future relies on you young people. As for how the mark disappeared, he didn't ask much. Director Li, you flatter me. Su Mingqiu smiled and waved his hand at him. At least for now, we still need you seniors to shield us from the wind and rain in front. Li Jianguo couldn't help but laugh and patted his shoulder. You kid. This Huang Mingyuan is too trash, completely unlike a 4th stage powerhouse. That's quite normal, Li Jianguo explained from the side. That guy originally had poor talent. This 4th stage realm was forcibly pushed up by that damned evil god. With such a shaky foundation, isn't it normal for him to be trash? With a realm that was forcibly forced upon him, any genius could easily defeat him, let alone you. The two of them chatted as they walked towards. In no time, they arrived at the entrance to the basement. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, the deputy director quickly approached, saluting Li Jianguo. Director, we have completely surrounded this place. No one inside has escaped, just waiting for your arrival. Li Jianguo nodded and waved his hand to his subordinates. Open it. Immediately, the team members opened the heavy iron door of the basement. As soon as it opened, several henchmen from the evil god sect rushed out. However, just as they emerged, they were met with a row of dark gun muzzles aimed directly at them. Fire! With a command, a series of dull gunshots rang out. The sound was not loud, as all the energy guns were equipped with special silencers. The henchmen were instantly taken down. The team members holding their guns steadily advanced deeper into the basement, quickly clearing their way to the innermost part. Upon reaching the innermost area, they heard a series of strange gasps coming from behind the door. A group of them pushed the door open. Inside, they saw a seductively dressed middle-aged woman playing a game with a middle-aged man. Both were naked and engrossed in their activity. Seeing the sudden intrusion of armed security personnel, the woman was instantly dumbfounded, hurriedly grabbing a nearby blanket to cover her body, her face turning pale. At that moment, Huang Tianming, who was handcuffed, happened to be brought to the door. Upon seeing the woman, he was momentarily stunned and blurted out, "Mom, what are you doing here?" As soon as he said that, everyone present immediately realized what was happening. Mingqiu, standing aside, couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Oh, this is truly a shocking revelation." So Huang Mingyuan sent his own wife to please the evil god sect. What a character! The woman, upon seeing Huang Tianming, panicked and shouted at him, "Tianming, what are you doing here?" At that moment, the middle-aged man on the bed leisurely got up, seemingly oblivious to the armed security personnel around. He picked up nearby clothing and put it on. Once dressed, he looked at Li Jiangguo and smiled. "Director Li, long time no see." Li Jiangguo frowned, staring at him, instantly recognizing the man. "Zhao Changfeng, I didn't expect you, a wanted fugitive, to dare return under my nose. What can I do?" Zhao Changfeng shrugged, appearing indifferent. "If it weren't for the master sending me to recover the Huang family, I wouldn't return to this wretched place. But you won't be able to keep me here." As he spoke, his aura suddenly erupted. A terrifying pressure of 5th level stage 1 instantly engulfed the entire basement. This time you won't escape." Li Jiangguo scoffed, his aura also bursting forth. He was also at the 5th level stage 1. In the next second, the two collided directly. The terrifying shockwave from their clash created a massive hole in the basement wall. They did not remain fighting in the cramped basement, but instead soared into the sky, engaging in a fierce aerial battle. The others hurriedly ran outside. The security team below quickly aimed their guns at Zhao Changfeng in the sky and opened fire. "A bunch of ants." Zhao Changfeng scoffed disdainfully. His ability was aptly named Wind. With a casual wave, a violent gust of wind swept through. The energy bullets shot at him were instantly shredded before they could even touch him. At that moment, Mingqiu activated his wind control technique and soared into the air, shouting at Li Jiangguo, "Director Li, I'm here to help you." Seeing Mingqiu flying up, Zhao Changfeng paused for a moment before bursting into loud laughter. "Huh, just you." However, he quickly stopped laughing as Mingqiu agilely maneuvered beside him, occasionally launching a powerful move, Cold River Snow, to harass him. As he focused on defending against Mingqiu's cold air, he left himself wide open. Li Jiangguo immediately seized the opportunity and struck him with a powerful punch. Li Jiangguo couldn't help but laugh out loud from the side. "Did you see that? This is talent. When this kid grows up, your damned evil god will be killed by his own hands." Zhao Changfeng's face was as ugly as if he had eaten excrement. He never expected that as a 5th level powerhouse he would be harassed so much by a 2nd level opponent. If this continued, he would truly be dragged down by these two here. No, he had to escape quickly. But just as he was about to activate his wind ability to flee, Li Jiangguo stepped forward and coldly said to him, "Last time you managed to escape only because I was held back by someone else. This time, since you are here, you will stay." Li Jiangguo's ability was sword. He slowly raised his long sword, and his power erupted. One sword opens the sky. In the next second, a terrifying golden sword energy slashed out instantly. Zhao Changfeng didn't even have time to react before being... The power of that sword energy was so great that even the clouds behind him were forcefully sliced in half. Just as Zhao Changfeng died. Similar to the previous evil god sect cultist, a strange red pursuit mark instantly flew onto Li Jiangguo's. The mark on Li Jiangguo's wrist felt as real as if it were directly engraved on his flesh. Yet Li Jiangguo merely glanced at it and paid it no mind. After all, over the years of capturing the evil god sect, he had killed many of these people. He was long accustomed to such pursuit marks. Who isn't a genius? Mingqiu watched Li Jiangguo sheath his sword with a swift motion, unable to suppress his admiration. "Director Li, you still have such elegance." Li Jiangguo laughed heartily at his words, waving his hand. "I'm getting old, can't compare to you young talents." As they spoke, they landed back in the Huang family's courtyard. As soon as he steadied himself, Li Jiangguo solemnly instructed the approaching, "Listen up, control everyone in the Huang family and interrogate them one by one. Those who deserve punishment will be sentenced according to the law, and those who are not involved should have their identities verified before being released, so as not to wrong a good person." "Yes." The team members replied in unison and quickly got to work, turning the entire Huang family courtyard into a well-organized Li Jiangguo looked at the scene, a smile almost unable to be contained on his face, rubbing his hands together, feeling relaxed and joyful. After all, this was a big case involving the Moreover, they had also taken down the wanted fugitive Zhao Changfeng. Now not only he but the entire security bureau's brothers would earn a significant. When he reports this case, awards and bonuses are definitely not to be missed. At that moment, a faint rustling sound suddenly broke through the air above their heads. Instinctively looking up, the crowd saw a middle-aged man in a standard uniform descending gracefully, riding the wind. In the blink of an eye, he landed in the courtyard. This man was Zhao Weidong, the director of the Ningxi District Public Security Bureau in Dashuan City. Due to the vast territory of Dashuan, it was divided into two security bureaus, Linkong and Ningxi. Each oversaw a separate area, and the two men were old acquaintances. Upon landing, he swept his gaze across the courtyard, which was already mostly tidied up, then slapped his thigh and called out to Li Jiangguo. Damn, old Li. You resolved this case way too fast. I was planning to come over and lend a hand, maybe snag a bit of the credit, but it seems you've already wrapped it all up. His face was full of regret, as if he had lost millions. Li Jiangguo rolled his eyes and retorted irritably, cut it out. You stole my credit last time, and now you want to mooch off me again. Not a chance. After their brief squabble, Li Jiangguo pulled Su Mingqiu over and said to Zhao Weidong with a smile, Old Zhao, let me introduce you. This is Su Mingqiu from Haiming Martial Arts University. He's the top scorer in the college entrance exam who broke the 10th standpoint record. Then turning to Su Mingqiu, he pointed at Zhao Weidong. Mingqiu, this is Director Zhao Weidong from Ningxi District. To be honest, if it weren't for this kid, I wouldn't have known that the Huang family was colluding with the evil god cult. Upon hearing this, Zhao Weidong's eyes lit up immediately. He stepped forward, eagerly extending his hand to shake Su Mingqiu's. Oh, so you're Su Mingqiu. I've heard so much about you. My boy talks about you all the time as his idol. I finally get to meet the legend in person today. While the group was chatting cheerfully in the courtyard thousands of miles away in a hidden stronghold, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Within the grand hall of the evil god cult's headquarters, flickering candlelight cast the eerie totems on the walls in shifting shadows. The cult leader, clad in a dark black robe, sat silently on the main throne, his face an unreadable mask. Below, a guardian in black robes strode forward and knelt on one knee. Cult leader Zhao Changfeng has been slain by Su Mingqiu and Li Jiangguo. Shall I lead men to eliminate Su Mingqiu? The guardian asked, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Yet the cult leader ignored his request. Instead, his fingers tapped methodically against the wooden armrest, producing dull rhythmic thuds, as if he were calculating something. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice low and chilling. Leave Su Mingqiu alone for now. That kid has the backing of Haiming Martial Arts University and those old fogies at the Security Bureau. They're not to be trifled with. Attacking him now would only invite a crackdown and derail our true purpose. The evil god has been displeased with me lately. Our priority is to win over more noble families and expand our influence. One Huang family has fallen, but countless others are waiting to pledge their allegiance to the evil god. Once we consolidate these forces, our power will be unstoppable and no one will stand in our way. With that, he lifted his gaze to sweep over the kneeling guardians below, his eyes as cold as ice. Enough. Keep a low profile for now and avoid any trouble. If any misstep further angers the evil god, I will hold you all accountable. None of those below dared to object. They quickly replied in unison, yes, cult leader. Then heads bowed, they retreated. Even their footsteps were as light as possible, fearful of making any sound that might displease the cult leader. In no time, the oppressive hall was left with only the cult leader himself. He stared at the flickering totem of the evil god on the wall, lost in some dark calculation. Back in the courtyard of the Huang family in Linkong District, the cleanup was nearly complete. Seeing that everything was settled, Su Mingqiu prepared to take his leave from Li Jiangguo and return to Haiming Martial Arts University. But just as he was about to speak, Li Jiangguo grabbed his. Hey Mingqiu, don't rush off. Li Jiangguo said with great enthusiasm, holding onto his arm. You helped me out so much today. Oh, I absolutely have to treat you to a meal. Su Mingqiu paused for a moment, considering that he had nothing urgent to attend to. Figuring he had time to spare, he smiled and nodded in agreement. All right, I'll be in your care directly. Li Jiangguo, pulling Su Mingqiu along, turned and waved at Zhao Weidong, who was still watching the commotion. Come on, old Zhao, you're joining us too. The meal's on me today. Let's have a few good drinks. Upon hearing this, Zhao Weidong's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, has the sun risen from the west today, old Li? You're famously tight-fisted. You won't even buy me a bottle of soda. And now you're offering to treat. Did I hear that right? Before long, the three of them arrived at the finest private kitchen restaurant in Linkong District. Li Jiangguo waved his hand grandly and ordered a table full of exotic beast dishes along with a bottle of fine liquor he had aged for years. The two of them clinked glasses and drank heartily. In no time, more than half the bottle was gone. Both directors were flushed and their tongues were growing thick. Clearly they were quite drunk. Li Jiangguo, arm draped over Su Mingqiu's shoulder, mumbled, drunkenly patting his arm. Mingqiu, let me tell you, with talent like yours, you should join the Security Bureau. Su Mingqiu immediately caught on and couldn't help but laugh. So this old fox had invited him to dinner just to poach him. He smiled and began, "Oh, Director Li, I was saying." Before he could finish, Li Jianguo waved his hand dismissively, looking displeased. "Calling me Director Li? That's too formal." Zhao Weidong, equally drunk, nodded along beside him. "Exactly to Su Mingqiu." Seeing the two tipsy elders went along with their wishes and changed his address. "All right, Uncle Li, Uncle Zhao. Hey, now." Both of them beamed with joy. The drinking session lasted late into the night, and the two intoxicated directors were eventually taken home by their subordinates. Su Mingqiu also returned to a nearby hotel. With a few days of vacation remaining, he wasn't in a hurry to go back to school. Since there was nothing to do there anyway, he decided to stay in Linкong district and enjoy himself a little longer. Xia Yue and Jiang Shuang took him to visit some local attractions and sample the regional specialties, and the group had a wonderful time together. Before they knew it, the last day of the holiday arrived, and it was time for Su Mingqiu to return to school. After bidding farewell to the two directors and the two sisters, he departed. Just like when he arrived, Su Mingqiu rode the wind and quickly flew back to the villa area of Haiming Martial University, landing steadily at the entrance of his own villa. Just as he was about to take out his keys to open the door, he saw Yang Wei next door sporting a messy hairstyle and bleary-eyed, just about to step outside. Upon seeing him, Yang Wei instantly perked up, his eyes brightening as he hurried over. "Leg brother, where have you been to make money these days? I thought you had gone missing." Su Mingqiu smiled and casually replied, "Oh, I just completed a task in Dashuan City and just got." After hearing this, Yang Wei's face filled with admiration. "Wow, leg brother, you are really hardworking. Not even resting during the holidays, running off to do tasks." He paused for a moment, suddenly remembering something, and added, "By the way, a couple of days ago, Morong Yin and Wen Xingyao said they wanted to team up with you for a task. But since you weren't home, they went off together by themselves. They should be back soon. They also wanted to pull me along. I didn't go. If I were to run off to do tasks during the holidays, how could I justify this break?" After hearing his words, Su Mingqiu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. So this guy is too lazy to even do tasks during the holidays. What were you just about to do? Yang Wei, hearing this, instantly looked excited, his eyes shining. "I'm going to the cafeteria. Our school cafeteria has a spicy hot pot that's absolutely delicious." Su Mingqiu looked at his greedy expression and waved his hand. "All right, then hurry up and eat. I'll go back to my room and submit this task." Once inside, Su Mingqiu sat down on the sofa, opened his phone, and logged into Haiming Martial University's internal website. He found the investigation task related to the evil god cult that he had taken on earlier. He submitted his neatly organized task report along with some corroborating photos from the scene. Just after submitting, a prompt popped up on the page saying, "Under review." However, it didn't take long, just a dozen seconds, and the page refreshed. It directly displayed a prompt saying, "Task completed." Immediately afterward, a notification of points being credited popped up. 300 points, not a single one less, all credited to his account. Nice. Su Mingqiu looked at the credited points, his eyes sparkling. Now he had some startup capital again. Leaning back on the sofa, he leisurely scrolled through the list of cultivation resources on the website. Just having received the points, he was in a great mood, humming an old song he had heard in his past life. "Just bought you an iPhone 5. Oh, and you want a 5 to see someone with an iPhone 6, and you want a Plus." As he was scrolling, Su Mingqiu's fingers suddenly. This item was perfectly suited to his current level. Without a second thought, he directly placed an order. The 300 points he had just received were spent in the blink of an eye. Ice type ability. It can also help one break through bottlenecks in cultivation. Not bad, not bad. Isn't this just prepared for me? Su Mingqiu looked at the introduction, becoming more and more satisfied. This item was perfectly suited to his current level. Without a second thought, he directly placed an order. The 300 points he had just received were spent in the blink of an eye. Ice type ability. Looking at his account now once again at zero, Su Mingqiu couldn't help but sigh. The road ahead is indeed long and arduous. Just as he felt melancholic for a couple of seconds, there was a knock at the door. Then came the loud voice of the delivery person. "Hello, express delivery. The cultivation resources you ordered have arrived, please check." Su Mingqiu hurriedly went to open the door sign for it, and brought in the small package that was the size of a palm. Unpacking, he found a specially made thermally insulated box inside. The moment he opened the box, a chill emanated from within. Inside lay a lotus flower, entirely ice blue, quietly resting. The petals were crystal clear, resembling the most transparent ice sculpture. Su Mingqiu didn't bother with any niceties. He directly pinched a petal and put it in his mouth to chew. Wow, it's so cold, just like eating an ice pop. He couldn't help but murmur. The ice lotus looked rare, yet eating it was surprisingly similar to a summer popsicle. The coolness flowed straight down to his stomach. Just after saying this, he felt a surge of pure ice energy rushing down his throat and into his body. It flowed through his meridians, slowly, so comfortable that he almost let out a hum. Not holding back, he grabbed the remaining petals and stuffed them all into his mouth, swallowing them without much chewing. In no time, all the energy was absorbed completely. Su Mingqiu couldn't help but hum in satisfaction. "Oh, Have I already reached the mid-tier of the second stage? After consuming the Ice Lotus, he jumped 2 tiers, just 1 step away from the threshold of the third stage. Just as he finished sensing his realm, his phone rang. Mingqiu picked it up and saw it was a call from Lin Feng. He answered it casually, and immediately Lin Feng's familiar loud voice came through, filled with barely contained excitement. You kid or something else? Just took on the first task and already dealt with that group of evil god cult in the airspace. Impressive, no wonder I recruited such a genius. It's not all my credit, mainly thanks to Director Li. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to handle that 5th tier Zhao Changfeng. However, Teacher Lin, I want to ask you something. Is this task for real? Wasn't it said that only high-tier 3rd stage students should go investigate? But there are 5th tier powerhouses in that evil god cult. If a high-tier 3rd stage student foolishly went over, wouldn't that be like going to their doom? Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh after hearing this, his loud voice tinged with a mix of helplessness and amusement. You kid don't understand. This task is meant for you to investigate, not to wipe them out. Usually students just need to gather intel and report back to us. Who would have known you'd be so fierce and just uproot the whole? Don't worry, you've exceeded the task this time. The school will credit you extra points shortly. They won't shortchange you, kid. Alright, I have things to attend to, so I'll hang up now. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he didn't wait for Mingqiu to respond and hung up decisively. Mingqiu looked at his phone, his eyes lighting up. Extra points. Great, now he had some startup capital again. Just as he thought this, a notification popped up on his phone indicating the school's points had been credited. 500 points, not a single one less, directly credited to his account. While this efficiency is impressive, Mingqiu couldn't help but exclaim. The speed at which the school operated was truly fast. He had barely finished speaking when it was credited. Mingqiu held his phone and opened the list of battle skills, intending to see if there was anything he could afford. As he scrolled, he suddenly came across something very peculiar. There was a battle skill on the list that had neither a level marked nor a name written. It was just hanging alone in the corner of the list. Curious, he clicked on it. The description inside read: this battle skill has an extremely high cultivation difficulty, far surpassing S-level battle skills, and its effects are tailored to the practitioner's own abilities. The stronger the practitioner's abilities, the better the effects of this battle skill. The price mark below was exactly 500 points, not a bit more or less. It was precisely the amount of points he had just received. Mingqiu's eyes lit up instantly. High cultivation difficulty. What problem could that pose for him? He had a system, no matter how difficult the battle skill, he could directly cultivate it to the maximum level. Moreover, the stronger the abilities, the better the effects. Wasn't this tailored just for me? Without the slightest hesitation, Mingqiu clicked to place the order. In the blink of an eye, the 500 points he had just received were spent entirely. Now he was quite curious to see what effects this mysterious battle skill, which didn't even have a name or level marked, would have. He initially thought he would have to wait for a delivery by airplane for the battle skill. However, just after placing the order, a notification popped up on his phone. The battle skill had been directly transmitted to his phone. There was no need for an airplane delivery at all. Mingqiu quickly opened the battle skill information on his phone. Just after flipping through a couple of lines, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Unknown battle skill detected. Would you like to cultivate it directly to the maximum level? Yes, Mingqiu answered in his mind without the slightest hesitation. Battle skill cultivation complete, has reached maximum level. As the voice fell, Mingqiu immediately felt a warm current surging throughout his body. His muscles and the power of his physical body instantly surged significantly. Even his skin took on a faint icy blue hue. It was then he realized and finally understood what the effect of this battle skill was. It turned out that this thing could make a person's physical body as powerful as their own abilities. No wonder the introduction said that the stronger the abilities, the better the effects of this battle skill. That was exactly what it meant. Feeling his rapidly increasing physical power, Mingqiu instantly understood that if this was the case, the higher his realm in the future, the stronger his abilities would be. The stronger the abilities, the stronger the physical body would follow. Wouldn't that be analogous to an endless virtuous cycle? While this seems a bit like a perpetual motion machine, in Mingqiu's view, this battle skill was definitely worth more than 500 points to him. The effects of this battle skill were far superior to those of S-level battle skills. He had no idea that the cultivation difficulty of this battle skill was far beyond what was noted as high. It was simply extraordinarily difficult. So in the end, they all gave up on cultivation. Another fulfilling day. Mingqiu stretched and sighed, then got up and walked outside. Be better spent on steadily improving their realm. So in the end, they all gave up on cultivation. Another fulfilling day. Mingqiu stretched and sighed, then got up and walked outside. As he just stepped into the yard, he happened to see Murong Yin and Wen Xingyao returning. The two had just finished their mission and looked a bit tired. However, their auras were significantly stronger than before. Mingqiu sensed it and noticed that their realms had already reached second stage 5th level. Mingqiu waved at them to greet. Just as he was about to say something, the phones of all three suddenly rang at the same time. They picked them up and looked. They had all been added to a group chat. The person noted as the instructor in the group directly tagged all members. The message was simple: everyone assemble in the classroom immediately. Upon seeing the message, the three immediately quickened their pace towards the classroom in the teaching building. On the way, Murong Yin and Wen Xingyao talked to Su Mingqiu about their experiences during the past few days of missions. In no time, the three arrived at the classroom and found their seats. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, everyone in the class had arrived. At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in formal attire walked in looking quite gentle. He stood on the podium, smiled at the students below, and said, "Hello everyone, nice to meet you for the first time. I am your instructor. Although this is our first official meeting, I am already very familiar with all of you little ones. Well, I won't waste your time, let's keep it brief. Tomorrow the school will organize a large-scale joint drill, and our genius class will all participate in this drill. The location of this drill is in the abandoned old city near our... That place used to be quite a sizable city, but was destroyed by a surge of beasts. It has been abandoned for many years, and now it's just right for you as a drill site. You will need to stay there for a week. There will be a simulated beast siege segment, and we will send some tamed beasts in. In the simulated scene of beast siege, what you need to do is to hold on to that abandoned city and last through the week." After finishing, Wang Kai raised his hand and asked the students below, "All right, does anyone have any questions?" Just as he finished speaking, Wen Xingyao gently raised her hand and asked the instructor softly, "Instructor, I would like to ask, will this drill only involve us freshmen? Are there any instructors accompanying us?" Wang Kai shook his head and replied decisively, "No, this drill is meant to train your own abilities. So you have to rely on yourselves to get through. You cannot depend on the instructors." Wang Kai looked around and saw that no one else raised their hand to ask questions, so he waved his hand and said to them, "All right, since there are no further questions, let's dismiss for today and prepare for tomorrow's drill." After speaking, he took his belongings and briskly turned to leave the classroom. Just after the dismissal, Yang Wei was the first to rush over and ran to Su Mingqiu's side. "Leg brother, you have to take care of me during tomorrow's drill." Beside him, Murong Yin looked at his pitiful appearance and couldn't help but roll his eyes, retorting, "Can you not have some backbone? How embarrassing. The drill hasn't even started yet, and you're already looking for a thigh to cling to." Yang Wei immediately shot back with an expression of course I would. "If I don't look for leg brother, who should I look for? If I look for you, wouldn't that be even less secure?" Murong Yan's face darkened upon hearing this, rolling up his sleeves and walking towards Yang Wei. "All right, you little brat, come here. I will give you special training." In the blink of an eye, the second day arrived. Early in the morning, all the new students had gathered. They boarded the school bus heading towards the abandoned ruins of a city. On the bus, the instructor Wang Kai was busy the entire time sharing stories about the city. He mentioned that the city was called Luofeng City. 100 years ago, it was still a bustling city. However, an unexpected wave of monstrous beasts destroyed the entire city overnight. Countless people perished in that disaster. Hearing this, Yang Wei couldn't help but raise his hand and ask instructor, wasn't there any assistance? Wang Kai sighed and replied, "It was different back then. 100 years ago, our human race did not have so many experts and our strength was weak, so we could only watch helplessly as the city perished." He paused for a moment and then smiled, saying, "But now it's different. Our human race has grown stronger. If such a wave of monstrous beasts were to come again, now we would crush them in no." Before long, the bus arrived at the entrance of the abandoned city. "All right, we've arrived. Everyone get off the bus," Wang Kai called out. Everyone got off the bus one after another. Looking up at the abandoned city before them, the broken buildings stood crookedly, and the collapsed city walls were covered in cracks bearing the marks of time. Even though 100 years had passed, the sight of the ruins made everyone feel as if they could see the horrific wave of monstrous beasts from back then and the people who sacrificed themselves to protect the city. Wang Kai looked at them and said, "You will spend the next week in this city. Let's go in." Everyone followed Su Mingqiu into the city. Once inside, Su Mingqiu flew up, surveying the terrain of the entire city. He needed to understand the situation here first in order to arrange defensive positions. After flying around, he discovered that the city's terrain was 3 sides were steep mountains with only 2 entrances to enter. This meant that as long as they held these 2 entrances, the monstrous beasts couldn't get in. Su Mingqiu landed on the ground, and Murong Yin looked at him with envy. He could also use his fire-type ability to conjure fiery wings and fly. However, that required a lot of energy. Moreover, flying combat techniques consumed energy, as well, making it impossible to fly as easily as Su Mingqiu, like taking a leisurely stroll. After all, wanting to fly without relying on abilities or techniques required reaching the 4th rank. Murong Yin approached Su Mingqiu and asked, "So after flying around, do you have a grasp of the terrain?" Others nearby also gathered around, looking at Su Mingqiu with anticipation, waiting for his response. Su Mingqiu nodded and said, "Yes, we just need to hold those 2 entrances. The other areas are steep mountains, and the monstrous beasts cannot climb over, so there's no need to worry about the rest." Murong Yin sighed in relief. "That's good." He then said seriously to Su Mingqiu, "You lead the command and allocation. Well, follow your orders." Su Mingqiu paused for a moment and directly began to assign tasks. Alright, Murong Yanyu and Wen Xingyao take 5 people to guard the main entrance at the front. You both have one who can fight and one who can heal, perfectly capable of withstanding the frontal attack. The rest of you go guard the smaller entrance at the back. The mountain path there is narrow, making it difficult for the monstrous beasts to break through their formation. After saying that, he pointed to the sky and added with a smile, as for me, I'll float above watching both sides. If one side can't hold, I'll rush to help. I'm like a brick, wherever I'm needed I'll be there. Yang Wei immediately slapped his thigh and shouted, "Leg brother, we rely on you." Murong Yin nodded in agreement, giving Su Mingqiu an okay gesture. Alright, no problem. Leave the front entrance to us, and you can rest assured that we won't let a single monstrous beast through. Wen Xingyao also smiled gently and replied softly, "We will hold our ground." As soon as he finished speaking, Murong Yin turned to start selecting people. His gaze swept around and immediately locked onto Yang Wei, who was trying to shrink back into the crowd, and pointed at him. "You come guard the front with me." Yang Wei instantly froze, looking very distressed. "Huh? Yin Gu, can I go to the back entrance? The pressure there is lighter. I can help out too." "Help out?" Murong Yin rolled his eyes, not giving him a chance to refuse. He casually picked 4 other boys who had performed well in previous battles, including the strength type Wang Peng. You and you two come with me." Just enough to gather 5 people along with him, and Wen Xingyao forming the 7-member team they had previously mentioned. Murong Yin clapped his hands and waved at the remaining people. "Alright, the rest of you go to the back entrance." After that, he dragged the still hesitating Yang Wei along with the chosen people towards the spacious main entrance. Wen Xingyao followed closely behind them. The remaining people had no objections. They exchanged glances and also headed towards the narrow mountain path entrance at the back. After all the pressure, there was indeed much lighter, as they wouldn't have to face the most ferocious impact from the monstrous beasts. No one had any complaints, as they each carried their weapons, making their way there leisurely. With the arrangements made, Su Mingqiu didn't linger and quickly shot up into the air. He specifically stopped at a height where he could overlook both entrances. Suspended in midair, he could see the activity at both entrances below. He could clearly see that Murong Yin and his group were already busy at the main entrance. The strength-type Wang Peng was leading the group to move abandoned concrete blocks from the roadside, building a makeshift defense line. Wen Xingyao stood behind the defense line, preemptively granting everyone a weak healing buff. On the other side, the people at the back entrance had also taken their positions, relying on the narrow mountain path to set up their defensive formation. After waiting a few more minutes to confirm that everyone was in place, suddenly a piercing alarm rang out throughout the abandoned city. It was the signal for the exercise to officially begin. The shrill alarm shattered the silence of the ruined city. Yang Wei, who had been slacking off, instantly stuffed the beef jerky back into his pocket, stood up straight, and tightened his grip on his weapon. Murong Yin also instantly composed himself, and the fire-type energy around him began to flow slowly. The crimson flames flickered in his palms, and his aura surged. Su Mingqiu listened to the alarm from above. Is it finally starting? His gaze was fixed tightly on the mountain path outside the entrance, waiting for the monstrous beasts to charge over. Before long, the sound of beastly roars echoed from the mountain path outside the entrance. Soon after, a horde of dark creatures surged down the path. At first, all the creatures charging in were first-tier beasts, green wolves, wild boars, and some small winged birds. Murong Yin and his companions found it very easy to deal with them. Murong Yin casually unleashed a wave of fire, incinerating a group of them. Wen Xingyao also transformed into a combat healer, never having the chance to heal anyone throughout the ordeal. After all, not a single person had even a scratch. The rear entrance was even easier to defend, as the mountain path was narrow to begin with. Only 2 or 3 beasts could charge through at a time, leaving the rest unable to squeeze in. The defenders there took turns attacking, each person striking once. It was as effortless as clocking in and out of work. Su Mingqiu, hovering in the sky, noticed a small winged bird circling around the defense line. He casually shot a blast of cold air in that direction, instantly freezing the bird solid. Su Mingqiu remained in the sky as a long-range artillery, occasionally covering any gaps. Thus the first day passed effortlessly. For an entire day, the attackers were merely first-tier beasts that posed little threat. Not to mention breaking through the defenses, they didn't even have the chance to use their full strength. After the sun set, the onslaught of beasts temporarily. Since this was merely a drill, they were given time to rest at night. The group took care of the beasts they had killed during the day. They gathered some broken wood from the ruined city and set up a campfire beside the defense line, roasting the beast meat. Yang Wei eagerly took on the role of the grill master, flipping the skewers over the fire. Before long, they were charred black. Come quickly, come quickly. What I grilled is definitely delicious." Murong Yin leaned in to take a look, instantly frowning. "Did you burn these? Yang Wei, are you even capable? Let me take over." "What do you know? This is called a charred flavor." Before Yang Wei could finish bragging, Murong Yin couldn't bear to watch any longer and shoved him aside. Alright, you go aside. He'll handle it." Morong Yin summoned a bit of his fire ability, precisely controlling the temperature of the flames. The meat skewer in his hand was soon sizzling with juices. The outer skin turned golden and crispy, and the rich aroma of the meat wafted throughout the area. Yin go, give me a fatty piece. I want that kidney. Me too, me too. Yang Wei watched from the side, stubbornly mumbling. TCH, what's so impressive about being able to control fire? If I had your ability, I could grill just as well. Morong Yin casually tossed him a freshly grilled. Enough talk, just eat. Su Mingqiu took the skewer that was just handed to him, took a bite, and the combination of crispy exterior and tender inside flooded his mouth with flavor. I say, Morong Yin, it's a pity you're not opening a barbecue stall at the school gate. Upon hearing this, Morong Yin rolled his eyes, dramatically flipping the remaining skewers. A group of people gathered around the campfire eating barbecue while chatting idly. This drill is way too easy. I thought it would be more difficult, but it's just a bunch of first-tier small monsters. Right? I bet tomorrow will be an upgrade, right? Someone stroked their chin, speculating. After all we need to defend for a week, it can't be this easy the whole time. I guess there will be second-tier beasts tomorrow. Su Mingqiu nodded, gnawing on his skewer, and said, that seems likely. Oh, everyone be cautious tomorrow. The group chatted until midnight before setting up temporary tents beside the defense line, making do for the night. The next morning, just as dawn broke, as the sun peeked over the mountain, everyone was already awake. After packing their things, they returned to their defensive positions, awaiting the next day's. Suddenly, a roar from beasts, even more thunderous than yesterday, resonated from the mountain path outside the entrance. Everyone looked up towards the direction of the path. They saw a horde of dark creatures charging down the path. This time was completely different. Leading the charge were all high-tier, first-tier beasts. Each one was significantly larger than those from yesterday. Behind this group of high-tier, first-tier beasts, larger creatures followed. The aura emanating from them was evidently stronger. They were indeed second-tier beasts. Morong Yan's fire ability surged up sharply. Everyone be careful. The second-tier beasts are here. Su Mingqiu raised an eyebrow in the sky. As expected, the second day had come with an upgrade. However, fortunately, these newly emerged second-tier beasts posed little threat to them. Su Mingqiu remained in the sky, initially following the same strategy as yesterday. He shot blasts of cold air to freeze any beasts that slipped through. Though these beasts were slightly stronger than yesterday, they still couldn't break through the defenses. He didn't even get the chance to descend and help. He simply dropped down, relying solely on his formidable physique honed through unknown combat techniques, charging straight into the horde of beasts. With one punch per beast, whether they were high-tier, first-tier, or second-tier. In his hands, they were as fragile as paper. In less than half a minute, a multitude of beasts lay defeated before him. Outside the ruined city, in a temporary monitoring tent, several instructors huddled around the monitor screen, observing the situation inside. Li Chuang pointed at Su Mingqiu, who was taking down beasts one punch at a time, shaking his head helplessly. With him here, the others have no sense of urgency at all. Beside him, Wu Yu nodded in agreement, took a drag from his cigarette, and sighed. Exactly. Look at those kids, they're completely unfazed. This isn't a drill, it's like they're in a dungeon with a max-level boss. Wang Kai looked at the screen, also nodding, his expression one of helplessness. Indeed. He paused, waving to the assistant nearby. All right, pull this kid out. Assign him a different task. Su Mingqiu was just getting into the swing of things, eager to find his next. Suddenly, a staff member in a school uniform flew in from outside, landing directly in front of him. Student Su, hello. The instructor sent me to inform you that you have a different task now and don't need to participate in the defense drill here anymore. Su Mingqiu was instantly stunned, his raised fist frozen in midair, a look of confusion on his face. Huh? What? Is it? Did I get banned for overdoing it with the Upon hearing this, all the teammates around burst into laughter. The staff member couldn't help but chuckle as well, saying to Su Mingqiu, that's about the gist of it. The instructor said to send you to another location for a mission, leaving others with a chance to train. As he spoke, the staff member took off into the air. Su Mingqiu quickly followed suit, and the two of them flew toward the monitoring tent outside the ruined city. In no time, the two of them flew to the entrance of the monitoring tent and landed gently. Upon lifting the curtain and entering, Su Mingqiu saw instructors Wang Kai, Wu Yue, and Li Chuang gathered around the monitoring screen. He smiled and waved at them, greeting Instructor Wu, Instructor Li, Director Wang. After that, he turned to Counselor Wang Kai and asked, Counselor, why did you pull me out of the exercise? What new instructions do you have? Wu Yu chuckled and waved him over. You finally made it. Come sit down. We've been waiting for you. Hearing this, Su Mingqiu pulled over a nearby chair and sat down, waiting for the counselor to get to the point. Wang Kai picked up a task document from the table and slowly began. The defense exercise is of no use to you, so we have arranged another task for you. You will be going out of the province. Su Mingqiu was taken aback for a moment. Out of the province? He leaned forward curiously and asked, out of the province? Where to? What task? Wu Yu chimed in, taking a puff from his cigarette, to Mingchuan province, to sever the dragon vein. The dragon vein there has been severed, and something unusual has been gestating underground. Originally, this task was supposed to be assigned to you new students once you reached the 3rd stage of high-level training. But we all know your strength. You've been ready for a long time, so we are assigning it to you early. Wang Kai nodded, handing over the task document. That's right, you can go alone for this task. All the details of the task are in this document. Take a look. Su Mingqiu perked up instantly. Severing a damaged dragon vein and the underground anomaly. He quickly took the document and eagerly flipped through it. After finishing the document, Wang Kai picked up an ancient-looking white jade bottle from the side and handed it over. Once you sever that damaged dragon vein, use this bottle to collect the vein's essence. He paused and added, after you collect this dragon vein, we will provide you with the location of the next dragon vein. There are more than just this one. You need to sever a total of 9. 9. That's a lot. He took the white jade bottle and weighed it in his hand. It looked small and inconspicuous. Can such a small bottle hold the essence of a dragon vein? Wu Yu laughed and waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, this is a specially made spatial jade bottle from the school. It has a considerable independent space. It can easily hold the essence of a dragon vein, more than enough. After hearing this, Su Mingqiu nodded, storing the document and the jade bottle in his spatial ring. He then waved at the others, saying, all right, I'll head off now and try to finish this as soon as possible. With that, he turned and exited the tent. As soon as he was outside, he took out his phone, opened the ticket booking app, and began purchasing a flight to Mingqiu province. After all, traveling out of the province was quite far. It would take several hours if he flew on his own. It was better to take a plane, comfortable and fast. He could also rest a bit on the plane, which was much better than flying against the wind. He chose the fastest flight, departing in an hour, and immediately purchased the ticket. Just as he finished, he saw the school driver waiting for him outside. Student Su, over here, it'll take you to the airport. Su Mingqiu nodded and got into the car. The vehicle quickly started moving toward the airport. Arriving at the airport, Su Mingqiu got out of the car and walked briskly into the terminal. After passing security and checking in, he still had over 20 minutes before boarding. There was plenty of time. He wandered around the airport and bought a cup of iced milk tea. After purchasing it, he found an empty seat by the window and sat down. Just as he was sipping his tea, he suddenly heard an old lady shouting not far away, "Stop the thief. Someone stole my wallet." Su Mingqiu looked up to see a tall, thin man hurriedly running toward him. Behind him were several uniformed security personnel chasing him and shouting, "Stop. Don't run." The man was running so fast that he was about to dash past Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu casually moved his hand, and suddenly a slippery ice path appeared beneath the man's feet. The man didn't react in time. He slipped and fell hard, landing in a rather embarrassing position. Just after he fell, the ice path vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. The security personnel rushed over and quickly pinned the man. One of the security officers looked at the man with a helpless expression, complaining, "You again? How many times have we caught you this month? Can't you change your ways?" The man, sprawled on the ground, cried out in grievance, "But Uncle Hat, my ability is stealing. I can't help it. When I see other people's things, I just want to take them." Su Mingqiu, listening from the side, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Such an ability exists. That excuse is too bizarre. The security personnel ignored him and directly handcuffed the man, dragging him away. Then they turned to Su Mingqiu, thanking him. "Thank you, young man. If it weren't for you, this guy would have gotten away." At that moment, the old lady also rushed over, retrieved her wallet, and kept thanking. "Thank you so much, young man. I really appreciate it," the old lady said, holding his hand and looking him up and down. "Young man, you're also going to Mingqiu province, right?" "I am too. We're on the same flight." She paused, her eyes lighting up, and continued, "I don't know if you have a girlfriend." "I have a granddaughter who is about your age." Su Mingqiu instantly felt awkward and hurriedly waved his hand. No, grandma, I'm still young and not looking to date you." The old lady seemed to want to say more, but just then the boarding announcement rang out. Su Mingqiu quickly took the opportunity to stand up. "Grandma, I need to board. I'll be leaving now." With that, he dashed away. Once on the plane and settled in his seat, Su Mingqiu finally relaxed and leaned back against the seat. That old lady was so enthusiastic, barely knowing me and already wanting to introduce her granddaughter. Isn't that a bit too much? Luckily, I ran fast, or who knows how long I would have been stuck chatting with her. I've gone through 9 years of compulsory education. Do they want me to be a stand-in for someone? After that, he didn't think about it anymore, adjusted his seat back, and prepared to catch some sleep on the plane. After all, it would take 3 more hours to reach Mingqiu province. It was a good opportunity to rest a bit and recharge. 3 hours passed swiftly. The airplane landed smoothly, and Su Mingqiu stretched lazily, yawning with satisfaction. That nap was truly refreshing. We finally arrived in Taimei City. He followed the crowd off the plane, walked to a trash can, and casually tossed a crumpled piece of paper inside. That was the contact information given to him secretly by the flight attendant earlier. She probably thought he was a rich second-generation heir from a prominent family, since he sat in first class and wanted to get acquainted. After exiting the airport, Su Mingqiu stood by the roadside and flipped through the task documents. The location of the dragon vein was beneath the Li family's old residence. The head of the Li family, Li Shan, was at the 4th stage of the 4th tier. Su Mingqiu stroked his chin, hoping the Li family would be sensible, otherwise the Huang family would be his fate. He raised his hand to adjust a small recorder on his left chest. This was the latest device issued by the school, and it was mandatory to wear it while performing tasks. It recorded the entire process of the task, preventing any disputes or issues later, and served as proof. After organizing himself, he hailed a taxi by the roadside, told the driver the address of the Li family's old residence, and set off. In no time the car arrived at the entrance of the Li family. Su Mingqiu paid the fare, opened the car door, and looked up at the imposing Li family residence. An ornate carved gate stood with a pair of stone lions at the entrance. Su Mingqiu stepped forward towards the gate, only to be stopped by two guards. "Stop right there." One of the guards raised his hand to block him. "What are you doing at the Li family?" Su Mingqiu halted and replied, "I'm here on a mission." "A mission?" The guard examined him from head to toe. "Kid, we don't have any missions for you here. Just leave, hurry up." Su Mingqiu squinted his eyes. This guard was rather arrogant. The guard noticed his squinting and immediately became displeased. "Oh, you dare glare at me." Before he could say another word, Su Mingqiu's figure flickered. He appeared right in front of the guard. Next, Su Mingqiu reached out and grabbed the guard by the neck, effortlessly lifting him up. The guard's face turned beet red, his hands clawing at Su Mingqiu's grip, struggling for breath. The other guard, sensing something was off, turned pale and quickly ran inside. In his panic, he collided with an old man who had just stepped out. The old man stumbled from the impact, frowning as he scolded, "What a mess. There's a kid causing trouble outside. He has lifted Ahu." Is that so?" The old man's brow furrowed. Someone dared to act recklessly at the gate of the Li family. Without further thought, he instantly elevated his aura and rushed towards the entrance. In the blink of an eye, he reached the entrance and saw Su Mingqiu single-handedly holding Ahu by the neck, whose face had turned a deep purple. It looked like he was about to lose consciousness. "Kid, let go." The old man immediately flew into a rage, not even asking for the reason, and threw a punch at Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu had been watching his movements closely. As soon as the old man struck, he swiftly used Ahu as a shield, like a meat shield. Thud! With a crisp sound, the old man's punch directly smashed through Ahu's abdomen, the powerful force sending him flying backward. Bang! Ahu crashed against a nearby stone lion, splattering blood everywhere. Su Mingqiu took a couple of steps back to create distance. On the ground, Ahu clutched his abdomen, blood gushing out. He looked at the old man, mumbling, "Great Grand Elder." Before he could finish, his head tilted, and he completely lost his breath. Su Mingqiu shrugged and innocently said, "Look, you were the one who attacked him. This isn't my fault." The old man did not even glance at the corpse on the ground. His murky eyes were fixed on Su Mingqiu. "Kid, where do you come from?" He wanted to probe the young man's background first. If he were from a prominent family, this matter would need careful consideration. If he were just a wild boy, without any background, then it would be easy to deal with. After all, with no witnesses, he could say whatever he wanted. Su Mingqiu didn't mention he was from Haiming Martial University, just casually replied, "I'm just from a small place." "A small place?" Upon hearing this, the old man instantly relaxed. The vigilance on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by arrogance. "Kid, my Li family is not a place where wild boys from small towns can act recklessly. How dare you attack at the entrance of my Li family and kill one of our own? You shall not leave today." "What the heck, old man, you're changing your tune at lightning speed. You were the one who punched him to death. What does it have to do with me? I merely used him as a shield. How does that make me the killer?" The old man charged at Su Mingqiu, directly throwing a punch. After all, this kid had no background, and nobody would care if he were killed. Su Mingqiu did not evade. His right hand was instantly covered with a thick layer of ice. In the next moment, their fists collided harshly. "Ha ha ha." The old man laughed loudly, his face filled with disdain. "Kid, I am at the 4th stage of the 1st tier. You dare to clash with me, Hedon? Are you looking for death?" He thought his punch would directly break Su Mingqiu's hand. But as soon as he finished speaking, the smile on his face froze instantly. The cold energy surged up his arm through their contact, and his skin was quickly covered in a layer of white frost. Then the ice continued to creep up his arm, from his wrist to his forearm, and then to his upper arm. His entire arm visibly transformed into a solid block of ice. "You?" The old man looked at his arm, turned into an ice statue. His face paled in fear, and he trembled as he spoke. He turned and ran back. Su Mingqiu would not let him escape. He appeared right in front of the old man, so fast that the old man didn't even catch a glimpse of his afterimage. The old man froze in place. He never expected this kid to be so fast. He didn't even have a moment to react. Su Mingqiu reached out and grabbed him by the neck. In an instant, the ice system abilities erupted around him, unleashing cold river snow. In just a moment, the old man was completely frozen from head to toe, turning into a perfect ice statue. Su Mingqiu exhaled a breath of cold air, flexed his wrist, and declared it done. The gatekeeper who had rushed in to report earlier hid behind and witnessed everything unfold. In an instant, he was petrified, his legs buckling as he fell to his knees with a thud. He kept bowing to Su Mingqiu, nearly banging his head into a red mark. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I failed to recognize greatness. Don't kill me. Su Mingqiu looked at him frightened to this extent and had no intention of attacking. All right, stop bowing, get up, and take me to Lishan. As soon as Su Mingqiu finished speaking, he heard footsteps from inside. A middle-aged man in a dark-patterned tang suit walked out of the room, his expression calm. The kneeling gatekeeper saw him and exclaimed as if he had seen a savior, master. Lishan had just stepped out and immediately noticed the grim scene at the door. In an instant his expression darkened. Kid, did you do this? Hey Master Li, don't get agitated. Su Mingqiu waved his hand, looking complete. I was acting in self-defense, so I have evidence. He raised his hand, pointing to a small recording device on his left chest. Lishan's gaze shifted to the recording device he pointed at. In truth, he had already sensed something was off outside earlier, but he had been delayed dealing with other matters. He instantly suppressed his anger, regaining his normal expression. Speak, what exactly are you here in my Li family for? Of course I'm here to sever the dragon vein. Master Li, you must know that the dragon vein beneath your family has been damaged, right? Sever the dragon vein. Upon hearing this, Lishan immediately understood and nodded. So you are a student from one of the 5 top universities? Only the 5 top universities have the capability to send students who can handle such matters. Su Mingqiu nodded, tacitly admitting it. A look of difficulty appeared on Lishan's face as he said to Su Mingqiu, I need to discuss this with the family elders. I can't make the decision alone. You still need to consult with the family. Su Mingqiu's brows furrowed instantly. You can't make the decision. He leaned forward, staring at Lishan, and directly asked, Master Li, do you not want to sever this dragon vein, or is it that you truly cannot make the decision? Lishan opened his mouth, preparing to say something more. Su Mingqiu, however, was not patient enough to wait for him to stammer out a discussion. He stepped into the courtyard, intent on severing the dragon vein directly. Wait! Seeing this, Lishan hurriedly stepped forward to block him. Su Mingqiu halted, his gaze instantly turning cold as he fixed his eyes on him. Master Li, are you truly going to stop me? No. Lishan quickly waved his hands. Classmate, give me 1 day, just 1 day, is that okay? 1 day, eh? Su Mingqiu's heart raced at the thought of giving him a day. Who knows what kind of tricks he might pull during that time? And what could be accomplished in just 1 day? Su Mingqiu did not want to waste any time, directly sidestepping him and continuing inside. Lishan, unable to stop him, swiftly moved to block Su Mingqiu's path. Since you insist on severing it, you'll have to get past me first. Clearly you don't want it severed. Su Mingqiu halted his steps. I'm just curious why you don't want me to sever the dragon vein. But it doesn't matter anymore. His gaze turned icy as he stared at Lishan, speaking in a low voice. Since you dare to obstruct me from carrying out my task, according to school regulations, anyone who hinders the dragon vein handler can be eliminated without question. I have the right to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Mingqiu moved, appearing before Lishan in an instant. The ice-type abilities around him erupted, a surge of cold air rushing towards Lishan. Lishan was already prepared and instantly activated his earth-type abilities. With a bang, a thick earthen wall quickly formed before him, forcefully blocking the torrent of cold air. Classmate, our difference is too great, Lishan said indifferently. Is it, eh? Su Mingqiu did not waste words with him and unleashed his ultimate move, Cold River Snow. In an instant, the biting cold enveloped the entire area. Seeing this, Lishan's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly jumped back, trying to avoid the range of this move. But even though he dodged quickly, he was still caught by the residual shockwave. Half of his body was instantly frostbitten, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Gritting his teeth, Lishan quickly activated his earth-type abilities to cover the frostbitten half of his body with thick earth blocks, blocking the cold air that kept seeping in. Next, a heavy layer of yellow earth armor enveloped his entire body. He secretly manipulated the ground beneath Su Mingqiu's feet, causing it to loosen suddenly. A large pit formed beneath him, attempting to trap Su Mingqiu and bury him. At the moment the ground shifted, Su Mingqiu activated his wind control art, floating directly into the air. Still trying to trick me? He flew towards Lishan, his body enveloped in a layer of ice armor radiating cold, and smashed down towards him. The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows back and forth. But with each collision, Su Mingqiu's cold air pierced further into Lishan's earth armor. Gradually, the thick earth armor on Lishan began to freeze bit by bit, starting from his fists, spreading slowly to his arms, then engulfing his entire body. The entire armor was coated with a thick layer of frost, becoming heavier and more rigid. Seeing this, Lishan quickly retreated, forcefully prying off the frozen earth armor. The frozen earth blocks fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. After shedding the cumbersome armor, he felt that his body could move a bit more freely, no longer as stiff. But Su Mingqiu didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, raising his hand to unleash another Cold River Snow. The piercing cold air surged forward. Although Lishan activated his earth-type abilities just in time to form an earthen wall to block it, this time the cold was even stronger than before. The earthen wall was instantly frozen through, and he was once again caught in ice, his entire body freezing in place, unable. Su Mingqiu descended from the air, slowly walking towards Li Shan, his footsteps leaving a trace of cold on the ground. Master Li, I'm just curious, why are you trying to stop me from severing the dragon vein? He looked at the frozen Li Shan, utterly confused. Why can't you just watch quietly and let me handle this? As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand, the cold air gathering in his palm, preparing to deal with Li Shan once and for all. At that moment, several individuals suddenly burst in from outside. They were all elders from the Li family, evidently called in secretly by Li Shan earlier. One of the archers, without a word, immediately shot an arrow at Su Mingqiu. Without even turning his head, Su Mingqiu reached out and caught the arrow in his hand. The moment the arrow touched him, it was instantly frozen into ice by a wave of cold. He gently squeezed it, and the arrow shattered into powder. Head of the family, we are here. The few individuals shouted towards Li Shan. Su Mingqiu glanced at them and silently counted in his heart. Only one was at the high stage of the 3rd level. The rest were all at the mid-stage of the 3rd level. Is this it? He rubbed his nose, looking speechless. What's going on? I clearly came to deal with the dragon vein. Why does it feel like I'm the villain now? The few individuals disregarded everything else and directly surrounded Su Mingqiu. Immediately after, various abilities flew towards him. Sigh. Su Mingqiu sighed helplessly. You really don't understand your own weight, do you? As soon as he finished speaking, the cold energy around him, a powerful ice-type energy, spread out. Those abilities that flew towards him were instantly frozen into ice before they could even approach. They fell to the ground with a crash, shattering all over. Following that, Su Mingqiu's figure flashed, and he appeared right in front of one of the mid-stage 3rd-level elders. He raised his hand and pressed down on the man's head. The man was still desperately struggling, trying to push Su Mingqiu away. But it was futile. In an instant, he was completely frozen from head to toe, turning into an ice sculpture. His expression of struggle was even frozen inside. The others, seeing this scene, began to attack Su Mingqiu frantically. All their attacks struck against Su Mingqiu's ice armor, producing dull thuds. Not a single mark was left. Su Mingqiu didn't even dodge. He simply reached out and grabbed one of the most aggressive attackers. The man panicked, instantly shouting to his companions, "Help me! Save me!" But before the others could come to his aid, he was already completely frozen by Su Mingqiu's cold energy. From head to toe, he turned into a hard ice sculpture. Su Mingqiu casually tossed him aside, and with a crash he shattered into pieces. Li Shan, watching this scene, weakly spoke, his voice trembling, "Leave. You all quickly leave. Don't worry about me." Su Mingqiu heard this and turned to look at him. "Leave? Where to?" His expression grew cold as he said in a deep voice, "Not a single one shall escape." The remaining 3 elders, upon hearing this, immediately panicked, exchanging glances before shouting, "Run! Split up!" As soon as they finished speaking, the 3 of them dashed off in 3 different directions, desperately fleeing. They thought to themselves that since Su Mingqiu was alone, he definitely couldn't catch up to all 3 of them. Surely one would get away. Still want to escape. Su Mingqiu's cold energy surged in his hand, instantly forming an ice bow. He drew the bow fully and shot an arrow directly at the one running the fastest. The ice arrow flew with a whoosh, creating a sound of breaking air. The man sensed it, turned around to see the arrow behind him, and hurriedly formed a wind blade to block it, but it was of no use. The ice arrow pierced through his wind blade, and then through his chest. Immediately after, the ice arrow exploded within him. The cold energy instantly spread out, completely freezing him from head to toe into an ice sculpture. The remaining 2, seeing this scene, were instantly terrified. They gave it their all, running forward as if they wished they had 2 more legs. Su Mingqiu directly chased after one of them. With the full force of his wind control technique, he quickly caught up to the man's back. What the hell? So fast? The man turned around to see Su Mingqiu and instantly became dumbfounded. Realizing he couldn't outrun him, he simply stopped running, preparing to gather his abilities to retaliate. However, Su Mingqiu paid him no mind and directly passed by him. As he brushed past, he casually patted the man's shoulder and continued to chase after the last person. However, Su Mingqiu paid him no mind and directly passed by him. As he brushed past, he casually patted the man's shoulder, and then he was turned into an ice sculpture. The last person was still desperately running. After a while, he turned around, not seeing Su Mingqiu's figure, and instantly sighed in relief. Few finally got rid of. Really? A faint voice descended from above his head. The man was stunned and quickly looked up, only to see Su Mingqiu hovering above him. One foot was descending towards his head. With a thud, the man was knocked over by Su Mingqiu and fell to the ground. Lying on the ground, the man pointed at Su Mingqiu, trembling with anger. You demon. You will face retribution." Su Mingqiu walked towards him step by step. "Why? How did I become a demon?" He transformed into General Duanmu, waved his hand with annoyance, and said, "Forget it, I can't be bothered to reason with you. You're not worthy of it." Su Mingqiu condensed an ice sword in his hand. Seeing this, the man realized begging for mercy was useless, so he got up and conjured a fireball to throw at Su Mingqiu, determined to fight back. Su Mingqiu simply swung his sword and split the fireball in half. The two halves of the fireball were then frozen. Su Mingqiu instantly leaped in front of him, swung the ice sword, and directly severed one of his arms. The man let out a scream, but Su Mingqiu did not stop. With another swing, he severed the other arm. Immediately after, he appeared behind the man, lightly swung the ice sword, and then slowly dissipated. The next second, the man's head slowly fell. His body collapsed to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. After dealing with the last person, Su Mingqiu picked up the man's head and returned to Li Shan. He casually tossed the head down with a thud at Li Shan's feet. Upon witnessing this, Li Shan instantly understood that none of those who had come to help had escaped. They were all dealt with by Su Mingqiu. His face instantly turned pale, and his whole body began to tremble. You forced my hand. Haven't you always wanted to know why I wouldn't let you sever the dragon vein? He looked at Su Mingqiu and suddenly began to laugh maniacally, his voice mad. Now you will know. Saying this, he shouted towards the depths of the house. Come out. My greatest masterpiece. Su Mingqiu looked at his crazy demeanor and frowned. What is going on? Why did he go mad all of a sudden? As soon as the words fell, a female zombie dressed in plain white clothing jumped out from the house. Her face was covered by a string of copper coins. As she jumped over, the copper coins clinked together, creating a cacophonous sound. Upon seeing her, Li Shan instantly became agitated. Sierra, you have come, my daughter. Su Mingqiu understood instantly after hearing Li Shan's words. So that's it, you utilized the dragon vein to turn your daughter into a zombie. It's all your fault. It's all because of you. Li Shan pointed at Su Mingqiu, shouting furiously. If it weren't for you, my Sierra would definitely be able to revive using the dragon vein. She would surely return to her original form. Old man, have you been frozen stupid by me? Su Mingqiu rolled his eyes, looking utterly speechless. A person cannot be resurrected after death. Isn't that a simple truth? Just look at what you've created. Is this what you call resurrection? The female zombie completely ignored Su Mingqiu and jumped straight in front of Li Shan. Then in a swift motion, she plunged her hand into his chest and extracted his heart. Then right before his eyes, she began to gnaw on it. Sierra, you. Li Shan watched as his heart was being eaten by his daughter, instantly dumbfounded, still comforting himself as it must be. You came into this world too early, still not awake. Before he could finish his sentence, his head tilted and he died completely. Su Mingqiu stood by dumbfounded, thinking, what is going on? This zombie actually ate her own father first. After finishing the heart, the zombie suddenly leaped towards Su Mingqiu, her speed many times faster than before. Seeing this, Su Mingqiu raised his hand and struck at the zombie, an icy chill surging forth, instantly freezing the zombie's body. However, he did not expect that the zombie's body was incredibly tough. The zombie merely raised her hand and shattered the ice on her body. She continued to leap towards Su Mingqiu. Oh, this one has some capability, as she is much stronger than the previous weaklings. Seeing this, Su Mingqiu's ice armor instantly coalesced once more. An ice sword formed in his hand, and he slashed it at the zombie. Yet the ice sword struck the zombie's body with a clang, proving to be utterly ineffective. The zombie's body was simply too hard. Su Mingqiu slashed several times in succession, leaving not a single mark on her. Taking advantage of the moment, the zombie swiped both hands at Su Mingqiu, shattering his ice armor in an instant. However, as soon as it broke, Su Mingqiu rapidly conjured a new ice armor. The zombie ignored it completely and continued her frenzied assault on Su Mingqiu. This is truly endless. Su Mingqiu frowned, then took a step back, unleashing his ice ability with full force. He unleashed the ultimate move, Cold River Snow. A massive torrent of icy cold surged towards the zombie, carrying with it an excruciating chill. The zombie was immediately engulfed by the torrent, instantly turning into a colossal ice block. However, soon after, the ice block began to crack, and the zombie emerged from within. Oh, you can break my ice. Su Mingqiu raised an eyebrow. Yet he did not stop and began to unleash his ultimate moves frantically. After all, he had no mana limitations, so he used them freely. Just as the zombie broke the ice, she was immediately frozen again by Su Mingqiu's new icy torrent. Each time she emerged, she was frozen anew, and each time she broke free, she was refrozen, repeating this process several times. Gradually, the zombie's strength diminished, and the speed at which she broke the ice slowed. In the end, she was completely encased in ice and could no longer escape, thoroughly frozen into a solid block of ice. Su Mingqiu exhaled a breath of cold air. Finally, he had dealt with this thing. However, Su Mingqiu did not let his guard down. He raised his hand and smashed the ice block containing the zombie into several pieces, looking at the scattered shards of ice. Now that I've dismembered you, let's see if you can still revive. After dealing with the zombie, Su Mingqiu walked into the house. As he walked into the backyard, he noticed a strange array on the ground stained with quite a bit of blood. Clearly, this was the evil array Li Shan used to refine corpses with the dragon vein. Su Mingqiu was not polite and raised his hand to shatter the array. Standing in the yard, he stroked his chin and pondered how to extract this dragon vein. Got it. Su Mingqiu turned around and flew out of the yard towards the direction of the Public Security Bureau. He moved quickly and arrived in no time. Upon entering, Su Mingqiu directly spoke to the staff in front of him. Hello, I am from Haiming Martial University. Oh, I need the assistance of the Public Security Bureau to handle the Li family's dragon vein. Hearing this, the person immediately understood and hurriedly walked towards the director's office, relaying Su Mingqiu's situation to Director Huang Guoyang. Upon hearing this, Huang Guoyang was momentarily stunned. Why are we so much earlier than in previous years? He wasted no time and quickly went out to meet Su Mingqiu. Huang Guoyang extended his hand towards Su Mingqiu, smiling as he said, Hello student, what is your surname? My surname is Su, and my name is Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu shook his hand. Oh, Su Mingqiu, you are the national champion who soloed the Beast Tide during the college entrance exam. Huang Guoyang immediately reacted, realizing, no wonder you arrived so quickly, it's normal since it's you. Director Huang, I came this time to ask the Public Security Bureau to assist me in dealing with the Li family's dragon vein. Sure. Huang Guoyang nodded eagerly, and then said to the person beside him, Xiao Wang, go get the equipment. We will go to the Li family with student Su. By the way, Director Huang, there's another matter. The Li family members who obstructed me from severing the dragon vein have already been dealt with. He then took off the recording device and handed it to him. For the detailed situation, you can look at this recording device. The entire process has been recorded. Huang Guoyang took the recording device, and after viewing the contents, he slammed his hand on the table. Well done. How dare they use the dragon vein to refine corpses? And it's his own daughter. Did he really intend to resurrect the dead? Student Su, you did well. One should be decisive against such people. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Wang returned and said to Huang Guoyang, Director, everything is ready. Huang Guoyang nodded, returned the recording device to Su Mingqiu, and said to him, Student Su, everything is ready. Oh, let's go to the Li family. As Su Mingqiu and Huang Guoyang went out, they saw 5 people standing in the yard. Each one carried a large bag, all geared up and ready to set off. Let's go, Student Su. With that, Huang Guoyang waved his hand, and the group headed toward the Li family. Upon arriving at the Li family residence, they noticed several ice sculptures standing at the entrance, those who had been frozen by Su Mingqiu. As they proceeded inside, they saw Li Shan's corpse lying in the courtyard with shattered ice fragments from dismembered zombies scattered on the ground. Huang Guoyang had seen the recordings, so he was not shocked by this scene. He was already mentally prepared. However, for the others, it was their first time witnessing such brutality, and shock was evident on each of their faces. Huang Guoyang waved his hand, and the 5 individuals stepped forward to place down their backpacks. They then pulled out a pile of specially designed explosive landmines. They intended to blow up the ground to reveal the dragon vein. Once the 5 had positioned the landmines directly above the dragon vein, everyone retreated from the Li family courtyard to a safe distance. Huang Guoyang then took out a remote control and pressed a button. Su Mingqiu heard a tremendous sound followed by a loud explosion. Then they saw a massive pit created in the Li family courtyard. As the group approached the edge of the pit and looked down, they discovered a vast array formation that had been blown open. The formation was currently emanating an unusual amount of energy along with several third-tier zombies. These were birthed from the dragon vein. It appeared that due to Li Shan's practice of raising the dead, the dragon vein had only produced such zombies. Director Huang, you all just watch from the side. They'll handle this, Su Mingqiu said to Huang Guoyang. Huang Guoyang nodded and led the group to step back. At that moment, a zombie had already jumped up the pit wall and landed right in front of Su Mingqiu. He raised his hand and pressed it against the zombie's face, instantly freezing it into an ice. However, just as he had frozen, one more zombies surged up from behind. Ice spears instantly materialized behind Su Mingqiu. Then those ice spears shot toward the horde of zombies. Each spear, upon striking a zombie, would explode, instantly freezing the zombie without giving it a chance to approach. The ice armor on Su Mingqiu appeared, and he charged into the crowd of zombies. Every time he passed by a zombie, he would casually freeze it into an ice sculpture. Huang Guoyang watched from the side, unable to help, but not feeling emotional. This kid Su Mingqiu had surpassed his peers by a wide margin. He had even outstripped those second-year seniors, truly a once-in-a-century genius. Gradually, all the zombies were turned into ice blocks. The dragon vein also ceased to produce any more zombies. Shortly after, the array began to shake violently, and then a black dragon emerged. It was not a physical entity, but rather an ethereal energy body. Clearly, this was the manifestation of the malfunctioning dragon vein. Be careful, Student Su. Huang Guoyang shouted from behind. Su Mingqiu instantly summoned an ice sword in his hand and struck at the black dragon. The biting cold air accompanied by the sword's energy flew toward the black dragon. However, the black dragon flicked its tail and dispersed the sword energy, suffering no harm. Before the black dragon could make its next move, a massive ice dragon similar in size to the black dragon materialized behind Su Mingqiu. It was formed from his ice elemental powers. Then the ice dragon charged at the black dragon, and upon impact it exploded. The biting cold instantly enveloped the black dragon, which became coated in a layer of white frost. Several spots on the black dragon grew unusually ethereal. Furious, the black dragon charged at Su Mingqiu. Seeing this, Su Mingqiu quickly conjured a massive ice wall to block it. The black dragon crashed into the ice wall, becoming dizzy and shaking its head. Seizing the opportunity while the dragon was disoriented, Su Mingqiu dashed forward and sliced off the black dragon's tail. The black dragon let out a roar, shaking its head and spewing forth black flames from its mouth. Su Mingqiu had already dodged in time, avoiding the black fire, and soared in. Today I, Su Mingqiu, shall slay the dragon. Then he conjured several giant ice swords and hurled them down toward the black dragon. Each of those ice swords pierced into the body of the black dragon, nailing it firmly to the ground. The black dragon immediately cried out, unable to move. Following this, the largest ice sword in the sky came crashing down toward the black dragon's head. After the ice sword struck, it gradually dissipated. The black dragon's head fell to the ground, utterly motionless. Su Mingqiu hurriedly took out the white jade vial given by the school and absorbed the essence of the dragon vein within. After completing the task, he sighed with relief. Finally finished. Huang Guoyang approached him and said, "Student Su, I don't even know how to describe you. It's my first time seeing someone at the second-tier 9th stage performing so impressively." Su Mingqiu scratched his head and smiled, saying, "You're too, kind Director Huang. I wonder what your next steps are, Student Su?" Huang Guoyang inquired. "I still need to slay the remaining dragon veins. The school assigned me 9 tasks." "What's the matter, Director Huang?" "Well, in our city, there is a talent list competition coming up in a few days. The first prize is a reward of purple heart ginseng. I was thinking, would you like to participate?" Huang Guoyang invited with a smile. Su Mingqiu pondered for a moment. He wasn't in a hurry about the remaining dragon veins. Moreover, this purple heart ginseng would aid his cultivation, so he decided to participate. Thinking this, he nodded, saying, "All right, Director Huang, I will participate." Huang Guoyang had initially thought Su Mingqiu would be too busy slaying dragon veins to have time, but he didn't expect him to agree so readily. "Great. If you participate, the first place will undoubtedly be yours. The highest level this time is only 3rd tier 5th stage. Compared to you, they are simply no match. Once you arrive, they'll have to stand aside." Su Mingqiu stored the white jade vial into his spatial ring and waved at Huang Guoyang. "All right, Director Huang, I will take my leave then. I'll take a stroll around the city here. They'll leave the mess at the Li family to you." Huang Guoyang waved his hand and smiled, saying, "No worries, we'll take care of this. You enjoy your time exploring." After leaving the Li family, Su Mingqiu walked along the road and took out his phone. He sent a message to his instructor Wang Kai, updating him on the situation. The dragon vein at the Li family had been dealt with and the essence of the dragon vein had been secured. Before long, the instructor replied. He also sent Su Mingqiu the location information of the next dragon vein and its basic situation. He specifically mentioned that if Su Mingqiu wished to participate in the competition, it was all right to arrive a few days later, and there was no rush. In the following 3 days, Su Mingqiu leisurely explored Taimei City, visiting local attractions and enjoying various specialty snacks, taking a much-needed break. Before long, the day of the grand competition arrived. At that moment, he was sitting in a taxi heading towards the city center, where the competition for the talent ranking was being held in the martial arts arena. Upon arrival, Su Mingqiu got out of the car, holding a freshly bought vanilla ice cream. As soon as he stepped into the arena, he noticed 2 individuals already engaged in combat on the stage. Around them, the audience was cheering, creating a lively atmosphere. 2 spectators next to him were discussing, "Do you think that Li Fei can win?" "Win? With what?" The other one rolled his eyes. "The opponent is ranked 49th on the talent ranking. Even though that's at the bottom, he is not someone an ordinary person like Li Fei, who isn't even on the list, can compete against. How can he fight him?" As soon as he finished speaking, the person on the stage punched Li Fei, sending him flying. Li Fei crashed right at Su Mingqiu's feet, nearly colliding with him. "You overestimate yourself. You should have just surrendered earlier to save me the trouble," the person on the stage declared, arrogantly looking down at Li Fei. Su Mingqiu stepped forward to help Li Fei up and asked, "Are you okay?" "Thank you, I'm fine." Li Fei nodded at Su Mingqiu, clenching his fist, clearly unwilling to accept defeat. However, knowing he couldn't win, he gradually relaxed and walked away with his head down. The person on the stage, named Ma Guang, continued to shout, "Is there anyone else who wants to come up?" Nearby spectators were quietly commenting, "Ma Guang can only be arrogant now. Just wait until the real experts from the talent ranking arrive. Let's see how he acts then. He's just bullying the weak ones who didn't make the list because he came early." Su Mingqiu took a bite of his unfinished ice cream and walked towards the stage. The people around him looked stunned and began to whisper, "Who is this? I've never seen him before. Is he from Taimei City?" Ma Guang also noticed him, initially surprised, then his face displayed blatant disdain. Kid, you're just at the second stage 9th level, and you dare to come up here. Are you here to be my punching bag? Ma Guang was about to continue his taunts when suddenly he saw a blur in front of him. In the blink of an eye, Su Mingqiu, who had just been on the sidelines, appeared right in front of him. Su Mingqiu still held the half-eaten ice cream and gently patted Ma Guang's shoulder. That light pat made Ma Guang feel his entire body stiffen, instantly rooted to the spot, unable to move even a fraction. A bone-chilling cold coursed through his shoulder and spread throughout his body. He couldn't even mobilize the abilities within him, frozen by the penetrating chill. Before Ma Guang could react, Su Mingqiu raised his right hand and decisively punched him in the stomach. Ugh! Ma Guang instantly gasped in pain, contorting his body like a boiled shrimp bowing into a ball. His face turned purple, unable to utter a single cry. Su Mingqiu didn't even spare him a glance and casually lifted his foot. With one kick, he sent Ma Guang flying off the stage, crashing to the ground below with a heavy thud. At this moment, the entire arena erupted in chaos, exclamations of disbelief echoing everywhere. What the hell? Who is this god? He took down Ma Guang in one. That's too fierce. Soon after, people began to gossip among themselves. Hey, have you heard? The entire Li family was wiped out a few days. Do you think? Could it be this person? Someone nearby chuckled and shook their head. Impossible. Did you not see that he is only in the second stage 9th level? The head of the Li family is a 4th stage expert. How could he possibly win? I was just saying it casually. The person scratched his head awkwardly. Su Mingqiu ignored the discussions below and felt the icy cold surge within him. A throne materialized behind him in an instant. He sat down comfortably and leisurely spoke, his voice clearly resonating throughout the arena. When will the so-called talent ranking experts arrive? I am in a hurry. As soon as he spoke, the crowd below erupted. What? You're too arrogant. Exactly. Don't think you're impressive just because you took down Ma Guang. Do you really think there's no one in Taimei City? A young man in red, flushed with anger, pulled out his phone and pointed at Su Mingqiu, shouting, You wait. My brother is on the talent ranking. I'll call him now. Let him come and deal with you. Just 2 minutes after the young man hung up, 5 individuals swiftly walked in. Su Mingqiu glanced at the 5 of them from his throne. You 5 come at me together. I'm in a hurry. Upon hearing this, one of the 5, Li Tian, stepped forward, leaping onto the stage. No need for 5 people, I can handle you alone. The audience below immediately let out a breath of relief. Oh, it's Li Tian. Li Tian ranked 15th on the talent ranking. This is secure. Li Tian is at the 3rd stage 4th level. This kid won't be so arrogant now. That waste Ma Guang has truly embarrassed our talent ranking. Li Tian frowned, clearly thinking that Ma Guang was too weak, which allowed this kid to be so arrogant. Su Mingqiu, hearing this, slowly stood up from the throne and calmly replied, To me, you and he are no different. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already flashed to Li Tian's front. So fast. Li Tian's pupils shrank, and as he realized what was happening, he felt a tightening around his neck as Su Mingqiu grasped him, lifting him off the ground. He panicked, instantly, desperately trying to mobilize his abilities to counterattack. But he found that the power within him was frozen, unable to budge even a little. Abilities. My abilities can't be used. So cold. So cold. The chilling cold surged through his neck, spreading throughout his body. He couldn't even muster the strength to struggle, only able to watch Su Mingqiu with wide eyes filled with terror. With a casual flick, Su Mingqiu hurled Li Tian harshly to the feet of the remaining 4. Li Tian crashed to the ground, curled into a ball, unable to rise for a long time. Su Mingqiu stood on the stage, casting a glance at the 4 of them, and calmly stated, Stop wasting time. Come at me together. The 4 exchanged glances, seeing shock and seriousness reflected in each other's eyes. Li Tian was easily taken down by this kid. They knew they certainly weren't a match if they faced him one by one, so they didn't waste any words, nodded, and jumped onto the stage together. The audience below was left in utter disbelief. What? Li Tian is actually no match for him. My goodness. This kid is too fierce. He truly has the capital to be arrogant. But 4 against 1, that should be stable, right? The 4 jumped onto the stage, not daring to approach Su Mingqiu at all. Li Tian had been taken out too quickly. They feared they would also be swiftly defeated, so they hurriedly created distance and planned to suppress him from afar with it. Then all 4 of them simultaneously activated their powers. A torrent of energy surged towards Su Mingqiu. Seeing this, he casually raised his hand and extended. In the next moment, the overwhelming energy slowed down dramatically, as if the slow-motion button had been pressed just half a meter from him. Immediately, a thick layer of ice formed, crashing to the ground and shattering into pieces. However, the 4 did not stop. The next wave of attack followed. They remained huddled at a distance, constantly unleashing their powers, too scared to approach. Su Mingqiu frowned, utterly uninterested in wasting time with them. In the next moment, he flashed directly in front of one of them. Just as that person raised their hand to defend, they suddenly felt their body stiffen, frozen in place, unable to move. With a casual punch, Su Mingqiu sent him flying. Then he conjured an ice sword, and in the blink of an eye appeared before another person. He raised his hand and sent the person flying. The remaining two didn't even have a chance to assist. Su Mingqiu's speed was simply too fast. Just as they saw him on the left, he was already on the right. They didn't even have time to react before their teammate was sent flying. Just as Su Mingqiu was about to advance and deal with the last two, the two panicked instantly, hurriedly raising their hands and shouting, "Wait! We surrender! We surrender!" They knew very well that if they continued, they would be the next ones sent flying. Not wanting to suffer unnecessary pain like the previous two, Su Mingqiu saw their surrender and stopped, not advancing further. The two fled the stage in embarrassment, not daring to look up. Is there no one who can deal with him? Just then someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Shh, Xiaolin, Lin Xiu is here." Wow, it's those three, the top three on the talent list. Now this is interesting. Kid, let's see how arrogant you are now. Hearing this, Su Mingqiu lifted his gaze towards the entrance and saw three young men walking over slowly. One of the lean youths jumped onto the stage and cupped his fists towards Su Mingqiu, speaking steadily, "Lin Xiu." Su Mingqiu reciprocated the gesture and replied indifferently, "Su Mingqiu." Upon hearing this name, Lin Xiu furrowed his brow, slightly feeling it was somewhat familiar. But he couldn't recall where he had heard it before, so he nodded towards Su Mingqiu. "Brother Su, I'm going up now." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Mingqiu saw Lin Xiu's shadow on the ground slowly rising. Su Mingqiu remarked with interest, "An intriguing ability, this is my first time seeing it." No sooner had he spoken than the shadow shot towards Su Mingqiu at an astonishing speed. Grabbing the thief first requires catching the king. Without a second thought, Su Mingqiu flashed to Lin Xiu's front, intending to resolve the main body first. But just as he was about to strike, Lin Xiu's figure suddenly vanished, replaced by his shadow. A position swap. Su Mingqiu directly punched at that shadow. However, his hand went right through it, unable to touch his opponent at all. Su Mingqiu quickly stepped back to create distance. The audience below saw him retreat and instantly erupted in laughter, jeering, "Ha, this kid finally ran into a wall. Now he knows the strength of our beauty city." Su Mingqiu ignored the crowd's jeers, his eyes turning cold as he unleashed a wave of chill from within. Standing not far away, Lin Xiu instantly felt a bone-chilling cold, his heart sinking. This isn't good. In the next moment, a thick layer of ice slowly covered the entire stage. Then enormous ice spikes suddenly erupted from the ice surface, stabbing towards Lin Xiu. "Hey, Brother Su, I concede. I concede." Lin Xiu was instantly scared, pale, hurriedly shouting. The ice spike that was about to pierce his chest halted midair. Lin Xiu could even distinctly feel the bone-chilling cold emanating from the ice spike. Upon hearing his surrender, the ice spikes on the stage instantly vanished without a trace. Lin Xiu stood on the stage and gave Su Mingqiu a wry smile. "I admit defeat. I can't beat you. You truly are a monster. It's the first time in my life I've been taken down by someone of a higher level." After speaking, he shook his head and jumped off the stage. "What? Lin Xiu lost too? Then we can only rely on Chu Fengyang and Xiaolin now." Chu Fengyang turned to look at Xiaolin beside him and asked, "Aren't you going up?" Xiaolin shook his head and replied bluntly, "I can't win. I'm not going to embarrass myself." Hearing this, Chu Fengyang said nothing, nodded slightly, and leaped onto the stage in one bound. Standing on the stage, Chu Fengyang cupped his fists towards Su Mingqiu, speaking very seriously, "Brother Su, although I know I might not beat you, I still want to give it a try." "What?" Chu Fengyang actually said he can't beat him. "Don't worry. I have a friend who can." "What friend do you have?" "Isn't your friend me?" Chu Fengyang raised his arm and swung it down forcefully. Su Mingqiu instantly saw through his movement and quickly extended his hand, conjuring a thick layer of ice in front of him. Bang! With a muffled sound, a deep cut instantly appeared on the ice shield. Invisible slashes, huh? Chu Fengyang didn't stop at all and continued to wave his hands, unleashing a series of invisible slashes towards Su Mingqiu. "Oh, you want to play this game with me?" Su Mingqiu snorted, and countless ice spears formed behind him, surging towards Chu Fengyang. Seeing this, Chu Fengyang desperately waved his arms, continuously slashing at those ice spears, shattering them as they flew towards him. But those ice spears seemed endless. For every one he destroyed, several more appeared, and after slashing for a while, he hadn't managed to destroy a single one completely. Instead, the ice spears drew ever closer, nearly overwhelming him. Although Chu Fengyang's strike was powerful, it consumed a great deal of his special ability. After only a short while of attacking, his reserves of energy were nearly depleted. He attempted to bypass the ice spears and engage Su Mingqiu directly, only to find that there was no way around. The ice spears were densely packed, blocking all his paths. "I give up. I give up. I can't win." Chu Fengyang gasped, waving his hand in surrender. Su Mingqiu waved his hand, and the overwhelming ice spears instantly vanished without a trace. Chu Fengyang collapsed on the ground and shouted at Su Mingqiu, "Are you a perpetual motion machine?" Su Mingqiu approached smiling as he waved his hand. Just drop the machine. This first place is yours, I concede. I've lived this long, and it's my first time seeing such an incredible ice-type ability. He then shifted the topic saying, by the way, Su brother, there's something I don't know if you're interested in. What is it? Su Mingqiu asked. Let's go, I'll treat you to a meal, and we can talk while eating. Chu Fengyang stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. Su Mingqiu nodded, sure. After that, Su Mingqiu went to claim the rewards from the competition. He took the purple heart ginseng and followed Chu Fengyang and the others. The boisterous competition came to a muddled end. It wasn't until Su Mingqiu and the others had walked for a while that an audience member suddenly slapped his forehead. Damn, I just remembered. He is the national top scorer from the college entrance examination. He's the one who single-handedly took down the third-tier beasts during the beast time. So it's him. I thought his name sounded familiar. The four of them were already seated in a private room of a restaurant enjoying their meal. Damn, Su brother. I was wondering why your name sounded so familiar. Lin Xiu said. It's just luck, just luck. You're being too modest. Chu Fengyang chuckled and set down his cup. By the way, about what I mentioned earlier, it's like this: the three of us discovered an ancient tomb a few days ago in the wild. This morning we were busy dealing with things inside the tomb, which is why we arrived so late for the competition. Chu Fengyang looked at Su Mingqiu earnestly and said, with your strength, Su brother, if you could join us, our chances would be much greater. So what do you say, Su brother? Would you like to come with us to take a look? You can choose the treasures inside first, Su brother, Chu Fengyang quickly added. Su Mingqiu nodded, sure, but I need to refine this purple heart ginseng first. It will take some time. No problem, then it's settled. We'll gather again tomorrow, Chu Fengyang said with a smile. After discussing, the group relaxed and continued their meal. After eating, Su Mingqiu went to a nearby hotel to book a room. Once inside the room, he took out the purple heart ginseng. He began with the most primitive method of consumption, chewing it raw. After a couple of bites, he smacked his lips in satisfaction. Delicious, still has that sweet potato flavor. Soon a day passed. The next day, Su Mingqiu was already in the wild, successfully meeting up with Chu Fengyang and the others. After eating the purple heart ginseng, he had smoothly broken through to the second stage of the third tier. Su Mingqiu waved at the three, and they responded with smiles. Lin Xiu remarked, Su brother, it seems that purple heart ginseng really boosted your power. Just a little bit. Su Mingqiu waved his hand dismissively. Haha, let's go, Su brother, the ancient tomb is just ahead. Chu Fengyang said with a smile, and then the group headed towards the direction of the tomb. After a short walk, they soon saw the entrance of the ancient tomb. Chu Fengyang said with a smile, and then the group headed towards the direction of the tomb. After a short walk, they soon saw the entrance of the ancient tomb. Chu Fengyang led the way holding a torch to illuminate the path, and said to Su Mingqiu, Su brother, we've already cleared the traps ahead. The group proceeded along the damp passage, of faint musty smell filling the air. After a while, Chu Fengyang halted, turning to Su Mingqiu, and saying, this is it. We had cleared up to here before, we haven't touched anything inside yet. As they continued forward, not long after, Xiaolin suddenly stepped on something. With a click, a mechanism was triggered. What was that sound? Lin Xiu immediately became alert. In the next second, a swarm of centipedes crawled out from the crevices in the walls, dense and black red. These centipedes are poisonous. Don't get bitten, Chu Fengyang shouted urgently. The other three were about to raise their hands to use their abilities to deal with the poisonous insects, but Su Mingqiu stepped forward. Let me handle this. As soon as he finished speaking, a bone-chilling cold spread out, instantly freezing all the centipedes that crawled over. Not a single one escaped. Chu Fengyang gave Su Mingqiu a thumbs up. Then the group continued forward, soon arriving at the antechamber of the tomb. Upon entering, everyone was stunned. It was empty inside, with only a coffin placed in the middle. There was nothing else. Lin Xiu immediately began to complain. Damn, this is too poor. Not even a bird in sight. Su Mingqiu glanced at Chu Fengyang and asked, Chu brother, should we open the coffin? Chu Fengyang nodded, saying in a deep voice, open it. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Xiu's shadow crawled up from it, cautiously approached, and carefully opened the lid of the coffin. After all, shadows cannot be harmed. Even if there were traps or poisons inside, they wouldn't affect the main body. Once the coffin was opened, a swarm of moths burst forth. However, those moths flew right through the shadow, not touching it at all. Chu Fengyang raised his hand, and an invisible slash swept through, instantly killing a bunch of moths. Lin Xiu's shadow rushed in as well. Seeing this, Su Mingqiu raised his hand, and cold air surged forth, freezing the remaining moths rushing over. As for the remaining moths that charged towards Xiaolin, just as they were about to reach him, they were suddenly pinned to the ground by an invisible force. They were crushed into mush, dead beyond recovery. Su Mingqiu looked at the empty coffin and couldn't help but complain. Man, this tomb owner is too stingy, right? What treasure is there to keep? Just a pile of broken moths. This is way too poor. The group didn't linger here since there was nothing to be found. It was pointless to stay. The group exchanged glances and then walked toward the inner passage, planning to see if there was anything in the main tomb. Walking through the tomb passage, Chu Fengyang held a torch, gazing at the murals on the walls. He asked Su Mingqiu, "Brother Su, can you understand the content of these murals? I've been staring at them for ages, but can't decipher these characters at all." Su Mingqiu shook his head. "I can't understand these ancient texts either. However, judging by the murals, the tomb owner must have been a general, right? Look, this painting depicts him riding a horse and slaying enemies on the battlefield." Soon they arrived at a massive stone door and came to a halt. "What should we do?" Xiaolin looked at Chu Fengyang and asked. "Let's see if there are any mechanisms to open this door," Chu Fengyang replied. The group started to search around for any mechanism. After a while, a creaking sound was heard. Chu Fengyang and the others all turned to look at Su Mingqiu. They saw Su Mingqiu withdrawing his hand from the mouth of a nearby stone lion. The massive stone door slowly began to open. Perhaps due to its age, it opened very slowly, creaking for a long time. Once the door fully opened, they stepped inside. The torches on the walls of the tomb ignited automatically, illuminating the entire chamber brightly. Chu Fengyang casually tossed aside the torch he was holding. The group was completely stunned by the scene before them. The interior space was terrifyingly vast, and in midair a gigantic coffin was suspended by several thick iron chains. Below the coffin stood rows of armored soldiers standing perfectly still. They appeared extremely eerie, leaving one to wonder if they were meant to accompany the deceased or something. Behind those soldiers, a pile of weapons and pills was stacked. It turned out that all the good items were hidden here. Su Mingqiu remarked while looking at the orderly soldiers, "These soldiers won't revive, will they?" "Brother Su, that joke isn't funny at all," Chu Fengyang said with a pale face. "These soldiers are all at the third-tier realm. Lin Xiu, release your shadow, and see if you can sneak past these soldiers to grab the treasures behind them," Chu Fengyang instructed Lin Xiu. "All right." Lin Xiu nodded. Then the shadow crawled out from the ground. Su Mingqiu watched this scene, finding Lin Xiu's ability interesting no matter how many times he saw it. However, just as the shadow approached a soldier attempting to sneak past, that soldier suddenly opened his eyes. One after another, all the soldiers opened their eyes, their scara glowing with an eerie red light. Lin Xiu quickly pulled back his shadow. Disturbing the sleeping General Dai, the group of soldiers spoke in unison, their voices eerily, "Not good. Brother Su, what should we do?" Chu Fengyang shouted at Su Mingqiu. "You were right, these soldiers really have revived." The soldiers were marching step by step towards Su Mingqiu and the others, their formation imposing and oppressive. The cold aura around Su Mingqiu surged outward instantly. "Charge!" He then rushed towards the group of soldiers. Seeing this, Chu Fengyang and the others hurriedly followed behind Su Mingqiu. Taking the lead, Su Mingqiu quickly conjured ice armor around himself, reaching out to press down on a soldier, instantly freezing him into an ice sculpture. The soldiers that were about to approach him were also frozen by the spreading cold aura. Next, he conjured countless ice swords in the air, raining down like a storm, and began to strike downwards. The soldiers couldn't advance, all being firmly pinned to the ground by the ice swords. However, the soldiers, upon seeing the rain of swords, surprisingly did not rush over, but instead stood there completely still. Su Mingqiu couldn't help but complain, "Why were they this smart even after dying? They even know how to dodge." He simply flashed over to the soldiers, releasing a frenzied cold aura from within. Soon a massive block of ice appeared on the ground, surging towards the group of soldiers. The soldiers were directly encased in the ice block. Before long, Su Mingqiu had dealt with all the soldiers on his side. After resolving this, he turned back to help Lin Xiu. He saw Lin Xiu still battling one soldier after another with his shadow. His shadow could even transform into a bat, showcasing an array of attack methods. Su Mingqiu approached him, raising his hand to shoot ice spikes directly at the remaining soldiers, swiftly resolving the situation. "You finished your side so quickly, Brother Su," Lin Xiu remarked in surprise as he saw Su Mingqiu come to help. "Let's wrap this up quickly, there should be a big guy coming soon." As Su Mingqiu spoke, he pointed at the suspended coffin above. The general inside was the real trouble. On the other sides, Chu Fengyang continuously swung his arms, unleashing invisible slashes that cut the soldiers in half. The soldiers besides Xiaolin were crushed into meat patties by his gravitational ability. The group of soldiers was quickly cleared out. Chu Fengyang, Xiaolin, and Lin Xiu sat down on the ground to rest. Only Su Mingqiu remained standing as if nothing had happened. The battle had drained their abilities significantly, especially after fighting so many soldiers. Lin Xiu looked at Su Mingqiu saying, "Brother Su, you're way too enduring, aren't you? I can't last that long even if I play games 10 times a day. I can play 20 times a day." "Wow." Lin Xiu immediately gave a thumbs up, impressive. Xiaolin, looking confused, asked, "What does playing 20 times a day mean?" "Little kid, it's better for you not to know." Su Mingqiu patted his shoulder, speaking mysteriously. Chu Fengyang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just then the iron chains in midair suddenly clanged, and the suspended bronze coffin shook slightly. Su Mingqiu pointed upwards, complaining to Chu Fengyang, "Brother Chu, your laughter is too loud, it woke up that guy up there." Chu Fengyang immediately covered his mouth, not daring to make a sound. But it was futile. The sound of the chains grew louder, clanging, and then with a loud bang the bronze coffin fell directly to the ground from midair. Chu Fengyang and the others immediately stood up, readying themselves. "Brother Chu, when that guy comes out he'll be looking for you first," Su Mingqiu joked. "Don't look for me, it wasn't my fault," I laughed. Chu Fengyang waved his hands, quickly shifting the blame. The three of them felt a bit anxious. Those soldiers were all at the third-tier realm. How strong would the general in the coffin be? He would surely be much stronger than those soldiers. Soon they began to hear a knocking sound coming from inside the coffin. Thudding sounds, and they grew louder and more urgent. The large coffin outside shattered into several pieces, with some fragments flying towards Su Mingqiu and his companions. As the fragments reached Su Mingqiu's side, they suddenly slowed down and gradually formed into ice. Su Mingqiu reached out a hand and tossed them aside. All that remained was the small coffin inside. However, the knocking sounds from within suddenly ceased, leaving an eerie silence. Chu Fengyang approached Su Mingqiu and asked, "What do you say, Brother Su? Strike first or suffer the consequences later?" Su Mingqiu replied as he moved towards the coffin. The others followed suit. Arriving by the coffin, Lin Xiu muttered, "Big brother, since you're dead, just stay dead and don't come out to scare us." Enough of that, Chu Fengyang interrupted. Then the group combined their efforts to launch an attack on the coffin. The small coffin was instantly shattered by their strike. The group stared wide-eyed, spotting a tall general clad in armor and wearing a mask lying on the ground. Beside him lay a massive bronze sword. Suddenly the general's chest began to rise and fall, revealing he was breathing. "Attack him!" Su Mingqiu shouted urgently. Cold air, slashes, gravity, and shadows all surged towards the general. With their combined might, the four of them launched their full-force attacks. The general abruptly opened his eyes, seized the bronze sword beside him, and immediately counterattacked. One slash deflected all their attacks. Then the general rose and faced them. He uttered a phrase that sounded like "Chicken, you too beautiful." Following that, he began mumbling a series of incomprehensible words. The group was stunned, exchanging glances. "What on earth?" Lin Xiu, hearing this, suddenly became interested, stepped forward, and shouted, "Chicken, you too beautiful." He even attempted to mimic a dance. In an instant, the general grew furious, raised his sword, and swung it straight at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu quickly dodged, nearly getting hit, breaking into a cold sweat. In an instant, the general grew furious, raised his sword, and swung it straight at Lin Xiu. "Lin Xiu, get him!" Lin Xiu shouted. Behind Su Mingqiu, a massive ice dragon was conjured instantly. Chu Fengyang's invisible slashes and Xie Ling's gravity strike all rushed towards the general. However, the general swiftly broke free from the shadow's bindings. The ropes posed no hindrance to him whatsoever. He then gathered strength and swung his sword towards the four of them. A massive wave of sword energy rushed forth. The sword energy collided fiercely with their attacks. Chu Fengyang's slashes and Xie Ling's gravity were instantly shattered, yielding no effect. Only Su Mingqiu's ice dragon had an effect. A layer of frost clung to the general's body, slowing his movements slightly. Chu Fengyang observed this and bitterly smiled at Su Mingqiu, saying, "Our attacks are having no effect on him. Brother Su, it seems we have to rely on you now." Su Mingqiu stepped forward, waving his hand at the three of them. "You three step back." They understood they couldn't help at this point and would only hinder, so they obediently retreated, standing aside to watch Su Mingqiu take on this boss alone. The ice armor on Su Mingqiu formed again, and he directly flashed in front of the general, throwing a punch without hesitation. The general, caught off guard by Su Mingqiu's strength, was forced back 3 steps. "Kuli Jiva!" he shouted at Su Mingqiu, uttering a string of incomprehensible words. The general roared in anger, raising his bronze sword to strike fiercely at Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu didn't dodge, remaining rooted to the spot, as countless ice swords rapidly formed in midair. The torrential rain of ice swords descended upon the general. Faced with this overwhelming barrage, the general did not retreat. Instead, he wielded his great sword, chopping through the ice swords one by one, forcing his way through the rain of swords, his armor covered with ice shards. Yet just as he broke through the storm of ice swords, he saw 3 massive ice dragons coalescing behind Su Mingqiu. They charged towards him, exploding upon impact, engulfing him in a torrent of chilling air. As the cold air dissipated, the general stood frozen in place, now covered in a thick layer of frost. Even his heavy armor was encased in. Moreover, he had sustained frostbite. Lin Xiu, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but shout excitedly, "Awesome! Brother Su!" Chu Fengyang covered Lin Xiu's mouth, saying, "Shut your mouth. Don't disturb Brother Su during the battle." At that moment, the general standing there suddenly erupted with an astonishing aura. He raised his massive bronze sword with all his remaining strength. A wave of sword energy much larger than before surged towards Su Mingqiu. "Is this a desperate fight?" Su Mingqiu thought as he looked at the colossal sword energy. He took a deep breath, unleashing all the cold energy within him. He unleashed his ultimate move, Cold River Snow. Instantly, a torrent of frigid air erupted from Su Mingqiu, rushing towards the sword energy with a bone-chilling intensity. The sword energy and the cold air clashed for a moment. Then the piercing cold directly froze the sword energy, instantly shattering it. Next, the torrent of cold air surged forward without pause, engulfing the general. After using his final move, the general was exhausted. He had no strength left to resist the cold air and was quickly overwhelmed by it. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a massive ice sculpture, frozen along with his great. Seeing the general completely turned into an ice sculpture, unable to move, Chu Fengyang and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly approached Su Mingqiu. This boss battle was finally over. Amazing, Brother Su. Lin Xiu gasped, excitement evident on his face. Chu Fengyang seriously remarked to Su Mingqiu, honestly, if it weren't for you, the three of us would have been done for today. You can choose the treasures first, Brother Su. Take whichever you want. Su Mingqiu nodded. This was what he deserved. After all, he had single-handedly dealt with that general, or else they would never have obtained these. Then the group walked towards the treasures piled in the corner. Su Mingqiu was the first to head toward the medicinal pills. He initially thought these ancient pills would contain many good items. He casually picked up a beautifully crafted pill bottle. Upon opening the lid and taking out a pill, he found that its surface was covered in a thick layer of green mold. Clearly, it had been stored for too long, its shelf life had long expired, and was no longer edible. After all, this ancient tomb was very old, and these pills had already gone moldy. At that moment, Su Mingqiu heard Lin Xiu cursing from the side. Damn. This battle technique turned to ash the moment I picked it up. Damn it. What is this broken thing? The pills on my side are the same. They're all moldy and expired. Su Mingqiu chimed in with a complaint. Su, brother Lin Xiu, come over here. Chu Fengyang shouted from the side. These weapons are still usable. Hearing this, Lin Xiu hurried over, eager to see if there were any suitable weapons. As Su Mingqiu was about to follow, he was suddenly captivated by the patterns on the wall near the battle techniques, stopping to look. At that moment, he suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding's level battle technique detected demon suppression blade. Do you wish to cultivate it? Cultivate, Su Mingqiu silently thought. The next moment, the demon suppression blade technique was directly leveled up to its maximum level. Countless pieces of information flooded into his mind, and he instantly mastered this set of sword techniques. This must have been the battle technique that General practiced in his lifetime, inscribed on the wall. Fortunately, he had the system. If someone else came here, they wouldn't recognize these ancient texts and could never cultivate it. Moreover, these patterns had become blurry over thousands of years. Even if others understood the words, they couldn't learn it. The demon suppression blade consists of 3 moves: the evil suppression style, the evil severing style, and the demon conquering style, totaling 3 techniques. Su, brother, hurry over. Chu Fengyang shouted from the side, urging him to check out the weapons. Coming, Su Mingqiu replied, and walked toward them. On the way, Su Mingqiu scanned the surrounding walls, looking for any other hidden battle techniques. Unfortunately, the system did not make any further sounds. There were no other techniques. However, this trip to the ancient tomb had yielded its level battle technique, which was already quite good. This journey had been a significant gain. When Su Mingqiu reached Chu Fengyang's side, he saw several cleaned weapons laid out on the ground, likely the ones they had. Su, brother, we've already picked out the good weapons. You choose first. Su Mingqiu looked at the few weapons, shook his head, and waved his hand. You all choose. I won't pick anything. He secretly thought that these scraps weren't worth selecting. Then his gaze shifted to the ice block that contained the general. To be precise, he was looking at the huge bronze sword in the general's hand. That sword had been the weapon the general used for his entire life. Having fought alongside him for many years, it was surely much better than the scraps on the ground. Chu Fengyang looked at Su Mingqiu and quickly said, No way, Su, brother, you should at least choose one, otherwise we 3 will feel uneasy. You've helped us so much, but if you take nothing at once, sit right with us. Yes, Su, brother, just pick one. Xia Lin and Lin Xiu also echoed. I didn't say I wouldn't take anything. Su Mingqiu laughed, pointing at the ice sculpture. I want the sword in the general's hand. Upon hearing this, the 3 looked at the ice sculpture and nodded. Chu Fengyang sighed in relief. That's good, Su, brother, if you choose nothing, the 3 of us would indeed feel uncomfortable. Afterward, the 3 gathered around the weapons and began discussing how to distribute the weapons they had found. Su Mingqiu approached the ice sculpture and raised his hand to remove the ice covering the sword. Then, placing his hand on the ice block, the ice instantly melted away, revealing the huge bronze sword. Su Mingqiu looked at the sword, unable to help but frown. It was too big and didn't suit him. This sword was taller than he was. How could he wield it? It seemed he had to find a place to have this sword reforged. Then Su Mingqiu stored the sword in his spatial ring. Looking at the general's corpse, he thought, I'm not taking your things for nothing. On the ground, he condensed a massive ice coffin. Then he placed the general inside and closed the coffin lid. At this time, Chu Fengyang and the others had finished selecting their weapons, packed their things, and walked to Su Mingqiu's side. Lin Xiu looked at the ice coffin, his eyes brightening as he patted it, and said, This ice coffin is quite nice. Su Mingqiu jokingly replied, Oh, Should I arrange one for you when the time comes? Lin Xiao seriously thought for a moment and nodded, saying, Sure, Su brother, I'll find you when the time comes. You really think about it, huh? Su Mingqiu was momentarily taken aback. Su brother, everyone has to die, right? Lin Xiao said earnestly. Poo, stop right there. Chu Fengyang quickly interrupted them from the side. In broad daylight, talking about life and death, how unlucky. The muffled sounds of impacts and the piercing noise of abilities colliding filled the air. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. There were actually people in this desolate place. Looking inside, he saw two figures engaged in a fierce battle amidst the abandoned steel and concrete of the construction site. The two fighters also noticed Su Mingqiu at the entrance, their movements pausing in unison for half a second. Huozheng immediately sneered at Feng Chun and shouted, What's the matter? Feng Chun, is this the helper you brought? Don't waste your effort. Even if you bring help, I Huozheng am enough on my own. Feng Chun was dumbfounded. He had no idea who Su Mingqiu was. Just as he was about to explain, he was forced to raise his hand to block Huozheng's relentless attack, leaving him no time to speak. Su Mingqiu merely glanced at the two and shook his head. Huozheng's strength was at the second stage of the third tier with earth abilities that perfectly countered Feng Chen's wind abilities. Feng Chun was bound to lose. There was no suspense. He had no interest in their personal feud. What mattered most now was to quickly deal with the dragon vein here and move on to the... He completely ignored the two, not stopping his steps as he walked straight into the depths of the construction site. Just after he took a few steps, a dull thud echoed behind him, followed by Feng Chen's groan of pain. Seeing that Su Mingqiu hadn't even glanced at him from the beginning, Huozheng assumed Su Mingqiu looked down on him. Without a second thought, he gathered his earth abilities and swung his fist hard at Su Mingqiu's back. Watch out! Sneak attack from behind. Feng Chun, lying on the ground, shouted at the top of his lungs. But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Su Mingqiu slightly shift to the side, avoiding Huozheng's ambush. In the next second, Su Mingqiu turned around and grabbed Huozheng's neck, lifting him off the ground entirely. Huozheng was about to channel his earth abilities to shake off Su Mingqiu's, yet he instantly realized that his abilities seemed frozen, unable to be summoned at all. A bone-chilling cold swiftly spread through his body, causing him to stiffen visibly. Even blinking became an arduous task. I originally did not intend to meddle in your affairs. Su Mingqiu's voice was cold, devoid of any warmth. Your enmity has nothing to do with me. However, maliciously obstructing my mission and daring to attack me means you have chosen the path to your own demise. Huozheng was still desperately struggling, his face flushed, yet the coldness only intensified. Frost began to creep from his neck to his cheeks, then to his arms, and finally enveloping his entire body. In just a few seconds, Huozheng, who had been so arrogant moments before, had completely turned into an ice sculpture. Frozen in a position of struggle, he remained fixed in place. Feng Chun, ignoring the pain in his chest, scrambled to his feet. Big brother. He is the son of the Hua family's head. The Hua family will definitely retaliate against you. He took a breath and hurriedly added, Big brother, come back with me to the Feng family. After all, if it weren't for Su Mingqiu, Huozheng would have won, and he would have ended up with a bad outcome. Su Mingqiu, hearing this, silently muttered, The Hua family will seek revenge on me. Suddenly his eyes lit up as he thought of something amusing. He raised his hand and stored Huozheng's ice sculpture into his spatial ring. Feng Chun was stunned by this scene. What the hell? This big brother, does he have some strange hobby? Killing someone, and then wanting to collect their corpse. This is too terrifying, right? By the way, big brother, I still don't know your name. Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu casually replied. Brother Su. Feng Chun hurriedly followed up, patting his chest and saying, Don't underestimate my Feng family. We are a family of blacksmiths. We have a very broad network. Even if the Hua family wants to cause trouble, they wouldn't dare run wild in our territory. Brother Su, come back with me to the Feng family, and I'll have my dad forge you the most powerful weapon. My dad is the best blacksmith. I guarantee he will forge you something outstanding. Upon hearing this, Su Mingqiu instantly became interested. A blacksmith? Just right, he wanted to find a blacksmith to reforge that knife. Isn't this a convenient opportunity? What a coincidence. Su Mingqiu turned to look at him. I just happen to have a weapon that needs to be reforged. Feng Chun, hearing this, instantly beamed and waved his hands. That's great, brother Su. Then hurry and come with me. My dad will definitely get it done clearly for you. I promise you will be satisfied. Su Mingqiu thought about it, since the dragon vein matter wasn't urgent. It was just right to reforge that knife first, so he nodded and followed Feng Chun to the Feng family. Before long, the two arrived at the Feng family. The Feng family lived up to its reputation as a long-standing blacksmith family. Upon entering the courtyard, a faint smell of metal shaving leading Su Mingqiu into the main hall, they encountered Feng Songshuan, the head of the Feng family. He was a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s with thick calluses on his hands, clearly a result of years of wielding a hammer for forging. Feng Chun recounted the events at the construction site to his father in detail. Upon hearing this, Feng Kangzuan's expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly stood up to formally clasp his fists at Su Mingqiu. Su, young friend, A great kindness deserves no thanks. If it weren't for you, my brat would have fallen to Huozheng today. Rest assured, your weapon matter is on me. In my lifetime of forging, I have never produced a subpar item. I will absolutely forge you the best. After finishing, he turned to Feng Chun with a stern expression. You brat. Becoming more reckless by the day. Feng Chun scratched his head, feeling wronged as he defended himself. Dad, how was I to know that Huozheng had secretly broken through to the second stage of the third tier? He was clearly at the same level as me before. He was too deep to see through. Otherwise, I would definitely have been able to defeat him. You still dare to speak? Feng Xiangshuan scolded him without mercy. If something really happened to you, what would your mother do? You're her only son, or if you were gone, she would surely follow you. Feng Shen, upon hearing this, wilted, lowering his head and softly saying, I was wrong, father. I will never be so. Feng Xiangshuan nodded and said sternly, to recognize one's mistakes and correct them is the greatest virtue. Go to the ancestral hall and copy the family rules 10 times. You won't eat until you finish. Feng Chen's face instantly fell at this, his expression pained as he bargained. Dad, 10 times is too much, right? Can it be less? Five times is acceptable. My. Feng Xiangshuan glared at him, seeing that he dared to bargain, immediately pulled out a feather duster from his spatial ring. As he spoke, he turned to Su Mingqiu and winked before darting off, exclaiming, Brother Su, him off to copy the family rules. Su Mingqiu looked at the chicken feather duster that Feng Xiangshuan was holding and was somewhat taken aback. Though it looked ordinary, it was a 4th-tier weapon. In this family of weapon refiners, even a chicken feather duster used to discipline children was if that were to truly strike someone, wouldn't it leave them half destroyed? Feng Xiangshuan watched his son disappear in a flash, then turned back to Su Mingqiu with an apologetic smile, saying, My young friend Su, I apologize for the ruckus. He changed the subject, looking at Su Mingqiu earnestly. By the way, my young friend Su, I heard from Feng Chun that you have a weapon that needs reforging. I wonder what it looks like. Please show it to me first so I can prepare the materials and furnace in advance. Su Mingqiu nodded, flipped his hand, and retrieved a bronze broadsword from the spatial ring. As the sword hit the ground, it let out a loud clang. Feng Xiangshuan was momentarily stunned upon seeing such a large sword. He quickly stepped forward and gently tapped the blade. Ding! A crisp sound echoed in the room. Feng Kangzuan's eyes instantly lit up, unable to help but exclaim, Not bad, not bad. This is indeed a fine sword. The material is so solid. Feng Xiangshuan touched the blade, pondered for a moment, then looked up at Su Mingqiu and asked, By the way, my young friend Su, what is the attribute of your special ability? Weapons like this must correspond to the owner's special ability to unleash their maximum power. Otherwise, even if it is refined, it cannot exhibit the sword's full potential. Ice attribute, Su Mingqiu casually replied. Ice attribute. Feng Kangzuan's brows furrowed at this, stroking his chin in contempt. After a while he spoke, My young friend Su, to be honest, we have all the other materials needed for reforging this sword except for ice-hard iron. If you had a different attribute such as metal or earth, we would have plenty of corresponding materials in our warehouse. But we truly do not have any ice-hard iron in stock. Seeing Su Mingqiu's worried expression, he quickly waved his hand and added, But my young friend Su, don't be anxious, there is still a way. He continued, In 3 days the Yunkong's secret realm will open. I heard from someone that deep within that secret realm there is an ice cave where ice-hard iron can definitely be found. Su Mingqiu, curious, asked, Feng family head, what is the Yunkong's secret realm? Feng Xiangshuan smiled and explained, The Yunkong's secret realm is a place left behind from ancient times. It opens every 2.5 years, and each time many people enter to seek treasures. However, there are cultivation restrictions for entering the secret realm, only allowing up to 3rd-tier ability users inside. Anyone higher cannot enter. There are numerous rare materials inside, but the secret realm is only open for a week, and after that it will automatically close. At that time, regardless of whether you have exited or not, you will be automatically transported out. As he spoke, he felt a bit embarrassed and cupped his fists at Su Mingqiu, saying, To be honest, I also plan to enter for some training this time. At that time I will be counting on you, my young friend Su, to look after him. Su Mingqiu waved his hand with a smile, saying, Feng family head, you are being too polite. This is only natural. Feng Xiangshuan relieved smiled and said, That's wonderful. My young friend Su, you can stay at the Feng family for these 3 days. It will be perfect for you and Shaner to set off together when the secret realm opens, having each other for company. Su Mingqiu nodded, agreeing. All right then, I will trouble the Feng family head. Su Mingqiu settled down at the Feng family. That day he spent all his time in the Feng family's weapon refining workshop, watching Feng Xiangshuan work on the sword. He saw Feng Xiangshuan heat the large furnace until it glowed red and place the sword inside. Before long, the sword slowly melted into a pool of molten iron. Feng Xiangshuan added several auxiliary materials, meticulously removing impurities bit by bit. He produced a preliminary sword blank. After a day of busy work, all other preparations were completed. Now they just needed the final step, adding ice-hard iron. As long as they could find this last material, they would be able to start refining the sword. Meanwhile, in the study of the Hua family. Hua family head Hua Kangji was sitting in a chair. His wife Zhang Ran stood behind him, massaging his shoulders, her face filled with worry. What do you think is going on with Zhang? It's been a day, he hasn't answered his phone, and we can't reach him at all. What if something happened? Hua Kangji waved his hand dismissively and said, Who knows where he is messing around again. This isn't the first time, he will come back on his own in a couple of days. Don't worry, I've already sent Yuan to check, we should hear something soon. Hua Kangji reassured his anxious wife. Just as he finished speaking, a tall young man hurriedly walked in, respectfully addressing the two, father-mother. It was Hua Kangji's eldest son, Hua Zheng's biological brother Hua Yuan. I found out that someone saw Hua Zheng last with Feng family's Feng Chun at that abandoned factory in the sun. The Feng family again. Hearing this, Hua Kangji slammed his fist down on the armrest of the chair, creating a dent in the solid wood. That brat must have gotten into a fight with Feng Chun and fallen into the hands of the Feng family. Zhang Ran quickly patted Hua Kangji's arm anxiously, saying, What are you still sitting here for? Hurry and go to the Feng family to get Zheng back. Why are you so anxious? Hua Kangji waved his hand, speaking calmly. The Feng family has taken someone, they will definitely come to negotiate terms with us first. We just need to wait. There's no rush, after all they don't dare to do anything to Zhang. Before long the day of the Yunkong Secret Realm's opening arrived. During these 3 days the Hua family had been sitting at home waiting. They were waiting for the Feng family to send someone over to discuss the terms for releasing their son. However, day after day passed, and the Feng family had not even called, leaving them without any news. At first Hua Kangji remained quite calm, thinking that the Feng family would surely take the initiative to negotiate terms since they had captured his son. But after 3 days of waiting without news, he became anxious and had no choice but to call the Feng family. However, the Feng family either said they were too busy with the secret realm or simply hung up on him. They didn't even give him a single word, completely ignoring him. This left Hua Kangji furious, almost overturning the table at home. So the Feng family not only captured his son, but also dared to treat him with such disregard. Did they really think the Hua family was easy to bully? At the entrance of the Cloud Void secret realm, a throng of people eagerly awaited its opening, creating a bustling scene. Hua Kangji stood with his group, directly blocking Feng Tsangxuan, and the two faced off against each other. Feng Tsangxuan. Hua Kangji shouted at him, furious. I thought you had died after not seeing you for a few days. You don't even answer your calls. Oh brother Hua, you have it all wrong. Feng Tsangxuan waved his hand innocently. You know I love crafting weapons. I've been busy refining battle gear these past few days. When would I have time to check my phone? Why do you have to confront me as soon as we meet? How dare you say that? Hua Kangji retorted angrily. Quickly return my son Hua Zheng. The other people waiting for the secret realm to open quickly stepped back upon hearing their conversation. Fearing they might get caught in the crossfire of these two volatile personalities, they huddled together and whispered to each other. Wow, they're at it again. You got that right. Once we go in, let's stay away from those two. We don't want to get bitten by mad dogs and bring trouble upon ourselves. Your son Hua Zheng. I haven't seen him at all, Feng Tsangxuan replied with a cheerful smile, feigning innocence. Are you pretending to be clueless with me? Hua Kangji pointed at him, fuming and speechless for a long moment. Feng Tsangxuan was still playing dumb while he was fully aware. Fine. Feng Tsangxuan, just wait. You won't regret this. Hua Kangji gritted his teeth and said, having no choice but to snort coldly before turning to sit down on a nearby chair. Once seated, he leaned towards his eldest son Hua Yuan and whispered, Yuan, when we enter the secret realm, make sure to capture Feng Chun. Hua Yuan nodded and respectfully replied, Understood, father. He was at the 3rd stage 9th level, precisely at the upper limit for the secret realm. In this secret realm, he was a top-tier existence. Capturing a mere Feng Chun was a simple task. Hua Kangji glanced in Feng Qingzuan's direction, snorting coldly in his heart. Feng Tsangxuan, once your son falls into my hands, let's see if you still dare to play dumb. Soon the entrance to the secret realm lit up, emitting a soft, gentle glow. The secret realm officially opened, and all those waiting to enter rushed in like a swarm. Feng Tsangxuan quickly grabbed Su Mingqiu and earnestly pleaded, Young friend Su, I entrust you with Chainer and the other children of the Feng family. He had already learned about Su Mingqiu's identity over the past few days. Knowing that Su Mingqiu could easily overpower those so-called geniuses, he felt at ease since Hua Yuan's strength was hardly enough to be noticed by him. Su Mingqiu nodded and smiled, saying, Rest assured, Feng family head, I will take good care of him. After saying that, he followed Feng Chun and the other young members of the Feng family into the secret realm. After everyone entered, Feng Tsangxuan turned to Hua Kangji beside him and smiled. Brother Hua, I must take my leave now. There are some matters at home. Hua Kangji completely ignored him, snorted coldly, and turned to leave with his group. Upon returning to the Hua family, Zhang Ran hurriedly approached, asking anxiously, What happened? Where's Zheng? Did the Feng family release him? Sigh that Feng Tsangxuan refuses to admit that he captured Zheng. Hua Kangji waved his hand dismissively and said nonchalantly, But it doesn't matter. Once Yuan'er enters the secret realm and captures Feng Chun, I don't believe he won't release him then. At that moment within the Cloud Void secret realm, Su Mingqiu appeared in a dense primitive forest. After landing, he scanned his surroundings which were filled with towering ancient trees dozens of meters high. The air was thick with rich primordial energy, several times denser than outside. Yet there was no one around. Feng Chun and the other members of the Feng family had completely vanished. Su Mingqiu realized that this was just like a spatial rift. After entering, everyone would be randomly teleported to different locations. Even if they entered together, they would be separated. Su Mingqiu dashed towards one direction in the forest. His speed was incredibly fast, and on the way he encountered several ferocious beasts that tried to ambush him, but they were instantly frozen into ice sculptures by the cold air he emitted, not even getting close. He also met a few people along the way exchanging glances, but not provoking each other. After all, no one wanted to attract unnecessary trouble in the secret realm. They simply passed by each other and went on their way. Before long, Su Mingqiu heard arguing in the distance. He immediately dashed toward that direction. Upon arrival, he saw two people arguing fiercely over a red fruit growing in a crack in the rocks on the verge of coming to blows. Wu Lei, I saw this fruit first. The person named Zheng Jie shouted, pointing at the other. You must be joking. Just because you saw it first it belongs to you. Wu Lei scoffed. I even saw your mother. Does that mean she belongs to me too? Zheng Jie was instantly enraged by his words, and his fire-based abilities erupted, sending a scorching fireball directly at Wu Lei. But Wu Lei was already prepared. A torrent of water surged from his body, forming a thick water shield that blocked Zheng Jie's fireball. The fireball was extinguished in an instant upon hitting the water shield. Ha ha ha. Wu Lei laughed heartily, mocking. Zheng Jie, have you lost? Water extinguishes fire. With your little skill, how can you compete with me? After watching the commotion for a while, Su Mingqiu had seen enough. Wu Lei had quite the sharp tongue. He then walked over and said to the two, you both should stop arguing. This fruit is mine now, you may step aside. Wu Lei and Zheng Jie were taken aback at first when they saw Su Mingqiu approach, then exchanged glances. Wu Lei whispered to Zheng Jie, damn it, where did this kid come from? Let's take care of him first, and then we can continue our fight. Zheng Jie quickly nodded, and the two reached a consensus in an instant. After all, this kid looked like an easy target. Together they were sure to deal with him effortlessly, and then the fruit would still belong to them. Seeing their expressions, Su Mingqiu stood still and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Oh, it seems I am being treated as a soft target. The attacks from the two opponents had already come at him. Zheng Jie's scorching fireball and Wu Lei's sharp water blade came crashing towards him. Unfortunately, I am not a soft target, I am a steel plate. It's time to show off. Su Mingqiu walked towards them, hands in his pockets. When the fireball and water blade were about to reach him, the cold air radiating from his body instantly froze their attacks into ice. With a thud, they dropped to the ground, shattering into pieces. He continued to walk toward the two. Damn, this one's tough. Wu Lei's face instantly turned grim. He can block our attack without even lifting a finger. Neither of us stands a chance. The gap's too huge. Panic seized his heart, and he hurriedly cupped his hands in apology, ready to admit his mistake. But at that moment, Zheng Jie beside him suddenly moved. He unleashed his fire-based ability without warning at the unsuspecting Wu Lei. A scorching flame blasted straight onto Wu Lei's back. Caught completely off guard, Wu Lei was stunned senseless by the sudden strike. He collapsed to the ground in an instant, his body scorched all over and spat out a mouthful of blood. You? What are you doing? Wu Lei pointed at Zheng Jie, trembling with rage, unable to speak. Su Mingqiu watched in bewilderment. What the hell? What's going on? Why are they Zheng Jie ignored Wu Lei, who lay spitting blood on the ground, and instead turned around to fawn over Su Mingqiu, cupping his hands obsequiously with a sycophantic grin. Big brother, I was bewitched by that scoundrel just now. That's why I was foolish enough to attack you. Now that I've come to my senses, I've captured the villain right away. The mere chill emanating from this man had frozen their attack solid. Anyone with eyes could see he was on an entirely different level from them. Since he couldn't win, had joined them. Selling out his teammate as a tribute might just earn him mercy from this powerhouse, a total win-win. Wu Lei, lying on the ground, pointed at Zheng Jie and cursed furiously, you bastard Zheng Jie. Su Mingqiu was left speechless by Zheng Jie's shameless words. This guy sold out his teammate to save his own skin, and he even acted so self-righteous. Without wasting words, Su Mingqiu said flatly, enough. Go fetch me that fruit. Right away, big brother. Zheng Jie nodded eagerly and scurried toward the red fruit growing in the crevice of a rock. As he passed Wu Lei, he didn't forget to stop and kick him hard in the kidneys. That's for cursing me. This is your karma. Serves you right. But who would have guessed? Once Zheng Jie grabbed the red fruit, he turned and bolted. Ha! A faint flame flickered beneath his feet, his speed skyrocketing as he dashed away in a blur. This was his max-level grade fire speed combat technique. Had even escaped from a 4th stage opponent with it. hence his unwavering confidence. Su Mingqiu watched Zheng Jie flee with impressive speed. The next second his form flickered, and he appeared right behind Zheng Jie, catching up effortlessly. He reached out, grabbed Zheng Jie by the neck, and flung him against a nearby tree. Then with a surge of cold, he froze Zheng Jie's legs to the ground, rendering him unable to run. Su Mingqiu stared at Zheng Jie immobilized on the frozen ground. The man had dared to deceive him, selling out his teammate, and then trying to flee. Just as well, had learned the demon-suppressing blade technique from the ancient tomb earlier and hadn't had a chance to test its power. Today Zheng Jie would make a fine. He raised his hand, and cold energy coalesced at his fingertips, forming an ice blade. You're lucky. You'll be the first to witness my demon-suppressing blade. With that he lifted his hand and unleashed the first stance demon-suppressing strike. In an instant a blade aura laced with bone-chilling cold erupted from him. Terrified out of his wits, Zheng Jie gathered all his fire-based power, erecting a thick wall of flame before him in a desperate attempt to block the attack. But the moment the blade aura touched the fire wall, it cleaved through the blazing inferno. Unstoppable, it sliced forward, cutting Zheng Jie clean in half before he could even scream. Su Mingqiu walked over and casually stripped the spatial ring from Zheng Jie's finger. The ring was nearly empty. Aside from the red fruit head snatched, it contained only a few low-grade healing pills. And some loose change. Nothing valuable at all. A broke bastard. After dealing with Zheng Jie, Su Mingqiu headed toward Wu Lei, still lying on the ground. Wu Lei remained on the ground, clutching his burned wounds while cursing Zheng Jie's corpse. Serves you right. Dying like that. Good riddance. Selling out your teammate. Seeing Su Mingqiu approach, he quickly begged for mercy. Big brother, please don't kill me. I know a place with good stuff. I found it on my last trip to this secret realm. I marked it. Then why didn't you pick it last time? Su Mingqiu asked. My cultivation wasn't high enough, big brother. Wu Lei hastily explained. There's a 3rd stage 9th rank beast guarding that spot. I couldn't beat it, so I didn't dare take it. Let me recover a bit, and it'll take you there. Su Mingqiu nodded and said flatly, fine, I'll give you time. But if you're lying to me, you know the consequences. Wu Lei shook his head frantically like a rattledrum. How could I dare lie to you, big brother? I wouldn't, even with 100 times the courage. With that he quickly took a healing pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it. His wounds began to heal rapidly, the burns fading and becoming less severe. Soon he stood up and said to Su Mingqiu, big brother, I'm ready. Let's go. I'll take you there. The two set off with Wu Lei leading the way and Su Mingqiu following behind. Before long they emerged from the dense forest. Once out, Wu Lei surveyed the terrain, oriented himself, and then strode briskly in one direction. This way, big brother. They walked on, and a day passed like that. By noon the next day they finally arrived. We're here, big brother. Right here. Wu Lei pointed at a hidden cave entrance not far away. Throughout the journey, Su Mingqiu hadn't seen Feng Chun or anyone from the Feng family. This secret realm must be vast. During the day of travel with nothing else to do, had eaten the red fruit had snatched earlier. But the fruit tasted awful, like an unripe astringent persimmon that nearly made his teeth ache. And after eating it, it only advanced his cultivation by a minuscule amount. Almost negligible. So those two had fought over this worthless thing. However, at that moment a hidden cave entrance was surrounded by a group of about 10 people who were searching for something. Su Mingqiu asked, Wu Lei, didn't you say that you were the only one who knew this place? How come there are so many people here? Wu Lei was also confused, scratching his head innocently, and replied, I don't know, big brother. The last time I came here there was really no one. I don't know how they found this place. After saying that, he looked at Su Mingqiu with a flattering expression and asked, big brother, should I go and drive them away? Su Mingqiu nodded, not taking it seriously. Then Wu Lei walked towards the group, with Su Mingqiu following closely behind. When Wu Lei reached the front of the group, one person noticed him, looked up, and asked with a smile, brother, are you also here to find? But before he could finish his sentence, Wu Lei interrupted him. What are you looking for, you fool? Wu Lei shouted arrogantly with his hands in his pockets, you bunch of worthless scum, get lost. This place. Since he had Su Mingqiu backing him, he decided to be as arrogant as possible. The crowd immediately got angry upon hearing this and gathered together, shouting at Wu Lei, kid, what did you say? Are you looking for death? Wu Lei saw that there were many of them and swallowed nervously. But thinking of Su Mingqiu behind him, he stiffened his neck and shouted, I said this place is mine. You all get lost. Did you hear me? He didn't care, thinking that Su Mingqiu would stand up for him when it came to a fight. He placed all his hopes on Su Mingqiu, determined to act tough today. The group was furious and was about to rush at him. Wu Lei, scared, took a quick step back and hid behind Su Mingqiu. Then he said to Su Mingqiu, big brother. I warned them. They didn't listen to me. It's all up to you now, big brother. Su Mingqiu looked at his demeanor and was speechless, unable to help but complain in his heart, seriously, is this how you warn people? You just went up and insulted them as worthless and told them to get lost. With you saying that it's a miracle they didn't rush at you. Despite the complaints, he still took a step forward. He had already set his sights on the treasures inside the cave. When the group saw Su Mingqiu step forward, they immediately laughed and said to him, what? Are you the big brother of that kid? Let me tell you now, both of you should kneel down and apologize to us and bow your heads a few times. Then we might let you off, or else. As they spoke, their unique abilities surged forth, each of them taking a stance as if ready to attack. Oh, you dare to scare me. Mingqiu couldn't help but laugh, and the cold aura around him erupted instantly. Wu Lei, standing behind him, suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold and quickly shouted at the group, "Hey, my big brother is angry. If you don't want to die, you better run." The group did not take Wu Lei's words seriously, and they directly unleashed their powers towards Mingqiu. Mingqiu simply raised his hand, and the cold energy within him rushed towards the group. Instantly, the ground around them and the surrounding plants were covered with a thick layer of ice. The abilities that had just flown towards him were also instantly frozen. What? A tough nut. Run. The group turned to flee. But the cold had already surged towards them. Many tried to resist, but it was useless. They were directly turned into ice sculptures, not even able to scream. Only 2 people were slightly faster and managed to dodge the cold, turning around to flee desperately, trying to escape. Mingqiu looked at the 2 escaping and condensed an ice blade in his hand. He raised his hand and used the second form of the demon suppression blade, the cut of evil. The 2 were still fleeing wildly, not daring to look back. In the next second, a blade of energy flew past and split the 2 in half. Even several nearby large trees were directly cut down by the blade. Wu Lei, standing behind Mingqiu, was stunned at this scene. He had slightly underestimated Mingqiu's strength. "I thought you would sneak attack me like Zheng Jie and then run away." Mingqiu's voice came in a calm tone. In fact, he had been on guard against Wu Lei all along. After all, there was the lesson from Zheng Jie before. As long as Wu Lei dared to sneak attack, had immediately become an ice sculpture. "How could I dare, big brother?" Wu Lei quickly waved his hands, looking flattering, and said, "I wouldn't even dare to lay a hand on you." Mingqiu stepped forward and took off the spatial rings from those people. He casually glanced through the items inside and couldn't help but curl his lip. Well, just like Zheng Jie before, they are all poor. He rummaged through and didn't see anything of value. When he flipped over one of the rings, he paused for a moment. Goodness, there was actually a woman's intimate clothing hidden inside. Mingqiu felt speechless about where it came from. Finding nothing useful, he casually put these useless rings into his own spatial ring. Then he turned to the still-dazed Wu Lei and waved his hand. "All right, let's go." After saying that, he took the lead and stepped into the hidden cave. Seeing this, Wu Lei hurriedly followed, fearing that if he was a moment slower, he would end up like that group. As soon as he stepped into the cave, there was still some light. But as he moved a bit further inside, the surroundings instantly fell into complete darkness, where one could barely see their hand in front of their face. Wu Lei was clearly prepared. He quickly took out a palm-sized device from his spatial ring. With a press of his finger, the device instantly lit up with a warm yellow light, illuminating the area around them. "Big brother, this is a lighting device, a weapon used in such dark places." He proudly held up the lamp and brought it close to Mingqiu. "You came prepared." Mingqiu casually complimented. "Not at all. I've been afraid of the dark since I was little, so I carry it with me." Wu Lei scratched the back of his head, smiling shyly. Holding the lamp, he pointed towards the increasingly deep darkness ahead, instinctively lowering his voice. "Big brother, the beast should be deep inside. Last time I came, that creature was sleeping there. So I was able to sneak out. Otherwise, with my skills, I wouldn't even have had a chance to run. There is a fruit tree behind that beast, and last time I came, the fruit hadn't grown yet. It's been 2.5 years, so it must have grown by now." Just as Mingqiu and Wu Lei were exploring deeper into the cave on the other side of the secret realm, the members of the Hua family had also stopped searching for treasures. Hui Yuan, along with a group from the Hua family, was frantically searching for Feng Chun throughout the secret realm. The task assigned by his father was clear: to capture Feng Chun and exchange him for. But 2 days had passed, and not only had they not seen Feng Chun's shadow, they had not even caught a hint of his whereabouts. However, effort does not go unrewarded, even though they had not caught the main target. They did manage to encounter several members of the Feng family who had entered the secret realm with Feng Chun. Hui Yuan tied them all up. In a temporary resting spot in the woods, Hui Yuan sat on a flat stone with a grim expression, his tone filled with suppressed impatience. "What's the update? Is there any news about Feng Chun?" A young member of the Hua family hurried over, reporting cautiously. "Young master, we've interrogated all the Feng family members we captured, but they all claim to know nothing. We couldn't extract any information about." Hui Yuan's expression turned icy upon hearing this. With a sudden surge of strength, he crushed the stone edge beside him, revealing the fury he was trying to contain. "Go spread the word." He gritted his teeth, his voice as cold as ice. "Tell everyone in the secret realm that if Feng Chun continues to hide, those Feng family members I've captured won't be able to walk out of here alive." "Understood, young master." The subordinate nodded quickly, not daring to linger, and hastily ran out. Meanwhile, in a concealed cave halfway up a cliff, Feng Chun leaned against the cold stone wall, panting heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. He had just infiltrated the lair of a strange beast and stolen the spiritual fruit it was guarding. As a result, that beast had chased him like a mad dog, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake it off. Initially, when he was forced to the edge of the cliff, he thought he was done for. Wouldn't jumping down that sheer cliff turn him into a mushy pulp? However, unexpectedly in his panic, he jumped and landed right in a hidden cave in the cliff wall. Damn, this dog really holds a grudge. Feng Chun wiped the dirt off his face, cursing under his breath. I've run so far, how can that dog's nose still track me? I can't shake it off. After cursing, he looked up at the cave that had saved his life, and suddenly felt proud, patting his chest with a smug expression. Fortunately, the heavens haven't abandoned me. Am I the fabled child of destiny? Is there always a way out wherever I go? After catching his breath, Feng Chun stood up, dusted himself off, and surveyed the cave. As he scanned around, he suddenly caught sight of something on the stone wall. Curiously, he leaned in closer and squinted his eyes to take a better look. Good heavens, it turned out to be a complete set of battle technique illustrations. However, as soon as he saw the small print at the bottom of the illustrations, his expression darkened instantly. It read, "Young man, to practice this technique, you must first castrate yourself. Go to hell." Feng Chun cursed out loud on the spot, taking a step back and waving his hand in disgust. I'm still a virgin. Ooh, I haven't even enjoyed the pleasures of life yet. Castrate myself? Impossible, I could never do that in this lifetime. Whoever wants to practice this broken technique can go ahead. After cursing, he didn't lose hope entirely. Leaning back, and he glanced at the bottom and discovered another line of small print. Earlier, he was too angry to notice. If you don't castrate yourself, you can still practice it, but the power will be reduced. Feng Chen's eyes lit up instantly, and he clapped his hands with a look of delight. Great. I love techniques with weaker power. That way I won't accidentally kill someone when I strike out in the future. While saying this, he was actually overjoyed inside. Not having to castrate himself to practice was better than not being able to practice at all. After saying this, he plopped down on the ground, took out the spiritual fruit he had just stolen, and wiped it on his clothes. He intended to eat the spiritual fruit first. After finishing the fruit, he would study the battle technique properly. Meanwhile, Su Mingqiu and Wu Lei had been walking deeper into the cave for about half an hour and finally reached the innermost part of the cave. Before them, it suddenly opened up to reveal a naturally formed massive cavern. In the center of the cavern, a natural fruit tree was rooted in the cracks of the stone, bearing 3 completely purple fruits. Not far from the fruit tree, a winged wolf covered in jet black fur was lying there. Its snow-white wings were folded behind it, staring intently at the 3 fruits, drool almost dripping to the ground. It was evidently waiting for the fruits to fully ripen. Hearing the noise, the winged wolf suddenly raised its head. Upon seeing Su Mingqiu and Wu Lei intruding, it immediately bristled and let out a fierce wolf howl. It did not charge directly at them, but stared intently, its claws scratching anxiously at the ground. Seeing this, Wu Lei, emboldened by Su Mingqiu's presence, stepped forward and pointed at the winged wolf, shouting, "Shut your mouth. Wong Kai, this fruit tree now belongs to my brother, can you understand that?" The winged wolf was instantly enraged, suddenly spreading its white wings and charging at Wu. A claw came down towards Wu Lei's head. Wu Lei, scared out of his wits, hurriedly raised his hand to conjure a water shield in front of him. But as soon as the water shield formed, it couldn't even hold for a second before the winged wolf's claw shattered it to pieces. It's over. Wu Lei's mind was instantly filled with those 2 words, and he shut his eyes, and just when Wu Lei thought he was doomed, a hand suddenly reached out from beside him. With ease, it grasped the winged wolf's claw. In the next second, a bone-chilling cold surged from Su Mingqiu's palm, instantly enveloping the winged wolf's claw, and in the blink of an eye, that claw was frozen solid. The cold air quickly spread up the wolf's paw towards its body. Hello! The winged wolf let out a wretched cry of pain, frantically flapping its wings and desperately trying to fly away. But the frozen paw had already become brittle. With one tug, it snapped off and fell to the ground. Su Mingqiu looked at the frozen hard paw in his hand and casually tossed it into a corner. After waiting for a while, without feeling any pain, Wu Lei cautiously opened his eyes, and his gaze fell upon the winged wolf with one of its paws severed. Then Wu Lei shouted at the wolf, "Are you good at fighting? What good is that? To survive out here, one needs power and a background." After shouting these harsh words, he immediately turned around, donning a flattering smile towards Su Mingqiu, nodding and bowing, "Thank you, brother." Su Mingqiu saw that the place where the winged wolf had broken its claws was writhing rapidly with flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, new delicate claw tips actually sprouted. It looked as if the broken claws were about to regenerate. Su Mingqiu was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but curse inwardly. What the hell? Regeneration of severed limbs. This beast's talent is too abnormal. He had thought that the wolf's pair of white wings, which clashed with its black fur, was its special talent. He never expected it to have such a fierce ability. It actually had the power of limb regeneration. Wu Lei also noticed the winged wolf's regen. He shrank his neck and quietly shifted behind Su Mingqiu. If this creature could regenerate even severed claws if it charged again, and Su Mingqiu didn't protect him, his life could truly be in peril. Interesting, it's my first time witnessing the talent of limb regeneration. I want to see how many times this talent can sustain itself. As soon as he finished speaking, a chill surged in his palm, instantly condensing into an ice blade. In the next moment, he transformed into a blur and flashed in front of the winged wolf, raising his hand to strike down at its head. The winged wolf never expected Mingqiu's speed to be this astonishing. In a hurry, it awkwardly twisted its body and narrowly avoided a fatal blow, but its white wings at the back were still caught. With a crisp crack, one half of the wing was severed by the ice blade and fell to the ground. Ow! The winged wolf grimaced in pain, letting out a cry of agony. But in the next moment, the severed half of its wing began to writhe rapidly again. To the naked eye, the missing half of the wing was slowly regrowing. Having suffered a setback, the winged wolf flapped its wings and flew into the air, darting around Mingqiu at high speed. Its speed left a trail of afterimages, making it impossible to tell which one was the real wolf. In the next moment, it suddenly appeared behind Mingqiu, opening its mouth to reveal sharp fangs. It lunged at Mingqiu's neck with a fierce bite. Without even turning his head, Mingqiu conjured a layer of ice membrane behind him. The wolf's teeth sank hard into the ice membrane. Suddenly, the ice membrane morphed shape, instantly transforming into an ice dental brace. With a crunch, it firmly trapped the wolf's sharp teeth. The winged wolf was momentarily dumbfounded, stunned for half a second before reacting and retreating once again. The winged wolf transformed into an afterimage, suddenly appearing at Mingqiu's side. Its claws swiped towards his neck. Mingqiu's chilling aura erupted, suddenly freezing the wolf's movements. Its body was almost completely frozen. Immediately after, Mingqiu's ice fist, wrapped in biting cold, slammed hard into the winged wolf. With a dull thud, he sent the beast flying, as if he were playing baseball, crashing it hard against the stone wall of the cave. Yet this creature was like an unkillable cockroach, shaking its dazed head. It surprisingly stood up again, staring fixedly at Mingqiu. Mingqiu raised his hand and activated the first form of the demon suppression blade, the evil suppression style, striking down. However, the winged wolf's speed was indeed fast, narrowly dodging the fierce blade aura. But Mingqiu's hand never stopped, alternating rapidly between the evil suppression style and the severing evil style. He didn't dare to use the third form, the demon subduing style, as it was a locking technique with tremendous power. He feared that a single strike would kill the wolf outright. He continued to strike for quite a while, until his hand was sore. Meanwhile, the winged wolf could only keep dodging amidst the flurry of blade shadows. Several times it tried to charge in for a close attack, but the impenetrable blade aura prevented it from even touching the edges of Mingqiu. Although the wolf was quick to dodge, the density of Mingqiu's blade shadows was overwhelming, and occasionally a few strikes landed on it. At first, it could recover quickly from the hits. However, as the number of strikes increased, its recovery speed visibly slowed down. From initially regenerating in the blink of an eye, it later took half a day just to regrow a little. In the end, after being struck, the wounds just lay there, no longer healing. This once arrogant winged wolf now had its wings severed and limbs severely damaged. Collapsed on the cold stone ground, it was left with only faint breaths, unable to move. Wu Lei, standing behind, was already dumbfounded, his mouth agape like it could fit an egg, and he couldn't close it for a long time. In his entire life, he had never seen such an outrageous person. A combat skill so powerful could be used endlessly. For so long without stopping this. This isn't the legendary perpetual motion machine, is it? Too abnormal. Meanwhile, Mingqiu ignored his astonishment and walked towards the wolf lying on the ground. Yet even in such a state, the creature saw him approach, and still managed to raise its head, weakly baring its teeth, looking as if it wanted to bite. Oh, even in this state, still so arrogant. As he spoke, he raised his hand and sprayed a breath of cold air at the wolf. Instantly, it was frozen into an ice sculpture, forever maintaining that grimacing expression. After dealing with the winged wolf, Mingqiu took Wu Lei to the fruit tree. He reached out and touched the purple fruit, estimating that these 3 fruits were just a little time away from being fully ripe. With nothing else to do, Mingqiu simply found a clean rock to sit on, waiting for the fruit to mature. He quietly waited for half an hour. Suddenly, the 3 purple fruits on the tree shook simultaneously. Following that, with 3 light sounds, they all fell to the ground. Mingqiu bent down to pick up the 3 fruits, wiping off the dust on them. He casually took one bit into it, and his eyes lit up. Not bad, quite tasty, much better than the unripe red fruit before. While chewing, he caught sight of Wu Lei beside him, staring at the fruit in his hand, swallowing nervously, his eyes almost popping out, looking at it longingly. Mingqiu smiled and casually tossed one of the remaining fruits to him. Here, take it. After all, you brought me here. Without you, I wouldn't have found this place. Wu Lei clumsily caught the fruit, instantly moved to tears, sniffing as he said, Thank you, big brother. You're so kind. You're the second person to treat me this well aside from my mom and dad. Mingqiu's face darkened instantly, and he hurriedly waved his hand. All right, eat up. Don't get all mushy, I'm getting goosebumps over here. Wu Lei nodded vigorously, picked up the fruit, and eagerly took a big bite, nearly choking himself. After chewing a couple of times, his eyes lit up instantly, and while wolfing it down he mumbled, "It's so delicious, big brother." A day swiftly passed. It was now the third day in the secret realm. At this moment, Su Mingqiu was leading Wu Lei hastily, making their way towards the northernmost part of the city. After all, Feng Sangxuan had previously told him that the ice heart iron used to reforge the Grand Blade was located in the natural ice cave at the northernmost edge of the secret realm. After consuming those 2 purple fruits yesterday, Su Mingqiu's cultivation soared, breaking through to the 4th stage of the 3rd level. Not only his cultivation but also his physical body had received a significant enhancement. It should be noted that his physical body was already quite strong due to the unknown combat technique he had been practicing. Yet even so, the purple fruits surprisingly improved his physical condition even further. Originally, after eating the fruits, Su Mingqiu intended to let Wu Lei go on his own. However, he did not expect that this guy would cling to him, sticking behind him, impossible to shake off. Seeing that he couldn't get rid of him no matter what, Su Mingqiu also grew tired of trying and decided to let him be. If they encountered any trouble in the future, he would handle the forceful output, while Wu Lei would take care of the verbal jabs. A perfect division of labor, one attacking and one taunting, proved to be quite efficient. After a day of travel, the two found an open space to stop and rest as night fell. They started a fire, and Wu Lei skewered the exotic beast meat he had hunted during the day, placing it on the flames to roast. "Brother Su, come try this skewer, it's just right." Wu Lei handed the sizzling, oily skewer to Su Mingqiu. Taking a bite, Su Mingqiu couldn't help but murmur to himself, "You know what? You really can cook." Wu Lei, hearing Su Mingqiu's praise, became even more motivated, exclaiming, "All right, Brother Su. He'll roast a few more for you." As he spoke, a stream of clear water shot from his fingertips, washing the freshly skewered meat. He cleaned off the blood and grime in one fluid motion. Watching Wu Lei's skilled actions, Su Mingqiu thought it would be a shame if he didn't open a barbecue shop. "All right, you should eat some too, don't just focus on roasting," Su Mingqiu said, biting into the skewer. Just as the two relaxed while eating, Su Mingqiu suddenly heard a series of footsteps. Looking up, he saw a beautiful woman walking out from the nearby woods, exuding a faint fragrance. "It smells so good," she said, smiling at them. "Handsome guy, can you spare me a skewer? I've been traveling all day and am starving." Wu Lei quickly shielded the skewer behind him, saying, "No way. This is for my brother Su. You can't have even a bite." The woman's mouth twitched at his words, unable to restrain her thoughts. Why does this guy seem a bit off? Is it really such a big deal just to ask for a skewer? "Give her one," Su Mingqiu said, waving his hand. It was late at night, and suddenly finding a woman like this was likely problematic. He wanted to see what she was up to. "Got it, Brother Su." Wu Lei took a skewer and handed it to the woman. The woman took the skewer and sat down beside the fire, smiling at Su Mingqiu. "Thank you, handsome guy." After saying that, she bowed her head to eat, and once finished, she simply sat quietly by the fire, not making any other movements. However, Wu Lei kept a close watch on her. His mother had always told him that a beautiful woman's words were the least trustworthy. He must not easily believe these women's tricks. Su Mingqiu observed for a long time, but there was no movement. "Did I overthink this?" Just then a loud swearing voice suddenly rang out. "Who dares to chase after my woman is looking for death." With that, a short, stout man burst out from the woods, followed by 10 others. The woman who had asked for the skewer immediately stood up and walked into the group. The stout man, known as Hu Laoba, pointed at Su Mingqiu, shouting arrogantly, "Kid, if you don't want to die, obediently hand over your spatial ring." Seeing this scene, Su Mingqiu was left speechless, unable to help but rub his forehead, internally complaining, "Can't the acting be any more fake? Isn't it too poor? What era is this? Trying to play a meat skewer version of a scam on me." Wu Lei immediately sprang to his feet, launching into a fierce verbal assault at Hu Laoba. "You short, fat, ugly loser. No parents, no one loves you." Hu Laoba, relying on his cultivation at the 3rd stage 8th level, had grown accustomed to acting arrogantly in this secret realm where the highest level was only 3rd stage 9th level. Usually he would rob solitary travelers, and no one dared to provoke him. This was the first time he had been insulted like this, causing him to explode with rage. With a wave of his hand, the 10 men behind him charged towards Su Mingqiu. As Wu Lei was about to make a move, Su Mingqiu's voice came through. "Step back." "What? Kid, are you ready to hand over your spatial ring now?" Hu Laoba said, delighted, wearing an arrogant expression. "But I've changed my mind. Even if you hand it over now, you too will still die." Su Mingqiu stood up, shook his head, and didn't want to waste any more breath on these trash. He extended both hands, and a chilling aura surged forth instantly. The 10 men who had just charged in didn't even have time to resist before they were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. "What?" Hu Laoba exclaimed upon seeing this scene, turning to flee, not caring even for the woman, who was his accomplice, desperately trying to escape. But how could Su Mingqiu allow him to escape? In an instant, he flashed in front of Hu Laoba and grabbed his neck. Just as Hu Laoba was about to resist, he realized his body had become extremely stiff, unable to use his abilities. Spare my life. He'll give you my spatial ring." His neck was tightly gripped, making his speech unclear, fear etched on his face as he begged for mercy. You're mistaken, Mingqiu said, curling his lip in disdain. If I kill you, won't that spatial ring still belong to me? With that he exerted force, directly snapping Hu Laoba. Afterward, he took off Hu Laoba's spatial ring. The woman nearby had long been so frightened by the scene that she collapsed to the ground. Her pants were soaked, clearly having wet herself in fear, unable to move at all. As Mingqiu approached her, she saw him coming and, terrified, burst into tears, urgently pleading, Don't kill me. I can do anything. I can sleep with you. Don't kill me. Mingqiu couldn't even be bothered to speak to her, raising his hand to unleash a blast of cold air that instantly froze her into an ice sculpture as well. Wu Lei leaned closer, pointing at the ice sculpture of the woman. Su Gu, you could have just called me for such a trivial matter. You didn't need to get your hands dirty yourself. I can handle her. The two returned to their spot by the fire. He opened Hu Laoba's spatial ring and took a glance inside. It contained quite a few items. There was a pile of low-level spiritual fruits and some low-level weapons. It seemed this fellow had robbed many solitary travelers to gather so much. Unfortunately, the levels were too low for Mingqiu to bother with. However, it wasn't a total loss. When they returned to school, they could sell these items for some points, which was better than nothing. As soon as dawn broke, the two of them packed up and set off. After a morning of travel, they finally reached the northernmost edge of the secret realm by noon. The moment they stepped into the northern area, the temperature around them plummeted and the scenery changed. A wintry landscape enveloped in thick snow and ice mountains spread out before them. It's so cold here. Wu Lei shivered, quickly channeling his energy to fend off the biting cold. Otherwise he felt he would be frozen stiff. Mingqiu, however, felt no chill at all, as he was an ice-type ability user. This temperature was nothing to him. He recalled what Feng Songshuan had mentioned about the ice cave containing the ice-hard iron located within the largest ice mountain. We have to keep going deeper in. He said to Wu Lei, let's go. The two proceeded further in, but halfway through, a nearby snow mound suddenly stirred. More than a dozen pure white snow monkeys sprang out. These creatures matched the surrounding snow perfectly. Without a careful look, one would hardly. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Mingqiu and Wu Lei, their eyes glowing red and showing their teeth. What's this? Does this place have territorial rules? Are outsiders not welcome? Mingqiu looked at the group of blocking snow monkeys. Are they practicing exclusionary tactics? Wu Lei was about to raise his hand to help. But Mingqiu had already acted. He vanished and appeared right in front of the largest snow monkey. Just as the snow monkey raised its paw to strike, Mingqiu shot forth a wave of cold air, instantly freezing it into an ice sculpture. The other snow monkeys, witnessing their companion being frozen instantly, grew furious, pounding their chests and letting out angry howls. They bared their teeth and launched an attack on Mingqiu. Mingqiu moved swiftly among the snow monkeys, darting back and forth at such speed that he left only an afterimage. Each time he brushed against one, he unleashed a burst of cold, turning that monkey into an ice sculpture. Some were about to smash down their fists, while others had their mouths open to bite. All were frozen in that very moment. In the blink of an eye, the previously snarling dozen or so snow monkeys were all transformed into a neat row of ice sculptures. Wu Lei was also busy, having taken down one on his own. He shook the blood off his hands, used water to wash the blood away, and cursed, these damned monkeys daring to block our way. Su Gu, your ability is amazing, killing without shedding blood. I envy you. What are you envious? Why don't you try it yourself? Freezing feels so good, gets incredibly comfortable. Look at those snow monkeys. If they weren't comfortable, would they stand obediently there as ice sculptures? I won't try it, Su Gu. Wu Lei hurriedly waved his hands in fright. He wondered if those frozen could still be alive. The two continued deeper and unsure if it was due to their recent slaughter of the snow monkeys, which had stirred up the nearby monkey population, or if there were simply this many snow monkeys in this area. In any case, every 10 minutes or so a group of snow monkeys would rush over to harass them. Just as they finished dealing with one wave, before long the next wave would follow, coming endlessly. It felt as if they were drawn by a scent. These damned monkeys are so annoying. Wu Lei shook the water off his freshly cleaned hands, feeling very vexed. It just goes on and on, wave after wave. Mingqiu nodded. He was also growing impatient. Fortunately, they had finally reached their destination. A massive ice mountain stood before them, towering over the surrounding hills. This was the ice mountain that Feng Songshuan mentioned was hiding the ice cave. Let's go, we've arrived, Mingqiu said to Wu Lei as they walked toward the giant ice mountain. The two entered the ice cave through the entrance of the ice mountain. As soon as they stepped inside, Wu Lei was mesmerized, wide-eyed in amazement, and exclaimed, "My goodness, it's so..." Mingqiu also nodded in agreement. The interior of the ice cave was entirely made of ancient ice. The entire space was dominated by a deep blue hue, with glistening ice stalactites hanging from the icy walls. Sunlight filtered through the ice surface outside, refracting a faint blue light making the whole ice cave resemble a dreamy crystal palace extraordinarily beautiful. This is truly the might of nature. Mingqiu couldn't help but marvel, not expecting such a breathtaking sight within this secret realm. Suddenly from the shadows ahead, a massive snow monkey sprang out. This snow monkey was more than twice the size of the ordinary snow monkeys they had encountered earlier. Its white fur was slick and shiny, and its fierce gaze was intimidating. Surrounding it was a circle of smaller snow monkeys protecting it in the center. Clearly this giant was the leader of the snow monkeys. Sugu. It looks like this is the snow monkey's lair. Wu Lei quickly realized why they had been continuously harassed by snow monkeys along the way. The giant snow monkey leader, standing over 2 meters tall, abruptly raised its hand and fiercely patted its chest. It let out an ear-splitting roar that the giant snow monkey leader, standing over 2 meters tall, abruptly raised its hand and fiercely patted its chest. It let out an ear-splitting roar that made the entire tiny ice shards fell like rain. It was evident that the two had intruded into its territory, completely enraging it. Wu Lei instinctively shrank back. He could clearly sense that this leader's aura was stronger than any snow monkey they had encountered before. It was at the 3rd stage 9th level, exactly the highest limit of this secret realm. Immediately upon hearing the leader's command, the surrounding snow monkeys all howled in response, charging at Mingqiu and Wu Lei with bared teeth and claws. The snow monkey leader, however, directly targeted Mingqiu as its primary goal. It took enormous strides, quickly closing the distance to Mingqiu. Its massive fist came crashing down towards Mingqiu's head with great force. "Sugu, be careful," Wu Lei shouted in alarm from behind. Mingqiu watched the fist coming at him and simply sidestepped to avoid it. As a result, the fist did not stop and crashed directly onto the head of the snow ape that had rushed over behind him. With a muffled bang, it directly crushed the unfortunate snow ape, splattering brain matter everywhere. Wow, that was brutal. Mingqiu couldn't help but comment. The snow ape leader, seeing that Mingqiu dared to mock him, was completely enraged. Its white fur stood on end, and the surrounding snow surged toward it. It coalesced into a thick layer of snow armor around its body. Then it took huge strides and charged violently at Mingqiu. At this moment, a few other snow apes attempted to sneak around to Mingqiu's back for a surprise attack. Mingqiu raised his hand and gathered a layer of ice armor around himself. Simultaneously, several sharp ice blades formed around him, flying directly at the sneaking snow apes. The speed of the ice blades was astonishing and directly severed the heads of the attacking snow apes. After dealing with those sneaking snow apes, Mingqiu no longer dodged and charged directly at the snow ape leader. The two collided fiercely, creating a massive sound. The snow ape leader was sent flying by Mingqiu's charge, crashing heavily against the distant ice wall. Wu Lei, watching from behind, was stunned. Brother Su's physical prowess is outrageous. The snow ape leader shook its dazed head and slowly got up from the ground. Its layer of snow armor was shattered, and its shoulder was directly broken by Mingqiu's charge, hanging at an odd angle, causing it to grimace in pain. The nearby snow apes, who had originally been chasing Wu Lei, immediately lost interest upon seeing their leader injured. They all howled and turned to charge at Mingqiu. Wu Lei breathed a sigh of relief, leaning against the cold ice wall, gasping heavily. Just now he had been chased around by these monkeys, fighting a long guerrilla battle, and was almost at his limit. Wu Lei shouted at Mingqiu, "Watch out, Brother Su. Those damned monkeys are all coming for you." Mingqiu had already seen the group of snow apes charging over with his peripheral vision. His right hand surged with cold energy, instantly forming a sharp ice knife, activating the first move of the demon suppression knife, the evil subduing slash. He swung it. A fierce blade of energy shot out, directly slicing through the first row of snow apes, cutting them all in half. The snow ape leader, witnessing this scene, had red eyes and let out an angry roar, disregarding its shoulder injury as it charged at Mingqiu. Mingqiu raised his hand for another strike, executing the second move of the demon suppression knife, the evil breaking slash, swinging it fiercely. The snow ape leader was unable to dodge and was directly struck in the chest, leaving a deep knife wound. Mingqiu pressed the attack and swung again, aiming to finish this creature off. However, at that moment, a group of snow apes suddenly pounced forward, blocking the strike meant for their leader. This reduced the power of the strike considerably, yet the residual force still nearly split the snow ape leader in half. The snow ape leader looked at the snow apes that had died to protect it, unable to help, but let out a mournful and furious roar. Mingqiu had initially planned to take advantage of this moment to deliver a fatal blow to the snow ape leader. Unexpectedly, the remaining snow apes, seemingly unafraid of death, all charged forward, positioning themselves in front of the snow ape leader and rushing towards Mingqiu. "All right, then I'll send you on your way first." Mingqiu swung his knife again. The fierce blade of energy swept across, cutting every snow ape that charged in half without exception. Once this wave of attacks concluded, all the snow apes were dead. Originally, there had been 100 snow apes, and after this wave it had turned into. Now in the entire ice cave, only the snow ape leader covered in injuries lay on the ground, unable to move, not even able to stand. Mingqiu slowly walked toward the snow ape leader. Just as he reached halfway, the snow ape leader, which had been lying on the ground, suddenly sprang to its feet, letting out a deafening. In the next second, it actually went berserk. Its aura surged explosively, the originally third-tier, 9-stage energy, nearly breaking through the limits of the secret realm. Its injuries, the knife wound on its chest, and a broken shoulder, were rapidly healing, restored in the blink of an eye. Then it waved its arm, and behind it a multitude of icy needles instantly materialized, densely packed, with bone-chilling cold, shooting towards Mingqiu. Oh, this dead monkey can control ice too. Mingqiu looked at the icy needles shooting over and couldn't help but comment, "Trying to play this game with me. Are you sure you have?" Behind Mingqiu, larger, thicker, and more numerous ice needles instantly formed, surpassing the snow ape leader's needles. Densely packed, there were more than double the number of the opponents, with even stronger cold. He raised his hand and waved, sending those ice needles shooting out instantly, overwhelming the snow ape leader's icy needles. Those small icy needles were directly shattered, unable to resist at all, and flew straight toward the snow ape leader. Seeing this, the snow ape leader hurriedly gathered a thick ice wall to block in front of itself. However, many of the ice needles still penetrated the ice wall, piercing into the snow ape leader's body. It howled in pain, gritting its teeth as it forcefully pulled out the ice. The wounds inflicted by Mingqiu's ice needles were frozen, preventing any blood from flowing out. The snow ape leader was thoroughly enraged and began to pound the ground. Suddenly, the ground of the entire ice cave cracked with fine lines, and countless ice pillars erupted from the ground, crisscrossing and stabbing towards Mingqiu. Mingqiu watched this scene, and behind him 3 giant ice dragons instantly coalesced. The ice dragons, emanating bone-chilling cold, let out a low dragon's roar as they charged toward the ice pillars. The ice pillars conjured by the snow ape were like paper in front of Mingqiu's ice dragons, directly shattering upon impact, unable to withstand even. Then the 3 ice dragons collided with the snow ape leader. When the ice dragons slowly dissipated, only an ice sculpture remained in place. The snow ape leader, frozen in the pose of trying to resist, became an ice sculpture and could no longer move. Wu Lei, watching from behind, was stunned. Brother Su can actually form ice dragons. That's amazing, Brother Su. Wu Lei seemed like a boss, only needing to cheer from the sidelines. Top-tier Demon King protection, Mingqiu. 1 run counts as a single explosion. Wu Lei kicked the corpse of the snow ape that had chased him the hardest, venting his frustration. Let this be a lesson for chasing me so relentlessly. Mingqiu ignored him and continued deeper into the ice cave. Wait for me, Su Go. Wu Lei quickly followed. Mingqiu reached the innermost part of the ice cave and discovered it resembled the chamber of the snow ape leader. Upon entering and taking a look, he was instantly stunned. Inside, several snow apes were tightly bound with thick ropes, huddled in a corner, trembling with fear. Next to them lay a whip made of ice. Mingqiu's expression changed to one of extreme peculiarity upon witnessing this scene. Could it be? The snow ape leader had quite the colorful hobby. Was it even an S? Engaging in this kind of BDSM? Wu Lei also came over, observing the binding method and the whip on the ground, stroking his chin as he said, "Hey, this binding method and the whip look exactly like what I saw my dad use at home. Could it be that this snow ape, like my dad, is also practicing with a whip?" Mingqiu turned his head sharply to look at Wu Lei, internally ridiculing, "So your dad has quite the colorful taste too." Wu Lei, noticing Mingqiu staring at him, felt a bit confused, rubbed his face and asked, "What's wrong, Su Go? Is there something on my face?" "It's nothing." Mingqiu quickly shook his head, swallowing back the words he almost said. He certainly wouldn't dare tell the boy that what his dad practiced was not a whip, but something else. Seeing Mingqiu's inexplicable expression, Wu Lei couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Could it be that Su Go likes men? That woman from last night, Su Go had frozen her into an ice sculpture without hesitation. Having stayed together for so long, could feelings... What if Su Go wanted to be with me? Should I agree? Just as Wu Lei was lost in thought, Mingqiu had already stepped forward and put the bound mother snow apes out of their misery. Then he turned to the still-dazed Wu Lei and said, "Let's go." "Sure thing, Su Go. I'm coming." Wu Lei snapped back to reality and hurried after him, resolutely making up his mind. He had made up his mind. If Su Go really wanted him, he would agree. For the sake of his brother, what was a little sacrifice? The two continued deeper into the ice cave, and the further they went, the more intense the chill in the air became. Until they turned the last corner, the view before them suddenly opened up. Stalwart ice columns, clear as crystal, stood tall and proud, some reaching the cave's ceiling, others leaning against the rock walls, glowing faintly with a bluish hue. Between the ice columns lay a pool of ice spring, exuding a chilling mist. In the center of this spring stood the largest, thickest ice column in the cave, like a divine needle carved from ice, firmly anchored in the spring's eye. Su Mingqiu's gaze immediately fixed on the ice column. Through the transparent ice layer, he could clearly see that embedded in the center of the column was a piece of iron half a percent. The base color of the iron was an extremely cold frost silver, surrounded by faint bluish patterns. Its texture was heavy and hard with natural sharp edges. Peering through such a thick layer of ice, the flowing light of the iron was subdued and restrained. There was not a hint of ostentatious brilliance, only a profound cold glow hidden within the ice. Even the icy aura surrounding it was integrated with this ice column. So this is the ice-hard iron. Su Mingqiu paused for a moment, unable to suppress the thought in his heart. No wonder Feng Sanxuan said this thing was hard to find. It truly is extraordinary. Wow. Is this the ice-hard iron? Wu Lei leaned over, pointing at the iron within the ice column. It looks completely different. The materials for the weapons I've seen before are nothing compared to this. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Lei rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward. Su Ge, just stand there and don't move. You'll leave this little task to me. Su Mingqiu was about to speak to stop him. This ice column had nurtured the ice-hard iron and had long become an ancient ice that ordinary abilities couldn't even scratch. Yet this guy had already dashed out. He simply leaned against a nearby ice column, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Wu Lei took a deep breath, clasped his hands together, and instantly conjured over a dozen high-density water bullets, unleashing a volley of blasts at the ice column. Water splashed everywhere, ice shards flew about, and the ice column didn't budge an inch, not even leaving a white mark. What the hell? Wu Lei was dumbfounded, blinking in disbelief. This is way too hard, right? Not believing it, he rolled up his sleeves again, conjuring several high-pressure water blades, and slashed at the ice column. I refuse to believe it. With swishes, several flashes of cold light passed, and the water blades struck the ice column, instantly dispersing into a mist of water. As the water mist settled, the ice column remained slick and smooth. Not to mention cracks, there wasn't even a shallow scratch. Su Mingqiu watched this scene without surprise. Indeed, this was the ancient ice that nurtured the ice-hard iron. Over here, Wu Lei had already retreated in defeat, rubbing his hands awkwardly as he said, Su Ge, this. They'll have to trouble you to do it yourself. He had originally wanted to showcase his skills in front of Su Mingqiu to prove he was not just a useless loudmouth. But now this operation directly proved that he was indeed a waste. Alright, just watch from the side. Su Mingqiu walked over with a smile, patting his shoulder and casually commenting, if you don't have the diamond, don't take on the porcelain work. Saying this, Su Mingqiu approached the ice column, and the chilling aura around him gradually spread out. He was prepared to forcibly extract the ice-hard iron from within. However, just as his hand touched the surface of the ice column, before he could exert any force, with a soft hum, the piece of ice-hard iron in the center of the ice column seemed to sense something, and suddenly broke free from the surrounding ice, shooting out from the ice column. It landed steadily in Su Mingqiu's palm. Su Mingqiu, he stood there in shock. What? He had prepared for a violent extraction, and this is what happened. Is that it? Wu Lei beside him was even more dumbfounded. After he had been hitting the ancient ice for a long time, without leaving a mark, Su Ge just touched it, and the treasure just flew out on its own. This is too absurd, right? Su Mingqiu looked down at the ice-hard iron in his palm, a face of disbelief, his mind racing. Could it be that his ice-related abilities were purer than the ice in this column? So this thing found the original dwelling uncomfortable and directly jumped into my hand. Su Mingqiu weighed the ice-hard iron in his hand and casually stored it away in his spatial ring. He then turned to look at the empty ice column. In a few decades, this place should be able to give birth to a new piece of ice-hard iron. After scanning the surroundings and confirming that there were no other treasures in the ice cave, Su Mingqiu waved to Wu Lei, saying, let's go. The two of them hurried back along the same path, encountering no aggressive beasts along the way, and their journey was smooth. They walked for an entire day before finally exiting the snowy northern territory. Wu Lei stretched widely and took a deep breath of the warm air infused with the fragrance of grass and trees, exclaiming, we finally made it. The weather outside is so much better. Su Mingqiu walked ahead, pondering how to find Feng Chen first, with Wu Lei following behind him. Just as they had not gone far, they saw two people brush past them, chatting casually. Their voices were not loud, but just right for Su Mingqiu to hear. Have you heard? Feng Chen has already challenged Hui Yuan across the void, saying he wants to face Hui Yuan in a duel. What? Feng Chen. But Hui Yuan is at the 3rd stage 9th level. Is Feng Chen crazy? Is he seeking death? Are you in a 2G internet cafe? Your news is so outdated. Hui Yuan is threatening Feng Chen with the Feng family, otherwise who would fight him? Oh, no wonder. If I were Feng Chen, I would hide until the secret realm ended, first protect my life, and then wait until I became stronger to take revenge. Damn, you're being too cautious. As the two spoke, they walked further away. Su Mingqiu suddenly halted, his brows knitting together. Feng Chen, challenging Hui Yuan. That kid is only at the initial stage of the 3rd level, while Hui Yuan is at the 9th level of the 3rd stage. What kind of nonsense is this? Isn't this just sending himself to his death? Wu Lei was taken aback. Su Ge, isn't Isn't that the eldest son of the Hua family? Feng Chun is challenging him. Excuse me, brothers. Su Mingqiu quickly caught up with the two and clasped his fists. Could you please tell me where Feng Chun and Hui Yuan are going to duel? The two were startled by his sudden interruption and waved their hands with a smile. Hey, what's there to ask? Everyone in the secret realm probably knows about this by now. It's over there at the Blackstone Mountain. Many people have gone over to watch the excitement. We were just heading there too, so come with us. Su Mingqiu quickly nodded. Thanks a lot, brothers. After saying that, he led Wu Lei to quicken their pace towards Blackstone Mountain following the two. By the time they arrived at Blackstone Mountain, it was already surrounded by a huge crowd. The entire open ground was packed with people who had come to see the commotion after hearing the news. Everyone was craning their necks, whispering to each other. In the center of the venue, Hui Yuan was sitting confidently on a large black-brown rock. Dressed in a fitted outfit with an arrogant expression, he had several members of the Hua family standing behind him, holding a few members of the Feng family who were bound and gagged. These were the Feng family members who had entered the secret realm with Feng Chun. The murmurs from the crowd rose and fell. Why hasn't Feng Chun arrived yet? Isn't he the one who wanted to duel Hui Yuan? Could it be that he's scared? Has he fled? Of course. Hui Yuan is at the 3rd stage 9th level, while Feng Chun is only at the initial stage of the 3rd level. It's like asking for death. I think he was just boasting and then hid away. After all, if he hides until the secret realm ends, Hui Yuan won't be able to do anything to him. Hui Yuan listened to the discussions around him, his expression growing darker as he impatiently tapped the giant rock beneath him. After waiting for nearly half an hour, that kid still hadn't arrived. He couldn't help but snort coldly. Could it be that kid is really too scared to show up? If he's daring enough to hide, he'll throw these Feng family trash to feed the beasts. At that moment, a deliberately deep voice sounded from the back of the crowd. I laugh as I draw my sword towards the sky, caring not for life or death. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire crowd fell silent for a moment, all turning to look in the direction of the voice, thinking that a hidden master was about to appear. They saw a figure wearing a face-covering hat and carrying a long sword on his back, slowly walking out of the crowd. Su Mingqiu recognized who this was at a glance. Isn't this Feng Chun? He was instantly speechless, mentally criticizing this outfit is too flashy. When did this guy start using a sword? Wasn't he using wind blades when fighting Hui Zheng before? Is he looking for a last-minute rescue? Seeing him, Hui Yuan scoffed, looking disdainful. You really dared to come, huh? I thought you would hide until the secret realm ended. Stop talking nonsense. Feng Chun tossed aside his hat. Do you dare to fight me at the same level? What? A fight at the same level? That's really hard to say. Hui Yuan relies on his level to pressure others. If they are at the same level, he loses his advantage. If I were Hui Yuan, I definitely wouldn't agree. Crushing him with my level would be much more enjoyable. Why fight him at the same level? Are you scared? Feng Chun stepped forward, staring at Hui Yuan with open mockery in his tone. If you're scared, just admit it. I'm only at the 3rd stage 4th level, and I can still take you down. Shut up. Hui Yuan's face darkened at his words. Alright, he'll fight you at the same level. As his voice fell, his aura suddenly tightened. In an instant, it dropped to the exact same level as Feng Chun's 3rd stage 4th level. Without another word, Feng Chun swiftly drew the long sword from his back. Hui Yuan's skin immediately became as hard as fine iron, raising his hand to block. But Feng Chun's sword was just too fast. Swish, swish, swish. A series of sword lights flashed by, moving so quickly that no one could see the trajectory of the sword. All they could hear were the sounds of clashing metal. Hui Yuan was forced to retreat, repeatedly struggling to defend himself with no chance to strike back. Su Mingqiu nodded, watching the fight on the field, understanding in his heart. Feng Chun possessed wind-based abilities which inherently made him fast. But being able to wield the sword so quickly clearly indicated he had learned some top-tier fast sword techniques. Before long, Hui Yuan's defense could no longer hold. The hardened skin on his body was cut through by the sword light. Gradually, various wounds of varying depths began to appear, blood streaming down his arms. It's over, Hui Yuan is going to lose. Let him be arrogant. He was so cocky before, and now he's being beaten down. On the field, Hui Yuan had already been pushed back, covered in wounds. Feng Chun's sword, carrying the wind, was about to pierce his throat. He immediately released his realm suppression, simultaneously pivoting sideways to evade Feng Chun's lethal sword strike. With a casual palm strike against the blade, he sent Feng Chun staggering backward. You can't play fair. Feng Chun steadied himself and pointed accusingly. Whether one can play fair or not is determined by the living, not the dead. Hui Yuan wore an expression of utter justification, devoid of any embarrassment. Damn, Hui Yuan can't play fair. He promised a battle of equal realms. That's a flawed argument. Wouldn't it be foolish to let oneself be killed without lifting the restrictions? As he spoke, Hui Yuan moved, extending his hand, while maximizing the heart. His hand, as hard as refined iron, seized Feng Chun's blade. With a crisp crack, the long sword was crushed in his grip, fragments scattering. Startled, Feng Chun quickly activated his wind elemental ability, leaping backward to create distance. But Hui Yuan, exploiting his peak third-stage speed, gave him no chance and pursued relentlessly. He raised his hand and delivered a palm strike. Feng Chun reacted swiftly, sidestepping the blow. Yet as he dodged, Hui Yuan's other hand was already upon him. Too fast for Feng Chun to react, it slammed heavily into his chest. With a thunderous boom, Feng Chun was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing violently to the ground. He skidded several meters before stopping, coughing up a mouthful of blood as the broken sword fell from his grasp. The young master is formidable. The Hua family erupted in cheers. Feng Chun has lost. Isn't that expected? The gap is too vast, they were never on the same level. I said it before, Feng Chun shouldn't have come. He insisted on stubbornness. How dare you say that? Should we all hide like you? I call it reading the situation. As long as the green hills remain, there's no shortage of firewood, understand. On the field, Hui Yuan sneered contemptuously, striding step by step toward the fallen Feng Chun. His footsteps echoed dully on the ground like the beat of a death knell. This is it. I've overplayed my hand. Feng Chun lay on the ground, his chest throbbing with pain. Young master, run. Don't worry about us. The bound members of the Feng family, seeing the situation, struggled desperately and shouted at Feng Chun. Run. Hui Yuan let out a derisive laugh, not breaking his stride. Where does he think he can go? In this secret realm today, he's trapped like a bird with clipped wings. Gritting his teeth, Feng Chun propped himself up, ready to fight to the death. But just as he rose halfway, a calm voice interjected. Enough. Go tend to your wounds. He'll handle this. As the words fell, Su Mingqiu stepped out from the crowd. Brother Su, you're here. Feng Chun turned, his eyes lighting up, the despair vanishing instantly. He relaxed completely. With Brother Su here, what was there to fear? The onlookers were bewildered, staring at the sudden appearance of Su Mingqiu with confusion. Who is this guy? A friend of Feng Chen's. Him? At the third stage, fourth level. Is he looking for death? I think he's here for a joke. Hui Yuan is at the third stage, ninth level. Is he just feeding himself to the wolves? Hui Yuan burst into laughter at the sight of Su Mingqiu pointing at him and taunting Feng Chun. Feng Chun, the help you found is nothing special, huh? Just as useless as you. The Hua family joined in the mockery. Exactly, did he pick a total waste? What the hell are you idiots laughing at? Wu Lei erupted, craning his neck and cursing directly. Laughing at your mother. Brother Su will crush your balls later. At this, the surrounding crowd flinched and quickly stepped back, distancing themselves from Wu Lei, afraid that his outburst would provoke Hui Yuan and bring disaster upon them. Hui Yuan's face darkened at Wu Lei's insult, his eyes fixed on him with murderous intent. Brat, you're asking for death. He'll tear your mouth apart. Feng Chun was about to speak, but Su Mingqiu raised a hand to stop him, waving at Wu Lei. Take him aside to recover. Don't be a nuisance here. Got it, Brother Su. Wu Lei nodded quickly and helped Feng Chun. Brother Su, crush that bastard. Even as he was being led away, Feng Chun turned back and shouted at Su Mingqiu. Hui Yuan cracked his knuckles, the joints popping, his gaze fixed malevolently on Su Mingqiu. Kid, you're lucky to have him. I promise you'll die. Your greatest confidence lies in your physical body. Su Mingqiu asked calmly. Hui Yuan paused, then sneered. What? Scared? Nothing. Su Mingqiu shook his hand, his tone flat. I just want to defeat you in the very domain you pride yourself on. What? Hui Yuan heard this as if it were the greatest joke, bursting into laughter. Huh? What did you say? Is this kid drunk? He's already at a lower realm, and he wants to fight Hui Yuan in physical combat. I believe it now, he's purely here for comedy. Wu Lei and Feng Chun watched from the side, with Wu Lei muttering, Humph, Brother Su will wipe that smirk off your faces soon. Su Mingqiu moved without warning, appearing before Hui Yuan in an instant. So fast that no one could track his movement. So fast. Startled, Hui Yuan hastily activated full body hardening to block. But it was too late. Su Mingqiu threw a casual punch. With a dull thud, Hui Yuan was sent flying, skidding far across the ground. Su Mingqiu shook his hand, speaking with disdain. Is that all you've got, you weakling? Your physical body is far too fragile. Hui Yuan propped himself up, slowly rising, and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face a mask of disbelief. The Hua family was stunned, quickly trying to save face. What? He actually beat the young master with his physical body. Don't panic. The young master hasn't gone all out. I knew he was a formidable opponent. I could tell he was extraordinary. Oh, cut it out. You were the one who mocked him the most, calling him a joke. Hui Yuan maximized his body hardening until his skin turned a dark silver. With a roar, he charged at Su Mingqiu with all his might. Splitting palm. Su Mingqiu stood still, casually extending a hand to catch the strike. What? Before Hui Yuan could even process his shock, Su Mingqiu's other hand chopped down on his kidney. With a crack, Hui Yuan's hardened body crumbled like paper, utterly defenseless. Hui Yuan's body crumpled, his face pale with agony. Su Mingqiu kicked him, sending him flying. Hui Yuan spit out a mouthful of blood and slowly rose from the ground. The people from the Hua family were still shouting, how is this possible? The young master was actually crushed by a third or fourth stage opponent. They were stunned, huh? The young master. Why did he run away? Hui Yuan got up and did not dare to look back, knowing he was no match for Su Mingqiu. He immediately turned around and fled into the dense forest behind him, frantically calculating in his mind. First, he needed to find a place to hide. Once the secret realm ended and he returned to the outside world, he had a million ways to crush Su Mingqiu. For now, he just needed to save his life. What? Hui Yuan actually ran away after being beaten. I told you this guy is a powerhouse. Who was slandering him just now? Step forward and let me see. Awesome Su Ge. Wu Lei and Feng Chun shouted excitedly. After shouting, Wu Lei suddenly turned to look at Feng Chun beside him, feeling a pang of anxiety in his heart. Something's not right. This kid already knows Su Ge and is the young master of the Feng family. He won't steal my chance to ride on his coattails, right? I just got on board a few days ago. Meanwhile, Su Mingqiu stared at Hui Yuan as he turned to run, momentarily stunned. When Hui Yuan got up earlier, he had quite a bit of momentum, and Su Mingqiu thought he would continue to fight. Unexpectedly, he turned and fled. However, it was futile. Su Mingqiu quickly took a step and instantly chased after Hui Yuan. Hui Yuan fled while Su Mingqiu pursued, with Hui Yuan unable to escape. As Hui Yuan ran vigorously, pushing forward, he looked back and nearly wet himself in fear. Why is he so fast? Just as he spoke, Su Mingqiu had already caught up behind him, grabbing him by the back of the neck like a chick and casually tossing him back into the previous arena. Su Mingqiu stood before Hui Yuan, looking down at him from a height, and calmly said, "Didn't you say you wanted me to die a miserable death? Why did you run away?" Hui Yuan also knew he could not escape. Since he was doomed either way, he decided to fight back and roared, "Stop the nonsense." He charged directly at Su Mingqiu and threw a punch. Su Mingqiu easily sidestepped, and Hui Yuan's other hand immediately swung at him. Su Mingqiu reacted even faster, raising his hand to meet Hui Yuan's punch. Bang! With a dull thud, Hui Yuan's hand recoiled in pain. His body was like hardened clay before Su Mingqiu's fist, utterly insufficient. Without giving Hui Yuan a moment to breathe, Su Mingqiu quickly kicked him away. Before Hui Yuan could hit the ground, Su Mingqiu had already appeared in front of him. Hui Yuan was kicked into the air, unable to retaliate at all. Su Mingqiu landed a punch directly on his head, forcefully driving him into the ground. With a thud, Hui Yuan crashed to the ground, dazed and unable to recover, staring at the sky. Why do I see stars in the sky? If it weren't for his hardened body, that punch from Su Mingqiu could have shattered his skull. Before he could gather his thoughts, Su Mingqiu was already sitting on him, clenching his fist and pummeling Hui Yuan's face with blow after blow. Those present could only hear the sound of punches landing. The onlookers stared at the scene, dumbfounded, whispering to each other, afraid of being overheard by Su Mingqiu. Damn, this is too brutal. Hui Yuan was hit so hard that stars appeared in his eyes, and he still hasn't recovered. I respect Hui Yuan for being tough. He hasn't uttered a word despite being beaten like this. Is it possible that the first punch to his head knocked him out? If he was out cold, how could he have said anything? Oh, that seems plausible. It's the first time I've seen Su Ge being so violent. Wu Lei muttered while stroking his chin. Usually he just uses his abilities to finish the opponent off cleanly. Today he's actually using his fists. It's the first time I've seen this. Feng Chun looked at Su Mingqiu in the arena, unable to stop himself from clenching his fists, feeling the disparity. Why is there such a huge gap at the same level? He gazed at Su Mingqiu's back, filled with longing, secretly vowing, "I want to become as strong as Su Ge." Meanwhile, the whole family members were anxious to see their young master being pummeled into the ground. They all drew their weapons and charged at Su Mingqiu, shouting, "Kid, you're asking for death. Let go of the young master." So you want to play, huh? Su Mingqiu paused his punches and looked up at the crowd rushing toward him, speaking indifferently, "Then don't blame me." As soon as he finished speaking, a chilling aura erupted around him, spreading outward. The temperature plummeted and the ground was instantly covered with a thick layer of white ice. The cold was so intense that even Hui Yuan, who was under Su Mingqiu, was awakened by the bone-chilling chill. The onlookers rubbed their hands together. Damn, why is it so cold? Are there two beams under your forehead? What is that powerhouse doing emitting cold air? It's clearly that powerhouse's ability. This powerhouse's ability is obviously at least grade A. I thought this powerhouse was also focusing on physical cultivation, but it turns out he has ice-type abilities. He just displayed such ferocity with his physical body, and his abilities are so powerful. Hui Yuan had just been frozen awake, still dazed, wondering, where am I? Why is it so cold, and why does my whole body hurt so much? Then he looked up and saw Su Mingqiu sitting on him, looking down from above. Hui Yuan immediately tried to struggle to get up. However, as soon as he moved, Su Mingqiu stood up and kicked him away like a soccer ball. He crashed heavily against the black rock cliff behind him with a thud. Hui Yuan. Su Mingqiu raised his hand, and a wave of icy cold surged forth like a tide. The first wave of Hua family members who charged forward was instantly frozen into a neat row of ice sculptures. The slower Hua family members, seeing this scene, turned pale as paper, forgetting about the young master, and turned to flee. They ran faster than rabbits, wishing their parents had given them 2 extra legs. Don't run. Weren't you shouting to save the young? If we're going to die, we'll die together with the young master. Su Mingqiu conjured a dozen sharp ice blades behind him, each glimmering with a chill. They shot towards the fleeing crowd like lightning. The sound of slicing echoed, and those fleeing Hua family members didn't even have time to scream. In an instant their heads fell off, hot blood splattered everywhere as their bodies took a few steps forward before crashing down completely. Hui Yuan leaned against the cold rock wall, taking a long while to finally manage to prop himself up. His whole body was injured, causing him to grimace in pain. His supernatural abilities had completely faded away. He pointed at Su Mingqiu, shouting with a fierce yet cowardly tone, You dare to kill someone from the Hua family? My father is the head of the Hua family. How dare you treat me this way? We won't let this go. Just as he finished shouting, he felt a blur in front of him. Su Mingqiu had already appeared right before him so fast that he barely had time to react. Slap. A loud resounding slap echoed through the entire venue, striking Hui Yuan's left cheek. The force of it turned his head to the side, causing saliva to fly from the What's wrong with bullying you? Su Mingqiu said lightly. Before Hui Yuan could turn his head, slap. Another crisp slap landed on his right cheek, sending his head back to the other side. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Su Mingqiu looked at him with a mocking tone. You said you would make me suffer greatly. Why are you so cowardly now? Slap. Another slap came as Su Mingqiu struck Hui Yuan with both hands, leaving him dazed and unable to stand steadily, swaying like a weeble with tears streaming from his eyes. Of course, he wasn't crying, it was purely a physiological reaction. In no time, Hui Yuan's face had swollen up completely. It started out red, and then ballooned like a steamed bun. Before long, his face resembled that of a pig's head, both cheeks turning red and purple, with his eyes squished into a narrow slit. His nose had also tilted to one side, and he had lost 2 teeth which he spat out onto the ground. He was so dazed from the slaps that he almost forgot who he was. The onlookers couldn't hold back their laughter, their shoulders shaking with suppressed chuckles. Wu Lei and Feng Chun beside him shouted excitedly, Good job, Su Ge. Slap him. Make him suffer. Hui Yuan is really done for now. Indeed, this is just like a father beating his son. Hui Yuan doesn't even have the chance to fight back, he's just there to take the beating. Meanwhile, Wu Lei and Feng Chun weren't idle. They had already run over to the bound members of the Feng family to untie them. You better not force me. Hui Yuan looked at Su Mingqiu, his face swollen like a pig's head, his speech slurred and unclear as if he had a candy in his mouth. What are you going to do about it? Su Mingqiu said, raising his hand for another slap, sending Hui Yuan flying crashing onto the ground and sliding. Hui Yuan propped himself up on the ground and slowly got up. He knew he couldn't possibly defeat Su Mingqiu if he didn't fight with all his might. He would truly die here today. He gritted his teeth, pulled out a red pill from his spatial ring, and without even looking swallowed it down. In an instant his aura surged explosively. The injuries all over his body, along with the swelling on his face, disappeared at an observable rate. His face returned to its original state with no signs of the previous injuries. That's the explosive blood pill. Someone in the crowd recognized it. Explosive blood pill. I know that. After taking it, one's realm can skyrocket. But the side effects are severe. Once the effect wears off, the realm will drop by a significant tier and damage the foundation. It seems Hui Yuan really has no other choice but to use this. Be careful, Su Ge. That's the explosive blood pill. Feng Chun shouted urgently at Su Mingqiu. At this moment, Hui Yuan's aura had skyrocketed, reaching the 4th stage, 4th level. Hui Yuan looked at Su Mingqiu, his eyes bloodshot with rage, shouting frantically, It's all your fault. You forced me to take this. I won't be alright today, you won't live either. With that, he hardened his body to the maximum. His body was no longer the dark silver color, but had transformed into a dark golden hue. He was now many times stronger than before. In the next moment, he charged forward to Su Mingqiu, slamming his palm. Su Mingqiu did not dodge. He raised his hand to meet Hui Yuan's strike. Bang! After the clash, Su Mingqiu took 5 steps back before steadying himself, while Hui Yuan only took 1 step back. Su Mingqiu shook his slightly numb right hand. That last impact had made his hand ache. This was the first time he had encountered someone who could force him back since entering the secret realm. He looked at Hui Yuan opposite him, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he said lightly, This is interesting. The onlookers tensed up. They couldn't believe it. This great being was actually forced back. This was going to be exciting. Wow. Is the Great One actually at a disadvantage? It seems Hui Yuan might win. You fence-sitter, can you stop shouting nonsense? Someone beside him immediately retorted. Just a moment ago you were praising the Great One for being powerful, and now so much has changed. Don't rush, the Great One hasn't even used his supernatural powers yet. At this moment the cold energy around Su Mingqiu suddenly surged out intensely. Dozens of sharp ice blades instantly condensed behind him, striking like lightning, directly shooting towards Hui Yuan. Hui Yuan looked at the ice blades, seemingly unconcerned, and charged straight through them. The ice blades struck his dark golden body, making a clanging sound, all shattering into ice shards. Just as he walked out from the ice blades and had not yet had time to rejoice, he saw Su Mingqiu raise his hand, and an ice dragon instantly materialized, roaring as it charged. With a loud bang, the ice dragon slammed into Hua Yuan's body. After the ice dragon dissipated, a thick layer of frost instantly covered Hua Yuan, even freezing the dark, golden hardened form. His movements immediately slowed down as if weighed down by lead. Su Mingqiu did not stop, raising his hand again to condense an ice spear and shot it at him. You dare to play close combat with me? Hua Yuan, unable to dodge, felt a sting on his arm from the ice spear and yelled in anger, "Is your brain frozen by me?" Su Mingqiu stood in place, speaking lightly. At this moment, Hua Yuan was in immense discomfort. He couldn't reach Su Mingqiu and could only passively take the hits his body could. Moreover, his explosive blood pill wouldn't last much longer. The effects were about to wear off. Just then, Su Mingqiu's ice spear suddenly vanished. Hua Yuan was taken aback for a moment, his heart suddenly leaping with joy. Could it be that this kid finally wants to engage in hand-to-hand combat with me? Wonderful. Just as he thought this, he noticed that the cold energy around Su Mingqiu suddenly intensified, becoming several times stronger than before. At that moment, Su Mingqiu unleashed his ultimate move, the Cold River Snow. The temperature around him was at least 10 times colder than before. Even the thick ice began to spread wildly outward from Su Mingqiu's center. The entire ground of Blackstone Mountain was instantly frozen into a vast ice field. A torrent of intense cold surged toward Hua Yuan. Tried to dodge, but he was slowed down by Su Mingqiu's influence. The cold was too fast, leaving him no chance to react. Hua Yuan watched the torrent of cold rushing towards him, exerting all his strength to harden his body to the extreme. He raised his hands to block in front of him. I cannot lose. How could you possibly win against me? But the cold air ignored his roar and surged forward in an instant. It first froze his hands, then spiraled up his arms, enveloping his entire body in an instant. His expression from initial madness to final terror was completely frozen in the ice. Su Mingqiu stepped forward, casually storing the ice sculpture into his space ring with fluid movements. The previously vocal wallflower who claimed Hua Yuan would win was now utterly silenced. Didn't you say Hua Yuan was going to win? What now? Does your face hurt? I had no idea this god was so formidable. That person scratched his head. In all my years, this is the first time I've seen something so absurd. A third tier defeating a fourth tier in an instant. What kind of monster is this? Exactly. Hua Yuan desperately consumed explosive blood pills, yet was still taken down by a single move. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. I feel like all my years of cultivation have been for naught. Comparing people only serves to infuriate oneself. They are geniuses, and we are merely ordinary folk. But once we exit the secret realm, the Hua family will not let him off easily. Why did the god take Hua Yuan's ice sculpture? Who knows? We ordinary people cannot comprehend the thoughts of geniuses. Feng Chun watched Su Mingqiu take Hua Yuan's ice sculpture and suddenly understood. Oh, indeed, Brother Su clearly has a collecting habit. Previously, he saw Brother Su freeze Hua Zheng into an ice sculpture and take him away. Now he's taking Hua Yuan as well. Does he view the Hua family as collectibles? He then walked over to Su Mingqiu alongside Wu Lei, both giving him a thumbs up. Awesome, Brother Su. Let this brat be arrogant. Now it's all good, he's been taken away, let's see how he remains so boastful. After speaking, they headed out of Blackstone Mountain. The onlookers gradually dispersed. However, this incident spread like wildfire, immediately reaching every corner of the Yun-Kong Sea. Everyone was discussing the ice-type god who defeated Hua Yuan, their curiosity uncontainable. They were all waiting to see how this god would deal with the Hua family once they exited the secret realm. On the way, Wu Lei still felt a bit worried, and said to Su Mingqiu, Brother Su, once we exit the secret realm, the Hua family won't let you off, so be careful. Don't worry, I have my ways to deal with the Hua family, Su Mingqiu replied calmly. Feng Chun listened nearby, not concerned at all. He had long known Su Mingqiu's identity. The national top scholar #1 in the country, the Hua family was nothing to worry about. No matter how arrogant they were, they wouldn't dare provoke Su Mingqiu, so he remained completely unfazed. Su Mingqiu glanced at him and said, There are only 2 days left until the secret realm ends. Make sure to find some cultivation resources during this time. Brother Su, I'm not in a hurry. I need to find trouble with a strange beast first. Feng Chun waved his hand and laughed, speaking of which I should thank it. If it hadn't chased me and forced me off a cliff, I wouldn't have obtained that swift sword technique. Now that I've learned it, it's perfect timing to seek revenge. A cliff, chased by a strange beast, falling down and obtaining a sword technique as a fortunate encounter. Su Mingqiu looked at Feng Chun, momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, wow, isn't this just the perfect template for a novel protagonist? Su Mingqiu nodded, saying, alright, I'll go with you. After that, they headed in the direction of the strange beast Feng Chun mentioned. The group quickly arrived. They immediately spotted the wind blade hound lying there asleep. The dog was as big as a calf, its black fur glossy and smooth, and its belly was round. It was snoring thunderously, looking like it was in a deep slumber. Feng Chen saw it and instantly recalled the terrible experience of being chased by it before. At that time, he had been chased all over the mountain by this dog, and in desperation, he jumped off a cliff, not expecting to gain a sword technique from the mishap. He drew a new long sword, wiped the blade, and marched forward, shouting loudly at the still sleeping dog, "Grandson, your grandpa is back. Do you remember me? Weren't you chasing me before? I jumped off a cliff to escape. Now how about you try chasing?" The black dog was awakened by his shout, groggily lifting its head. Upon seeing Feng Chen, it paused for a moment, recognizing him as the one it had previously chased off. It immediately became furious, its black fur bristling as it let out a growl at Feng Chen. Then it lunged forward, extending its paw, sending a sharp wind blade directly toward Feng Chen. Sidestepped, swinging his sword and shattering the wind blade with a single strike. Then he took a step forward and charged toward the beast. With swift sword strokes, streams of blue sword energy rained down on the black dog. The dog continuously unleashed wind blades in an attempt to block the incoming sword energy. However, Feng Chen's sword energy was simply too abundant and swift, it couldn't block them all. In no time, it had several deep cuts on its body, blood flowing from the wounds. Scared and wanting to flee, but Feng Chen's speed exceeded its own, and he quickly caught up. With one sword strike, he cleanly decapitated it, not even allowing it to let out a scream. After dispatching the black dog, Feng Chen shook the blood off his sword, sheathed it, and stood with his hands behind his back, deliberately tilting his head and striking a cool pose toward the sky. "Heaven did not give birth to me, Feng Chen. The sword path is eternal like a long night." After speaking, he paused, waiting for those nearby. Wu Lei, who was watching, suddenly reacted, "Awesome, Feng Chen. You're so cool." Hearing this, Feng Chen felt his tail might wag up to the sky, delighted. Su Mingqiu watched him with this satisfied look and couldn't help but rub his forehead, thinking this kid is getting better at showboating. Soon the day of the secret realm's closure arrived. At the exit of the secret realm, a crowd had gathered early. At the front of the crowd, Feng Songxuan sat leisurely in a chair. Holding a purple clay tea cup in his hand, he savored this year's new tea with pleasure, crossing his legs and showing no signs of urgency. He was very reassured about his son. With Su Mingqiu around, what was there to fear? Opposite him, Huakangji sat with a dark expression, watching Feng Kangzuan's leisurely demeanor, and could not help but snort coldly. "Enjoy your happiness while you can. Oh, what are you pretending to be calm for? There will be a time for you to cry." Hui Yuan entered the secret realm specifically to deal with Feng Chen. Oh, defeating a third-tier 9th stage going against a third-tier initial stage would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? When Hui Yuan brings out that kid Feng Chen, after beating him up, "I want to see if you can still sit here and drink tea." Feng Songxuan. Beside Huakangji stood a girl, Jiang Yao, dressed in ordinary casual wear with a face so plain that she would be hard to distinguish in a crowd. At this moment, she nervously clutched her clothing, occasionally glancing at the dazzling white light of the secret realm's exit, waiting in a bit of a hurry. "Uncle, when will Hui Yuan come out?" Huakangji turned to glance at her, feeling a wave of irritation. He truly couldn't understand what kind of charm Jiang Yao had that made Hui Yuan so. His own son, the young master of the Hua family, how many people were eager to be in a relationship with him? Yet Hui Yuan insisted on marrying this Jiang Yao no matter what. In his eyes, what was so great about Jiang Yao? She had no background, having attended only a second-rate martial arts university. She lacked beauty, her plain looks not even matching the maids in the Hua family. He truly looked down on her. But there was nothing he could do. Hui Yuan was as stubborn as a mule. He had tried to stop it several times, but Hui Yuan always quarreled with him. In the end, he had no choice but to let him go. He couldn't really push his son away, could he? He waved his hand at Jiang Yao and said in a calm tone, "Jiang Yao, don't worry, he'll be out soon. The secret realm is about to close, and everyone inside should be coming out now." Half an hour later, the soft white light at the secret realm's exit suddenly intensified. The originally closed barrier fully opened. In the next moment, the people inside began to emerge. Su Mingqiu and the others walked out with the crowd. As soon as he came out, Feng Chen immediately spotted Feng Songxuan sitting over there. Then he grabbed Su Mingqiu, and Wu Lei squeezed through the crowd and rushed towards Feng Songxuan. Feng Songxuan had been waiting, and seeing Feng Chen approach, his eyes lit up as he instantly sensed the aura emanating from him. He had actually reached the third-tier 4th stage. He immediately set down his teacup, stood up, and patted Feng Chen on the shoulder, laughing and scolding. "Well done, you. It was worth the trip. You just went in for a short while, and your realm has increased so much. Not bad, not bad. You didn't embarrass your old man." Feng Chen chuckled a couple of times, and then leaned close to him, excitedly recounting what had happened in the secret realm. After listening, Feng Songxuan immediately cupped his fists towards Su Mingqiu and said seriously, "Thank you very much, Su Xiaoyu." Su Mingqiu hurriedly waved his hand and smiled. "Feng family head, you're too polite." On Huakangji's side, he could no longer sit still. From being relaxed at the beginning to feeling anxious later, his eyes were fixed on the exit. He watched as the people kept coming out wave after wave. Yet he did not see Hui Yuan's figure. He was originally thinking, is that kid Yuan going to deal with Feng Chun and purposely come out last to intimidate Feng Sangshuan? But then he saw over at Feng Qingzuan's side, all the Feng family members were standing there unharmed. Feng Chan was bouncing around, not a scratch on him. Huakangji was stunned, his heart sinking. How could this be? Where was Yuan? Wasn't he supposed to deal with Feng Chun? How come all the Feng family members came out and Yuan was nowhere? Could it be that Yuan had failed? No, that's impossible. Yuan's strength at the 3rd tier 9th stage should have easily dealt with Feng. At this moment, Jiang Yao grabbed Huakangji's arm. Uncle, where is Hui Yuan? Why hasn't he come out yet? Huakangji finally snapped back to reality. Just then a boy who had just come out from the secret realm was nearby. He rushed over and grabbed the boy's arm. He shouted, "Kid, I'm asking you, where is Hui Yuan?" The boy, hurt from being grabbed, winced and was about to curse. But when he looked up and saw it was Huakangji, the head of the Hua family, the words of reproach instantly died in his throat. Hua family head, Hui Yuan. He was killed by someone. What? Hearing this, Huakangji's mind went blank as if struck by lightning. His vision darkened, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He couldn't believe it, his own son had actually died. Jiang Yao, upon hearing this, was even more stunned. She hurriedly reached out to support the nearly falling Huakangji. Jiang Yao's eyes reddened. What did you say? Who killed Hui Yuan? Tell me. Who? The boy quickly pointed at Su Mingqiu beside Feng Sangshuan. It was him. Huakangji's head snapped up, following the direction he pointed to, and saw Su Mingqiu. Him? Just him, a 3rd tier 4th stage. How is that possible? Yuan is at the 3rd tier 9th stage. Are you sure you didn't get it wrong? The boy hurriedly nodded, fearing Huakangji's wrath. I'm sure. Everyone in the secret realm saw it. It was him. Everyone in the secret realm knows about this. Jiang Yao gritted her teeth and said to Huakangji, Uncle Hua, keep an eye on this. I'm going to take revenge for Hui Yuan. Without waiting for Huakangji to react, she turned and charged towards Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu and the others were talking to Feng Sangshuan when suddenly they saw a girl with red eyes rushing towards them. They were all taken aback. Wu Lei instinctively stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Su Mingqiu with a frown. What are you doing? Jiang Yao completely ignored him and directly confronted Su Mingqiu, pointing at him. You killed my fiancé, Hui Yuan. Su Mingqiu couldn't help but think, what the heck? What is going on? Did I just defeat Hui Yuan, and now I have to deal with his fiancé too? Jiang Yao stared fiercely at Su Mingqiu, gritting her teeth, and said every word deliberately. Do you dare to sign a death contract with me? Once this was said, the surroundings instantly erupted. Originally, those who were about to leave stopped in their tracks upon hearing this. They rushed over, surrounding the few of them in layers. This was going to be quite a spectacle. Damn, are they serious? They are going to sign a life and death pact. I told you so. That powerhouse dealt with Hui Yuan in the secret realm. Now that he has emerged, he is sure to. How could the Hua family simply let this go? Unbelievable. Before Huakangji could act, Hui Yuan's wife charged forward first. Jiang Yao is a rank 4 stage 5 expert. Isn't this blatant bullying? You know nothing. The secret realm saw Hui Yuan take the explosive blood pill and climb to rank 4 stage 4, and he was still slain in an instant by that powerhouse. Who cares? As long as there's spectacle. Feng Chun frowned, stepped forward, and said to Jiang Yao, you rush in without reason, shouting for blood. Could you show some restraint? Jiang Yao paid him no heed. Her thoughts were consumed by Hui Yuan's death and her need for vengeance. I don't care. He killed Hui Yuan. I will avenge him. Su Mingqiu watched Jiang Yao and then glanced at the onlookers, who were thrilled at the prospect of a fight. What a chaotic scene. Hearing Jiang Yao, Feng Sangshuan furrowed his brow as the formidable pressure of a rank 5 expert radiated from him. Young friend Su, do not concern yourself. This woman is mad. I will handle her. He already had enmity with the Hua family, and now Jiang Yao dared to pick a quarrel with Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu was the savior of his son. How could he allow Jiang Yao to lay a finger on him? If he failed to act, it would be intolerable. Su Mingqiu waved a hand and smiled. No matter, Lord Feng. Since she is so intent on vengeance, I will indulge her for a while. Besides, I have already slain Hui Yuan, or I might as well kill you too, so Hui Yuan will not travel the Yellow Springs alone. With a rush, the crowd moved toward the dueling stage in the city center, a place reserved for sparring or signing life and death duels. Security Bureau officials stood by to notarize the proceedings so no one could cause trouble afterward. In truth, Huakangji had wanted to act himself. With his son dead, he longed to tear Su Mingqiu apart on the spot. But Jiang Yao insisted on killing Su Mingqiu herself to avenge Hui Yuan. Huakangji could not dissuade her. He understood her grief. Hui Yuan had been her fiancé. The spectators were electrified. Some pulled out communicators and made calls mid-walk. Hello, hello. Away. Take leave and come now. City Center dueling stage. Others posted to family groups and social circles. Hurry. Big scoop. A life or death wager. Miss this and you'll wait a year. The once quiet street instantly swelled with people. By the time they reached the stage, it was already a sea of bodies, packed in 3 layers, a dense throng blocking any passage. Many flew to nearby rooftops, some hovered in flying cars midair, all determined to secure a clear view. On the stage, the middle-aged security official produced the life and death contract and asked Su Mingqiu and Zhang Yao, "Are you both certain?" On the stage, the middle-aged security official produced the life and death contract and asked Su Mingqiu and Zhang Yao, "Are you both certain you wish to sign the life and death pact?" Without hesitation, Zhang Yao and Su Mingqiu stepped forward and signed their names. After the signature, Huakangji hurried over and gripped Zhang Yao's hand. "Zhang Yao, you must avenge Hui Yuan. Kill that brat. Avenge you honor." Zhang Yao nodded fiercely. "Rest assured, Uncle Hua. I will kill him and avenge Hui Yuan." She turned and stepped onto the dueling stage. Su Mingqiu followed with a single stride. Look, it's about to begin. Hey, share some of those seeds." Among the crowd, those who had never entered the secret realm had no sense of Su Mingqiu's true strength. Do you think he's mad? The gulf between their realms is enormous. It's pure suicide. Exactly. I think when he killed Hui Yuan before, it was because Hui Yuan was careless and got tricked. I bet $100 Zhang Yao can flatten him within 30 seconds. Those beside them who had been into the secret realm said nothing. They folded their arms and waited to watch the show. They had seen Su Mingqiu's strength with their own eyes. Each suppressed a smile, anticipating the moment the uninformed would be cruelly humiliated. Wu Lei in the crowd could not contain himself and shouted hoarsely, "Brother Su, go, beat her." Fengshen also called out, "Brother Su, crush her." At the referee's signal, Zhang Yao sprang into action. She fixed her gaze on Su Mingqiu and unleashed her supernatural ability. In the next instant, her entire right arm from shoulder to fingertip transmuted into a translucent crystalline form. It gleamed like crystal beneath the sun, but steely hardness alone sent a shiver across onlookers' scalps. This was her power. Body crystallization. Su Mingqiu stared in surprise and could not help but mutter an expletive under his breath. Remarkable. This ability so resembled Hui Yuan's bodily hardening. Truly two born from the same nest, even their powers make a matched pair. Their abilities paired so perfectly, a born match. While he scoffed inwardly, Zhang Yao had already moved. In the blink of an eye, she closed in on Su Mingqiu, her crystallized fist smashed toward his head. She intended to kill him with a single blow. Su Mingqiu casually lifted a hand and instantly formed a thick wall of ice before him. The ice wall was half a meter thick, a chill spreading outward. Zhang Yao's fist struck it with a thunderous impact. The wall cracked and shattered into a carpet of ice shards. By breaking the barrier, much of Zhang Yao's force had been dissipated. At the very moment the ice collapsed, Su Mingqiu had shifted his footing and slid to the side. Zhang Yao broke the wall, turned, and roared at him, "Why did you dodge?" Su Mingqiu smiled. "Why would I not dodge? If you hit me, would I just stand and let you? Have you lost your mind?" Zhang Yao was left speechless by his retort. Her eyes reddened with fury. Abandoning all restraint, she lunged at Su Mingqiu like a woman possessed. Punch after punch rained down like a furious storm upon Su Mingqiu. Her speed left after images. She only wanted to finish him as quickly as possible. Su Mingqiu looked at her in this frenzied state and did not evade any longer. His gaze turned slightly cold as he suddenly unleashed his ice-type supernatural ability. In the next moment, an ice dragon instantly emerged behind him. The ice dragon was completely translucent, radiating a bone-chilling aura. It let out a deep roar and charged fiercely towards Zhang Yao. Bang! The ice dragon collided violently with Zhang Yao's fist, exploding instantly. Ice shards flew everywhere, and the bone-chilling cold instantly enveloped Zhang Yao entirely. She stood frozen in place, her body covered in thick white frost. Even her crystallized arms were coated with a layer of ice. Su Mingqiu observed her appearance and spoke slowly, his tone flat, yet each word struck at Zhang Yao's heart. "Do you see this ice dragon?" He paused for a moment before continuing. "Hui Yuan died this way." Those in the audience who had previously said Su Mingqiu was courting death for not entering the secret realm were all dumbfounded, their mouths agape, unable to speak for a long time. What the hell? This ice dragon. Isn't it too powerful? Those who had entered the secret realm looked completely unfazed, as if they had expected this, each crossing their arms. Wu Lei and Fengshen shouted at the top of their lungs, "Brother Su is amazing. So cool." Hearing this, Zhang Yao was completely enraged, and she suddenly lifted her head. "You're courting death." As soon as the words left her mouth, she abruptly activated her supernatural ability to its fullest extent. In the next moment, her entire body from head to toe was instantly crystallized. A layer of translucent crystal armor immediately enveloped her, covering her completely. Even her face was obscured, leaving only her eyes exposed. After activating her full body crystallization, her speed instantly increased severalfold, and she directly struck towards Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu watched her don the crystalline armor and casually conjured a thick layer of ice armor around himself. Then he met her palm with his own. However, at the moment their palms made contact, something fell off to Su Mingqiu. He sensed a strange force that immediately flowed through his ice armor. His hard ice armor was unexpectedly crystallized in an instant. It transformed into the same translucent crystal as Jiang Yao's. Following that, his crystallized arm became immobile. Mingqiu was taken aback. What the hell? There's such a trick. This woman's supernatural ability can actually crystallize other people's things. This is too bizarre. He quickly retreated, instantly widening the distance. Seeing her opportunity, Jiang Yao was unwilling to let it slip and immediately sought to press the attack, charging to eliminate Mingqiu. But as soon as she moved, she saw Mingqiu's gaze turn cold and ice spears suddenly shot out from behind him, one after another raining down. Jiang Yao snorted coldly, raised her hand, and smashed one ice spear with a single palm. The fragments of the ice spear were instantly, they turned into a pile of crystal-like small shards, clinking as they fell to the ground. She continued to shatter one ice spear after another, instantly destroying over a dozen. Every ice spear that came into contact with her was completely crystallized, unable to injure her in the slightest. What the hell? Is this woman going crazy? Isn't this supernatural ability too bizarre? It can even crystallize other people's things. Yeah, just now that ice spear turned into crystal upon contact. That's just ridiculous. The powerful ice-type supernatural ability of the master was actually countered by her. Then how can this be dealt with? If ice-type things turn to crystal upon contact, doesn't that leave the master with no moves? I think that ice dragon of his can only be used once, right? Otherwise, why didn't he use it again? Why was he forced to use ice spears? Those who previously thought Mingqiu was guaranteed to win now frowned, resting their chins in speculation. Could it be that this master truly would fall here? Those who had previously said Mingqiu was seeking death instantly revived, each excitedly shouting, "I told you. Jiang Yao is a tier 4 stage 5. How could she possibly lose? This is her true strength." Mingqiu raised his hand and removed the ice armor from his body along with the layer of crystallized crystal. He shook his arm, thankful that there were no major issues. That crystallizing force just now was a bit strange, nearly causing him a small loss. As he finished moving his arm, he heard the discussions from the audience. What ice dragon can only be used once? What do you mean he isn't persistent? Mingqiu was speechless. Did these people really think his big move had a long cooldown? Did they dare say he wasn't persistent? Can I tolerate this? He felt a surge of anger in his heart. Alright, you all said I wasn't persistent. You said my ice dragon could only be used once. Today let you all see just how persistent I really am. He suddenly activated his ice-type supernatural ability. In the next moment, 5 ice dragons instantly materialized behind him. Each one was just like the previous one, crystal clear, radiating a bone-chilling aura, letting out deafening roars. Then the 5 ice dragons simultaneously charged fiercely towards Jiang Yao. Look, not just one, I'll give you 5 at once. If that's not enough, I can bring 10 more. Do you understand that I'm infinite? There's as many as you want. What the hell? 5 ice dragons. My goodness. Isn't this too powerful? Who just said he isn't persistent? Come out. I promise not to hit you. Is this called not persistent? This is called explosively persistent, alright. Those who had previously said Mingqiu's ice dragon could only be used once turned pale. They stood there as if slapped across the face, unable to speak for a long time. Just moments ago they were proud, now they looked bruised. Wu Lei shouted even louder, "Brother Su is amazing. 5 ice dragons. So cool." Feng Chun chimed in, "Brother Su, are you planning to freeze this woman into an ice? Are you pairing her with Hui Yuan?" Jiang Yao looked at the 5 roaring ice dragons, knowing she couldn't evade. She suddenly activated her battle technique, shouting, "1,000 crystals fall." In the next moment, countless translucent crystals instantly gathered above her head. Those crystals were dense, falling like a torrential rain upon the ice dragons below. Each crystal carried her crystallizing power. When those crystals struck the ice dragons, they immediately took effect. The originally fierce ice dragons turned into crystal at the points of impact. 3 of the 5 ice dragons were instantly obliterated. The remaining 2 were also significantly damaged, with many parts crystallized. The originally formidable power was directly reduced by more than half. Yet even so, the 2 remaining ice dragons still charged towards Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao did not dare to be careless, quickly activating her defensive battle skill and shouting, "Congealed Frost Shield." Instantly, layers upon layers of frost barriers condensed, layer upon layer, a total of more than 10 layers. Each layer was made of the hardest crystal, completely protecting her within. Bang! Bang! The 2 ice dragons violently crashed into the congealed frost shield, exploding instantly. Countless ice shards and crystal fragments splattered everywhere, and a biting cold air spread rapidly. As the explosive aftermath dissipated, Jiang Yao stood in place. Her barriers had shattered, and many areas of her body were covered with a thin layer of ice. Her hair was also covered with a considerable amount of white frost, making her look somewhat disheveled. She was only panting heavily. Clearly, the 2 battle skills she used earlier had drained a significant amount of her otherworldly energy. Damn, Zhang Yao actually managed to block it. This 4th-tier 5th stage strength is indeed not to be underestimated. What do we do? The Great One's ice dragons have been blocked. Does he have any more tricks up his sleeve? Zhang Yao stood there, but her mind was racing. She knew very well that the 2 battle skills she had just used had consumed a good deal of her otherworldly energy. But as she looked at Su Mingqiu, she thought, no, what about him? He has already used 6 ice dragons in a row. How much otherworldly energy does each of those massive ice dragons require? How could he possibly be completely fine? Not even a flush of his face or a gasp for breath. He must be holding on by sheer will. Isn't that how they write it in those novels? Even if she had exhausted all her energy, she had to pretend to be calm and collected. He must be nearly out of otherworldly energy too. The more she thought, the more convinced she became. Su Mingqiu waited for a long time, watching Zhang Yao standing there staring at him, without moving. He found it puzzling and shouted at her, "Hey, big sister, have you been frozen stupid by me? Why aren't you moving?" He paused and continued, "Standing still like that is just ridiculous." Zhang Yao had been comforting herself, but upon hearing Su Mingqiu's words, she was instantly infuriated. "You're asking for death." Shattered crystal slash. In the next moment, her palm wind instantly enveloped countless shattered crystals and slashed towards Su Mingqiu. She stared at Su Mingqiu. "Let's see how you block this. You've already used 6 ice dragons. Your otherworldly energy must be completely drained." "Block." Su Mingqiu laughed heartily upon hearing her words. Zhang Yao was momentarily stunned by his laughter, thinking to herself, has he gone mad? Even at this moment he is still laughing. But in the next instant she thought differently, because she saw 5 more ice dragons coalescing behind Su Mingqiu. They were identical to the previous 5, charging straight at her. "What?" Zhang Yao was stunned, almost shouting out loud, but she couldn't believe. This is impossible. He has already used 6 ice dragons. How can he still conjure 5 more? This defies logic. She had thought Su Mingqiu was merely holding on, but now he conjured 5 more ice dragons. It turned out she had been comforting herself for so long. Not a chance, buddy. Your otherworldly energy is like an endless pit, right? How many ice dragons has he used? How can he be completely unaffected? Earlier someone told me Zhang Yao could win, and I believe that nonsense. Now I have to pay my respects to Zhang Yao for 3 seconds of facing such a wall. She can't fight back or outlast him. Huakangji, who was watching, initially thought Zhang Yao would definitely win. After all, Zhang Yao was at the 4th-tier 5th stage. But the more he watched, the heavier his heart felt. The more he observed, the more something seemed off. What is going on with this kid? Why does he have so much otherworldly energy? Isn't it free? How could he use so many ice dragons without any loss? At this moment, Su Mingqiu looked at the frozen Zhang Yao and leisurely spoke. "So how will you deal with these 5 ice dragons?" As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 ice dragons charged forward, crashing violently into Zhang Yao's shattered crystal slash. Zhang Yao's shattered crystal slash only managed to take down the foremost ice dragon. The remaining 4 were completely unscathed, directly breaking through her attack and crashing towards her. Zhang Yao quickly activated her congealed frost shield again, trying to block it, but this time the 4 ice dragons were whole. They were not like the previous 2. Bang! The 4 ice dragons crashed violently into her frost barrier. The barrier instantly cracked. Zhang Yao behind the barrier roared, 1,000 layers of crystal armor. In the next second, countless crystals stacked upon one another frantically. In a mere instant, dozens of layers piled up. Su Mingqiu watched as Zhang Yao instantly stacked dozens of layers of crystal armor, thinking to himself, wow, Zhang Yao really has a lot of tricks up her sleeve. Just as he finished this thought, the foremost ice dragon crashed hard into Zhang Yao's congealed frost shield barrier. The already cracked barrier instantly shattered into countless fragments. The remaining 3 ice dragons showed no signs of stopping and charged straight towards Zhang Yao. Gritting her teeth, she could not evade. She could only extend her hand, slapping at the foremost ice dragon. But the other 2 ice dragons instantly crashed into her. She had no choice but to extend her other hand, forcefully bracing against the impact of the other 2 ice dragons. Bang! Bang! With 3 loud crashes, the 3 ice dragons exploded at once. Countless ice shards flew everywhere, and the biting cold instantly enveloped the entire martial arts stage. The entire stage's ground was covered with a thick layer of ice. Once the cold air dissipated slightly, Zhang Yao was seen standing in place, her 1,000 layers of crystal armor already shattered beyond recognition. There were cracks everywhere, and many pieces had fallen off. However, surprisingly, she had not suffered any fatal injuries. She had forcefully withstood the impact of the 3 ice dragons. Zhang Yao panted heavily, her chest rising and falling continuously. If you have any last words, say them quickly." She paused, then added fiercely, "Otherwise later I will crystallize your mouth first, then crystallize your entire being, sending you to accompany Hui Yuan in death." Damn, Zhang Yao could withstand this. This woman is too fierce. Fierce. Have you forgotten the Great One is only at the 3rd tier 4th stage? Zhang Yao is at the 4th tier 5th stage. That's a whole major realm above him. What a pity. Zhang Yao is already strong enough, yet she encounters a Great One, making her seem inadequate. I wonder how this Great One trained. Fighting someone at the 4th tier is like playing with a child. This is just absurd. I used to think I was an ancient century genius, but after encountering this Great One, I finally understand what a true genius is. You are just praising yourself. On this side of the stage, Wu Lei Fengchun and a group of people who had entered the secret realm with them surrounded the person who was placing bets blocking him. There was no choice. After all, this person had set the odds too high. At first, everyone believed Zhang Yao would win, so he set the odds at 1 to 10, thinking he would make a guarantee. But those who had entered the secret realm knew very well Su Mingqiu's strength. With such high odds, how could they not take advantage? One by one, they placed all their pocket money on Su Mingqiu to win. As the match was about to end, they feared that Wang would lose and run off with the money. Wouldn't that mean their money would just be wasted? So they simply surrounded him, keeping a close watch. Wang looked at the crowd around him, each pair of eyes fixed on him. He forced a smile, wiped the sweat from his brow, and said, "Rest assured, how could I, Wang, run away? I've been running bets for so many years, my reputation is trustworthy. You can boldly enjoy the match." But Wu Lei and the others didn't move, standing there staring at him. Wu Lei crossed his arms and said slowly, "It's fine, no need. We can see from here, well, just wait here." He thought to himself, joking, "I've bet half a year's worth of pocket money. I can't let this guy run away. If he does, who will I ask for my money?" Wang realized that these people were clearly determined to keep an eye on him. He knew he couldn't escape, especially with the young master of the Feng family here. How could he dare to run? If he could escape the monk, he couldn't escape the temple. He could only nod awkwardly, praying frantically in his heart, "Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao, you must do your best. You have to win. If you lose, the money I lose will cost me everything." He completely regretted it now. Had he known, he wouldn't have set such high odds. When Su Mingqiu heard Zhang Yao still making bold claims at this point, he couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, this woman is quite tough, isn't she? Even at this point, she refuses to back down. Fine, then he'll play with you to the end." He waved his hand, and in the next moment 5 ice dragons appeared behind him, identical to the previous ones, roaring towards Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao looked at the 5 ice dragons and felt completely numb. She had lost count of how many ice dragons there were by now. Gritting her teeth, she managed to defend against these 5 ice dragons. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was finally over, 5 more ice dragons flew out from behind Su Mingqiu. Zhang Yao. She was utterly despairing, lacking even the strength to raise her hands for defense. The 5 ice dragons slammed into her, exploding violently. The bone-chilling cold instantly enveloped her. When the ice shards fell, Zhang Yao's silhouette emerged, her body covered in frostbite, half of her body frozen, unable to move, collapsing onto the ice. Zhang Yao ultimately lost. There was nothing to be done, as she had tried her best. Who could stand against that monster over there? It's impossible. Exactly. That person's ice dragons are endless. You can defend against one wave, but not the next. Who can withstand that? Su Mingqiu walked over to Zhang Yao. Looking at Zhang Yao lying on the ground, he slowly spoke in a flat tone. "Don't worry, I will freeze you and Hui Yuan together, so you won't be alone on your journey to the Yellow Spring." Zhang Yao lay on the ice, one eye that wasn't frozen slowly shedding a tear. She murmured in her heart, "Brother Yuan, I originally practiced this move to protect. I thought that if I encountered danger in the future, I could use this move to protect you. I never expected you would leave before me. But it's alright, once I use this move I can go find you, and we can be together forever. This move, though powerful, will deplete all my fundamental, but it doesn't matter now, as since you are gone my life has lost its meaning." She thought, slowly pushing against the ground to stand up. Su Mingqiu was momentarily stunned to see her stand up. He thought to himself, is she still resisting? Has it really come to this? But in the next moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao's hand that wasn't frozen reached out, her voice light and airy, carrying a hint of relief. 10,000 crystals were turning to ruins. In the next second, a small transparent crystal core materialized in her palm. It looked tiny, flying towards Su Mingqiu. Danger! Su Mingqiu's heart instantly went into overdrive with alarms. Without a second thought, he immediately activated his strongest move, Cold River Snow. The crystal core exploded instantly. The terrifying power spread out immediately. Su Mingqiu, fearing it wouldn't be safe, didn't dare to stop, continuously unleashing Cold River. Again and again, the bone-chilling cold surged madly towards the site of the explosion. This was still Su Mingqiu's first time using Cold River Snow so recklessly. He didn't dare to stop. The explosive force continued, and he could only keep using Cold River Snow to suppress it. Once, twice, thrice. Until he had consecutively used Cold River Snow over 20 times, he finally managed to completely fend off that terror. Fortunately, the arena had a formation barrier that contained all the power within. Otherwise, the explosive force would have harmed those outside. When the power finally dissipated, Zhang Yao stood there. Her originally dark hair had turned completely white. Seeing that her move had been blocked by Su Mingqiu, the last glimmer of light in her eyes extinguished. Her legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground. She murmured, "Brother Yuan, I can't take revenge for you. I'm here to accompany you." After saying this, her breath vanished. Su Mingqiu looked at her lying on the ground, and the cold air around him gradually dissipated. He breathed a sigh of relief. Wow, that woman's last strike was truly frightening. I almost went down. Just now, during that wave of explosions, everyone held their breath. The entire arena fell silent, and even a falling needle could be heard. After a few seconds, seeing Su Mingqiu was fine, and Zhang Yao had lost her breath, everyone finally reacted, and the noise erupted. Awesome. So incredible. Zhang Yao's final strike was too fierce, wasn't it? It actually pushed the Great Master to this extent. But the Great Master is even fiercer. Otherwise, how could he be this formidable? Ordinary abilities simply can't achieve this. Is there any doubt? He's definitely SSS-Rank. Otherwise, how could a third-tier fighter defeat a fourth-tier one? Over here, Wu Lei and Feng Chun, along with the others who had bet on Su Mingqiu's victory, immediately swarmed around the bookmaker, Wang, their eyes gleaming with excitement. The moment Wang saw Su Mingqiu win, his heart bled, and only one thought consumed his mind: it's over. Everything is over. He had set the odds at 1 to 10, and these people had wagered heavily. He simply couldn't afford to pay. After scraping together everything he could, he was still far short. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth and stripped off his expensive battle suit. He also handed over his communicator and the bracelet on his wrist. Every valuable item on him was pawned off to these people. In the end, left with nothing but his bare skin, he covered his vital parts and fled in a flash. Crying as he ran, he swore he would never run a betting pool again, never. Feng Chun and Wu Lei were grinning from ear to ear. "We hit the jackpot this time," they laughed. On the martial arts platform, Su Mingqiu descended. The moment he stepped down, Huakengji blocked his path. Huakengji's hair had turned mostly white. He looked incredibly haggard, his eyes bloodshot, as if he had aged a decade overnight. He stared at Su Mingqiu for a long time before finally rasping, "Kid, you've got guts." With that, he neither attacked nor said another word, simply turning and walking away. Su Mingqiu watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but grumble to himself, "This isn't right. The plot's off. Wasn't it supposed to be beat the young and the old comes? I killed his son, and even his son's fiancée is gone. Shouldn't he be charging at me for a fight to the death? Why did he just walk away? This defies all logic. Is that old fox plotting some underhanded scheme?" When Huakengji blocked his path earlier, the referee on the platform and Feng Songxuan both tensed up instantly. Feng Songxuan had already raised his hand ready to intervene the moment Huakengji made a move. Who knew if he might lash out in desperation? But to their surprise, Huakengji managed to restrain himself. He uttered just one sentence and then turned away. Huakengji was wise enough to know he was outmatched and didn't force the issue. "Hey, why is the head of the Hua family leaving? Su the Great killed his son and his son's fiancée, and he just walks away. No revenge. That's some serious restraint. I couldn't take it. A blood feud over a son. Restraint. Didn't you see the head of the Feng family standing right there?" The murmurs were loud enough for Huakengji to hear as he walked ahead. At the sound of their words, he quickened his pace. Huakengji returned to the Hua residence in a daze. As he entered the living room, he saw his wife Jiang Ran sobbing in a chair, her eyes swollen like walnuts. She had clearly already received the news and had been waiting for his return. Seeing Huakengji enter, Jiang Ran sprang to her feet, stumbled over, grabbed his hands, and cried, "Old Hua, Yuan is dead, isn't he? Is it true?" Huakengji's heart ached at the sight of his wife's tears. He remained silent, slowly nodding. After a long pause, he rasped, "And Zheng'er is probably gone too." Jiang Ran collapsed upon hearing this. She beat against Huakengji's chest and wailed, "Then why didn't you kill that man? Avenge Yuan and Zheng'er. You think I didn't want to?" Huakengji shouted back, his voice hoarse with emotion. Feng Songxuan was right there. And the referee from the security bureau was there too. "How could I make a move? If I had, I wouldn't have made it back myself." After shouting, he realized he had lost his temper. Seeing his wife's devastated expression, he calmed down, patted her back, and said in a low, sinister voice, "Don't worry. Leave it to me. He'll make that kid pay." Hearing his words, Jiang Ran buried her head in his chest and nodded through her tears. After comforting her, Huakengji retreated to his study alone, locking the door behind him. He walked behind his desk and opened a secret compartment at the very bottom, pulling out a pitch-black wooden box. Opening the box, he revealed a completely black token. Engraved in the center was a large dark red character, "Evil." This was the contact token of the evil god sect. Ordinarily, the Hua family dared not have any dealings with them. But now he could no longer care about the consequences. Huakengji picked up the token. The next moment it glowed, and a hoarse, eerie voice emanated from it. "Head of the Hua family, I knew you would contact me. So have you made your decision?" "I'm joining you," Huakengji said, his voice chillingly deep. "But I have one condition." "Oh, what condition? Speak freely, head Hua. If it's within our power, it's as good as done," the voice chuckled. "I want a man dead. Huakangji gritted out, each word dripping with barely contained malice. A trivial matter. What's so hard about that? The voice replied nonchalantly. Who is it? Tell me, and I'll dispatch someone immediately. Huakangji wasted no words. He sent Su Mingqiu's image and information through the token, and then ended the communication. After doing this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, leaned back in his chair, and stared at the black token with a venomous gaze. On the other end of the token, the evil god sect elder snorted coldly, a calculating smile spreading across his face. He had long anticipated that Huakangji would seek him out. After all, he had planted his informants. With the Hua family's son dead, that old fool would be desperate for revenge. He looked at Su Mingqiu's image on the token and shook his head with a smirk. Su Mingqiu, I really have you to thank this time. Otherwise, it would have taken many more days to get old Huakangji to willingly join our evil god sect. Now he's come to us of his own accord, and he's even volunteering to help us deal with you. Kill two birds with one stone. Everyone in the evil god sect knew who Su Mingqiu was. Not just him, but all the SSS-Rank prodigies were on their radar. These individuals were either targets for recruitment or thorns to be removed. However, this matter was too significant for him to decide alone. He needed to consult the sect leader. He hurriedly transmitted the message upwards. Soon a reply from the leader came through, agreeing to his request and urging him to proceed without restraint. Having received the leader's affirmation, he sat in his chair, tapping his fingers on the table, contemplating how to kill Su Mingqiu. This kid is an SSS-Rank genius. I don't even know how he trained. His strength is outrageously powerful, capable of crushing even 4th-tier 5th-stage experts. I cannot afford to be careless. I must carefully plan and find the most suitable opportunity to strike, ensuring he does not escape. Meanwhile, Wu Lei walked by, waving his hand. Brother, remember to call if you need anything. After saying this, he dashed off. Su Mingqiu smiled and shook his head, following Feng Chun and Feng Songxuan to the Feng family. Upon arriving at the Feng family and sitting down, Feng Songxuan solemnly said to Su Mingqiu, young friend, Su Huakangji will definitely not let this go easily. You must be cautious from now on. It's easier to dodge an open arrow than a hidden one. Su Mingqiu nodded and replied, I understand, head of the Feng family. I will be careful. That's good. Feng Songxuan nodded, and then asked, by the way, young friend Su, have you obtained the ice? I have obtained it. Su Mingqiu responded, taking out the piece of ice hard iron. Upon seeing it, Feng Songxuan immediately stood up in shock, exclaiming, wow. This ice hard iron is extraordinary. It's better than any ice hard iron I've seen before. It even seems to possess a hint of intelligence. He reached out to touch the ice hard iron excitedly, saying, if this quality of ice hard iron is added your knife, young friend, Su will definitely see a significant improvement in quality. As he spoke, without waiting for Su Mingqiu to respond, he directly took the ice hard iron. Feng Songxuan turned and rushed out, saying, I'll go refine the weapon for you. After he finished speaking, he vanished, leaving Su Mingqiu and Feng Chun in the living room stunned. Feng Chun looked over and smiled apologetically at Su Mingqiu, saying, brother Su, please don't mind, my dad is like this. He gets overly excited whenever he encounters good refining materials. It's been like this for years. Su Mingqiu waved his hand, smiling, it's all good, I understand. Head of the Feng family is just trying to help me reforge my knife. Thus, Su Mingqiu stayed at the Feng family for another 3 days, waiting for Feng Songxuan to reforge the knife. During these 3 days, news of Su Mingqiu had spread outside, and everyone was discussing him. Everyone recognized him as the top scorer of the college entrance examination. The genius who single-handedly fought off the beast tide, achieving the historic first score above 10. Some were speculating whether the Hua family dared not seek revenge. After all, Su Mingqiu is still a student of Haiming Martial University, and the Hua family wouldn't dare to provoke a genius from a top university, right? However, the Hua family had remained silent, doing nothing at all. At that moment, Huakangji was sitting in his study, unable to suppress a cold snort. What if you are a student of Haiming Martial University? You killed my son, and you must die. He didn't care about Haiming Martial University or any SSS-Rank genius. His son was gone, and he no longer cared for anything. The members of the evil god cult had already set off, and soon Su Mingqiu would be accompanying his son to the grave. At that time, he would be able to avenge his son. Feng Songxuan emerged from the refining room, holding the newly reforged knife, his face glowing with excitement. Su Mingqiu looked up and saw that the knife was even better than he had imagined. The entire knife was molded from a single piece of azure cold crystal, appearing as if it were sculpted from the clearest ice. The spine of the blade rose, featuring a crystalline bone line running from tip to tail. The blade shimmered with a chilling pale blue light. Just by looking at it, one felt a wave of cold air rushing towards them. The blade's surface even bore fine flowing frost patterns, as though the piercing cold was slowly circulating within the blade. Su Mingqiu reached out to take it. It was cool to the touch, but not freezing, and with a gentle swing it stirred up a bone-chilling wind. Handling it was effortless. He nodded in satisfaction. This knife was countless times better than his previous bronze great sword. Feng Songxuan standing beside him rubbed his hands together excitedly, saying, "Young friend Su, you have no idea. This knife is the best I've ever made in history. This knife has now reached the high tier of the 5th stage. Moreover, because your ice-hard iron has a hint of intelligence, this knife, once refined, has also developed a hint of its own intelligence." Feng Chun looked at the handsome and powerful knife in Su Mingqiu's hand, his eyes filled with envy. He tugged at Feng Kangzuan's arm, shaking it, saying, "Dad, when will you also make me a sword that's similar to Brother Su's? Look at me, a swordsman. How can I not have a good sword that suits me?" Hearing this, Feng Songxuan became a bit angry and shot him an annoyed glare. The Feng family is a renowned weapon crafting family. He had hoped his son would inherit his skills and learn weapon crafting well. Yet this kid insists on becoming some swordsman, refusing to learn weapon crafting. He grumbled angrily to himself, "It seems I need to practice making a junior again. This elder son is completely useless. I can't count on him at all." He replied grumpily to Feng Xinyu, "You wouldn't be able to handle such a fine weapon. With your current strength, having such a good sword would be a waste. It would be a shame for such fine materials." After saying this, he turned to Su Mingqiu and instantly put on a smiling face, saying, "Young friend Su, let's go to the testing room and try out your new knife." He finished speaking and dragged Su Mingqiu toward the testing room. Feng Chen followed behind, feeling wrong, shouting, "Dad, how can you say that about me? I can use it too. You can't think I'm useless. My quick sword paired with a good sword can also be very powerful." The three of them entered the testing room together, ready to test the power of this new knife. Su Mingqiu stood in front of the target in the testing room, holding the azure ice blade. Before him stood a 3rd-tier beast puppet identical to a living beast. He took a deep breath and directly unleashed the first move of the demon-suppressing knife, the Jinxia style. A sharp blade aura instantly erupted from the knife, carrying a bone-chilling coldness, and slashed straight at the beast puppet. With a whoosh, the beast puppet, which was half a meter thick, was instantly sliced in half. What was even more unbelievable was that the cut puppet hadn't even landed before being frozen into 2 thick ice blocks by the cold aura radiating from the knife. Su Mingqiu hadn't even used his own ice abilities. He had merely employed his combat skills, and this knife emanated such strong coldness on its own. Feng Songxuan watched from the side, unable to help, but nod secretly, thinking, "No wonder he is the top student of the college entrance examination." Feng Songxuan watched from the side, unable to help, but nod secretly, thinking, "No wonder he is the top student of the college entrance examination. This sword technique is also classified as grade." He walked over and said to Su Mingqiu, "Su Xiaoyou, why don't you give this sword a name?" Hey, Suga, let me name it for you." Feng Chun immediately leaned over excited and said, "Let's call it the Universe Super Invincible Ice Blade. How about that? Isn't it super cool? So domineering." Su Mingqiu's mouth twitched at the name, thinking to himself, what a terrible name. Isn't that a bit too cringeworthy? If he named it like this, wouldn't he be laughed at when he took this sword out in the future? He quickly waved his hand and said, forget it, I'll think of something." Feng Chun was taken aback for a moment, wondering to himself, isn't this name cool? Oh, Su Gu just doesn't appreciate it. No worries, I'll name my future sword the Universe Super Invincible Wind Sword. That sounds so domineering, he thought happily. Su Mingqiu pondered for a long time, but couldn't come up with anything particularly good, so he casually said, "Then let's call it Frost Flow. Frost from frost and flow from flowing water, perfectly matching the cold air circulating within the blade and the flowing frost patterns." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in his hand trembled gently, and the frost patterns on the blade instantly shone. Seeing this, Feng Songxuan immediately smiled and said, "Look, it seems it is quite satisfied with your name." Su Mingqiu stored Frost Flow into his spatial ring, then said to Feng Songxuan, "Since the sword has been refined, I am ready to go cut the dragon vein. You are going alone." Feng Songxuan frowned and said, "Huakangji may have some schemes. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. How about I go with you? With my 5th-tier strength, I can protect you." Before Su Mingqiu could say anything, his phone rang. He picked it up to see it was Lin Feng calling. He answered the phone, and Lin Feng's cheerful voice came through. "Little monster, you're quite impressive over there. Teacher Lin, how could the news travel so fast from so far? You're a genius. How could the school not pay special attention to you?" Lin Feng laughed. "Let me tell you, the Hua family will definitely not give up, but you don't need to worry. One of my students I recruited a few years ago, your senior, just returned from the 10,000 races battlefield and is very interested in you. He should be arriving soon. Speaking of the devil, he just sent me a message saying he is right at the Feng family gate. Alright, I'll hang up first. You go meet him." Lin Feng finished and quickly hung up the phone. Su Mingqiu was taken aback and grade senior. He just returned from the 10,000 races battlefield. Then Su Mingqiu said to Feng Songxuan, "I want trouble, the head of the Feng family. I just happen to have a senior here with him." Hearing this, Feng Kangzuan's worries eased significantly, and he nodded with a smile. "In that case, I won't embarrass myself." Saying this, Feng Songxuan and Feng Chun accompanied Su Mingqiu to the door. When they reached the door, Feng Chun waved his arm excitedly and shouted, "Su Gu, see you next time." Su Mingqiu smiled and waved his hand, bidding farewell to the father and son. After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the Feng family's main gate, scanning his surroundings and wondering where is the senior teacher Lin mentioned. He didn't see anyone particularly special nearby. Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly felt someone gently pat his shoulder. When did this happen? Su Mingqiu instantly tensed up. His perception had long surpassed that of others at the same level. Even a fourth-tier high-level person, he could sense their aura, yet this person he hadn't noticed when they approached. He turned around sharply and saw a young man standing behind him wearing a gentle smile and nice reflexes. No wonder you caught Teacher Lin's eye, the young man said with a smile as he extended his hand. Hello, my name is Yiqiu, just like yours, both having the character Qiu in our names. It seems we have quite the affinity. Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu also extended his hand to shake with him, introducing himself. I've heard a lot about you, senior. I've long admired your name, junior. Yiqiu released his hand, grinning to show his white teeth. I returned from the 10,000 races battlefield on vacation specifically to see you. Teacher Lin has mentioned you a lot, saying he found a treasure this time, recruiting a monster even more powerful than me. Teacher Lin is just exaggerating. Su Mingqiu waved his hand, feeling a bit shy. You're being too humble, junior. Yiqiu waved his hand, then suddenly propped his chin and sized Su Mingqiu up for a while, stroking his chin with a proud expression. But seriously, you're not as handsome as me. My looks are truly in a league of their own. In this regard, you can't compete with me. As soon as he finished speaking, a muscular man who had just bought some exotic beast leg meat walked by, unable to hold back, and interjected, brother, I really can't take it anymore. Stop boasting. This young man is clearly much more handsome than you. Do you understand aesthetics? Yiqiu immediately became unhappy and stood with his hands on his hips, arguing with the man. Su Mingqiu watched from the side, his mouth twitching silently, complaining, no matter what level of genius, do they all have this strange quirk. Every genius indeed has their own extraordinary traits. Watching the two arguing more fiercely, it seemed Yiqiu was about to drag the man to a mirror to compare their looks. Su Mingqiu quickly stepped forward and pulled Yiqiu away from the man, smiling apologetically at the muscular man. Sorry about that, big brother, please don't take it personally. After speaking before Yiqiu could react, he pulled Yiqiu's arm and walked away. Yiqiu was dragged along, looking quite indignant, swinging his arms as he walked, and muttering, this old-fashioned guy doesn't know a thing about aesthetics. As Su Mingqiu hurriedly pulled him toward a less crowded area, fearing he would turn around and argue again, he quickly reassured, senior, calm down, I think your looks are absolutely one of a kind. As soon as he said this, Yiqiu's anger vanished. His previously furrowed brows instantly relaxed, and his eyes lit up like bulbs, vigorously patting Su Mingqiu on the shoulder. Right? You think so too? He said, looking quite emotional as he patted Su Mingqiu's back, his demeanor like that of someone who had just found an exceptionally rare soulmate. Truly, 1,000-mile horse is common, but a bull is rare. The two walked along the street towards the abandoned construction site on the outskirts. On the way, Yiqiu continued to chatter about the matters of the myriad races battlefield with Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu occasionally responded, and their footsteps were light. Meanwhile, in the study of the Hua family, Huakangji sat at his desk with a grim expression, harboring a surge of malevolence. He was waiting for news from the evil god sect, anticipating an opportunity to obliterate Su Mingqiu. Suddenly, the communication token from the evil god sect on the table emitted a low, resonating hum, its dark red light flickering as a voice from an undercover agent of the sect came through, speaking in a hushed tone. Hua family head. The target has moved. Su Mingqiu has left the Feng family with someone and is heading towards the abandoned constructions. Huakangji sprang up abruptly, his chair crashing violently against the wall, creating a dull thud. He seized the token, his eyes bloodshot. This is truly a blessing from heaven. He gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. Su Mingqiu, that abandoned construction site shall be your grave. My steward from the evil god sect is already lying in wait at that factory. Huakangji clenched the token, speaking quickly into it. I'm on my way now. I will personally kill him. Having said that, he slipped silently out of the back door of the Hua family, hastening towards the old factory. He could not let anyone know about his allegiance to the evil god sect, or else the entire Hua family would be implicated. The few agents of the evil god sect lurking at the street corner barely regarded Yiqiu. They glanced at Yiqiu, who was following Su Mingqiu, seeing him appear quite ordinary. Their meager perception failed to detect Yiqiu's presence. Is this the kid's sidekick? One of the agents muttered. Who cares? A little nobody, not worth fearing. When we strike, we'll take down Su Mingqiu first. The sidekick can be dealt with easily after that. Another agent waved his hand dismissively, not taking Yiqiu seriously. The two soon arrived deep within the abandoned construction site, where dilapidated old factory buildings stood amidst waist-high weeds. Rusty rebar jutted out of the ground, and when the wind blew, the torn metal windows rattled noisily. As soon as they stepped into the shadow cast by the factory, Yiqiu seemed to sense something, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, interesting. He turned to Su Mingqiu, cheerfully patting him on the shoulder. Junior, you really are a genius. When I severed the dragon vein, it took me a long time to prepare. You are far ahead of me. He then shifted the topic. However, Junior, before severing the dragon vein, we must first eliminate those sneaky little mice around us. Little mice. Mingqiu paused for a moment, not quite understanding what he meant by little mice. Just as Yichio finished speaking, a dozen figures clad in black suddenly emerged around them, encircling the two without a gap. Leading them was the sinister-faced Huakangji, flanked by 5 cold-breathing black-clad individuals. Mingqiu frowned inwardly, noting Huakangji. And these people, are they from the evil god sect? I had suspected he was planning something underhanded, but I didn't expect him to be in collusion with the evil god sect. Yichio glanced at the black-clad figures, curling his lip in disdain. Evil god sect. I wondered where that foul odor was coming from. Turns out it's you rats that haven't died out yet. I've taken out plenty of your evil god sect's trash. Upon hearing this, the leading agent of the evil god sect laughed, sizing Yichio up with disdain. Kid who can't brag. As long as you've killed our members, there will be tracking marks left on you. I don't sense any marks on you at all. If you're going to boast, at least draft a script. The other members of the evil god sect joined in the laughter, viewing Yichio as merely an ordinary sidekick of Mingqiu, incapable of killing their sex experts. What nonsense. Yichio raised his hands in exasperation, looking pained. All right, in this day and age, telling the truth is disbelieved, isn't it? Mingqiu watched from the side, his lips twitching. Are they really mocking someone for bragging? Have they lost their minds? Soon they will regret it. Huakangji didn't even glance at Yichio, his eyes fixed on Mingqiu, his voice filled with gritted teeth, wishing to swallow him whole. Mingqiu, I want you to pay for my son's life. Huakangji, you actually colluded with the evil god sect just to kill me. Mingqiu raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery. He paused, nearly causing Huakangji to faint from rage. It's just your son I killed. Have another too if you must. Is it really worth it? Huakangji was instantly enraged, his chest heaving violently, his face turning a deep purple as he struggled to speak, pointing at Mingqiu with trembling fingers, nearly losing his breath. Enough of your nonsense. Today is your death day. Huakangji finally managed to regain some composure and roared. Junior, leave those little minions outside to you. Yichio waved his hand at Mingqiu. Then he pointed at Huakangji and the 5 agents from the evil god sect, casually strolling forward. I'll entertain these old folks for a bit. Huakangji and the 5 agents of the evil god sect, seeing Yichio's audacity, were infuriated, not regarding him as a threat at all. They glared at Yichio with fierce eyes, planning to dispatch this ignorant fool quickly before dealing with Mingqiu. After all, he was just a braggart. Taking him out would be a matter of seconds. Mingqiu nodded, said nothing further, and swiftly drew frost flow from his spatial ring. However, this time Mingqiu did not even unleash the cold aura of frost flow. He merely activated the first form of the demon suppression blade, the demon subduing style. With a buzz, a blade aura condensed to perfection shot forth, so swiftly that the minions of the evil god sect could not even react. Those people hurriedly raised their hands to conjure their powers in defense, but how could they withstand it? The blade aura cleaved them in two, blood splattering everywhere, innards strewn across the ground, and they didn't even have time to scream before they lost. However, a few quick-reacting ones managed to dodge at the cost of their injuries, lying on the ground wailing with severed limbs. Mingqiu looked at them, raising an eyebrow. You dodged the first blade, what will you do about the second? Just as the words fell, he activated the second form of the demon suppression blade, the severing evil style. A blade aura several times more powerful than before surged forward in an instant. Those small minions, already heavily injured, were no match at all. They didn't even have the strength to dodge, and were directly struck by the blade's energy. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so small minions had been split in half. As for the tracking mark, it had long been erased by the system. Mingqiu sheathed his frost flow, the blade lightly vibrating. He then turned his gaze toward Yichio. His figure moved so swiftly that only a blinding afterimage remained, darting back and forth between Huakangji and the 5 minions of the evil god sect. It was so fast that no one could see his movements, only catching glimpses of golden light weaving through the crowd. Huakangji, a 5th-tier earth elemental ability user, raised his hand and manipulated the surrounding earth and stone, forming a stone fist the size of a grinding wheel, which he smashed down toward Yichio. However, just as the stone fist swung, Yichio's figure had already vanished. The fist slammed into the concrete wall behind, crashing with a loud bang, creating a large dent in the old factory wall. The nearby minions of the evil god sect were also not idle. One by one they unleashed their abilities, hurling them toward Yichio. But all of them missed, flying past Yichio's afterimage without even brushing the hem of his clothes. The 6 of them, having fought for ages, felt as if they were striking at air, unable to even touch Yichio's shadow. Is this what SSS-Rank light ability is like? Mingqiu couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. He had seen a rank light ability users at school before. Compared to Yichio, they were like fireflies compared to the bright moon. So far up, this was simply not on the same level. Kid, if you have the skill, don't hide. One of the burly minions having struck for ages without even grazing Yiqiu grew frustrated and yelled with red eyes. This was simply not on the same level. Kid, if you have the skill, don't hide. One of the burly minions having struck for ages without even grazing Yiqiu grew frustrated and yelled. The minion's pupils constricted sharply. He wanted to retreat and raise his hands in defense. Yiqiu lifted his right foot, and a dazzling golden light instantly illuminated it so bright that it was blinding. Yiqiu grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked at light speed? With that, he kicked out directly. The minion hurriedly gathered his energy, forming a thick black shield in front of him. But it was utterly useless. The power of that kick infused with the terrifying explosive force of light shattered the shield and landed brutally on his chest. With a resounding pop, the minion was obliterated, instantly turning into a cloud of blood mist, barely having time to let out a scream. After the kick, Yiqiu lifted his foot and lightly tapped his shoe tip. He then returned his hands to his pockets and turned to face the remaining few. The remaining 4 minions of the evil god sect and Huakangji all launched their attacks toward Yiqiu. But in the next instant, Yiqiu vanished, and their attacks crashed down hard onto the ground. With a loud boom, a deep pit was smashed into the cement floor. Is this the speed of light? Mingqiu watched from the side. His own wind manipulation technique was already considered fast. However, compared to Yiqiu, it was still vastly inferior. They were simply not on the same level. It seems that upon returning, I will need to learn some strength speed combat techniques. Yiqiu raised his hand and lightly swiped with his other hand, and with a buzz, a golden light sword appeared in his grasp. He waved the light sword around, then extended his finger, pointing at the remaining few one by one. Let me see who the next unfortunate soul is. Selecting troops, whoever I point at is who will choose. One of the remaining minions, shrinking his neck, whispered to his companion. This is tough. What do we do now? That kick earlier directly killed the 4th one. This is simply not on the same level. What do you mean, what now? Huakangji panicked, both angry and frightened, roaring at the minions of the evil god sect. What kind of useless information did you gather? Didn't you say that Mingqiu only brought an ordinary person with him? Is this what an ordinary person looks like? Are your intelligence reports garbage? Yiqiu watched them argue, their faces red and their necks thick, and sneered. Oh, still have time to argue. You're the one. As he spoke, his fingers stopped, pointing directly at the most panicked minion. The moment that minion saw Yiqiu pointing at him, his face turned as white as a sheet, and he hurriedly yelled to the others, quick! Attack him! Block him! The others instantly ceased their argument, hurriedly gathering their abilities and launching them at Yiqiu. But it was utterly useless. Yiqiu's speed was too fast, and he easily dodged all of them. The minion who had been pointed out quickly turned to retreat, trying desperately to escape. He was trying to buy time for the others to attack Yiqiu, but the key was that the others simply couldn't hit Yiqiu. Still trying to escape. Yiqiu scoffed, and in an instant he appeared right in front of that person. Before the man could react, the light sword in Yiqiu's hand came crashing down. With a swish, the man was severed in half, cleanly split down. Blood and entrails instantly spilled everywhere. The remaining 3 minions of the evil god sect, seeing this, no longer dared to fight. One of them shouted to Huakangji, Master Hua, revenge doesn't have to wait. Come back with us to the evil god sect. You can't stay in the Hua family any longer. You? Huakangji's chest heaved violently with anger as he pointed at them, unable to find his voice. If it weren't for your poor intelligence, would it have come to this, Master Hua, now is not the time for this. Another minion shouted anxiously. We are all in the same boat. Run. Split up. He's only one person. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 3 minions of the evil god sect and Huakangji turned without a word and ran in different directions. Mingqiu saw these 4 lost dogs trying to split up to escape and was about to raise his hand to stop them. But Yiqiu's voice came over. Junior, don't rush to act. Yiqiu smiled, his tone somewhat apologetic. If I let you help me out at this point, wouldn't that be too embarrassing for me as your senior? As soon as he finished speaking, Yiqiu lifted his foot, and a brilliant golden light erupted from his leg, even brighter than the previous kick. He kicked toward the minion who was running into the wild grass. That minion had only taken a couple of steps and thought he was about to escape, desperately scrambling forward. The result was so sudden that he didn't even have time to react, and he was struck directly by that beam of light at lightning speed. With a splatter, he instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. The remaining 2 attendants were so frightened that they lost their souls and ran even faster. Yiqiu wished his parents had given him 2 more legs. With a few swift kicks, the 2 attendants were turned into blood mist before they could even scream. In the blink of an eye, all 5 attendants of the evil god sect were gone. Now only Huakangji remained, desperately fleeing down the main road. Yiqiu did not pursue. He simply raised his hand, summoning a blinding golden light at his fingertips. Then with a whoosh, the light shot forth. With 2 splatters, Huakangji's legs were directly shattered by that precise beam of light. Severed at the knees, blood gushed out, staining the ground beneath him. Huakangji fell to the ground howling in agony as he clutched his severed legs. Su Mingqiu and Yi Qiu walked over leisurely. As soon as they reached Huakangji, his eyes turned red, and he fixed a fierce gaze on Su Mingqiu, attempting to launch a sneak attack. Just as he raised his hand, Yi Qiu moved, swinging his sword with a whoosh, directly severing that arm. Another spurt of blood erupted. "Junior brother, I'll leave him to you to deal with." Yi Qiu sheathed his sword and casually placed his hands in his pockets, looking at Su Mingqiu with calmness. "Please help me keep an eye on him, senior brother." Su Mingqiu nodded, gripping his frost flow tightly. "I'll first deal with the dragon vein here. There's still important work to do." "I'll help you extract the dragon vein first, junior brother." Yi Qiu waved his hand at Su Mingqiu. Then in a flash of golden light, he soared into the sky. With his arms spread wide, he unleashed countless golden light projectiles, raining down like a storm upon the ground. Boom, boom. Countless projectiles struck the ground, instantly shattering the concrete surface, sending debris flying everywhere. The entire abandoned construction site shook, dust and rubble soaring into the air. In no time, a massive pit several dozen meters deep was created. The ceiling array at the bottom of the pit was suddenly revealed. As the earth and stones were cleared away, the array's brilliance suddenly lit up. Then a deafening dragon roar echoed from the bottom of the pit. Yi Qiu landed before Su Mingqiu in a flash, holding the incapacitated Huakangji as if he were a small chick. Yi Qiu smiled at Su Mingqiu and nodded. "It's taken care of. The rest is up to you, junior brother. They'll keep an eye on him to ensure he doesn't escape." Su Mingqiu nodded and approached the edge of the pit, sensing the aura of the dragon vein at the bottom. His eyes brightened immediately. "This dragon vein is much stronger than the one I dealt with before. Perfect time to test my new blade, Frost Flow," he thought, feeling a surge of excitement radiating from the blade in his hand. Su Mingqiu raised his hand and directly activated the first stance of the demon-suppressing blade, the Suppress Evil stance. With a hum, a razor-sharp blade aura imbued with piercing cold shot towards the dragon vein at the bottom of the pit. The dragon vein was not to be underestimated. Seeing the blade aura approaching, it extended a massive dragon claw from the array at the bottom of the pit. That claw, covered in pitch-black scales, wielded immense power and shattered the blade aura with ease. However, in the next moment, a thick layer of frost rapidly covered the dragon claw, the result of Frost Flow's inherent chill. Even though the blade aura was crushed, the penetrating cold instantly invaded the dragon claw, causing the dragon vein to retract its claw sharply. The dragon vein let out a furious roar at Su Mingqiu, shaking the entire pit. Then it opened its mouth wide and unleashed a large sphere of black flames towards him. The flames, with their sinister heat, surged towards Su Mingqiu, distorting the very air. Seeing this, Su Mingqiu shot forth a wave of cold air from his right. That wave of cold air collided with the black flames instantly. Initially, the two forces seemed evenly matched, but gradually the black flames began to dwindle. Su Mingqiu's cold air was endless. In no time, the black flames were completely frozen. The cold air continued to surge toward the dragon vein. Seeing this, the dragon vein hurriedly attempted to retreat. But it was still a step too slow. Just as its tail was about to withdraw, it was swept by the oncoming cold air and instantly froze. Yi Qiu, watching Su Mingqiu's ice abilities, felt a wave of envy. "Wow, junior brother's ice abilities seem way cooler than my light abilities." As he spoke, he glanced down at Huakangji in his grip, noticing that the old fellow's eyelids were drooping. His lips were as pale as paper, and he was on the verge of passing out, prompting Yi Qiu to smack his forehead. "Oh no, he's losing too much blood and about to faint." He quickly fished out a pill from his spatial ring and shoved it into Huakangji's mouth. "Consider it a favor." The pill dissolved instantly, and a warm current surged into Huakangji's body, stopping his bleeding. He abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, his gaze filled with despair. "How does it feel to be alive?" Yi Qiu raised an eyebrow at him, looking rather mischievous. "Why? Didn't you let me die?" Huakangji's voice was hoarse. "Do you know that some people are worse off alive than dead? Besides, I need to hand you over to my junior brother for handling, so how could I let you die ahead of time?" Huakangji protested. "I joined the evil god sect of my own accord. It has nothing to do with the Hua family. All the sins are mine to bear. Please spare the Hua family." "What you say doesn't matter to me." Yi Qiu waved his hand, dismissively, looking indifferent. "You can talk to the authorities about it later. Whether or not the Hua family is spared isn't something I can decide. You chose to collude with the evil god sect. This was your own choice. You picked it, idol." On Su Mingqiu's side, he was fiercely hacking at the dragon vein with Frost Flow. The massive dragon vein had several parts already encased in thick ice. All over were deep wounds visible to the bone. The 4 dragon claws of the dragon vein had long been severed by Su Mingqiu. At this point, the dragon vein was already exhausted, unable to move, only able to gasp for breath at the bottom of the pit. The gigantic dragon eye was filled with fear, devoid of its previous ferocity. Su Mingqiu raised Frost Flow, gazing at the dragon vein with a calm demeanor, prepared to meet. With that, he unleashed the third and strongest stance of the demon-suppressing blade, the subduing demon stance. With a resonating hum, a blade aura, now several times stronger than before, surged forth with a bone-chilling coldness, and the unique oppressive aura of the demon's suppressing blade instantly soaring towards the dragon vein. The dragon vein attempted to muster its last bit of strength to evade, but was struck by the overwhelming pressure of the blade, rendering it frozen in place, unable to move. It could only let out a desperate roar before being cleaved in two by the blade aura. Its massive form collapsed into the pit lifeless. Mingqiu retrieved the frost stream. Then he took out a small jade bottle and shook it over the corpse of the dragon vein. Instantly the essence of the dragon vein was drawn into the small bottle. All done, it's finished. Mingqiu clapped his hands and turned to walk towards Yiqiu. Impressive, Junior. You finished it so quickly. Yiqiu gave a thumbs up to the approaching Mingqiu. No, Senior, this time it was thanks to you coming along with me. Mingqiu smiled humbly. You're being too modest, Junior. Yiqiu waved his hand, then raised the huakanji he was holding, and said to Mingqiu, by the way, how do you plan to deal with this old fellow? As soon as he finished speaking, huakanji began to curse at Mingqiu furiously. Mingqiu, you will not die a good death. Even in death, I will not spare you. Mingqiu looked at him speechless. Even in such a broken state with arms and legs gone, he still wouldn't stop. This old fellow truly had a tough mouth. Seeing huakanji continue to curse at Mingqiu, Yiqiu frowned and said to Mingqiu, Jr., do you need me to help you cut out his tongue? Huakanji, upon hearing Yiqiu's words, not only felt unafraid, but laughed hoarsely, his voice raspy, like a broken gong. Mingqiu, even without my tongue, it won't stop me from cursing you in my heart. Come on, use whatever tricks you have. I, Huakanji, am not afraid of you. At this point, he had completely given up wanting to curse freely to annoy Mingqiu. Mingqiu waved his hand at Yiqiu. No need, Senior, I have something good to show him. I'm sure he'll be more than happy to see it. Saying this, he took out two crystal-clear ice sculptures from his spatial ring, which were none other than the frozen forms of Huizheng and Huiyuan. The two ice sculptures retained their lifelike expressions from just before their deaths, vividly unchanged. Upon seeing the sculptures, Huakanji's eyes instantly turned red and his voice cracked as he shouted, Zheng, you honor my sons. What do you think? Am I good to you or not? Mingqiu shook the two ice sculptures in front of Huakanji. I even let you see your sons' appearances just before their deaths. How about my preservation technique? I specifically preserved their whole bodies. A look, not a single bit has decayed. Their expressions are just like when they were alive. You will not die a good death. Huakanji looked at the two ice sculptures, completely breaking down, and with a puff spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his head drooped and he fainted. Damn. Yiqiu watched this scene, stunned, his face filled with admiration. Junior, I have learned your method of killing by attacking the heart. This is incredibly powerful. You made this old fellow faint with rage. Senior, this is called a psychological attack, much stronger than physical ones. Mingqiu smiled at Yiqiu. After saying this, he casually shattered the two ice sculptures. After all, keeping them now was of no use. Let's go, Senior, we need to send this old fellow to the Public Security Bureau. He cannot be let off for colluding with the evil god cult, Mingqiu said to Yiqiu. As you say, Junior. Yiqiu nodded, and carrying the unconscious Huakanji followed Mingqiu towards the exit. The two walked towards the Public Security Bureau. In a short while they arrived, and once inside they explained the entire situation to Director Liu of the Public Security Bureau. Mingqiu even took out his recording device, which captured Huakanji's collusion with the evil god cult. It also documented the entire process of the evil god cult ambushing them without missing a single detail, including Huakanji's own admissions. With the evidence being irrefutable, after Director Liu reviewed it, he immediately arrested Huakanji. He then ordered his subordinates to surround the Hua family for an investigation into whether they were involved in colluding with the evil god cult. However, after the Public Security Bureau's investigation, it was revealed that Huakanji acted alone in colluding with the evil god cult. Furthermore, he had proactively written a withdrawal letter to leave the Hua family before contacting the evil god cult. This meant that he had long ceased to be a member of the Hua family, and his actions did not represent the Hua family at all. Moreover, the other members of the Hua family had no knowledge of Huakanji's collusion with the evil god cult. They were completely unaware, not even knowing when Huakanji had withdrawn from the family. Thus, after confirming that the Hua family was innocent, the Public Security Bureau lifted the siege. Meanwhile, on the Hua family's side, Huakanji's wife learned of his arrest for colluding with the evil god cult. She became utterly despondent. With her husband and sons gone, engulfed in despair, she took her own life. Consequently, Huakanji's line was left with no one. The Hua family had no choice but to elect a new head of the family. Ultimately, Huakanji's younger brother Huatsangjian was chosen to be the new head. Huatsangjian had been immersed in the grief of losing his son, who had also entered the secret realm with Huiyuan, but had not returned, having died inside. He had been so sorrowful that he couldn't eat. Suddenly, the position of family head was unexpectedly thrust upon him. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized his son was dead. No problem. I can just have another one. Now that I am the head of the Hua family, that moment of grief over losing my son didn't seem so painful anymore. He didn't do anything and just won by lying down. His brother's entire line was wiped out, and he just picked up the position of family head. Hua Songjin was nothing but a pure layabout. Meanwhile, Su Mingqiu undeniably took the MVP of the entire event. After leaving the Public Security Bureau, Yi Qiu leaned closer to Su Mingqiu and waved his hand. Junior, where's the next Dragon Vein location? I'll go with you. I came back from vacation with nothing to do, so it's perfect to stroll around with you and help you out. This way, if you encounter any ambushes from the evil god cult with me here, those scoundrels won't dare to act. Even if they come, I can help you deal with them. Su Mingqiu nodded. He took out his phone and saw that his instructor had sent him a new message with the new Dragon Vein location. After glancing at the location, he smiled at Yi Qiu. The next Dragon Vein is in Jin Province. There is just 1 week left until the new year. At this moment, Su Mingqiu is sitting on a plane heading to Haiming Province. The clouds outside the window are swiftly retreating, and even the mountains and rivers on the ground have turned into small patches of color. Su Mingqiu leans against the window, gazing outside, unable to help but reminisce about his experiences over the past few months. During these months, he has traveled almost the entire. He has severed all the dragon veins assigned by the school. His cultivation level has risen from the initial stage of the 3rd tier to the peak of the 3rd tier. He is just 1 step away from the 4th tier. While he was severing the dragon veins, the evil god sect actually came looking for revenge. At that time, he had just arrived in Jin Province preparing to sever the dragon veins over there. That night, over a dozen experts from the evil god sect came to ambush him. Yi Qiu, who was beside him at the time, instantly took care of all those people, much to his delight. Since then, the evil god sect has been silent, probably frightened by Yi Qiu. They no longer dared to trouble Su Mingqiu, and he severed the remaining dragon veins smoothly, without encountering any trouble. After he finished severing this dragon vein, Yi Qiu's holiday came to an end, and he had to return to the battlefield of all races. Before leaving, they had a local specialty Kunkan chicken. Before leaving, Yi Qiu also left a gift for Su Mingqiu. It was inscribed combat technique he had snatched from an ice-type evil cultivator on the battlefield of all races called Ice Soul Stare. The effect is to condense the icy spiritual power in both eyes, freezing the target's consciousness the moment they are gazed upon, causing temporary confusion and a stiff body. Yi Qiu jokingly said to him, Junior, let me tell you, this combat technique is the best for showing off. After reading the introduction of this technique, Su Mingqiu instantly understood. Indeed, this combat technique is excellent for showing off. Now that he has severed all the dragon veins, he should return to Haiming Province. The new year is approaching, and this will be his first new year in this world. He is quite looking forward to it, wondering how the new year in this world differs from that of his previous life. After the new year, the school will hold a martial arts competition for the freshmen. He stretched lazily, and they were almost there. After an hour, the plane landed steadily. As Su Mingqiu got off the plane and stepped out of the airport, he felt a cold wind rush towards him. The winter in Haiming Province is already unbearably cold. With the snowfall, it felt even chillier. Huge snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, falling gracefully. In no time, a thin layer of white covered the entire city. Su Mingqiu reached out to catch a snowflake, feeling its icy touch in his palm, and couldn't help but complain, it's snowing again. Although I am an ice-type ability user, I really dislike the snow. The slippery roads and getting drenched are just so annoying. As he spoke, he extended his hand, and in an instant a crystal-clear ice umbrella materialized in his grasp. Then Su Mingqiu walked to the roadside and hailed a taxi. The driver, noticing the ice umbrella in his hand, smiled and said, Young man, your ice umbrella is quite stylish. Su Mingqiu smiled back, but did not respond. He arrived back at Haiming University, where red lanterns were already hung at the school gate. With the new year approaching, the campus was filled with a festive atmosphere, and even the trees along the roadside were adorned with little colorful lights. At this moment, Yang Wei had been waiting for him at the university gate. This guy had previously asked Su Mingqiu when he would return. He had originally wanted to pick him up at the airport. However, he had just returned from a mission, and despite rushing, still missed the plane's timing. So he could only return to school first and wait for him at the gate. Upon seeing Su Mingqiu get out of the car, Yang Wei's eyes instantly lit up, and he hurriedly waved his hand, running towards him, shouting loudly enough for those around to turn their heads. Leg brother, long time no see. I've really missed you. As he spoke, he opened his arms, wanting to rush in for a hug, his mischievous demeanor almost startling Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu quickly raised a hand to block him, taking a step back with a face of disdain. Stop. I'm not into that. I was just too excited. Leg brother, it's just been a long time since I last saw. Yang Wei chuckled, not taking it to heart, scratching his head. Then the two of them walked together towards the school. As they walked, Yang Wei suddenly remembered something and leaned closer to Su Mingqiu. Leg brother, after the new year, the school will hold that martial arts competition for freshmen. You are the undisputed first in the whole school who can compete with you. Su Mingqiu smiled, but did not speak. Yang Wei curiously pressed on, by the way, leg brother, what were the dragon veins like? Are they like the dragons from Legends? Su Mingqiu nodded thought for a moment, and replied, yeah, they are black dragons quite large carrying a hint of evil similar to those in legends, just a bit more ferocious. Oh, Yang Wei nodded with curiosity. Then he muttered, speaking of which, I wonder if Morong Yin and Wen Xingyao have gone on a mission or returned home for the new year. There's been no news. I should call and ask about their situation. At this time the school was already quite quiet as most students had returned home early for the new year. The streets were nearly empty, a stark contrast to the usual bustle. Only a few students who hadn't gone home were strolling slowly along the road. Before long they arrived at the entrance of the villa where Su Mingqiu lived. Yang Wei waved at Su Mingqiu, leg brother, you can go rest, now take a good break. Su Mingqiu bid farewell to Yang Wei and pushed open the door to the villa, stepping inside. Once inside he sat on the sofa and opened the school's internal website, preparing to shop. After working for such a long time, he finally had some free time to buy himself some new combat techniques. His current school points had reached 3,000. This was all accumulated from severing dragon veins and dealing with the evil god sect. Plus he still had a bunch of useless junk. He planned to sell it to the school later to see how many extra points he could exchange. Come on, it's time for some long-awaited shopping. Su Mingqiu rubbed his hands together, eagerly browsing the website. He was looking for Inscrate Speed Combat Technique, as speed had always been his. If he could find Inscrate Speed Combat Technique, his strength would increase significantly. He also wanted to check if there were any techniques that could protect his spiritual power. Because when he severed the 5th dragon vein, that dragon vein unexpectedly attacked his spiritual power. He almost fell right then and there. Since then he has been thinking about finding a technique to protect his spiritual power to prevent encountering such spiritual attacks. He tapped into the category of strength combat skills. His fingertips glided over the names of various techniques, his gaze swiftly scanning and filtering through the options that met his speed requirements. Suddenly his movements came to an abrupt halt, his eyes fixated on one particular name. Wind Control Technique. Su Mingqiu frowned, a bit taken aback. Isn't this a rank combat skill? How did it end up in the strength category? Filled with confusion, he clicked on it and carefully read through the detailed description of the combat skill, and only then did he realize the truth. As it turned out, this was the advanced version of the rank wind control technique. It was a high-tier version that could only be unlocked after mastering the rank technique to perfection. It perfectly complemented his lacking speed. Wasn't this exactly what he was looking for? Su Mingqiu's eyes lit up, and without a second thought, he clicked the purchase button. In the next moment, his account points jumped suddenly, with 2,000 deducted from his balance of 3,000, leaving him with 1,000. Having secured the combat skill, Su Mingqiu rubbed his hands together and turned to look at his spatial ring. It was cluttered with junk accumulated over half a month, and it was finally time to clear some space. He clicked the recycling button on the website, which quickly popped up a notification stating that the recycling agent had accepted the order and would arrive within 3 minutes. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, a gentle knock echoed from outside the door. Su Mingqiu immediately got up to open the door, where he found a young man in a uniform emblazoned with Airplane Express, holding a small package in his hand, smiling and nodding at him. Hello, student Su Airplane Express, your package has arrived. Thank you, Su Mingqiu said, reaching out to take the package and casually placing it on the cabinet. The young man didn't hurry to leave, continuing, student Su, please take out the items you wish to recycle. Sure, Su Mingqiu nodded, raising his hand to swipe at his spatial ring. In the next second, a spatial ring appeared in his hand. This was specifically for storing junk filled with the broken equipment and discarded scraps dropped by the people he had defeated from the evil god sect. It's all in here. He handed the small ring to the young man. See how many points it's worth. The young man took the ring, gently touching the surface, quickly scanning the contents inside. Then he looked up and smiled. Please wait a moment, student Su, let me verify the items. Su Mingqiu nodded and casually joked, you are quite versatile delivering packages and collecting recyclables. That's quite the workload. The young man scratched his head, smiling a little sheepishly. Hey, it's just a coincidence. I was just about to deliver this package to you, and right when I arrived downstairs I saw that the system popped up your recycling request, so I handled it all in one go to save another trip. Well, you've done. While he finished verifying all the items and looked up to report, student Su, these items are worth 950 points. I'll round it up for you to 1,000 points and transfer it directly to your account. Oh, Su Mingqiu paused, a bit surprised. He had initially thought the school would definitely reduce the price, but he didn't expect them to round it up for him. Is this school incredibly conscientious? He smiled and nodded. All right, thank you for your hard work. No trouble at all. The young man placed the spatial ring into his backpack and wait. You go ahead, I'll be off. I have other packages to deliver. With that, he turned and left his steps light. After closing the door, Su Mingqiu picked up the small package and entered the living room. Upon unpacking, he found a pale blue book inside, intricately engraved with swirling wind patterns. It was the Shrank wind control technique he had just bought. He picked up the combat skill and weighed it in his hands, unable to suppress a smile. This was far more refined than his previous rank wind control technique. It even carried a hint of a cool breeze. As he flipped through the book, the system's voice rang in his mind. Detected that the host has obtained the SSS-Rank combat skill wind control technique. Should it be directly cultivated to maximum level? Yes, Mingqiu answered without a moment's hesitation, responding in his mind. In the next second, a massive stream of information surged into his mind, instantly embedding all the move's power techniques and insights on airflow control of the wind control technique into his brain. Immediately afterward, the system's voice chimed in again. Detected that the host has mastered the basic rank wind control technique. Should the two combat skills be fused? They can be fused. Mingqiu was momentarily stunned. It was the first time he heard that combat skills could become. Yes, host. Advanced combat skills and basic combat skills share the same origin and can be fused. After fusion, you will obtain the complete wind control technique, significantly enhancing both power and adaptability. Then it must be fused. Mingqiu nodded, eagerly, not wanting to miss out on such a good opportunity. As he spoke, he noticed the words "please wait" popping up on the system panel in his mind. Less than a second later, a crisp system prompt sounded. Fusion complete. Mingqiu glanced at the panel, and to his surprise, the name of the fused combat skill was still wind control. No fancy new name had been given. Curiously, he stood up to test just how fast this fused combat skill was trying to activate the wind control technique. The next moment, with a whoosh, he shot forward so quickly that he barely had time to react. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize himself, coming to a halt just a centimeter away from the wall. Damn, that was close. Mingqiu patted his chest, startled. He almost crashed into the wall. If he had truly collided, the villa's wall would likely have been shattered. At that point, the school would have made him pay for repairs. Although the name was still wind control technique, this speed was considerably faster than that of the SSS-Rank wind control technique. This fusion was a complete win. Not bad at all. This purchase was well worth it. After testing the speed, Mingqiu returned to the sofa and reopened the school's website. Counting the points earned from selling the junk, he had exactly 2,000 points. Not too much, not too little, just enough to acquire another SSS-Rank combat skill. Now he needed to find one from. He navigated back to the SSS-Rank combat skill category, specifically looking for options related to spiritual defense. However, after flipping through for a long time, Mingqiu frowned. None of these options seemed suitable for him. Either they were light-based spiritual combat skills or mental-type exclusives, which had no compatibility with his ice-based abilities. Even if he bought them, he would either be unable to use them, or their effectiveness would be greatly diminished, failing to unleash the combat skill's true power. Brother leg, you too. Yang Wei's face instantly fell. The others saw this and burst into laughter. The ice coffin seals the divine soul. He hurriedly clicked to read the detailed description, and his eyes instantly lit up. Effect: forge an ice coffin for the divine soul, sealing it within to grant immunity against all soul-targeting lethal attacks, while also slowly repairing any soul damage. Damn, wasn't this tailor-made for him? An ice-type combat art that perfectly complemented his ice-based ability. And its effect just resolved the lingering threat from the dragon vein's spiritual assault he had suffered earlier. It could even mend the soul injuries from that previous shock. Perfect. This is the one. Mingqiu didn't hesitate for a second, directly pressing the purchase button. The next second, the points in his account vanished completely. Spent clean down to the last one. Less than half a minute later, another knock echoed from outside the door. Then a familiar voice came from outside. "Hello, Air Express Delivery. Your package has arrived." Mingqiu opened the door, and the courier handed him an ice blue parcel. "Thanks." Mingqiu took the package. The courier waved and turned to rush off for the next delivery. Mingqiu closed the door, went into the living room, and unwrapped the parcel. He picked up the combat art and flipped through it. Detected host has acquired SSS-Grade combat art. Ice coffin seals the divine soul. Would you like to cultivate it directly to the maximum level? Yes. The moment the thought crossed his mind, this SSS-Grade soul defensive combat art was instantly mastered to its peak. Immediately, he felt a colossal ice coffin materialize within his sea of consciousness. In an instant, it enveloped his entire divine soul, encasing it tightly. The ice coffin emanated waves of crisp, chilling cold, gently nourishing his soul. Silently, it mended the hidden injuries left by the dragon vein's spiritual attack. In just a few seconds, Mingqiu felt his entire being become refreshed and invigorated, so comfortable, he nearly cried out. Refreshing. Mingqiu stretched widely, his joints cracking twice, feeling an unprecedented lightness throughout his body. Now the weakness and speed was patched up, the defense of his soul was secured, and even the soul injuries from the dragon vein's shock were healed. He lacked nothing now. Just as he was thinking this, his phone suddenly rang. Answering it, he heard Lin Feng's unmistakable booming voice, so loud it made his ears tingle. "Little monster. At the freshman tournament after the new year, give them a thorough beating." Lin Feng's voice came again. "Make sure you take first place decisively." Then his tone softened abruptly. "Hey, little monster, do you want to spend the new year with me?" Lin Feng had long known that Mingqiu was an orphan with no family, and he worried that the boy would be alone during the holiday, so he extended the invitation. Mingqiu was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. "Hello, little monster. You there?" Bad signal. Lin Feng, hearing no reply for a while, thought the connection was lost and shouted a couple of times. I'm here, Teacher Lin. Su Mingqiu snapped back to reality and quickly responded. No need to trouble yourself. You'll be fine on my own. Trouble? What trouble? It's no trouble at all. Lin Feng immediately started making a fuss. I'm alone too, and the new year is pretty dull. It'll be perfect for us to get together. It's settled then. He'll buy the meat and veggies, and we'll make dumplings together. With that he hung up before Su Mingqiu could say another word, afraid he would refuse. Su Mingqiu stood there, phone in hand, still holding the pose of answering the call, unmoving for a long time. In his past life he had been an orphan. Every new year he had always been alone. He had long grown accustomed to that feeling of solitude. He never expected that after transmigrating into this unfamiliar high martial world someone would care about him so much, fearing he would spend the new year in loneliness and deliberately pulling him in to celebrate together. After a long while he slowly lowered his hand, shook his head, and went to the bathroom for a hot shower. Then he returned to the bedroom and fell into a deep sleep. This was the first time since his transmigration that he had slept so peacefully without a single worry. Time slipped by quietly, and soon it was the evening of New Year's Eve. In front of Su Mingqiu's villa, strings of colorful little lights were hung twinkling. Lin Feng had come by in the morning and put them up specially. As Lin Feng put it, the new year had to look lively and bustling. That was what made it the new year. Otherwise it would be too desolate with none of the festive spirit. Inside the villa the warm kitchen light was on, and Su Mingqiu and Lin Feng were gathered around the counter making dumplings. The two of them worked at the counter shaping dumplings while chatting leisurely. Just as they were deep in conversation, a soft knock came from outside the door. Su Mingqiu wiped the flour off his hands and muttered curiously, who could it be on New Year's Eve? He went to open the door and was surprised to see Yang Wei, Murong Yin, and Wen Xingyao standing there. Brother Leg, Happy New Year. You guys? Su Mingqiu was taken aback. Why didn't you go home for the new year? Hey, my old man is busy all through the holiday and has no time for me. It's boring at home alone, so I dragged them over to see you, Brother Leg. Yang Wei said eagerly, his face full of excitement. Murong Yin and Wen Xingyao nodded in agreement. Wen Xingyao smiled and added, we weren't planning to go back this year anyway. Well, come in quickly. Su Mingqiu stepped aside to let them in. Inside he introduced them. This is Teacher Lin Feng, the teacher who recruited me. He came over today to spend the new year. The three of them immediately greeted Lin Feng respectfully. Hello, Teacher Lin. Yang Wei, spotting the dumplings on the counter, went over and rubbed his hands together, making dumplings. I'm the best at this. Su Mingqiu initially told them to rest since they had just arrived, but they all insisted on helping. Unable to refuse, he brought out more flour and filling. The group gathered around the counter joyfully, making dumplings together. As they worked, Murong Yin caught sight of Yang Wei's dumpling and couldn't help but snicker. Yang Wei, what the hell is that? It's so ugly. What? Ugly? Yang Wei took offense, picking up his crooked dumpling with its bulging, almost bursting belly and holding it up for everyone to see. Do you have any taste? This is my signature style, not good looking. He turned to Su Mingqiu, leaning in with an expectant look. Brother Leg, tell me mine is good looking. Su Mingqiu glanced at this signature dumpling. With its unsealed skin and filling nearly, it really is a bit ugly. Brother Leg, you too. Yang Wei's face instantly fell. The others saw this and burst into laughter, filling the room with a lively atmosphere. The once somewhat quiet villa was suddenly filled with the festive spirit of the new year. A group of people were happily making dumplings, chatting as they worked. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was midnight. As the clock struck 12, the outside exploded with the sound of firecrackers, and the night sky over Haiming City was illuminated by a shower of fireworks. Let's go, Brother Leg. It's time for fireworks. Yang Wei suddenly jumped up, holding a large firework he had prepared in advance, pulling a few people outside. When they ran to the open space outside the villa, Yang Wei carefully set up the fireworks, rummaging through his pockets for a lighter, but couldn't find one after a long search. He then turned to Murong Yin and shouted, Xiao Yin, lend me a light. Do you think I'm a mobile lighter? Murong Yin rolled his eyes, rolling up his sleeve. Don't, it's New Year's, don't be like this. Yang Wei quickly waved his hands and surrendered, his face full of ingratiation. Humph. Murong Yin snorted, not actually angry. He snapped his fingers and a small cluster of warm flames appeared at his fingertip, which he brought over to light the fuse of the firework. As the fuse sizzled, the group quickly stepped back a few paces. The next moment the firework shot up into the sky with a swoosh, then exploded with a bang, showering the night sky with colorful lights that dazzled the eyes. Wow, this firework is stunning. It was worth every penny. Yang Wei looked up at the fireworks in the sky, his face brimming with pride. Su Mingqiu and the others nodded in agreement. It was indeed beautiful, far more impressive than the ordinary fireworks outside. When the last firework exploded, everyone was momentarily stunned. As the firework dispersed, it surprisingly formed the clear words Happy New Year in the pitch-black night sky, shining brightly for several seconds before slowly fading away with the wind. After the fireworks, the group returned to the villa. As soon as they entered, the aroma of dumplings filled the room, perfectly cooked and ready to eat. At that moment, Mingqiu's phone rang. Looking at it, he saw a flood of New Year wishes from friends. One message after another popped up, and he smiled as he carefully replied to each one. Brother Leg, the dumplings are ready. Yang Wei approached with a steaming plate of dumplings, placing the steaming dish on the table. Then Murong Yin and Wen Xingyao also brought several plates of cooked dumplings, quickly covering the table. At this moment, Lin Feng pulled out a box of liquor from somewhere, shaking it with a smile. Come on, it's New Year's, let's drink a bit. Everyone took a cup, poured in the liquor, clinked their cups together, and shouted in unison, Happy New Year. After saying this, they all downed their drink. Let's eat dumplings. Mingqiu looked at the lively scene before him, warm lights spilling over everyone's smiling faces, the rich aroma of dumplings, and the cheerful chatter filling. This was a scene he had never experienced in his previous life of over 20 years. He quietly clenched his fist, silently vowing to protect those who cared for him. The next day at noon, Mingqiu groggily touched his aching head and sat up. He picked up his phone to check the time. It was already noon. What kind of liquor did Teacher Lin serve that had such a kick? He shook his head and turned to see Murong Yin still curled up asleep on the couch. Yang Wei was directly lying on the carpet, and absurdly, he was hugging Murong Yan's leg, his sleeping posture quite strange. He was curled up like a large decorative piece clinging to someone's leg. Mingqiu glanced at him and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. By the way, where are Wen Xingyao and Teacher Lin? There was no sign of them. Just then he heard the sound of chopping vegetables coming from the kitchen. Mingqiu got up, rubbing his heavy head as he walked toward the kitchen, where he saw Wen Xingyao was busy cooking in an apron. You're awake. Wen Xingyao turned to look at him with a smile. Teacher Lin got a call early this morning about an urgent matter and left. He asked me to let you know. Oh, okay. Mingqiu replied, then attempted to help clean up, but was directly waved off by Wen Xingyao. You just woke up, go sober up first. I can handle it myself. Oh, it will be ready soon. Mingqiu didn't insist, nodded, and went to the bathroom to freshen up. When Mingqiu came out after washing up, Wen Xingyao had just finished making the last dish. The entire house was filled with the aroma of food. It smells so good. At that moment, Yang Wei and Murong Yin also woke up, groggily wandering to the kitchen door. Mingqiu stepped forward to help Wen Xingyao carry the dishes to the dining table. Wen Xingyao looked at the two, just awake, still dazed and smelling of alcohol, and said, You two go wash up first, eat after. They nodded hurriedly and rushed to the bathroom. After they finished washing up, the group sat down and quickly finished their meal before tidying up the place and preparing to head out. Today was the registration day for the new student martial arts competition, and the official competition would start tomorrow, so they needed to hurry and it was noon, and there were a lot of people registering. The entrance of the gym was packed with new students coming to sign up. There were several registration entrances open at the site, and Mingqiu and the others chose the line with the least people and lined up. Mingqiu was wondering if they would encounter any dramatic events like in those online novels, such as someone cutting in line or coming over to provoke them. However, they stood in line without incident, and it soon became their turn. He registered his name, and after completing the information, the staff informed him that after the registration deadline, the competition matchups and opponent information would be posted on the school's official website, and he could check it there. Everyone registered their names one by one, didn't linger, and directly left the area. Once outside, they discussed where to go next. Murong Yin suggested, How about we go to the school's virtual combat platform? It's free today. Mingqiu had heard about this place before. It uses the most advanced holographic projection to simulate real combat scenarios, perfectly replicating various battle states of exotic beasts, alien races, and even cultists resembling actual combat. Typically, entering for practice consumes a considerable amount of the school's points, making it a rare outing for most students. However, since tomorrow is the freshman martial arts competition, the school has specially opened it for a day. Today is free for first-year students to practice. Perfect, let's go warm up and find our rhythm. Wen Xingyao nodded in agreement. Mingqiu was also a bit curious. He had been busy slaying dragon veins and completing tasks, hardly paying attention to the training facilities at school. Having never been to this virtual battle platform, it was a perfect opportunity to go with them and check it out. On the way, Yang Wei couldn't stop talking. Leg brother, that virtual battle platform is incredibly fun. You can customize your opponents. Just wait until you try it. It feels just like real combat. You should really keep your mouth shut. Murong Yin rolled his eyes, directly dismantling his enthusiasm. Did you forget what happened last time? You chose a female from the Fox tribe, saying she looked good and didn't want to hit her, only to be knocked out by her with a single slap. How can you even say that? You? Yang Wei's face turned red, instantly pointing at him, but unable to find words in his anger. Murong Yin, didn't you say your mouth was the tightest? How could you let this? The group bantered all the way and soon arrived at the virtual battle platform. They presented their student IDs to the front desk, proving they were first-year students, and after registering they could enter for free. Leg brother, I'm going in first. Yang Wei took his identity card, waving his hand eagerly, and dashed into the training room. Mingqiu shook his head and casually chose an empty training room to enter. Once inside, and after closing the door, he saw a holographic control panel pop up in front of him, clearly instructing him to choose his battle opponents. Mingqiu clicked on the category for other races, and numerous options appeared on the panel, including the Fox Tribe, Dragon Tribe, and Elf Tribe. After scrolling for a while, he finally selected the six-winged angel race. He had heard from Mingqiu that this race was quite powerful, making it a great choice for practice. Next, he selected the opponent's level, opting for stage 4 first layer to test the waters. After selecting the opponent, he was surprised to find that there was also a choice for the map. While this is just like playing a game, Mingqiu couldn't help but murmur, no wonder Yang Wei was so eager to come. He randomly chose the outer space map, curious about what it would look like. Soon the room changed dramatically. The scene before Mingqiu transformed, and he found himself in outer space. A massive sun radiated dazzling light not far from him. Even the surrounding dark starry sky was illuminated clearly, and the sensation of weightlessness in space was simulated perfectly. Across from him stood a male angel with 6 pairs of golden wings emanating a sacred light. As soon as he steadied himself, Mingqiu sprang into action, summoning countless sharp ice blades behind him, densely packed and imbued with a chilling aura, flying towards the angel. The angel reacted swiftly, unleashing the light feathers from his back to form a shimmering golden holy barrier, attempting to block Mingqiu's ice blades. However, it was completely ineffective. Mingqiu's ice blades broke through the holy barrier and struck the angel's wings, severing them. The remaining ice blades did not halt, directly turning the angel into a sieve. In the next moment, the angel's figure vanished. The simulated opponent was thus defeated in a heartbeat. Mingqiu stroked his chin, feeling it was a bit weak. Was this stage 4 first layer opponent so easy? Just after defeating the stage 4 first layer angel, the panel popped up asking if he wanted to increase the opponent's level. Without a second thought, Mingqiu directly raised the angel's level to stage 4 9th layer. After making the selection, a new angel appeared instantly on the opposite side, with a presence significantly stronger than the previous one. Surrounded by thick holy light, it moved at an incredible speed, instantly teleporting right in front of Mingqiu. Its right hand gathered holy light into a sharp light blade, slashing down towards Mingqiu's head. Mingqiu reacted quickly, with his left arm suddenly covered in thick ice armor, raising it to block the strike. At the same time, the chilling aura from his right hand erupted, and he punched towards the angel's chest. The angel was sent flying by the punch. Simultaneously, the area where he was struck instantly became enveloped in thick ice. The angel paid no mind to its frozen chest. Instead, it focused on gathering extreme holy light, forming a gigantic holy spear larger than its own body, just as it was about to throw it at Mingqiu. Seeing this, Mingqiu's eyes instantly gathered icy spiritual power. He unleashed Ice Soul Gaze at the angel. In that moment, the angel's consciousness froze, its body stiffening, and it couldn't even throw the spear. Immediately, 3 massive ice dragons condensed behind Mingqiu, roaring and exuding chilling energy, charging straight at the angel. By the time the angel regained its senses, it was already too late. The ice dragons had reached its front. It hurriedly threw the spear, but the distance was too short. As soon as the spear flew out, it was bitten by the foremost ice dragon, instantly freezing it. Seeing this, the angel quickly condensed its light wings into a close-fitting holy armor, trying to withstand the impact of the 3 ice dragons. With a massive crash, the 3 ice dragons collided with it, exploding in an instant. Looking over, Mingqiu saw the angel covered in ice shards, half its body encased in thick ice, unable to move at all. After defeating the angel, the panel reappeared before Mingqiu. He flicked through the list of alien opponents and suddenly spotted an option. Ice Clan. Oh, there's this race. Is it also ice-based like him? He wanted to see if this guy was truly icy enough. Could it be even icier than him? Without a second thought, Mingqiu selected this option, raising his rank directly to the 4th stage 9th level. He also chose the Ice Clan's exclusive map, filled with snow and ice. Once selected, the view of outer space quickly faded away. In the blink of an eye, snow started to fall heavily from the sky, surrounded by towering ice mountains. The entire world turned into a winter wonderland as the temperature dropped sharply. Across from him stood a male member of the Ice Clan, his skin pale with a faint icy blue tint, and his hair a pure silver. His eyes were a cold color resembling icy crystals, and his body bore intricate patterns of ice. As soon as the Ice Clan appeared, he wasted no words and immediately attacked. He stomped down hard with his right foot, causing the ice beneath him to crack with fine lines, and sharp ice spikes erupted violently from the ground. They shot towards Mingqiu, instantly covering the ground. Seeing this, Mingqiu's right leg was quickly enveloped in thick ice armor. At the same time, he stomped down hard on the ground. In the next moment, his own ice spikes shot up from the ground, crashing directly into the opponent's spikes. A crisp cracking sound filled the air as 2 rows of ice spikes collided violently, sending icy shards flying everywhere. Su Mingqiu was momentarily stunned. The opponent's ice spikes had actually managed to block his own. The two sets of spikes collided and shattered into ice fragments with neither gaining an advantage. Intrigued, Su Mingqiu did not hesitate. With a thought, his body vanished from the spot. In the next moment, he appeared right in front of the Ice Clan, moving at an astonishing speed, causing the opponent's eyes to widen in surprise. Su Mingqiu's cold energy erupted from his right hand, striking directly at the chest of the Ice Clan. Seeing this, the Ice Clan did not evade and raised a thick layer of ice gathered in his palm, colliding fiercely with Su Mingqiu's hand. A dull thud echoed as their powers clashed. The Ice Clan let out a muffled grunt, being pushed back 3 steps by Su Mingqiu. At the same time, a faint white frost began to appear on his palm, slowly creeping up his wrist. Su Mingqiu observed this scene, surprised that the Ice Clan only had a bit of frost on his palm. Moreover, the frost was creeping up very slowly. Was the Ice Clan truly enduring his cold energy? This Ice Clan truly had a high resistance to frost. Realizing he couldn't gain an advantage in close combat, the Ice Clan took 2 steps back to create distance. He extended his right hand, and an ice bow glowing with a faint blue light materialized in his grasp. Meanwhile, a sharp ice arrow formed at his fingertips, knocking it against the bow and shooting it towards Su Mingqiu. Seeing this, Su Mingqiu quickly sidestepped the ice arrow, grazing his shoulder as it flew past, embedding itself into the ice mountain behind him and creating a small ice pit. However, the Ice Clan did not stop drawing and releasing arrow after arrow towards Su Mingqiu, a relentless barrage that forced him to dodge left and right. In response, Su Mingqiu hastily activated Ice Soul Gaze. To his surprise, the Ice Clan paused for less than a second before resuming his actions. He was significantly faster than the previous 6-winged angel. The effect of Ice Soul Gaze was reduced by more than half against him. Deciding to stand his ground, Su Mingqiu ceased, dodging, extending his right hand, and conjuring an ice bow that was significantly larger than the opponent's. He pulled the bowstring taut, the cold energy at his fingertips wildly gathering. But instead of a regular ice arrow, he shot forth a massive ice dragon. The ice dragon roared, soaring forward and devouring all the ice arrows shot at him along the way. It then charged straight at the Ice Clan. Now it was the Ice Clan's turn to evade. He jumped backward just in time to narrowly avoid the ice dragon. However, Su Mingqiu's ice arrows were not ordinary and were not so easy to dodge. Moreover, Su Mingqiu did not relent, continuously drawing and releasing arrows, sending forth ice dragons in relentless pursuit. Eventually, the Ice Clan retreated to the base of the ice mountain with no place left to escape, surrounded by the ice dragons unleashed by Su Mingqiu. Once encircled, the ice dragons charged towards him. The Ice Clan sensed this and suddenly unleashed an overwhelming aura, gathering all his cold energy. In an instant, a gigantic ice blade storm materialized around him, with countless ice blades swirling furiously, forming an impenetrable defense before him. By the time the ice dragons broke through the storm and collided with the Ice Clan, their power had been significantly diminished. Most of their force was negated by the swirling ice blade storm. As the ice dragons struck him, they exploded, sending icy shards flying everywhere. Su Mingqiu observed closely and found that the Ice Clan sustained no significant injuries, merely covered in ice fragments. Not a single wound was visible, only that his aura seemed a bit weak. Damn, this Ice Clan's combat power is significantly stronger than that earlier angel. Su Mingqiu couldn't help but mutter. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chilling soul attack rushing towards him. Fortunately, the attack was intercepted by Su Mingqiu's ice coffin. Oh, so you can do this too. Su Mingqiu chuckled, realizing the Ice Clan could also launch soul attacks. Luckily, he had the ice coffin to defend against soul attacks. The Ice Clan, seeing his soul attack had no effect, was momentarily taken aback. Clearly not expecting Su Mingqiu to withstand the soul attack, he conjured another ice dragon behind him. The ice dragon charged towards Su Mingqiu. Not caring, Su Mingqiu continued to draw his ice bow, unleashing wave after wave of ice dragons. The ice dragon conjured by the Ice Clan had no resistance whatsoever, being shattered by Su Mingqiu's dragons. His ice dragons then charged towards the Ice Clan, relentlessly assaulting him. A panel suddenly popped up in front of Su Mingqiu, clearly displaying the message, "Opponent defeated, training session concluded." Only then did Su Mingqiu stop drawing his bow. Is that it, eh? Su Mingqiu felt somewhat unfulfilled as he flicked his wrist, causing the ice bow to vanish instantly. I haven't had enough fun yet. Although the Ice Clan is stronger than that angel from before, it's still not enough to satisfy me. After defeating the Ice Clan, Su Mingqiu continued to challenge several other alien races, such as the Dragon Clan, and the map changed several times, as well, shifting from a snowy landscape to a tropical rainforest, and then to a scorching desert, with each one being tested in turn. Yet regardless of the opponent or the map, those 4th-tier adversaries were insufficient for him to contend with. He crushed them. After nearly a dozen battles, he stretched deeply and exhaled a puff of frosty breath, saying, "Phew, I'm done for now. I'm tired, let's call it a day." He then tapped on the panel, which instantly displayed a prompt, "Do you confirm to exit training?" Mingqiu simply clicked yes. In the next moment, the surroundings transformed back to the small training room he had started in. Mingqiu pushed open the door and left the place. As soon as he exited the training room, Mingqiu spotted Yang Wei and the others sitting in the waiting area waiting for him. They were huddled together chatting, but immediately fell silent upon seeing him come out. Yang Wei was the first to leap up and approach, rubbing his hands together. "Leg brother, you finally made it out. How was it? The virtual platform was good, right? I told you that place is fun." Mingqiu nodded with a smile. "It was quite good, just like playing a game. Ooh, very interesting." Then he added, "Sorry to keep you waiting. I got so engrossed that I lost track of time." Yin waved his hand and smiled. "No problem, we just came out not long ago." Mingqiu glanced at his phone and was surprised to find it was already evening. He was taken aback, not realizing he had spent the entire afternoon. He had been so engrossed in the battles that he hadn't noticed the time passing so swiftly. The group then headed to the school cafeteria together for a meal. As soon as they sat down, they heard people around them discussing the upcoming freshman competition, each guessing who would take first place this time. The group ate, while listening, not interrupting the chatter. After finishing their meal, they all went their separate ways. After a busy afternoon, Mingqiu returned to his villa, sat on the sofa, and opened the school's official website to check the details for the competition. The official website had already published the competition's regional information. Mingqiu clicked to take a look. This competition was divided into 4 zones, A, B, C, and D. Each zone had a different competition venue, starting with the knockout rounds. The top 4 from each zone would advance to the final round. Mingqiu found himself assigned to Zone C. He scanned the list to see if there were any familiar faces in his zone. After a quick glance, he found none. Yin was in Zone A, Yang Wei in Zone D, and Wen Xingyao in Zone B. The 4 of them were perfectly distributed across different zones. All separated, none paired with each other. After reviewing the zones, Mingqiu flipped through to see his first-round opponent. He was puzzled as to why only his name was listed on the roster without an opponent's name. Had the matchups not been finalized yet? At the very bottom of the list, he spotted the words, "Number Draw." His first-round opponent would be randomly assigned. Without saying a word, Mingqiu clicked on it directly. In the next second, the screen popped up, "Your first-round, number 26. In number 26. Mingqiu was momentarily stunned, then realized that meant he would be fighting the freshman, who also drew number 26 tomorrow. Just as Mingqiu closed the school's official website, his phone began to buzz incessantly. Picking it up, he saw that their small group chat had several messages already. Yang Wei was the first to Mingqiu, complete with a shivering emoji, "Leg brother. Thankfully you weren't placed in the same." Yin chimed in, sending an emoji, "What a pity, why wasn't I paired in the same zone with you? I was just going to give you a good lesson." "Wait a minute, Xiao Yin, who wins or loses is still uncertain. You don't be too arrogant." Yang Wei immediately retorted, sending a flexing emoji. Wen Xingyao interjected, breaking up their banter, and asked, "By the way, what numbers did you all draw?" "I just drew number 6. Yin, I got 17, just drew it." Mingqiu quickly typed 2 characters, 26. Yang Wei rushed to report his number as well. "I got 20. Leg brother, your opponent is going to be unlucky facing you, means they're out in the first round." Yang Wei immediately praised Mingqiu, accompanied by a thumbs-up emoji. "Leg brother is definitely going to crush all the way to first place." Yin added with a smirk emoji, "Yang Wei, your opponent is the lucky one. Getting matched with you means a free pass to advance, no need to fight." "Wait a minute, Xiao Yin. You've gone too far." Yang Wei exploded immediately. "Is it that you think I'm weak just because I don't show my authority? Do you really think I'm weak? Just wait and see tomorrow." Watching them banter in the group chat, each taking turns to speak, Mingqiu rubbed his slightly sleepy eyes and typed, "You all take your time chatting. I'm sleepy, going to sleep now. Good luck tomorrow." He then put down his phone and went to the bathroom for a hot shower. Soon he comfortably drifted off to sleep, ready to rest well for the upcoming freshman competition. The next morning, Mingqiu woke up early. After washing up and having a light breakfast, he headed out. Since the venues for the various zones were different, they didn't leave together and each went to their respective competition sites. Upon arriving at the competition venue for Zone C, he found it quite crowded. The entire gym was filled with people. There were participating freshmen as well as many older students come to watch the excitement, all gathering to see the freshman competition. Looking up, he noticed 4 massive holographic projectors floating in the sky. In that case, even if he was in Area B, he could still see the competitions from other areas. No need to rush to other places, and he could also watch the matches of Yang Wei and the others. Before the competition began, Mingqiu found a spot at the back and sat down in the viewing area. Many upperclassmen from the 2nd and 3rd years also came to join in on the excitement. After all, there were many talents among this new batch of students. Mingqiu could hear their casual conversations, and they even talked about him. There's no suspense in this new student competition, right? Mingqiu is definitely going to take first place. Of course, none of these new students can compete with him. Yeah, he'll probably crush them all and take first place without any issues. Su Mingqiu listened quietly, leaning back in his chair as he waited for the competition to begin. After a while, Su Mingqiu saw a middle-aged man in a teacher's uniform flying down from above, landing steadily on the arena. "Hello, students. I am the referee for this Area B competition." His voice was not loud, but it carried a unique, penetrating quality. It clearly reached the ears of everyone present, even those in the farthest viewing seats could hear him clearly. His voice spread throughout the entire gymnasium. "Now the 2 students from Group 1, please come to the arena. The match is about to begin." Soon 2 new students quickly stepped up onto the arena. With the referee's command, the first match began. Su Mingqiu watched from the viewing area, noticing that the new students were quick in their matches, and the winner was determined in no time. Then one match after another followed quickly. After watching for a while, Su Mingqiu felt a bit bored, as there wasn't much to see. He turned his head to look at the holographic mirror for Area A. Just in time, it was also when Xingyo's turn to take the stage. Opposite her stood a frail-looking boy who appeared quite ordinary. Seeing that his opponent was Wen Xingyao, he was taken aback for a moment, then arrogantly said, "I don't fight girls. You should just step down to avoid getting hurt," and saying I bullied you. He didn't even recognize Wen Xingyo's identity. Without wasting time on words, Wen Xingyao directly threw a punch at him. Confidently, he stood still, thinking he could block Wen Xingyo's punch with one hand. After all, how strong could a girl be in his eyes? However, when his fist collided with Wen Xingyo's, his expression changed instantly. What the hell? His arm was broken by Wen Xingyo's punch, causing him to turn pale and cold sweat to pour down. Then, without stopping, Wen Xingyao kicked him off the arena. As she approached him, he was terrified, fearing she would continue to hit him, and quickly backed away. But he saw a green light emanating from Wen Xingyo's hand, instantly enveloping his arm, healing his fracture. In just a few seconds, the arm that had been agonizingly painful returned to normal and felt no pain. He was stunned for a moment, and after regaining his senses, his face turned red. He awkwardly said, Thank you." Wen Xingyao nodded and replied indifferently, "It's nothing." Then she turned and walked back to her resting area. The boy stared at Wen Xingyo's back, completely dumbfounded, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Look, that girl in Area B. So impressive. Yeah, that last punch sent that guy flying, and afterward, she even healed him." One bespectacled boy said with admiration, "She's going to be my goddess from now on. I want to get hit by her just to be healed by her." Hearing this, Su Mingqiu quickly turned to look at the speaker, muttering in his heart, "What the heck? What a strange preference." Just then he heard someone beside him recognize her. "She's Wen Xingyao, our school's rank ability user. This is a combat healer, able to fight and heal. This is too awesome." Su Mingqiu watched the subsequent matches, finding them uninteresting and dull. Finally, it was time for Murong Yan's match. Su Mingqiu had long set his gaze on the mirror for Area A. Just then the boys beside him became excited and huddled together, shouting, Look! Murong Yan from Area A is about to take the stage." With his words, many people around turned their heads to look at the mirror for Area A. Murong Yan stepped onto the arena, glanced casually at the new student opposite him, and waved his hand casually, saying, "You should just surrender." Seeing that it was Murong Yan, the person's face changed instantly. He knew well how formidable Murong Yan was. An S-rank fire ability user. However, he felt a bit unwilling to just concede. After all, this was his first time participating in the school competition. Taking a deep breath, he gathered a fireball in his hand and shot it towards Murong Yan, thinking to exchange blows with him. Murong Yan saw this scene and instantly laughed. "Aren't you a buddy? Trying to play with fire? You're just showing off in front of the master here." Then with a snap of his fingers, the fireball in his hand flew directly towards his opponent. That fireball was many times larger than the opponent's tiny fireball. As soon as it flew past, it devoured the opponent's small fireball. Then it flew straight towards the opponent. The boy was startled and quickly retreated, frantically gathering fire to create a thick firewall. However, when Murong Yan's flame collided with it, the firewall was immediately breached, unable to withstand it. The fireball flew through, grazing his arm. It burned his arm, causing him to wince. Murong Yan didn't stop, forming his hands into a gun shape, and the flames at his fingertips condensed into small fireball bullets. One after another, they shot out, dense and numerous. The boy wanted to dodge, but there were too many bullets, and he couldn't evade them all. Before long, he had multiple burns on his body, causing him to grimace in pain, his clothes torn with several holes. Seeing this, he could no longer hold on, and quickly raised his hands and surrender, his voice cracking. "I'm done. I admit defeat. Please stop." After that, Murong Yan stopped clapping his hands, dispersing the flames, and walked off the arena with his hands in his pockets. As soon as Murong Yan stepped off the arena, Su Mingqiu heard several girls beside him gushing over him. "Wow, Murong Yan is so handsome. And the way he just tucked his hands into his pockets. So pretentious. I'm going to become his fan. From now on, he will be my new idol." On the other side, in the rest area of District Ding, Yang Wei was also watching the mirror in District A. Seeing Murong Yan act so smug, and noticing the girls beside him praising him, Yang Wei felt a sudden itch in his heart. Why does this guy have so many girls complimenting him? No way, when it's my turn to perform, I need to be even cooler, more pretentious than him. I must shock the audience. The competition was still ongoing, one match after another, and soon it was Yang Wei's turn. Su Mingqiu immediately focused his gaze on District Ding. He wanted to see what tricks Yang Wei had up his sleeve. As a result, he saw Yang Wei standing with his hands in his pockets, striking the exact same pose as Murong Yan. A toothpick in his mouth, he sauntered up to the arena. What is this kid trying to pull? The opponent was furious upon seeing Yang Wei's pretentious entrance. Originally quite nervous upon seeing Yang Wei's demeanor, he instantly became enraged and gritted his teeth, shouting, "Pretentiousness makes you fly high." Then he gathered all his strength and threw a punch at Yang Wei, wanting to teach him a lesson and show him that being pretentious comes with. Yang Wei, however, was completely unperturbed, casually dodging the punch by sidestepping. Then a faint blue light appeared in his right hand. It directly connected with the opponent's arm. Just as the opponent wanted to lift his arm to retaliate, he suddenly realized that he couldn't move it at all. No, it wasn't that he couldn't move, it was that his movements were being slowed. His actions were as sluggish as a snail, taking forever just to lift it. He wanted to move, but his body felt completely immobilized, as if he were stuck in mud. What kind of strange ability is this? The opponent couldn't help but curse. How could there be such a disgusting ability? This is just too unfair. How can I fight like this? He was startled and quickly began to retreat, trying to create distance to avoid being touched by Yang Wei. But he was still a step too slow. One of his legs was also slowed down. He stood in place, glaring at Yang Wei, his back teeth nearly grinding to dust. With his arm and leg both slowed down, he couldn't muster any strength, and even lifting them required 10 times the effort. Only his right arm and leg could still move a bit. He looked awkward, like a person with half their body paralyzed. Gritting his teeth, he kept telling himself, "It's okay, it's okay. This lousy ability must have a time limit. Once the effect wears off, it'll knock that toothpick right out of your mouth." In the next moment, he saw Yang Wei stop, deliberately tossing his bangs in front of the audience. Then he extended both hands towards him, fingers forming a strange gesture. Immediately, a wave of faint blue light resembling water ripples shot out from his fingertips. It flew straight toward the opponent's chest. His heart sank, and he felt a chill run down his spine. It's over. He desperately tried to dodge, moving his only functioning right leg to He attempted to jump back, but it was useless. Just as he moved a little, that wave of light was already before him. He took a solid hit. In the next second, he found himself completely immobilized. Even blinking felt like it was in slow motion. He stood there straight, unable to even move a finger. Having taken care of everything, Yang Wei retracted his hands, still with both hands in his pockets, casually walking towards the opponent, who stood stiffly. Damn, what kind of strange ability does this kid from District Ding have? Once hit, he can't move at all. What kind of bizarre ability is this? Yeah, I've never seen anything like this before, but it's just too unfair. The discussions around him surged, and Su Mingqiu couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. This is what happens when Yang Wei outsmarts everyone. His ability to slow down not only makes you unable to move, but it also accumulates the damage you take. Once the slowing effect disappears, all the accumulated damage will burst forth instantaneously. Yang Wei had already reached the opponent. Without wasting words, he clenched his fist and unleashed a flurry of rapid punches on the immobile opponent. One punch after another, like hitting a sandbag, so fast that it left afterimages. The surrounding spectators were dumbfounded. Hey, what is he doing? Everyone was confused, unable to understand Yang Wei's seemingly nonsensical actions. After punching for a good 10 seconds, Yang Wei finally stopped shaking his slightly sore wrist. Then, ignoring the people behind him, he turned around and walked off the arena. After taking a couple of steps, he casually raised his hand and snapped his fingers. With that single snap, the opponent, who had been standing still, instantly regained the ability to move, the slowing effect disappearing without a trace. But before he could react to his newfound mobility, the damage from all those punches Yang Wei had landed on him erupted like a flood that had just been released. He didn't even have time to grunt before everything went dark, and he collapsed on the spot, losing consciousness. What the hell? What kind of operation was that? Wasn't all that punching for nothing? The damage accumulates and then bursts. Yang Wei swayed down from the arena, a hint of smugness on his face. Damn, this is a dark horse. This ability is truly impressive. If he faces a body cultivator, wouldn't that be a direct kill? Su Mingqiu nodded in agreement nearby. Yang Wei's ability, especially effective against physical cultivators, was devastating since they relied on close combat bursts. As a result, when facing Yang Wei, they couldn't even get close. In District A, Murong Yan leaned against the railing, watching Yang Wei's pretentious descent from the stage, unable to suppress a sneer. This kid is clearly imitating my earlier entrance and exit, and he's doing it quite well. Soon the referee's voice echoed throughout the competition area of District C. Next match number. Hearing his number called, Su Mingqiu finally stood up. Someone couldn't help but cover their mouth and mutter, "What the hell? Su Mingqiu is actually right next to me. How did I not notice?" Su Mingqiu paid no attention to the fragmented discussions, lightly tapping his feet and floating up effortlessly. He flew directly onto the arena, his movements fluid and graceful. His opponent, namely Mo, was already waiting on the stage. Seeing Su Mingqiu fly up, he wasn't scared. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement and longing. He earnestly cupped his hands towards Su Mingqiu. Brother Su, I know I can't beat you, but I just want to know how much I fall short compared to you. Can you let me experience it? Originally, he thought he could achieve a good ranking in this new student competition. However, after drawing Su Mingqiu as his opponent, he knew he had no chance, but he still wanted to see where he fell short, so the trip wouldn't be in vain. Su Mingqiu said nothing more, merely raised his eyes and used his ice soul gaze on him. In that fleeting moment, Mo, who was about to rush forward, instantly froze in place. He stood completely still, not moving an inch. Even his eyes did not blink, as if bound by an invisible force. Su Mingqiu did not strike him. Instead, he walked over, grabbed him by the back of his collar, and like lifting a chick, casually tossed him down from the stage. Mo fell to the ground, and took a while to recover before the effect of the ice soul gaze faded. He shook his dazed head, mumbling to himself in confusion. What just happened? Why am I on the ground? He looked up and saw Su Mingqiu already turning to walk down from the stage. Mo stared blankly for a while before realizing, did I lose? He sank into deep self-doubt. I don't even know how I lost. So, I lost just like that. The gap is just too big, right? Wow. Su Mingqiu is terrifying. Just a glance, and he froze that person. My goodness, can the disparity between people be this vast? I didn't even react, and the match is over. I thought it would last longer. Yang Wei, watching from District D, was wide-eyed, stroking his chin in admiration, muttering, Leg Brother really knows how to show off. Ooh, I need to practice more. I thought I was cool earlier, but compared to Leg Brother, I'm just a small fry. Leg Brother resolved the battle with just a glance, all while remaining calm. That's the true king of showing off. On the other side, Murong Yan from Area A and Wen Xingyao from Area B also watched this scene through the holographic projection. Murong Yan had been holding back a surge of confidence, believing his strength had increased significantly over the past few months. However, upon seeing Su Mingqiu's casual defeat of his opponent, he realized that the gap between him and Su was not only unchanged, but was actually widening. Wen Xingyao also sighed softly. She had not been slacking off either. Her physical strength had been improving. Yet compared to Su Mingqiu, she felt utterly inadequate. The gap was growing larger. Meanwhile, in the exclusive observation lounge for teachers, a group of instructors gathered around a large holographic mirror, thoroughly enjoying. Lin Feng pointed at the projection from Area C, thumping his chest with pride, boasting to the person next to him, So what do you think? Don't you think my judgment is top-notch? A nearby teacher who taught combat glanced at him with annoyance, and replied sourly, Lin Feng, give it a rest. What judgment? You just got lucky. You recruited Su Mingqiu this year, and last year you got Yiqiu. Who can compare to your luck? What do you mean luck? Lin Feng's eyes widened, and he shouted so loudly that the whole room could hear. At that moment, someone sighed, leaning back in their chair, saying, Forget it. There's no need to watch the new student competition's first place. It will certainly be Su Mingqiu. No one can match him. For him, this match is probably just a formality. As soon as this was said, the surrounding teachers nodded in agreement. Indeed, with Su Mingqiu's strength, who could defeat him? First place was already a foregone conclusion. Then someone chuckled, rubbing their hands together, proposing, since the first place is decided, let's guess who will come in second. The moment this was said, everyone instantly became interested and began discussing. Someone immediately said, isn't it obvious? Second place will definitely be Murong Yan. That kid has class fire-type abilities. Who can surpass him except for Su Mingqiu? I don't think so. Oh, I guess it might be Wen Xingyao. Another female teacher shook her head in rebuttal. Although she has healing wood abilities, that girl has also trained her physique impressively. Moreover, she can attack and heal. Her endurance is stronger than anyone else's. If it comes down to a real fight, Murong Yan might not necessarily win against her. He could very well be. And what about that guy named Yang Wei? Someone else chimed in. You all saw his abilities. That slowing ability is quite troublesome. If he runs into Wen Xingyao, it's really hard to say who would win. As soon as this was said, Lin Feng immediately got excited, slamming his hand on the table, loudly shouting, Come on. I bet Murong Yan will come in second. Is anyone willing to bet against me? The previously mocking combat teacher pointed at him and replied with a smile, I'll take your bet. I bet Wen Xingyao will take second place. All right. I was waiting for you to say that. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately started to bargain with him. Then you should put up that cold heart grass you found in the secret realm a few days ago as a wager. After all, this cold heart grass is of no use to you. It's just taking up space and going. The teacher paused for a moment, then rolled his eyes, knowing exactly what Lin was up to, collecting items for Su Mingqiu. Cold heart grass is a heavenly material for ice-type abilities, which is of no use to him as a fire-type user. But for Su Mingqiu, the ice genius, it would be a substantial treasure. He wasn't stingy. Since the item was useless to him, he readily nodded, Fine, no problem. If it's useless for me, I might as well give it to you. He paused, and then chuckled teasingly, asking, So what will you put up as your wager? I can't just bet against you for nothing. I don't think you can get away with it. Lin Feng laughed heartily, patting his chest, and said generously, you can ask for anything you want. Whatever I have, just say it, and I won't hold back. Upon hearing this, the teacher's eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly spoke, as if afraid Lin Feng would back out. Then, I want that red flame grass you brought back from the 10,000 races battlefield last time. Red flame grass is a top-tier heavenly material for fire-type abilities worth much more than that cold heart grass. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng agreed readily. Sure, no problem. If you want, I'll go to the school warehouse to get it for you. I promise to keep my word and won't go back on it. The teacher, seeing how straightforward he was, became a bit curious and leaned in to ask, hey, are you that confident Morong Yin will win? What if when Xingyao can fight and heal? Aren't you afraid Morong Yin might trip up? Lin Feng chuckled mysteriously, not saying much, but leaned in closer, lowering his voice, and winked at him, saying no particular reason, just a feeling. The new student competition lasted for 3 consecutive days. During these 3 days, the school's arena was packed to capacity every day. By the time the regional matches concluded, the top 4 from the 4 divisions, A, B, C, and D, were freshly unveiled. Su Mingqiu, Morong Yin, Wen Xingyao, and Yang Wei all advanced to the next round. Meanwhile, Su Mingqiu inexplicably earned a new nickname during these 3 days. 3-second man. It's not some strange connotation. The main reason is that in his recent matches, regardless of who the opponent was, none could last more than 3 seconds. At first, a spectator, after watching his match, casually exclaimed, wow, that was too fast, this guy must be the 3-second man. Unexpectedly, those words spread like wildfire. Within half a day, the entire school knew, and Su Mingqiu had been stuck with this ridiculous nickname. When Su Mingqiu first heard this nickname, he nearly crushed the cup in his hand from rage. He cursed the person who coined the nickname 100 times in his heart, wishing he could drag that person out and punch him to death. What kind of ridiculous nickname is this? Can't they have a little culture? His strength is impressive. Oh, what's wrong with being fast? But instead, Morong Yin and the others, upon hearing the nickname, teased him mercilessly. At this moment, the 16 successful contestants sat on the resting chairs beside the stage, waiting for the upcoming matches to determine the top 8. The surrounding audience had long since gathered, a sea of people all staring at them. Just then a voice suddenly shouted from the crowd, 3-second man. Cheer for him. The voice was loud enough for the entire venue to hear, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Su Mingqiu's face darkened as he turned sharply to look in the direction of. Upon seeing Su Mingqiu look at him, that person became even more excited, waving his arms and shouting even louder, 3-second man. We're supporting you. With that shout, the people around began to join in, and soon a large crowd was chanting, 3-second man. Go. 3-second man. The entire venue was suddenly filled with cries of this absurd nickname, and Su Mingqiu's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. Morong Yin, seeing this scene, couldn't help but laugh heartily, slapping his thigh and chuckling, ha ha. Look, they're cheering for you. Su Mingqiu's mouth twitched as he gritted his teeth and said, fine, I'll pass this nickname on to you. Morong Yin quickly shook his hands, retreating far away with a look of disdain. No, I don't have that kind of qualification. This title can only be wielded by you. Beside them, Wen Xingyao stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Su Mingqiu was so angry he was grinding his teeth. What kind of ridiculous nickname is this? These people came up with a nickname for me so well. How on earth do they come up with nicknames? Just then the judge descended from above, instantly silencing the crowd's clamor, and everyone quieted down, waiting for the next draw. Alright, everyone quiet down. We will now proceed with the draw for the top 16 to 8 matches. The system will randomly match them fairly and justly, without any foul play. In the next moment, the names of the 16 contestants who advanced appeared on the massive holographic screen above. One by one, they began to scroll. In the next moment, the names of the 16 contestants who advanced appeared on the massive holographic screen above. One by one, they began to scroll rapidly like a running light, dazzling everyone present, whether contestants or spectators, held their breath, staring at the names above. The other contestants were all silently praying, please don't let me face Su Mingqiu. After 3 seconds, the judge raised his hand and pressed the stop button. The scrolling names instantly halted, pairing up neatly and appearing on the screen. In an instant, someone sighed in relief, patting their chest. There were both joyful and sorrowful expressions. Those who were happy were all those who did not draw Su Mingqiu, each celebrating their good fortune. The one who was dismayed was a contestant named Wang Peng. He stared at the name of his opponent for a long time, confirming it 3 times, and then with a loud smack he slapped his thigh. Damn, how unlucky can this be? Su Mingqiu glanced at the name of his opponent, Wang Peng. He recognized him. He was a classmate from their class and a great power user specializing in strength. He remembered a bit from military training when that guy helped the girls in their class carry heavy loads. At this moment, Yang Wei leaned over, patted Su Mingqiu on the shoulder, and said with a relieved expression, "Leg bro, it's good, I didn't draw you." Su Mingqiu shot him a glance and patted his arm, saying, "Don't get cocky, take it seriously, and aim for a better ranking." Hearing Su Mingqiu's words, Yang Wei immediately became serious, quickly nodding and thumping his chest in assurance. Got it, leg bro, don't worry, I will definitely take it seriously. The surrounding audience was also discussing fervently with someone laughing. Haha, that 3-second man's opponent is way too unlucky. Yes, didn't you see? That Wang Peng was all smiles before the draw, but after it his face turned sour. Soon the judge's voice came through. First match, Murong Yin versus Lin Sun, please come to the stage. Upon hearing this, Murong Yin immediately stood up, stretched his wrists, and walked up to the stage with his opponent. The two stood at opposite ends of the stage. The judge stepped back a bit and raised his hand, shouting, match begins. As soon as the words fell, Murong Yan's opponent Lin Sun, a wood element power user, attacked first. With a wave of his hands, countless greenish vines shot out from the stage, wrapping towards Murong Yin. Seeing this, Murong Yin scoffed and flames erupted from his hands. With a casual flick, a scorching wave of fire was sent out, incinerating those vines clean. Damn, Murong Yin has a perfect counter. Indeed, one is fire and the other is wood. How can they compete? The wood user is just delivering food to the fire user. Such a pity. Lin Sun is actually quite strong, but he's just unlucky to face Murong Yin. And indeed it was as they said. Murong Yin gave his opponent no chance whatsoever. His body was engulfed in raging flames, looking like a human torch. Then he lifted his right hand, and a massive fireball coalesced in his palm. The scorching heat could be felt from a distance. Seeing this, Lin Sun was startled, quickly planting both hands on the ground. Instantly, sturdy trees began to burst forth from the ground, densely blocking his front, trying to shield against that enormous fireball. The result was utterly futile as Murong Yan's fireball came crashing down with a tremendous roar. Those trees were instantly consumed, not even lasting a second, turning directly to ash. In an instant, thick smoke billowed up from the arena, enveloping the entire stage. Everyone could not see the situation inside, and could only hear the sizzling sound of burning. When the smoke gradually dissipated, Lin Sun was seen lying on the ground, his clothes tattered and motionless. He had already fainted, with burn marks visible on his body. Then a school doctor came over with a stretcher to carry him away. Murong Yin clapped his hands and stepped down from the arena. What a pity. If it weren't for encountering Murong Yin, this person might have made it into the top 8. His luck is just too unfortunate. Murong Yin sat back down on his resting chair, and Yang Wei immediately leaned over, patting his shoulder, and said with a cheeky grin, well done, Xiao Yin. You didn't embarrass me at all. Murong Yin glanced at him and scoffed, patting his shoulder. I hope you make it into the top 8, so I can teach you a lesson. The competition continued on. Wen Xingyao and Yang Wei also successfully advanced. All 4 of them made it into the top 8. Soon it was time for Su Mingqiu's match. Su Mingqiu and Wang Peng walked onto the arena together. Su Mingqiu initially wanted to throw a frost soul stare at him, just like before. However, just as he was about to act, Wang Peng on the opposite side quickly spoke up, rubbing his hands nervously and somewhat shyly said to him, Could you not use that eye technique? Su Mingqiu was taken aback as Wang Peng hurriedly explained, your previous opponents were all swiftly defeated by that eye technique. I don't want to lose, so aimlessly I want to exchange a few moves with you. Even if I lose, I want to see with my own eyes how I lose. He truly did not want to be like those previous opponents who didn't even know how they lost. That would be too frustrating. Su Mingqiu heard him call him Su God instead of that 3-second man nickname. Instantly, he felt that this young man was quite reasonable. Not bad, now that's how to speak. He nodded, waved his hand at Wang Peng, and smiled. Alright, you can go first. Wang Peng, upon hearing this, took a deep breath, and his muscles expanded with a loud bang. His arms became twice as thick as usual, veins bulging prominently. His entire aura suddenly surged. He pushed off the ground and charged towards Su Mingqiu, using all his strength to throw a punch at Su Mingqiu's chest. He was still pondering that Su Mingqiu was an ice-type ability user. Even if his powers were strong, his physical body shouldn't be too formidable, right? This punch of his, even if it didn't hurt him, should at least force him to use his ice abilities. To his surprise, Su Mingqiu didn't even move, raising his hand to directly grip Wang Peng's fist. Wang Peng was instantly dumbfounded, feeling as if his punch had struck steel. He instinctively tried to withdraw his fist. However, Su Mingqiu's hand was like a vice grip, holding on tightly. He exerted all his strength, his face turning red, yet he couldn't budge an inch. What? His mind went blank. How could this be possible? He was a power-type ability user. Before he could react, Su Mingqiu gently exerted force with his arm, directly swinging Wang Peng's fist away. Wang Peng was instantly flung into the air, the sensation of weightlessness hitting him. Then with a movement of his foot, Su Mingqiu activated his wind control technique, instantly teleporting behind Wang Peng and delivering a punch to his back. Then he teleported to Wang Peng's other side, striking him again on his side waist. Wang Peng could only passively endure the blows with no chance to counterattack. Wow, so fast. This is too quick. I can't see anything, just after images. Is this really a freshman? The 3-second man has extended his time this time. Are you stupid? Didn't you see Su Mingqiu not using the eye technique? Otherwise Wang Peng would have been defeated long ago. How could he last this long? My goodness, I didn't expect Su Mingqiu to be so terrifying in physical strength aside from his ice abilities. The seniors from the second and third year nearby watched this scene, feeling inadequate. They all knew that if they went up, they probably wouldn't be a match for Su Mingqiu. Finally, Su Mingqiu teleported in front of Wang Peng and kicked him in the chest. The force was perfectly controlled, sending Wang Peng flying off the arena. Wang Peng fell to the ground, but quickly got up, cupping his hands towards Su Mingqiu and saying, "Thank you, Su God, for showing mercy." He had no regrets about this battle. The gap was too vast, and there was nothing he could do. He had already tried his best. Su Mingqiu nodded and walked down from the arena. He indeed had held back, otherwise with Wang Peng's strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand even one of his punches. In the audience, people looked on sighing, what a pity for Wang Peng. Yes, I watched his previous matches too. He basically steamrolled through them so strong. I didn't expect him to encounter Su Mingqiu and to be defeated in his strongest field. That's just too tragic. I hope he won't be affected by this. They didn't know that Wang Peng wasn't affected at all. He knew he couldn't beat Su Mingqiu, so how could he be discouraged? The referee nearby looked at Su Mingqiu's back and nodded, secretly thinking, not bad, this kid. He could tell at a glance that Su Mingqiu was using wind control and had cultivated it to a... Indeed, he was a rare talent. The referee cleared his throat and shouted to the audience, Su Mingqiu wins. The next group of contestants prepare to take the stage. We have finished the 16-8 matches, and the contestants who are done can leave first. They don't have to wait here. They can come back in the afternoon for the 8-4 matches. Let's go eat. We have finished the 16-8 matches, and the contestants who are done can leave first. They don't have to wait here. They can come back in the afternoon for the 8-4 matches. Su Mingqiu rubbed his stomach and nodded. All right, let's go eat. Hearing this, Murong Yin and Wen Xingyao also stood up and followed Su Mingqiu. Yang Wei grinned and leaned over to recommend. Let me tell you, I discovered a new hot pot restaurant open next to the school yesterday. It tastes amazing. Although we are all level 3 ability users, to be able to fast without food, one must reach level 5. Those who had gone to eat, rest, or visit the supermarket were now coming back one after another. The entire arena had regained its lively atmosphere from the morning. Those who had gone to eat, rest, or visit the supermarket were now coming back one after another. The entire arena had regained its lively atmosphere from the morning, bustling with noise. After a while, the referee finally descended from above, clapping his hands and shouting to everyone. All right, we will now proceed with the draw for the quarterfinals. It will still be a random match by the system fair, and just no underhanded tricks. After finishing his words, he pressed a button on the remote control in his hand, and on the big screen above, the names of the 8 finalists began to scroll rapidly, dazzling the eyes of the onlookers. Everyone stretched their necks to stare at the big screen, and Yang Wei in particular was nervously clenching his fists, muttering, "Please don't draw a leg, bro. Please don't draw a leg, bro. Just don't draw a leg, bro." 3 seconds later, the rolling names suddenly stopped, pairing up neatly on the screen. Yang Wei instantly saw the section for his opponent and let out a wail, holding his head and shouting, "Damn. How can I be so unlucky? How did I get paired with leg, bro?" He had just been praying for a long time, yet he still drew Su Mingqiu. His luck was truly abysmal. Seeing his despondent expression, Su Mingqiu couldn't help but laugh, patting his shoulder and reassuring him, "Don't worry, it'll go easy on you." As for the other 2 matches, Murong Yin and Wen Xingyao did not end up paired together. Murong Yin drew another lightning-type competitor. Wen Xingyao also drew an earth-type opponent. Seeing Yang Wei paired with Su Mingqiu, Murong Yin suddenly burst into laughter, patting Yang Wei's shoulder and gleefully saying, "What a pity I didn't get matched with you, otherwise I could have taught you a good lesson." At that moment, Yang Wei had no mood to respond to Murong Yin. He was crouched on the ground with his head in his hands, looking utterly defeated with no desire to engage in banter. Haha, Yang Wei is going to have a bad time. Yeah, being paired with Su Mingqiu, he will surely stop here. The top 8 is as far as he goes, no chance of escaping. That kid's sluggish ability has annoyed quite a few people before. The competitors who had previously been bothered by Yang Wei's ability were now delighting in his misfortune. Soon the referee's voice echoed throughout the arena. Quarterfinal Group 1, Su Mingqiu versus Yang Wei. Please come to the stage for the match. Hearing his name called, Yang Wei hesitated, dragging his feet like someone heading to the gallows. In the end, it was Su Mingqiu who pulled him along, and he finally followed Su Mingqiu onto the platform. "Leg bro, go easy on me. Ooh, I really can't take a hit. Also, don't give me that look. Let me have a few moves, okay?" "Don't worry." Su Mingqiu nodded, responding with a smile. Just as his voice fell, Su Mingqiu's feet moved, activating the wind control technique, and he instantly flashed in front of Yang Wei. Didn't even see his movement clearly when a fist was already in front of him. Instinctively, he raised his right hand, and a blue sluggish glow appeared instantly. However, as soon as he made contact with Su Mingqiu's fist, a light crack echoed. His arm was directly broken by Su Mingqiu's power, going limp and dangling down. "Hiss! Damn, that hurts." Yang Wei gasped in pain. Supporting his arm, he took a while to recover, still defiantly saying, "Leg bro. Your right arm has been slowed down by me." He thought his sluggish ability had taken effect. But before he could finish, he saw Su Mingqiu shake his right arm, moving as if nothing had happened, showing no signs of sluggishness, moving freely. Yang Wei was instantly dumbfounded, his eyes wide open, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, unable to speak for a long while. How is this possible? He quickly realized it wasn't ineffective. Rather, the duration on Su Mingqiu was too short, lasting not even it dissipated as soon as it touched him. His sluggish ability couldn't last a second on Su Mingqiu. How was he supposed to fight like this? Damn, Yang Wei's sluggish ability has no effect on Su Mingqiu. This is outrageous. It did have an effect. I recorded it just now. In slow motion, there was indeed a fleeting moment of sluggishness, but it disappeared in an instant, lasting not even a second. That's why it felt ineffective. Someone with keen eyes quickly took out their phone to show the slow-motion footage to those nearby. The other competitors, seeing this scene, instantly let out a sigh of relief, all of them overjoyed. Because Su Mingqiu was going to solve the big trouble that was Yang Wei for them. Previously, each of them had been worried about drawing Yang Wei. That kid's sluggish ability was too disgusting. If they encountered him, it would be hard to deal with. Now it was fine. Thankfully, Yang Wei encountered Su Mingqiu, and they no longer needed to fear him. Yang Wei took a while to recover, and was just about to raise his hand to surrender when he heard Su Mingqiu say, "Don't rush to surrender. Use your light wave on me. Oh, let me try it out." Yang Wei was taken aback for a moment, a bit confused, then nodded, saying, "Oh, sure, no problem." Then he raised his unbroken hand, forming the previous starting posture. A blue light wave flew towards Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu didn't dodge. He stood still and let the light wave envelop him. He felt the peculiar sensation of being slowed down, and his movements felt sluggish. After experiencing it, Su Mingqiu directly broke free, not even taking a second, moving his hands and feet, nodding. So this is how it feels, quite interesting. Seeing this scene, Yang Wei completely lost heart. What was there to fight about? He raised his hand toward the referee, weakly saying, "Referee, I surrender. I admit defeat. I'm not fighting anymore." After saying this, Yang Wei followed Su Mingqiu off the platform. As soon as they reached the bottom, Wen Xingyao came over, covering his recently broken arm with green light. The gentle life energy quickly penetrated into Yang Wei's bones, healing his injury. In just a few seconds, his previously broken arm was completely healed, as if it had never been. Yang Wei shook his arm, moving his wrist, and sighed comfortably. "Ah, that feels good." Morong Yin leaned over, laughing and patting his shoulder. "You kid, it's your turn to suffer today, or are you still pretending to be cool? You've received your comeuppance." After yesterday's competition ended, Morong Yin and Wen Xingyao both successfully won their respective matches and advanced to the top 4. The remaining 4 contestants in the top 4 are Su Mingqiu, Morong Yin, Wen Xingyao, and a shadow-type contestant named Gao Long. He is quite strong as well, having pushed through the rounds without much resistance, making him one of the dark horses of this competition. Early the next morning, the competition venue was packed with people, even more lively than the day before, as today the champion of this freshman competition would be determined. Soon the referee descended with the wind, clapped his hands, and shouted to everyone, "All right, quiet down. We will now conduct the draw for the top 4 matches, with the system randomly matching contestants. The winners will advance to the finals to compete for the championship." After finishing his sentence, he pressed a button on the remote control in his hand, and the names of the 4 contestants who advanced to the top 4 began to scroll rapidly on the big screen. Su Mingqiu, Morong Yin, Wen Xingyao, Gao Long. 4 names flashed by, dazzling the spectators. After 3 seconds, the scrolling names suddenly stopped, and the matchups appeared. Su Mingqiu glanced at his opponent and found that it was neither Morong Yin nor Wen Xingyao, but that shadow-type Gao Long. Meanwhile, Morong Yin and Wen Xingyao were paired together. Gao Long, upon seeing that he was matched with Su Mingqiu, showed no particular reaction, wearing a nonchalant expression. He knew very well that no matter who he faced, he couldn't win. So it didn't matter who he was drawn against, there was nothing to be concerned about. Wow, Morong Yin and Wen Xingyao are actually paired together. Yes. 2-class, superpowered individuals facing off. This match is definitely going to be exciting. Poor Gao Long facing Su Mingqiu, he will surely be eliminated. There's no... But Gao Long has done well to get this far. A look among the 4, he's the only A-class superpowered individual. The other 3 are all S-class. The gap is simply too big. For him to reach the top 4 is already impressive. Indeed, no matter who he faces, he will lose. There are just too many monsters in this competition. What a pity. If it were last year, he might have had a chance to win first place. It's just bad timing. In the teacher's lounge on the other side, Lin Feng sat in a chair, and upon seeing the results, he burst into hearty laughter. Finally, they are matched up. The teacher who had bet against him also sat in a chair, glanced at him, and snorted in dissatisfaction, saying, "Humph, so what if they are matched up? Just wait and see. Wen Xingyao will definitely win. You've already lost your bet. Don't get too happy too early." Lin Feng laughed heartily and patted his chest, saying, "Just wait to hand me the Hanshin grass." The other teachers beside them chuckled and said, "Now we have a good show to watch. 2 S-class individuals fighting. This is going to be exciting." Soon the referee's voice came through the first match of the top 4 Murong Yin versus Wen Xingyao. Please take the stage. Upon hearing this, Murong Yin and Wen Xingyao stood up together and walked onto the stage. The audience below erupted in excitement, cheering for both of them. After all, this was a duel between two class superpowered individuals. The two stood at opposite ends of the stage as the referee raised his hand and shouted, "The match starts." As soon as the words left his mouth, Murong Yin took the initiative to strike. He didn't want to give Wen Xingyao a chance to get close. Thus, he summoned flames around his right fist, forming a massive fiery fist that flew towards Wen Xingyao. Fire Fist. The intense heat of the fiery fist could be felt from a distance. Seeing this, Wen Xingyao extended her hands, creating a layer of light green energy wall to block in front of herself. Boom. The fiery fist struck hard against the green wall, and a stalemate ensued. The flames scorched the green wall with a hissing sound as both were exerting their strength, unwilling to yield. After a few seconds, the flames gradually dissipated, and Wen Xingyou's green wall disappeared as well. Her hands were burned by the residual heat, turning red with some blisters. However, Wen Xingyao didn't mind at all. A green light erupted from her hands, and her burns healed instantly. Go goddess. Wen goddess. You can do it. We support you. Without hesitation, Wen Xingyao dashed forward and threw a punch at Murong Yin. Murong Yin reacted quickly, instantly, using flames to propel himself backward, narrowly dodging Wen Xingyou's punch. Then he flashed behind Wen Xingyao, summoning flames in his right hand to form a long flaming blade slashing towards the back of Wen Xingyao. Wen Xingyao was quick to react as well. She turned around and reached out to grab the flame blade. However, Murong Yin's flames were not easy to grasp, and the flames scorched Wen Xingyao. Nevertheless, Wen Xingyao didn't care. Every time she was burned, her healing ability triggered, automatically restoring her instantly. Burned and healed, and burned, a cycle repeated. Then she exerted all her strength and shattered Murong Yin's flame blade. The roaring flames dissipated instantly, and she threw a punch at Murong Yin's chest. Murong Yin was taken aback, not expecting Wen Xingyao to shatter his flames. He summoned flames in his right hand and shouted, "Fire Fist." At such a close distance, he unleashed his fiery fist, which collided hard with Wen Xingyou's fist. Boom. The explosion echoed as Wen Xingyao was hit at close range by the fire fist, leaving her burned all over. Her clothes were tattered, having burned away more than half, leaving her in a sorry state. Seeing this, Wen Xingyao quickly retreated a few steps, creating distance, and summoned green light to heal her wounds. At the same time, she quickly took out a new outfit from her spatial ring and changed into it. Wow. Wen Xingyao recovers too quickly. She punches back every time. Who can defeat her? This is so frustrating. And class healing ability terrifying. But to be honest, her attack power is somewhat lacking. If her attack power were higher, Murong Yin would have lost long ago. What do you know? A healer with Wen Xingyou's level of attack power is already very impressive. In any case, during team battles, a healer doesn't need to fight. They just have to heal others. Wen Xingyao looked at Murong Yin and said, "Murong Yin, let's make this our final strike. How about it?" Murong Yin nodded, and the flames around him grew more intense, distorting the air. He gathered all his power into his right hand and shouted, "Flame Emperor." A gigantic fireball emerged from his hand, larger than the entire stage. Wen Xingyao noticed the situation, a look of seriousness flashing in her eyes as a green light enveloped her entire body. In the blink of an eye, a set of armor shimmering with the essence of life materialized. In the next moment, a colossal fireball that blotted out the sun came crashing down. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded. The blinding flames and the emerald light intertwined, scorching waves of heat swept outward. After several seconds, the cloud of smoke slowly dispersed. Everyone focused their gaze, seeing Wen Xingyao leaning on her knee in the center of the arena, her armor already tattered and torn. Wen Xingyao took a breath, lifted her head, and smiled at Murong Yin, saying, "I lost." Indeed, she could not defeat him. She had exerted all her strength, yet still could not withstand Murong Yin's fireball. Murong Yin nodded, casually retracting the remaining flames and stepping forward to assist her. The two descended from the arena. Yang Wei rushed over as soon as he saw Wen Xingyao coming down, his face filled with righteous indignation as he clenched his fists and shouted, "Sister Yao, he was too ruthless. Why don't we team up and give him a beating?" Wen Xingyao couldn't help but chuckle at his words, shaking her head. "What are you thinking?" In fact, Murong Yin showed mercy. She paused, explaining, "If he had unleashed his full power with that technique, the Emperor of Flames, my armor, wouldn't have been able to withstand it at all." Mingqiu, who was nearby, also nodded. He had seen everything clearly. Murong Yin had indeed held back that last strike. "I knew Murong Yin would win." "Who just said Wen Xingyao could wear him down?" "Step forward." "Well, there's no helping it. Everyone has their strengths. One is a pure combat type born for fighting, while the other is a healer. Wen Xingyao is already strong enough." Meanwhile, in the teacher's lounge, Lin Feng was even more excited than the students, slapping his thigh hard with a smack. He pointed at the teacher who had wagered against him, his tail almost wagging with glee. "Ha! I won. What do you say?" You bet you lose hand over the Hanshin grass. The teacher pulled out the Hanshin grass from his storage ring and tossed it to Lin Feng, cursing as he did so. Fine. Consider it luck. I'm done with betting against you. Did you cheat secretly? Lin Feng took the Hanshin grass, saying, You wouldn't understand this. It's intuition, the sixth sense from the most handsome man at the Black Abyss Martial University. You don't have my look, so of course you wouldn't understand such top-notch intuition. The teacher clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, struggling to suppress the urge to go over and beat Lin Feng up. Winning is one thing, but showing off like this is just asking for a beating. Lin Feng quickly put the Hanshin grass into his spatial ring. He would give it to him after Su Mingqiu finished his match. Meanwhile, the other teachers who had also participated in the betting were settling their scores. The second match of the semifinals was already prepared. Su Mingqiu stood on the stage, a wave of cold air suddenly bursting forth from his body. The cold air came so swiftly and violently that the temperature of the entire arena dropped by several degrees in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the entire arena was covered with a thick layer of white ice. Following that, the icy surface rapidly spread toward Gao Long at a visible speed. The crunching sound of the ice being compressed reached everyone's ears clearly. Gao Long stood there, and seeing this scene, he was left dumbfounded, his mind racing with thoughts. What the hell? Why is he using his abilities against me? He scratched his head in confusion, unable to understand why he had offended Su Mingqiu. What's going on? Did I accidentally provoke him somehow? The spreading ice had already climbed up his feet, instantly freezing his ankles and continuing to creep upward. Then he realized that the powers within him seemed to be frozen as well. Gao Long was startled and quickly shouted, I surrender. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Mingqiu effortlessly retracted his power, and the piercing cold air vanished without a trace. The ice covering the arena melted away in an instant, as if the overwhelming coldness and ice had all been an illusion. What's going on with Su Mingqiu? Why did he suddenly unleash his powers against Gao Long? Who knows? Maybe he got tired of using other moves and wanted to try something new. At this moment, the referee cleared his throat, his voice echoing through the entire arena. All right, the semifinals are over. Next, we will have the third-place match between Wen Xingyao and Gao Long. Do you two need to rest and recover? Wen Xingyao shook her head and replied, No need. Gao Long waved his hands, quickly looking helpless. I don't need it either. I haven't even had a chance to warm up. He hadn't even had time to use his powers against Su Mingqiu before being defeated, so he didn't need any recovery. Gao Long is too unfortunate. He just got defeated by Su Mingqiu in a second, and now he's about to face Wen Xingyao. Is this the price of being in the semifinals? I almost feel sorry for him. Gao Long's face darkened upon hearing these words, but he couldn't do anything about it. After all, his strength was as expected when Xingyao easily defeated Gao Long. The morning matches concluded, and after announcing the results for third and fourth place, the referee left with a statement. The finals will begin at 2 o'clock this afternoon, and flew away. The crowd below started to disperse, slowly chatting as they walked, all discussing the finals in the afternoon. There's plenty to watch this afternoon. It's a battle of ice and fire. A group of people chattered excitedly, filled with anticipation for the afternoon match. Su Mingqiu and his friends also joined the crowd as they left. Yang Wei leaned closer to Su Mingqiu, excitedly poking his arm. Brother leg. Teach that Murong Yin a lesson this afternoon. Murong Yin turned to Su Mingqiu with a serious look, saying, Su Mingqiu, I hope you go all out, and don't hold back. He was naturally competitive, and since he finally had a chance to fight Su Mingqiu, he wanted to give it his all. Even if he lost, he wanted to lose convincingly. Su Mingqiu nodded, just about to speak, when Murong Yin curiously leaned over and asked, By the way, what realm are you in now? Su Mingqiu casually replied, 3rd stage 9th level. What the hell? Murong Yin, who had been filled with fighting spirit, immediately deflated upon hearing this, his steps faltering slightly, before he quickly changed his tone. Let's just hold back, we don't need to go all out as friends, just take it easy. He felt a shiver run down his spine. Are you kidding me? 3rd stage 9th level. If he went all out, wouldn't he send me flying? He's only at the 3rd stage 4th level. How could I match that? Before long it was afternoon, and the competition arena was packed with a sea of people. After all, this was the final match of the freshman martial arts competition, and no one wanted to miss this clash of ice and fire. Yang Wei shouted from the audience, Come on, leg bro. Beat him. Make him cry. Mu Rongyin turned around and glared at him, while Yang Wei cheekily made a face back. Su Mingqiu and Mu Rongyin were already standing on the arena. Su Mingqiu forcefully suppressed his cultivation from the 3rd stage 9th layer to the 3rd stage 4th layer, matching Mu Rongyan's level exactly. This was the result of Mu Rongyan's persistent pleas during lunch. He wanted to fight Su Mingqiu on equal footing to see the gap. What? Su Mingqiu actually suppressed his own cultivation, choosing to fight Mu Rongyin on equal terms. That's so bold. I thought Su Mingqiu would win for sure, but now it's really hard to say. Mu Rongyin is an S-rank fire-type ability user. In the same realm, it's uncertain who would win. The referee also noticed the change in Su Mingqiu's cultivation level and paused for a moment, quickly reminding, "Student Su, you don't have to do this. There are no restrictions on cultivation levels in the match." Su Mingqiu shook his head and smiled at the referee, saying, "It's fine, referee." Seeing that Su Mingqiu was ready, the referee said no more. After all, this was the contestant's own choice. Meanwhile, in the lounge, a group of teachers observed this scene and began to discuss. One teacher furrowed his brow and said, "Lin Feng, don't be too confident. Nobody can withstand Mu Rongjian's Emperor Flame move in the same realm, right?" Others nodded along, saying, "Yeah, I feel like Mu Rongjian will win. He is the son of the head of the Mu Rong family and has the best resources since childhood. His foundation is definitely stronger than Su Mingqiu's. Indeed, being in SSS-Rank ability, user Mu Rongjian might not lose in the same realm." As they spoke, they turned to Lin Feng, who was leisurely sitting there drinking tea unfazed. They curiously asked, "Lin Feng, aren't you worried at all?" Lin Feng took a sip of his tea, smacked his lips, put down the cup, and calmly waved his hand, saying, "What's there to worry about? Su Mingqiu is bound to win. Is anyone willing to bet with me? I bet on Su Mingqiu to win." The teachers shook their heads in unison, not daring to take his bet. The teacher who had previously bet with him insisted he wouldn't bet again. After all, Lin Feng's calm demeanor definitely seemed like he was scheming. Whoever bet would lose, he must know something. Seeing how everyone was avoiding him and unwilling to bet, Lin Feng secretly sighed. If he had known, he wouldn't have acted so calm. Perhaps someone would have fallen for his trick. He had complete confidence in that little monster Su Mingqiu, who could match his rate of progress. Did Mu Rongjian think he could win against him? Not a chance. On the arena, the referee shouted, "The match begins," and then flew into the air. Mu Rongjian looked at Su Mingqiu before him. Even though Su Mingqiu had suppressed his level to match his, the overwhelming sense of pressure was still palpable. Despite being at the same level, he still lacked confidence in defeating Su Mingqiu. Su Mingqiu always felt unfathomable to him. Then he moved, unleashing a surge of fire energy. Crimson flames enveloped his right fist. He swung it at Su Mingqiu with a fierce shout, "Fire Fist!" A massive flaming fist carrying scorching waves of heat flew towards Su Mingqiu. Seeing this, Su Mingqiu gently exhaled a breath of cold air. He raised his right hand, and frost rapidly formed along his arm, covering his entire palm. In the next moment, the scorching fire fist collided with Su Mingqiu's hand. Immediately, a series of clear cracking sounds echoed. The once raging flames were instantly extinguished. The entire fire fist was frozen solid, stopping right before Su Mingqiu's hand. What? Su Mingqiu froze Mu Rongjian's fire fist so easily. This is Mu Rongjian's signature move. Mu Rongjian, upon seeing Su Mingqiu freeze his fire fist with such ease, was not particularly surprised. The first move being deflected so effortlessly only excited him further. Suddenly, the flames around him surged with intensity, enveloping his entire body in vivid red. Even his hair was dyed a dazzling shade of red by the flame. "Emperor Flame!" Mu Rongjian shouted, raising his right hand, as a massive fireball slowly emerged from it. The fireball grew larger, eventually resembling a small sun. The scorching heat waves spread wildly in all directions. Even those seated in the audience could feel the overwhelming heat. Yang Wei, witnessing this scene, stroked his chin and remarked, "Little Yan's move always exudes such an overwhelming pressure." He paused, shook his head, and gestured regretfully, saying, "But unfortunately, this time the opponent is leg bro. This move probably won't work against." When Xingyao couldn't help but nod, as she had personally endured this move. Its power was indeed formidable, and few could withstand it in the same realm. However, facing Su Mingqiu, it might still not be enough. Mu Rongjian gritted his teeth and shouted, "Take this." With that, he pushed forward violently, and the gigantic fireball, resembling a small sun, flew fiercely towards Su Mingqiu. As the fireball approached, even the air warped from the heat, the scorching waves making it hard to breathe. Su Mingqiu frowned and instinctively commented, "So hot." Immediately, an outburst of cold air erupted from him. Instantly, the entire arena was covered in a thick layer of ice. The overwhelming heat waves were suddenly suppressed to nothing. Then behind Su Mingqiu, a massive ice dragon slowly materialized. Its enormous head faced the incoming fireball, radiating an intimidating pressure. In the next moment, the ice dragon moved directly, flying toward Mu Rongjian's Emperor Flame fireball. It opened its gigantic mouth and swallowed the fireball whole. After being swallowed, the fireball made no sound, instantly freezing in the ice dragon's cold aura. Mu Rongjian stood across, his eyes wide in disbelief. Just like that. Swallowed just like that. He was utterly stunned. This was too outrageous. Ice dragon swallows sun. This was undoubtedly the most spectacular moment of this freshman tournament. Without a doubt. Yes. It's more exciting than all the previous matches combined. Many people were holding up their phones, frantically recording the scene. They wanted to post that moment on the school forum. In the rest area, the teachers who had just said that Mu Rongjian's deep background would ensure his victory were now dumbfounded, unable to utter a word for a long time. Lin Feng continued to sip his tea, saying, "See, I told you Su Mingqiu was bound to win." The teachers had nothing to say. How could this even be compared? Mu Rongyan had no chance at all. After the ice dragon swallowed the fireball, it did not stop at all. Its enormous body shifted and continued charging towards Mu Rongyan. The oppressive momentum forced Mu Rongyan to pause his breathing for a moment. Upon seeing this, the flames surrounding Mu Rongyan surged even more fiercely than before. A red flame mark even appeared on his forehead. Flame dragon! Mu Rongyan shouted with the last bit of strength he could. Suddenly, a flame dragon identical in size to Mingqiu's ice dragon violently emerged from behind him. The flame dragon, entirely crimson, roared and charged towards the ice dragon. The spectators watching this scene were taken aback. No one expected such a twist. There's a reversal. Wow. Flame dragon. Mu Rongyan has this move too. The duel between the ice dragon and the flame dragon. This is amazing. In the next moment, they crashed into each other violently. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed. The entire arena instantly transformed into a realm of ice and fire, with one half being excruciatingly cold and the other half blazing hot. The audience could feel the stark contrast, as if they were standing in two completely different worlds. However, it only lasted for a brief 3 seconds before Mu Rongyan's flame dragon could no longer hold out. The ice dragon's icy aura was aggressively eroding the flame dragon's body. The tail of the flame dragon was the first to freeze, and then the cold crept slowly upward, covering the entire flame dragon in thick white frost, diminishing its flames. In the end, the entire flame dragon was frozen into a solid ice sculpture suspended in midair. Mingqiu's ice dragon shook its head and continued charging towards Mu Rongyan. Mu Rongyan stood still, watching the approaching ice dragon, having completely given up. He had no more tricks left. All his energy and hidden cards were exhausted. Just as the head of the ice dragon was about to touch him, suddenly with a bang, the entire ice dragon dispersed in an instant, turning into tiny ice shards that lightly fell onto the Mingqiu had cancelled the ice dragon in advance. Gasping for breath, Mu Rongyan wiped the sweat from his forehead, smiled bitterly, and hoarsely said, "I lost." He truly did not expect that even with Mingqiu suppressing his realm, the gap between them at the same level would still be so vast. He had revealed all his trump cards, yet still lost so decisively. He had no room for counterattack. He couldn't even force Mingqiu to use a second move. He couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. Would he really never be able to catch up to Mingqiu? No matter how hard he tried, the other party was always faster. After finally reaching the third stage 4th level, he thought he could catch up a little. Yet the other party had already reached the third stage 9th level. Seeing him standing there with a gloomy face, Mingqiu couldn't help but pat his shoulder, offering a word of comfort. "Don't be upset. I'm just a wall ornament. You don't need to compete with me." Mu Rongyan looked at him, shook his head, and simply did not believe what Mingqiu said. He thought Mingqiu was just trying to comfort him, and any talk of being a wall ornament was just polite rhetoric to spare his feelings. How could he not know Mingqiu? It was all about effort and talent. There was no such thing as being a wall ornament. He said no more and walked down with Mingqiu. After all, a loss was a loss. There was nothing more to say. He would continue to work hard, and someday he would catch up. As the two walked off the stage, the referee loudly announced the results in this freshman competition. The champion is Mingqiu. The runner-up is Mu Rongyan. The third place goes to Wen Xingyao. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue erupted in deafening applause. Everyone stood up, clapping and shouting Mingqiu's name, and the entire arena was in an uproar. Thus, this year's freshman competition came to a close. The spectators in the viewing area gradually dispersed, chatting as they walked, reflecting on the duel they had just witnessed. What a pity for Mu Rongyan. He gave it his all, yet still couldn't defeat the god Su. Indeed, but Mu Rongyan is already strong enough. In other circumstances, he would definitely be the top freshman. It's just unfortunate that he faced the god Su. He is too powerful. There's nothing we can do. After all, he is Mingqiu. This year's freshmen are probably the strongest ever, but they are all overshadowed by the god Su. Yang Wei patted Mu Rongyan on the shoulder, grinning mischievously. It's okay, it's okay. A losing is losing. It's normal that you can't beat the leg brother. But your frustrated look, I recorded it all. I'll send it to you later. It's too funny. Mu Rongyan pushed Yang Wei's hand away with annoyance, laughing and scolding, "Get lost." After a bit of playful banter, the group dispersed. Mingqiu returned to his villa and took a hot shower. Then, changing into clean loungewear, he collapsed onto the sofa in the living room. He opened the official website of Haiming Martial University, intending to check the rewards for this competition. However, as soon as he entered the website, the most prominent pinned post appeared, showcasing the content of the freshman competition. At the top was a snapshot of him using the ice dragon to swallow Mu Rongyan's Flame Emperor. The photo was taken very clearly, showing the shimmering white ice dragon with its enormous mouth devouring the fireball that looked like a small sun. The angle chosen by the photographer was particularly good, capturing him standing before the ice dragon in a way that looked both handsome and imposing. The title below simply read "The Legendary Moment of the Freshman Competition." Ice Dragon swallows the sun god, Su renowned in Hyming. Along with the photo, there was also a short video lasting over a minute. It recorded the entire process from Mu Rongyin unleashing the Flame Emperor to the Ice Dragon swallowing the sun, and then to the subsequent duel of the Ice and Flame Dragons. It was all captured. Su Mingqiu stroked his chin gazing at the photo, unable to help but nod. Not bad, the person who took the photo had some skill, it made him look quite impressive. He clicked into the comments section, and in just a few hours after it was posted there were already thousands of comments. The short video had a view count in the hundreds of thousands. Afterwards, Su Mingqiu clicked into the dedicated page for the freshman competition and logged into his student information. Then he navigated to the ranking page preparing to claim the rewards. The reward for ranking first was 2,000 school points. He clicked the claim button, and in an instant a prompt popped up indicating that the points had been credited. His personal points panel instantly displayed an additional 2,000 points, which looked quite satisfying.